Chapter 1. The Laws of the Apocalypse. As night descended, Huashan City sparkled like a pearl against the inky sky, with audaciously dressed youths strolling along the streets. Tang Ze set aside his phone and glanced at the traffic light, feeling somewhat fatigued and deciding against accepting any more delivery orders for the day. With a roar akin to a wild beast, a Lamborghini parked beside him. Its driver, a strikingly attractive young lady, exchanged a teasing look with the man at the wheel, as if boasting of their status. Tang Ze scoffed, dismissing their display, muttering under his breath that he could afford to drive a Wuling Hongguang and still be unfazed. Suddenly, his Bluetooth headset emitted a peculiar sound. 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds remain until the apocalypse. Sending Apocalypse Survival Package version 1.0. Taken aback by this bizarre announcement, Tang Ze's face contorted in confusion. Was someone playing a prank on him? Yet his phone displayed a prompt. Would you like to open Apocalypse Survival Package version 1.0? It had to be a virus, he thought. Beep, beep. The car behind him began honking impatiently, and in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently accepted the message. Unlimited resources received. Enhanced physique received. Weaponry equipment version 1.0 received. Note: items can be extracted through will. Extract Apocalypse Survival Package version 2.0 requires energy slot upgrade. A shiver ran down Tang Ze's spine as he pondered the authenticity of this occurrence. He chuckled darkly, challenging fate to bring him an uncontainable AK-47. Just then, a battered AK-47 materialized between his legs, and he nearly lost his composure. Hastily wishing it away, as the weapon vanished, he exhaled deeply, though his heart raced. The suddenness of it all left him unprepared. He swiftly turned around and headed back to his rented apartment. The Jinyuan community, a tad distant from the city center, charged him a painful $2,000 a month in rent. He parked his electric scooter, plugged it in for charging, and hurried home. The 50-square-meter apartment felt somewhat spacious to Tang Ze, who revealed a sunlit face after removing his helmet. At just 22, he had spent several years working various jobs: security guard, waiter with no relatives to lean on. After washing his face, he settled onto the sofa, deciding to immerse himself in the laws of the apocalypse. He opened the Tomato Novel app for a thorough study. 2 hours later, Tang Ze grasped a crucial principle. Self-interest reigned supreme, that he accessed the armory, discovering an array of handguns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and a good supply of ammunition. Yet the arsenal lacked heavier firepower, focusing solely on light weaponry. Regarding physical enhancement, Tang Ze wielded a kitchen knife, capable of bending under pressure, while his fingers could penetrate a concrete wall. Observing the dust on his fingertips, a broader smile spread across his face. Grasping a handgun, Tang Ze inhaled deeply. Bring it on, Apocalypse. I am weary of this mundane existence. I am not a mere underling, I am a leader. As the witching hour approached, the sound of raindrops echoed outside, gradually intensifying into a downpour. Suddenly, terrifying screams pierced through the community, prompting Tang Ze to rush to the balcony, where he beheld several lifeless bodies sprawled on the street below. Those seeking refuge from the rain yearned to rescue others, only to find themselves drenched, as if their bodies were being eroded by sulfuric acid, collapsing amidst wails reminiscent of anguished spirits. Simultaneously, the entire neighborhood gradually illuminated, with residents peering curiously from their balconies, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. In unison, every mobile device chimed with urgent notifications. All residents are advised to remain indoors. Avoid the rain. Await rescue. Tang Ze furrowed his brow slightly and turned to glance at the adjacent balcony, where a striking girl met his gaze. Having resided here for a year, he recognized her as a live-streaming host, undeniably attractive, yet somewhat. "What are you staring at, you pathetic loser?" she retorted, before turning back into her room. Tang Ze chuckled dismissively. Even in this apocalyptic scenario, she seemed to maintain a sense of self-importance. In this new world, women equated to commodities for exchange. A single loaf of bread could grant one unfettered liberties. After 20 years without the chance to experience romance, he lamented the missed opportunities. Yet he had indeed indulged in luxury once, spending $998 on a whimsical whim. He hurriedly prepared a bowl of braised beef instant noodles to calm his nerves. Wait, I possess boundless resources. Why not indulge in a lavish Buddha jumps over the wall dish to brush my teeth? Savoring delicacies reserved for the affluent, Tang Ze perused Douyin as the world plunged into a state of panic. Soon, an urgent announcement echoed. All water sources had been contaminated. Tang Ze shrugged indifferently. It mattered little to him. Who knows, in a few days, whether a single cup of water might bring the woman next door to her knees. How amusing to call me a pathetic loser, but he decided to descend and assess the situation. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with a throng of people, all queuing outside the convenience store for water, while others trickled down to observe. However, the expressions on their faces were marked by terror. Outside lay several corpses, heightening the tension and igniting a sense of volatility among the crowd. Hey, don't push. Who do you think you are, cutting in line? At this, two men immediately engaged in a brawl, while women stood back in alarm. Amidst the chaos, numerous men surged into the convenience store, seizing supplies that the owner could not possibly contain. Within minutes, the provisions had been plundered, leaving the women powerless to intervene. Don't you men know that ladies come first? A bespectacled, middle-aged woman shouted. Priority for you? A burly man scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. It was hardly the time for such niceties, especially with corpses lying outside. The onset of the apocalypse revealed the inherent advantages of men. Those who failed to acquire supplies began to contemplate alternative solutions, considering driving out to procure food. Yet, the sight of the corpses outside rendered them paralyzed with fear. Moreover, it became apparent that the rain was corroding rubber, as some individuals tossed umbrellas into the downpour, discovering them intact. But what if just a single drop fell upon them? Leaning against the wall, Tang Ze exhaled deeply. Chaos had erupted within an hour. This meager water supply would scarcely last long. Those fortunate enough to possess bottled water would fare better. But once all food was depleted, the darker facets of human nature would inevitably emerge. As he gazed out at the gentle rain, Tang Ze felt his thoughts gradually crystallizing. However, a striking figure captured his attention. A pair of luminous eyes, sparkling like exquisite gems, delicate eyebrows tracing elegant lines, and lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms exuding an alluring charm. Her long, graceful neck resembled a work of art, elegant and soft, akin to the stem of a lily, evoking an irresistible enchantment. Her physique flowed like a melodious tune, with natural curves and a slender waist complemented by a voluptuous figure, each aspect perfectly proportioned. It was inconceivable for someone like Tang Ze, a mere delivery worker, to know her. Yet within the community, she ranked among the top 3 beauties, seemingly a flight attendant, often seen in the elevator clad in her uniform, wheeling a small suitcase. Of course, someone so exquisite must have a boyfriend, and indeed, standing beside her was a tall, wealthy man who typically drove a Porsche 718. Let's go and buy. There's still half a bucket of water at home. This rain won't last long, Ningu said nonchalantly, soothing his girlfriend beside him. And Bai, her complexion slightly pale, nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Tang Ze before heading upstairs with her boyfriend. Tang Ze chuckled to himself, finding amusement in the peculiarities of life. Upon returning home, Tang Ze opened Douyin, only to find it shut down, with all apps inaccessible except for WeChat. The community chat was abuzz with complaints and curses. That night, no one could sleep soundly, yearning for the rain to cease, yet it persisted into the following day. Days turned into a relentless downpour. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth day. The rain showed no signs of abating. During these nights, intermittent sounds of smashing and faint screams reverberated through the air, creating a stifling atmosphere that threatened to drive one to madness. Tang Ze remained indoors, indulging in lavish meals, waiting for the rain to cease before seeking solace in a grand villa. On the 7th day, Tang Ze resolved to venture into the underground garage, where the community's bartering had shifted. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of sounds greeted him. The garage resembled a bustling market. Women exchanged luxury handbags and cosmetics for food, while men traded high-end watches and even their 4090 Ti computers for water. An Hermes summer edition for a case of mineral water. A Rolex Submariner for 4 bottles of water. Don't miss out. Surprisingly, the computer exchanged hands swiftly, yielding 5 bottles of mineral water and a pack of chips. Tang Ze marveled at the transaction, estimating the value of that setup at no less than 40,000. Yet it was bartered away so casually. Normal trading still occurred, but he feared that in 3 days, the nature of these exchanges would change drastically. Suddenly, he spotted his neighbor, a streamer, setting up a stall to sell cosmetics. She held a bottle of mineral water, sipping as she approached him. Sun Ting, upon noticing Tang Zhe, felt a twinge of discomfort. This delivery worker must have plenty of food at home. Yet witnessing him drink water ignited a growing thirst within her. Soon, Tang Zhe spotted and buy at her stall. Due to her striking appearance, many patrons frequented her booth. "Beautiful lady, play with me just once, and this bottle of water is yours." "Haha, they'll offer 2 bottles. They'll raise it to 3 bottles." The men began to bid fervently, causing Inbei's face to flush with indignation. "Shameless!" she exclaimed vehemently, packing up her stall and striding towards the elevator, casting an innocent glare at Tang Zhe. One man sneered, "What are you pretending for? That red light district over there, 1 drink for quick play." Red light district? Curiosity piqued. Tang Zhe glanced around, discovering that the so-called red light district was merely a warning light, surrounded by several scantily clad women, heavily made up, their quality dubious at best. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Over 20 young individuals emerged, led by a burly man adorned with tattoos on his arms, flanked by intimidating associates, each wielding steel pipes, some even brandishing fruit knives. This unexpected scene cast an eerie silence over the area. "Seize everything," commanded the leader, and his minions charged forth with sinister grins. "Don't take my belongings. Dare to steal from me? You're asking for trouble." "Ah, my head." The leader chuckled darkly. "Hand over your supplies, or suffer the consequences. Is there no law left?" Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s stepped forward, admonishing them. "Law. I Ding Feng am the law." Break his legs. With a sickening crunch, the sound of bones shattering froze everyone in place. Faced with such brutality, no one dared to resist, obediently surrendering their supplies to avoid a merciless beating. "Those women standing over there, take them away." Ding Feng smirked at the red light district, and his minions chuckled maliciously. Most were deeply frightened by the apocalypse, yet these individuals reveled in the chaos. Their arrival was swift, and their departure even swifter. Once they left, the men began to curse. There was hardly any supply to begin with, and they took it all. "Why didn't you resist? And what would you have done? Spare me your snide remarks." Accusations began to fly, prompting Tang Zhe to shake his head in disapproval. At that moment, a bespectacled man, seemingly refined, stepped forward and proposed, "There's a shutter gate between each floor. I suggest we seal off our building to prevent further plunder. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do so through the gaps in the shutter." His suggestion garnered immediate agreement, and without hesitation, they began to pull down the surrounding shutter gates, securing them with metal plates. Seeing this, the residents of adjacent buildings brightened and promptly followed suit, sealing their gates as well. The entire community of 5 buildings was swiftly divided. "I have another suggestion. Let the gentlemen unite to search for supplies and bolster our ability to resist those rogues." The bespectacled man exhibited leadership, and soon many responded positively. However, Tang Zhe had no interest in working for others in this apocalyptic world. Who would still toil? It was madness. Upon returning to his floor, Tang Zhe observed the popular streamer Sun Ting squatting by the doorway and teased, "So, you were hiding away, huh?" Although this streamer lacked the allure of that flight attendant, she was still a woman of notable beauty. Sun Ting, no fool, promptly dashed into the safety passage upon seeing the group of people appear, ascending the stairs. Noticing Tang Zhe's amused demeanor, she scoffed and inquired, "Do you have any water at home? What concern is it of yours whether I have water or not?" Tang Zhe leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms in jest. Just a loser being a loser. With that, Sun Ting flung open the door and slammed it shut with force. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was indeed a loser. In this apocalyptic era, all he sought was to live peacefully, wishing for a mutual non-interference if he didn't trouble her. He hoped she wouldn't trouble him either. 3 days passed once more, with the rain showing no sign of abating. The 5 buildings had divided into 5 factions, reaching a certain agreement to convene that evening. The meeting was set to take place in the underground garage. Upon arrival, Tang Zhe noted the weary appearances of the residents. Even the beautiful Umbai had notably dry lips, and the streamer was not faring much better. A bespectacled man stood on the hood of a car with a megaphone, introducing himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Dong Fei, a former corporate executive, and I appreciate your confidence in me to take the lead. The crisis has persisted for over a week now, with no sign of rescue or any official communication. I suspect our supplies in Building 3 are running low as well. Just yesterday, someone from Building 4 took the risk of venturing out for supplies. Although they lost one person, at least they managed to secure some food." Dong Fei's words elicited nods of agreement from those present. He had seen in the community group yesterday that it was Ding Feng who had ventured out with his subordinates. They had lost a tire, but retained the rim, resulting in a slower and more precarious journey. That it was reported that one of his subordinates had gotten caught in the rain and subsequently disappeared. Therefore, I suggest that we form a convoy to search for supplies. However, after Dong Fei finished speaking, silence enveloped the gathering. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Chapter 3. Restore your expression. Dong Fei, seemingly aware of the situation, adjusted his glasses, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity. "I don't wish to pressure anyone. If you're unwilling to exert effort, that is your choice. However, when we retrieve the supplies, do not expect to benefit without contribution." A few courageous men, despite having families to care for, rallied together, declaring, "I will go. I will go." 2 teams were formed, and Dong Fei naturally took part in the expedition. "Everyone should return home for now. I will inform you all in the group later. But if you desire to gain without labor, consider what you might offer in exchange." Umbai turned to her boyfriend, speaking softly, "Ninggu, we are out of food." Ninggu, impatient, replied, "What is the rush? My father has assured me he is finding a way to send us provisions. Do you wish for me to perish?" "That is not what I meant." Umbai quickly clarified, but Ninggu's voice deepened. "Then what do you mean?" Umbai's face turned pale, for indeed, that was her unspoken thought. Approximately 3 hours later, 2 vehicles returned, their wheels sparking with friction. 6 individuals had departed, yet only 4 returned. The waiting families, upon seeing their loved ones missing, were engulfed in despair. "With my husband caught in the rain? Oh, my son." Dong Fei spoke solemnly. "The outside world is in chaos. Supplies are being seized. Your husband and son were not killed by rain, but by others." The crowd exchanged fearful glances, but when they noticed the remaining food and water in the back, their dread was soon replaced by a desperate longing. "I need water. I need water," cried a gaunt man, rushing forward heedlessly. Dong Fei seized a bloodied baseball bat, swinging it fiercely, sending the man's jaw flying. Yet he did not cease. He struck again, aiming for the man's head, until it was utterly shattered. Covered in blood, Dong Fei turned to the remaining crowd. "Who else dares to steal?" A man had been brutally slain, and the crowd fell silent, terror-stricken. "Listen well. If a man wishes to barter for supplies, he must venture out. If a woman seeks to trade, she must offer her body in exchange." Dong Fei's words shattered the moral fabric of the onlookers. Yet one could hardly blame him. These supplies were earned with blood and sweat. Why should they be shared? The apocalypse has its own rules. That night, a gentle knock echoed through the air. Tang Zhe set down the pizza he had been holding, wiped his hands, and approached the door, first glancing through the peephole. Upon recognizing the familiar face, a smile crept upon his lips. "I wondered how long you could endure." Today, she appeared quite splendid in a white dress, her features accentuated by delicate makeup, rivaling even that of a flight attendant. Upon opening the door, he found Sun Ting standing there, who still watches live streams these days. Even if one earns money, those numbers cannot procure supplies. A fellow colleague had just risked herself for provisions, recounting the inhumane treatment endured, men taking turns, and in the end, she received only a cup of water and a piece of Oreo. Thus, she had no choice but to seek out this delivery boy. Certain he had hidden a fair amount of food in his home. After a bit of preparation, she hoped this underachiever might offer her some favor. Indeed, as soon as she opened the door, Sun Ting was greeted by a familiar yet foreign aroma. It was Orland's pizza. Staring incredulously at the steaming pizza on the coffee table, she could hardly believe that there was still pizza available at this hour. "Is something the matter?" Tang Zhe inquired nonchalantly, taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water. Though her lips were adorned with lipstick, they were parched and on the verge of cracking. As a streamer, having some food at home was normal, yet the pressing issue was the lack of water. Instant noodles were of little use without it. "Could you spare me some water?" The once proud Sun Ting found herself wishing to catch the drops falling from the corner of Tang Zai's mouth. Tang Zai's smile grew more pronounced. "I do prefer your haughty demeanor. It suits you. Regain that spirit and call me a loser." "You misunderstand. I was blind to your worth." Sun Ting quickly apologized, her original intentions discarded. All she desired now was a sip of water. She would do anything for it. Tang Zai let out a long "oh," turning the bottle upside down, causing water to spill onto the floor, which made Sun Ting feel it was wasteful. And she hurriedly caught it. It turned out that groveling was not merely a descriptor. Stowing the mineral water, Tang Zai settled on the sofa, observing Sun Ting. She slowly raised her gaze to the bottle in his hand, an insatiable longing evident in her eyes. "Do you want more?" Tang Zai teased, shaking the bottle slightly. Sun Ting knelt by his feet, nodding fervently, "Yes, I do." "Then I shall grant you a little more." As Sun Ting reached for a cup, Tang Zai continued to pour it on the floor, yet she obediently lapped it up. "The floor is so polished from your licking. I'll reward you with a slice of pizza." He tossed a piece onto the ground. Previously, Sun Ting would never indulge in such junk food for fear of gaining weight. But now it appeared as a treasure, and she devoured it without regard for her image. "Oh dear, you look filthy. Go take a shower." Sun Ting asked in surprise. "Do you have water for a shower here?" "Of course. Just make sure to clean up well and use plenty of body wash." Immediately, Sun Ting dashed into the bathroom, and indeed, there was clean water. She didn't even bother closing the door as she eagerly began to wash. For her, a day without a shower felt unbearable, let alone nearly a week. This scene was a boon for Tang Zai. A woman who could become a streamer would naturally possess commendable traits. After her bath, Sun Ting realized the door was still ajar and quickly shut it, re-emerging fully dressed after a while. I should be going now. Thank you." Sun Ting had no intention of leaving empty-handed, especially since this loser didn't seem like the others. He was not someone they could easily manipulate. After all that had transpired, it felt like a fair exchange for the food. Tang Zai smiled faintly. "You've eaten my food and now expect to leave just like that? After everything I've shown you?" In an instant, Sun Ting reverted to her previous demeanor, much to Tang Zai's satisfaction, as he revealed a sleek black handgun. Upon seeing the gun, Sun Ting froze momentarily, but quickly recovered, laughing. "Is it a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare?" Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, illuminating the entire building's sensor lights, startling everyone in the vicinity. "Who fired that shot? Is there really a gun?" At this moment, Sun Ting's complexion was ashen, and shattered ornaments lay scattered on the ground. This was indeed a formidable individual. Chapter 4. The deceptive end. In the presence of that group, a mere glass of water could render a woman at their mercy. "You even consumed a slice of my pizza. Perhaps I shall treat you to a peanut as well. What do you think?" Sun Ting collapsed onto the ground, trembling in fear, mistaking this for a sheepfold, only to discover it was a den of tigers. Where did he procure that gun? "Come here." Tang Zai beckoned. Sun Ting dared not resist. Her delicate arms pushed against the ground as she slowly crawled toward Tang Zai on the sofa. "Please spare me. I shall never deceive you again." With a quivering voice, Sun Ting pleaded for mercy, her outwardly cheerful demeanor masking the devil within. Tang Zai raised the gun, letting it glide over her exquisite visage. Sun Ting's eyes widened, sensing her imminent demise, regretting her earlier compliance. After all, conceding would not cost her a thing. Had she been obedient from the start, she would not have suffered this fate. Tang Zai displayed a benign smile, yet unbeknownst to anyone, that last shot had actually missed. Sun Ting nodded vigorously, emitting soft whimpers. However, Tang Zai's gaze remained icy, the gun now aimed at the back of her head. The consequence for deceiving him was singular: death. Do not be so picky. In this apocalypse, there are not many beauties left. Suddenly, Tang Zai noticed a increase in progress, rather slow, indeed. He tossed Sun Ting aside and settled onto the sofa to replenish his energy with a hot pot. This was far superior to the quality of 998. It was merely a bottle of mineral water and a slice of pizza in exchange. Who said that inexpensive things were inferior? Spare my life, Sun Ting emitted a faint plea. Tang Ze paused, seizing her hair to lift her up, only to find her face devoid of color, her skin particularly dry. His brows furrowed slightly. It seemed the energy gauge was at fault. It is essential to take it slow. Only progress is far too sluggish. Eat something. Dong Shi remarked nonchalantly, a plate filled with boiled pork belly and fatty beef resting at his feet. Overcome by hunger, Sun Ting disregarded her pain and quickly crawled to Tang Ze's feet to indulge in the delicacies. Here, water. This time, Tang Ze provided a large bowl, more than sufficient. As she chewed the meat, Sun Ting mumbled her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. No need for thanks. From now on, you belong to me. Sun Ting, drinking water on the ground, was momentarily stunned but dared not resist. Tang Ze offered little explanation, smiling as he said, You now have two choices. Either eat peanuts or obediently comply. I shall obediently comply. Without hesitation, Sun Ting chose the latter. Only a fool would opt for peanuts when she could simply fill her stomach. Tang Ze affectionately patted her head, stating, From now on, you are mine. Tang Ze was taken aback. She had become considerably more astute. Meanwhile, at Dong Fei's home, 7 or 8 men sat amidst a living room overflowing with supplies, half of which were bottles of mineral water. One bald man appeared anxious. Damn it, why aren't they out yet? Don't kill her. Dong Fei, sipping red wine, glanced over. What's the rush? There are plenty of women. The bald man sighed. Beautiful women are scarce. It's not easy to find a pretty one, and we've been at it for so long. In comparison to the woman, the recent gunfire is the matter that demands our attention. Dong Fei spoke in a low tone, sensing that this firearm posed a threat to his position, as if it were aimed directly at his forehead. If he could seize this gun, he would be able to dominate the entire community, reigning over it like a sovereign. A nearby individual with yellow hair remarked earnestly, I feel the gunfire is coming from our building. Indeed, it did seem plausible, another man concurred. Dong Fei placed his glass of red wine on the table, instructing Baldy, You and the yellow-haired fellow should inspect each unit. Baldy exchanged glances with the yellow-haired man, acutely aware that the other party was armed. Each would receive a box of bread and bottled water, for under the lure of ample rewards, courage is often found. Nodding in agreement, Baldy, as he stood, called out to the bedroom, Take it easy, save some breath for my return. Dong Fei sighed. You have an affinity for a woman nearing her 40s. Brother Dong, you have no idea. I've long coveted this woman. If it weren't for this apocalyptic era, I wouldn't have had a chance. I must express my gratitude for the end of the world, came the reply. The group shared mischievous smiles, finding this far more entertaining than their usual work. After departing, the yellow-haired man chuckled. Baldy, their SA streamer in Unit 701. Her figure is exquisite, and in 603, a flight attendant. Her looks are enticing. You clever lad. With me watching your back, I guarantee your safety when you venture out. Thank you, Baldy. After you've had your fun, do indulge me as well. Baldy clapped the yellow-haired man on the shoulder. Fear not. In this world, women are easily found for pleasure. The quest for the gun had slipped from their minds as they proceeded directly to Unit 603 to seek the flight attendant. Inside, Ninggu appeared particularly agitated, restless with hunger and thirst, on the brink of delirium, while his beautiful girlfriend, Anbai, sat on the sofa, exuding an air of vulnerability. A sudden knock echoed through the room, startling both. Ninggu approached the door, peering through the haze to see Baldy and the yellow-haired man. There was no way he would open it. We know you're in there. Open up, shouted the yellow-haired man, retaining a shred of rational thought. Ninggu realized that opening the door would turn Anbai into their plaything. Chapter 5. The ruthless Tang Ze, the bald man, pressed down on the yellow-haired youth and exclaimed, Brother, it has been many days since you last ate, hasn't it? Yesterday, we had an abundance of supplies. Come to room 201 when you have the time to chat. With that, he left, taking the bewildered yellow-haired youth with him. Ninggu sighed in relief, as did Anbai. However, the bald man's words echoed incessantly in their minds, eroding the last vestiges of the men's willpower. Before long, the two arrived at room 701 and knocked on the door. The bald man called out in the same manner, We have plenty of food. Come to room 201 for a chat when you can. Living is better than anything else. far preferable to starving at home. Suddenly, the door swung open, but it was the neighboring room. Tang Ze looked at the two and said in a low voice, "Knock more softly. You're making a racket." The bald man and the yellow-haired youth exchanged glances. Recently, all the men had shown them utmost respect. When had they ever spoken like this? "Are you looking for death? How dare you speak to my brother like that?" The yellow-haired youth charged towards Tang Ze, but upon seeing the interior of the room, he fell speechless, utterly astonished. The bald man approached, his curiosity piqued, and was equally taken aback. On the dining table lay a feast of chicken stew with mushrooms, braised pig trotters, and stir-fried asparagus. Notably, beside the table sat a woman enjoying her meal. "Bald brother, this seems to be that female streamer," the yellow-haired youth stammered. After enduring days of starvation, even the most beautiful women had grown gaunt, yet the woman before them seemed to radiate an ethereal beauty. "You got some connections. Living without worry and with a beauty at home," the bald man remarked with a hint of sarcasm, stepping into Tang Ze's abode, with the yellow-haired youth trailing closely behind. Tang Ze smiled as he closed the door. The yellow-haired youth, unable to contain his excitement, reached for the pig trotter, exclaiming, "Bald brother, the pig trotter. It's delicious." Seeing the two men enter, Sun Ting remained unfazed, casually curling up on the sofa. The bald man gazed at her, greed unmistakable in his eyes. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the food and the woman, and spare yourself some suffering. This is mine. How could I possibly give it to you?" "No way," Tang Ze replied with an innocent demeanor. Sun Ting thought to herself, "These two fools are doomed. You choose to drink the fine wine, but end up with the bitter one." "Bald brother, step back. I wouldn't want blood to splatter," the yellow-haired youth declared, drawing a fruit knife and lunging at Tang Ze. Yet, he missed his target and immediately felt a dark fist envelop his face. With a resounding thud, the yellow-haired youth spun around, his face visibly contorted. The bald man looked on in horror, while Sun Ting was left astonished, aware of Tang Ze's firearm, but utterly unprepared for his strength. Any lingering thoughts of bravado evaporated, as neither wished to end up battered like the yellow-haired youth. "Little Ting, go open the window," Tang Ze said with a light chuckle, effortlessly lifting the yellow-haired youth, who weighed around 130 pounds, with a single hand. The bald man trembled in fear. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tang Ze unceremoniously tossed the yellow-haired youth outside. A dull thud echoed, yet no one paid attention. They had grown numb, as each day, countless individuals succumbed to the psychological torment and chose to leap to their demise. Tang Ze clapped his hands and sat back down with a smile, saying, "Sit, let us dine together and bring this esteemed brother a set of chopsticks." The obedient demeanor of Sun Ting filled the bald man with trepidation. He wondered what inhumane acts this young man had inflicted upon her. As he observed the graceful Sun Ting approaching, his heart was devoid of any desire. Only fear surged within him. "Brother, what do you think of this?" Tang Ze leisurely picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The bald man dared not take his own chopsticks. "Do you look down upon me?" Tangsha squinted slightly. The bald man hurriedly grasped the chopsticks. "Brother, you misunderstand. It is nothing of the sort." "That is good. What is the situation outside?" The bald man dared not lie and immediately replied, "It is chaotic outside. People are being killed everywhere in the scramble for supplies. The nearby convenience stores and supermarkets have been looted clean by several neighborhoods. What are your leaders planning?" "The boss says that once this batch of supplies is consumed, we will raid the surrounding neighborhoods." "How much do you have left?" "If we ration it, it should last about a month. By the way, is your boss looking for this?" Tang Ze produced a gun, causing the bald man's scalp to prickle. He had risked his life for bread and bottled water. The bald man nodded. Tang Ze set down his chopsticks, having finished his meal. "What are you staring at? Eat. It's your last supper, after all." Tears streamed down the bald man's face. "Brother, I was wrong. Please do not kill me. I will give you all my supplies. I beg you. Eat quickly. Do not waste it. And remember to thank me." Tang Ze's gaze turned cold, prompting the bald man to frantically shove food into his mouth, finding it distasteful for the first time. Previously, he thought Dong Fei was ruthless enough, but this young man was even more so. "Thank you, brother. Now jump down yourself. Do not make me pull the trigger, as it would splatter blood everywhere, which is hard to clean up, is it not? The bald man continuously retreated, his hands raised in supplication, until his back pressed against the wall. "Brother, we have no enmity between us, you." With a bang, before he could finish his sentence, the gunfire rang out. A red dot appeared on the bald man's forehead, and he fell backward, tumbling down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed hard, realizing this man was capricious and exceedingly ruthless. Downstairs, Dong Fei and his companions were startled by the gunshot. "Brother Dong, the bald man has fallen," shouted a younger member from the balcony. Dong Fei rushed to the balcony, his expression darkening upon seeing the bald man's corpse. "Boss, if he does not come looking for us, we have no need to seek trouble with him, to avoid any animosity." Although Dong Fei was reluctant to concede, the younger man's words held merit. If this armed individual sought revenge, their lives would not suffice as compensation. Dong Fei promptly sent a message in the group chat of Building 3. "Brothers, we have food and drink here. Feel free to come by for a visit." This was clearly an act of submission, a desire for reconciliation. Yet Dong Fei harbored ulterior motives. If they did arrive, he would prepare a grand banquet. Seated on the sofa, Tang Zei chuckled softly, knowing he had ample time to deal with them. The immediate concern was the issue of provisions. Watching Sun Ting massage his feet, he decided to let her rest for the night, to prevent her from collapsing on the spot. "Aren't you a dance streamer? Why not perform a piece? What style does the master prefer? What do you think?" Sun Ting understood immediately, turning on the music and swaying her enchanting figure. Chapter 6, Sold by My Boyfriend You. "The little streamer are quite impressive," remarked Tang Zei as he lit a cigarette, while Sun Ting held the ashtray beside him. Sun Ting pouted defiantly, retorting, "Who is a little streamer? I am one of the top 3 major streamers on the platform, with earnings starting at 6 figures a month. No wonder they call me a pathetic loser." At Dong Fei's residence, 6 men sat drinking beer, their brows furrowed in concern. The overconfidence of the bald man and the blonde had been significantly shaken. They had assumed they could dominate the building, only to discover a formidable presence lurking in the shadows. Standing on a balcony, Dong Fei gazed at the bodies below, suddenly focusing intently. Judging by the locations where the two had fallen, it appeared they had been thrown from above his own floor. "Dogsy, check the information of the residents above me and see how many haven't reported in," he commanded. The man referred to as Dogsy, around 30, with sharp features and deep-set eyes, clearly bore the marks of excess indulgence over the past few days. Before long, Dogsy returned with his findings. "Dong Ge, there are currently only 2 families above who haven't checked in. On the 6th floor, their SA flight attendant named in Bai, and on the 7th floor, a delivery man named Tang Zei." The rotund man sitting nearby slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I've encountered that flight attendant in the elevator before. She is stunning, with fair skin, and is always accompanied by a tall, handsome boyfriend. Could it be that her boyfriend is armed?" Dong Fei too had seen in Bai's boyfriend, and he did not strike him as a man who would possess a firearm. Could it be the delivery man? How could a mere delivery man possibly carry a gun? But who else could it be? Am I mistaken? Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Dong Fei's expression darkened. It was Ding Feng, the leader of the neighboring Building 4. Adjusting his glasses, Dong Fei forced a professional smile and answered, "Boss Ding, still awake at this late hour? You're not asleep either." "I see. It seems the gunfire has kept us both awake," Ding Feng jested, as he felt secure in his own building. Dong Fei chuckled lightly. "You needn't worry yourself. Boss Ding, I can handle this." "Very well then. I originally intended to assist you, so should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to reach out. I would be more than willing to help." "Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Ding. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up now." With that, Dong Fei ended the call, inwardly cursing Ding Feng. How could he possibly be in possession of a gun? On the other end, Ding Feng scoffed and set down his phone. Beside him sat a woman in her 30s, his girlfriend, who possessed a certain charm. "Fengge, we still need to find a way to acquire a firearm. With a gun in hand, you would be the emperor of this community, perhaps even able to control the surrounding neighborhoods." Her words ignited a fire of ambition within Ding Feng. It was not merely one building he sought to dominate, but a far grander authority. "Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there is a flight attendant and a streamer in Building 3 who are exceptionally beautiful. I have their photos here, the woman said, pulling out her phone to show Ding Feng pictures of Bai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes gleamed with greed, his resolve solidifying as he sneered. Let us convene a meeting tomorrow. Prepare the plan. We shall seize Building 3. A woman, with an innate talent for pleasing men, exclaimed, Brother Feng, I have prepared a midnight snack for you. Oh, bring it in, he replied. At that moment, a girl was dragged in by a subordinate by her hair. Such occurrences had gradually become the norm in the community, where those in control of resources dictated life and death, compelling everyone to bow their heads to preserve their existence. In Building 3, Room 603, Bai donned a black silk nightgown, skillfully cutting open a bottle of mineral water. Her once rosy tongue now appeared slightly pale as she licked the cap. At that juncture, Ninggu stepped out from the bedroom and glanced at Bai on the sofa. I need to step out for a moment. Where are you going? Bai hurriedly inquired, anxious about being left alone. Just out for a bit. When Ninggu remained silent, Bai grasped his sleeve. Are you going to find them? Are you annoying? If I'm not going to seek them out, then who? My Porsche has now been exchanged for a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. While you sit here enjoying the food I brought back without lifting a finger, with a dismissive wave of his hand, the frail Bai collapsed to the ground. Her face drained of color. Witnessing Bai's fading beauty, Ninggu's attitude shifted dramatically. To be frank, I've already struck a deal with Brother Dong. You will accompany them daily, and that's how we will survive. You want me to be with those beasts? Bai gazed at Ninggu in disbelief, questioning if these were the words of a boyfriend. Would you rather starve to death? Can you bear the thought of me starving? Didn't you once say you would die for me? Now, it's not about dying. It's merely a sacrifice of your body. A wave of helplessness washed over Bai. You should reflect on how I treated you in the past. Designer handbags, exquisite jewelry, fine dining, all of which cost money. I used to provide for you, and now it's your turn. With that, Ninggu left to negotiate with Dong Fei, rationalizing that his girlfriend was the most beautiful in the building. Though she was weak from hunger, he believed she would recover with time. As the door clicked shut, despair filled Bai's eyes. Dong Fei and his group had become devoid of humanity. For a girl to fall into their hands was akin to a fate worse than death. Looking around the home, Bai found it devoid of its former charm, even repulsive, and felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Stepping outside, the fresh air cleared her mind, and a self-deprecating smile emerged on her face as she gazed towards the window of the emergency exit. Bai made a resolute decision. She would not allow those brutes to defile her, even if it meant death. As she entered the emergency exit, she heard voices coming from above. Curiosity piqued, Bai ascended the stairs quietly, only to find Tang Zhe. He and Sun Ting had also stepped out for some fresh air. Upon seeing the frail Bai, Tang Zhe smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, miss." Chapter 7. The clash of worldviews beneath our feet. Sun Ting paused in confusion, glancing back at Bai. Taken aback by her frail state after just a few days apart, she seemed even more weakened than herself. Although Bai was not well acquainted with Sun Ting, she had heard of her fame as a streamer, earning more than herself. "Miss, why do you stare at us like that? Hurry home," Tang Zhe chuckled, raising his hand in a playful gesture. "Is there food at your place?" Bai finally mustered the courage to ask. If there were other options, she wouldn't wish for death. Who truly desires to perish? It was all a matter of desperation. Sun Ting rose and approached Bai, her delicate hand brushing against Bai's parched skin and seemingly withered hair. "Of course there's food. Would you like some?" "I would," Bai nodded eagerly, envious of Sun Ting's vitality, recalling how she once looked even more radiant than her. Sun Ting picked up a half-full bottle of mineral water from the steps, and Bai's heart leaped with joy. In critical moments, one could always rely on their female compatriots. Thank you," Bai reached out to take it, but Sun Ting withdrew playfully. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, amused by her teasing antics. Bai looked at Sun Ting in bewilderment, unsure of her intentions. As Sun Ting twisted off the cap and unexpectedly poured a little water onto the ground, Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow, surprised by her audacity. "This is how you drink," Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Bai. As droplets fell to the floor, Bai bit her dry lips, attempting to drink in the manner Sun Ting suggested. The peculiar sound filled the stairwell. Tang Ze was astonished to see that the once aloof girl had humbled herself. While ascending the stairs, Sun Ting continued to sprinkle water. Anabai followed suit, ultimately arriving at home. Once the door closed, Abai seemed to regain her senses, immediately detecting an enticing aroma that felt reminiscent of a bygone era. It was KFC. Upon spotting the fast food on the coffee table, Abai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Given that Tang Ze delivered food, it was likely he had brought it home. No wonder this female streamer was willing to associate with him. May I? Sun Ting inquired of Tang Ze, eager to partake, but apprehensive about displeasing him. Tang Ze smiled and nodded. Let us see what tricks you can pull. With his approval, Sun Ting felt more at ease. Seizing a chicken leg bone and tossing it toward Bai. Gazing down at the chicken bone, and Bai's delicate arm trembled, grappling with the urge to refrain from eating it. Yet her mind was unyielding. Her slender fingers slowly crept closer. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over dignity. The sounds of chewing echoed softly, accompanied by Bai's tears. She never envisioned a day when she would find herself on the ground, consuming a bone, questioning her own worth. I heard your boyfriend intends to sell you. Tang Ze pulled out a cigarette, and Sun Ting promptly offered a light. Bai shivered slightly, turning her head to respond. He wouldn't. You may not be aware, but in our building, there exists a group of men. Just yesterday, you were auctioned off in there, and the price was quite high, 1 bottle of water for half an hour with 4 reservations. The words of Tang Ze struck deep within Bai, leaving her devoid of strength to support herself. Impossible. He merely asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is merely your first client. Take a look. Tang Ze placed his phone before Bai. As she picked it up, the content within was shocking, revealing even sultry photographs of herself, with Ninggu extolling her virtues. Tears streamed down her face, as if the sky had fallen upon her. Tang Ze tucked the phone away and flicked away the ash from a cigarette. To his astonishment, Sun Ting caught the ash in her hands, prompting Tang Ze to exclaim in admiration. Why not join me? There will be plenty to eat and drink every day. Sun Ting sat beside Bai, caressing her cheek, her voice slithering into Bai's mind like a siren's call. This way, you'll have 3 meals a day, an array of culinary delights from around the world, and a chance to cleanse yourself of the filth. Survive in this chaotic world. Tang Ze suddenly realized that he should have Sun Ting work as a madam. She was undoubtedly a hidden gem. Do you wish to remain here, or would you prefer to become a plaything? The choice is yours. Sun Ting patted Bai's shoulder. I can only assist you to this extent. You ought to be a wise woman, discerning what truly matters. Falling into the hands of those people would lead to a horrendous demise. While being under Tang Ze's control might also end poorly, yet at least there would be food and drink. Those people will only provide you with scraps to foster dependency and control you. Silly girl, don't be naive. Bai, no fool, replied quietly. I choose to stay. Louder, Sun Ting demanded, her smile dripping with satisfaction as she trampled upon Bai's dignity. Gritting her teeth, Bai shouted, I choose to stay. Tang Ze contemplated offering Sun Ting a salary. Such talent was worth retaining. This is your reward. He tossed bones before Bai, who showed no resistance and voraciously stuffed them into her mouth. Chapter 8. Your girlfriend is now mine to Sun Ting. Tang Ze presented a bucket of spicy wings, saying, Well done. Thank you, master, Sun Ting exclaimed joyfully, relishing the authenticity of the meal. Dongshan nodded approvingly. Clutching the bucket of wings, Sun Ting devoured them heartily, offering a piece to Bai, who hastily stuffed it in her mouth to replenish her strength, as she too required sustenance. Suddenly, Sun Ting realized the gravity of the situation. She could not afford to let Bai perish. After all, it was difficult to find someone to share the burden. Suit yourself. Although reluctant to part with the wings, Sun Ting understood the necessity of making sacrifices for the future. Look at the two of you, devouring with grease dripping from your mouths. Hurry and wash up. Make sure she's clean as well. Rest assured, she'll be spotless. Sun Ting had grown adept at pleasing Tang Ze. Stepping into the bathroom, she closed the door behind them. The space was modest, just enough to accommodate 2 women. Sun Ting furrowed her brow. Why would you do this? Bai gazed at Sun Ting in confusion, questioning her self-deprecation. With a wry smile, Sun Ting replied. Do we have any other options? We must choose the stronger one. But he doesn't seem particularly strong, Anbai remarked. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting lightly tapped Anbai, a warning that such thoughts should remain unvoiced. If Tang Ze overheard, the consequences could be dire. Anbai suddenly understood. The gunshots she had heard in recent days were fired by him. Feeling scrutinized, Anbai bit her red lip and asked, Can I go back? Go back. To where? Once you've made a promise, do not renege. He is no benevolent figure. I nearly lost my life at his hands. Sun Ting's stern warning echoed in Anbai's mind. While she could tolerate humiliation, she must not court death. Listening to Sun Ting, Anbai felt as though she had entered a den of tigers. But at least there was only one man. Since we are here, we must make do. Sun Ting mused. They had no idea how long this life would last. To survive, one must cast aside dignity and flush their principles down the toilet. With that, Sun Ting turned on the showerhead. As warm water cascaded over Anbai's delicate form, a long-forgotten warmth enveloped her. Woo woo woo. At that moment, Anbai wept, feeling a sense of injustice. Sun Ting sighed, comforting her. Women in this apocalypse have it exceedingly hard. We should consider ourselves fortunate. After a while, the two emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing Anbai, Tang Ze chuckled softly. Such a beautiful flight attendant. Surely every man would fantasize about her. This entire building likely shared that sentiment. And now she stood there, her delicate appearance seemingly awaiting a man's affection. Anbai understood his implication and approached Tang Ze, though she still felt hesitant. Indeed, captivating, yet her visage bore an unsettling quality. Tang Ze's words left Anbai in a state of shock. Is my face unsettling? Tang Ze had certainly exaggerated. She merely appeared frail, lacking the beauty she once possessed. However, this blow was too great for Anbai to bear. Standing beside her, Sun Ting chuckled, urging, You still need to apologize. I'm sorry, Anbai mumbled, lacking confidence as she cast her gaze downward. Unlike Sun Ting, Anbai seemed fragile, resembling a timid little kitten. Let us see how she fares after a couple of days. Perhaps she just needs some nourishment, Tang Ze mused, eager to sample her, yet recognizing her frailty. After all, beautiful women are indeed scarce. In this building, there are only these two. Just then, a roar echoed from outside. Wretched woman, where are you hiding? Come out. Don't force me to kill you. The irate voice of Ning Gu reverberated. Upon returning home to find Anbai missing, Ning Gu was infuriated. He had already negotiated the price with the client, and she had simply vanished. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have locked the door before stepping out. Tang Ze softly remarked, What would your boyfriend think if he saw you here with me? No, Anbai pleaded, gazing at Tang Ze with desperation. However, Tang Ze subtly gestured to Sun Ting, who understood and proceeded to open the door. Handsome, over here. Ning Gu, upon finding his way to this floor, was taken aback. You are that female streamer? Indeed, she replied. Ning Gu thought to himself, This streamer is strikingly beautiful and dressed so provocatively. It's quite scandalous. Yet, as soon as Ning Gu stepped inside, his expression froze. His girlfriend was sitting there, and the one on the sofa was none other than the delivery girl. But when he noticed the KFC on the coffee table, Ning Gu's mouth twitched in disbelief. Wretched woman, how dare you indulge alone? This remark left the three momentarily stunned, as such a situation had led to a focus on food. Grabbing a handful of fries from the table, Ning Gu stuffed them into his mouth while Tang Ze watched with a smile, gently caressing Anbai's cheek in front of Ning Gu. Though Ning Gu was furious, it paled in comparison to his desire for food. After all, who could resist a meal? Once satisfied, Ning Gu wiped his mouth and declared, All this KFC is mine, and so is the water over there. Hearing Ning Gu's words, Anbai shed tears, utterly disregarding her own plight. Seeing Tang Ze silent, Ning Gu assumed he had tacitly agreed. Anbai, what are you dawdling for? Come here. My woman charges by the minute. Apologies, but your woman is now mine, Tang Ze replied nonchalantly. Come here, Ning Gu shouted, advancing towards Tang Ze to pull Anbai away. However, Tang Ze retrieved a desert eagle from the crevice of the sofa. Ning Gu stared in shock, unsure of how to react. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. I was wrong. She is yours. Ning Gu quickly apologized, fearing for his life. Tang Zei flashed a benign smile. After consuming so much of my food, don't you think a thank you is in order? Yes, yes, thank you. Ninggu hastily responded. A loud bang resonated, followed by a splash of blood. Chapter 9. The time has come. Ninggu was perplexed. Despite having followed Tang Zei's instructions, he still faced a dire fate. Tang Zei asserted that he would not permit threats to flourish, extinguishing them in their infancy. However, the resounding gunfire plunged the local leaders into a state of panic. The distinct sound indicated the use of two different calibers. It was evident that there were two firearms within the vicinity. Were they wielded by the same individual or two separate assailants? Fear gripped the leaders as they convened in their group chat, contemplating the dire implications of a duo collaborating against them. Inside the room, Sun Ting maintained her composure while Ambai had succumbed to fright, only to be roused abruptly by Tang Zei. Upon awakening, Ambai rushed to the restroom, retching violently before finally emerging. Upon seeing Ninggu lying amidst a pool of blood, Ambai felt an unsettling calm wash over her. Shouldn't she be mourning? Give me a hand, Sun Ting urged. The two women heaved the lifeless body to the window, exerting all their strength to dispose of it below. Gasping for breath, Sun Ting turned to Ambai, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ambai nodded, though her face remained pale. After all, this was the first time she had witnessed death so closely. "I killed your boyfriend. You're not angry, are you?" Tang Zei inquired with a disarming smile as he offered her a glass of water. Although the smile appeared benign, it sent chills down Ambai's spine. She shook her head in response. "That's good. Focus on recuperating. That is your priority now." Tang Zei felt satisfied. The two women could alternate their efforts, effectively doubling their progress. Yet he sensed it was still too slow, as he hesitated to engage with the more superficial aspects of life. "Are there any other beauties in our community?" Tang Zei asked, driven by curiosity, having spent so much time coming and going that he wondered if there were any undiscovered gems. Sun Ting shook her head, explaining that she was always at home streaming and had no knowledge of the outside world, while Ambai flitted about, not likely to stay here for long. Even if she did, it would be confined to her home. Thus, Tang Zei's inquiry was rendered moot. "You two come over and massage my legs," he commanded. The women obediently settled beside him, providing relief as Tang Zei glanced at the messages flooding the community group chat. Building 5, damn, the gunman has appeared and taken my wife. Building 2, a gunman has shown up here as well. My wife has been taken. Building 1, how many gunmen are there? For heaven's sake. Building 3, the gunman is in our building. You have all been deceived. Everyone, stay alert. Building 5, what? Does that mean my wife was taken for nothing? Tang Zei was taken aback, incredulous that someone would impersonate him for personal gain. The two women read the messages but refrained from expressing their opinions. Wise women know better than to assert themselves, especially in the presence of Tang Zei, where assertiveness could lead to a swift demise. "Go fetch some fruit," Tang Zei instructed, still engrossed in his phone. Ambai immediately rose to comply, while Sun Ting paused, realizing the implications of her actions. Before long, Ambai returned with a beautifully arranged fruit platter, a testament to her skill in presentation. Indeed, Tong Shere remarked, appreciating the artistry of her work. Do not challenge others' professions with your own interests. Matters of expertise should remain in the hands of professionals. "I suppose it's time for me to make an appearance," Tang Zei remarked nonchalantly. The two women exchanged glances. Sun Ting expressed her concern. There are too many of them. It might be unsafe to go out recklessly. She feared that if anything were to happen to Tang Zei, she would not fare much better. Ambai remained silent, perhaps unaware of the gravity of the situation. The following day, the rainfall intensified, and the bodies in the community's green belt proliferated, some having jumped, others discarded. At least half of them were naked women. This harrowing scene struck a nerve, despair spreading as humanity twisted. Yet, within Tang Zei's home, no such change was palpable. Seated at the dining table, savoring Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Ambai knelt on the floor, awaiting Tang Zei to finish his meal, as they were to dine on his leftovers. After a belch, Tang Zei chuckled. 5 dishes are a bit excessive. He then transferred the remaining food into 2 plates, though he had barely touched it. "Go ahead, eat," he said, placing the dishes before the 2 women and affectionately patting their heads. Checking his phone, Tang Ze noted a group message from Dong Fei, summoning everyone to a meeting in the underground garage that evening. Tonight, I'll take you both out for some fun. Upon hearing this, Sun Ting's face filled with alarm. After all, Tang Ze was but one man, accompanied by two women. How could he manage? Yet, Sun Ting did not dare to contradict him, merely offering a hesitant meow, with him by following suit. Had their brief respite already come to an end? Why were they being taken along? Was it mere showmanship? Tang Ze responded that while showing off was one aspect, it also invited trouble. In this apocalyptic world, bringing two beauties along was tantamount to courting death. After all, he considered himself a gentleman. Without provocation, he had no reason to harm anyone. Nightfall descended swiftly, and the parking lot of Building 3 began to fill with people, their spirits notably low as they warily scanned their surroundings, particularly keeping an eye on Dong Fei's group. Meanwhile, it seemed that other nearby buildings were also convening that night, lending a bustling yet silent atmosphere to the underground garage, where only those with closer connections stood together, occasionally casting wary glances at others. That bastard Ning Gu actually vanished on me, and he collected a deposit for a loaf of bread. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut erupted into curses upon realizing Ning Gu was absent, having initially anticipated some fortune, but now feeling deceived. That little punk even took a deposit for a braised egg. I swear I'll hunt him down. Those who had paid deposits began to grumble, as Dong Fei lounged atop a car hood, munching on sunflower seeds, surrounded by subordinates brandishing kitchen knives and fruit knives, the most dangerous of which was undoubtedly the cleaver. Dong Fei's gaze remained fixed on the elevator. Was the missing Ning Gu a gunman, that delivery boy, or perhaps another lurking in the shadows? One of these two was certainly up to no good. Chapter 10. I never pretend. Suddenly, a slender man approached Dong Fei, dragging his wife along. And with an ingratiating smile, he said, "Brother Dong, this is my wife, and I wish to exchange for 2 bottles of water." At this remark, the surrounding men erupted in laughter. One of them pointed at the man's wife and jeered, with that haggard face, "You think you can sell 2 bottles of mineral water? 1 bottle is more than enough. My wife is pristine, untouched by anyone." The man's agitation was palpable as he extended his index finger, his parched lips trembling, pulling his wife closer to Dong Fei. The woman's hair was a tangled mess, unwashed for over 10 days, emitting an unpleasant odor. Dong Fei barked, "Get lost. If you want food and drink, go out and seize it." The frail man likely faced a grim fate if he ventured outside. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you follow me to scavenge for food?" His wife suddenly whispered. Her words ignited the man's fury as he grasped her hair, exclaiming, "What good are you to me if you can't even trade for a bottle of water? Are you even a man? You heartless wretch, I'll bite you to death." The woman sank her teeth into her husband's arm, causing him to kick out in pain, and then he turned to viciously strike her head. "You dare blame me for being heartless? What time is it? And you're still thinking of washing your face. I'll wash it for you." In an instant, her face became stained with blood. She had been struggling, but now lay still, lifeless from the brutal assault. The man gazed at his wife's pale visage, and suddenly it seemed as though he came to his senses, kneeling beside her corpse, crying, "Wife, my love, I didn't mean it. I was wrong." Yet, not a single person around him offered sympathy. They had witnessed too many deaths over the past few days. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Building 4, Ding Feng had gathered over 20 strong young men, mostly residents, all smoking as they awaited the opportune moment. A pair of pliers lay ready. With a mere command from Ding Feng, they could storm into Building 3 and overpower Dong Fei's group, seizing the supplies. However, such an act would disrupt the community's fragile order, prompting other buildings to take precautions, leaving no chance for escape. Never mind, I'll say a few words. Noticing that Ning Gu and Tang Ze were absent, Dong Fei leaped off the hood of the car and addressed the crowd. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator chimed, and its doors slowly opened. Out stepped Tang Ze, dressed casually. Dong Fei, who had never had the chance to scrutinize him before, now observed closely, realizing he was just an ordinary young man, someone who would likely refrain from taking a life. Suddenly, Dong Fei noticed Tang Ze was not alone. The next scene left everyone momentarily aghast, their cracked lips parting in disbelief, with some rubbing their eyes as if awakening from a dream. Two exquisitely beautiful women emerged, gracefully striding in high heels. Their radiant faces bore no signs of weakness. Instead, they glowed with a healthy blush, their pristine figures reminiscent of freshly washed, ripe peaches. As the men beheld the women's attire, they swallowed hard, adorned with cat-themed headbands and dressed in alluring outfits. Their captivating hourglass figures relentlessly bombarded the senses of all the men present, while their white stockings accentuated their long, elegant legs to perfection. In the midst of an ordinary day, two stunningly beautiful women suddenly appeared, casting an enchanting silence over the scene. The surrounding women instantly dimmed in comparison. They were rendered unworthy even to carry the lady's shoes. Yet, these ethereal beings were inexplicably following a mere delivery man. It was a profound contrast that left onlookers astounded. Observing the women beside him, and then contrasting them with Sun Ting, and Enbai revealed an insurmountable disparity. Just look at their silky hair and radiant skin, while those nearby appeared disheveled. Today, Sun Ting and Enbai were indeed captivating. Sun Ting donned a white ensemble, while Enbai wore a delicate pink. The impact was extraordinary. Sun Ting stood at an impressive height of 168 centimeters. Her long, elegant legs were a sight to behold, while Enbai, at 169 centimeters, showcased her own smooth, beautiful legs. Their graceful strides resembled a catwalk, and in a pre-apocalyptic world, they would have drawn a crowd. However, in this new reality, they too were surrounded, but not merely to be admired. Sun Ting walked with confidence, flaunting her remarkable physique and reveling in the foolishly greedy expressions of the men around her. In contrast, Enbai appeared more demure, her beautiful eyes reflecting nervousness and fear. Yet, this vulnerable demeanor only drove the men surrounding them into a frenzy. Isn't that the female streamer? They marveled, astonished that she was with a delivery man. That delivery guy must have a stash of goods at home. Who would have thought? Wait, isn't that the flight attendant? Damn, her wealthy boyfriend must be dead, they speculated. The crowd began to comprehend that the most beautiful women in their building had been let out by this ordinary man. Dong Fei observed as Tang Ze approached, unable to suppress a chuckle. If you had kept this a secret, no one would have known. But now you flaunt it. Have you considered the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? Show me, Tang Ze replied with a grin. Onlookers from nearby buildings gathered, whistling and shouting. Hey brother, how much for the women? Would 3 bottles of water suffice? 3 bottles? I'll give you a whole case of water for those too. Suddenly, a lecherous man approached Sun Ting, his filthy hand reaching out toward her delicate arm, a mocking grin on his disheveled face. Without hesitation, Tang Ze drew his broadsword from his waist, a smile on his face as he struck down. The vile hand fell to the ground, and the man's body soon followed, cleaved in two, his insides spilling onto the floor. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Tang Ze's brutal display of strength. To cleave a man in two with a single stroke demonstrated remarkable power. No wonder he dared to flaunt his company of 2 exquisite women. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the blood from the blade onto the ground, forming a line, and declared solemnly, "To touch my provisions is to sever my lifeline. The only outcome is death." The crowd exchanged glances, finally settling their gaze on Dong Fei. If this delivery man were eliminated, perhaps the 2 women would be available for a dalliance, an enticing prospect for those desperate and starving for such pleasures. Sun Ting exhaled softly, relieved to know that Tang Ze was not one to seek attention for its own sake. Had he truly enjoyed showing off, he would have taken her out long ago. The sight of the mangled flesh nearby was indeed repulsive. Chapter 11. Even in the apocalypse, reasoning prevails, and Bai was witnessing Tang Ze's formidable prowess for the first time, and she was profoundly astonished. The apprehension and fear that had previously clouded her mind gradually dissipated, replaced by a confident and obedient smile that slowly graced her exquisite features. Tang Ze sat at the front of the vehicle, while Sun Ting and Enbai reclined on the ground beside him, their alluring forms pressed against Tang Ze's shins, exuding an air of satisfaction and enjoyment. Undoubtedly, this was akin to plunging a knife into the hearts of their male counterparts. In this post-apocalyptic world, finding clean women was a rarity, yet here they were, so compliant their expressions seemingly genuine rather than feigned. Tang Ze gently caressed the heads of the two women, remarking, "It's merely a little interlude. Aren't we supposed to be convening?" Dong Fei squinted slightly, observing the knife in Tang Ze's hand, contemplating whether Tang Ze was concealing a firearm. With a smile, Dong Fei adjusted his glasses and said, "Then let's proceed with the meeting. We need to summarize the recent incidents of impersonation by gunmen. By the way, do you possess a firearm?" Tang Ze raised an eyebrow slightly, chuckling. "I am a model citizen. How could I possibly have such a thing?" Dong Fei exhaled softly, realizing that this delivery man indeed lacked a gun. Had he produced one, it could have instilled fear in everyone present. Tang Ze was fully aware of this, yet he preferred to indulge in a bit of playfulness. After all, he had worked all his life. Why not enjoy himself now? Additionally, there were matters concerning supplies. In a few days, the organization would venture out together. "Brother," he said, glancing at the knife skills on display, "care to join us?" "Not interested," Tang Ze replied nonchalantly, playing with Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei sensed a shift in the glances of those around him. This delivery man was challenging his authority. If he did not establish his dominance, these individuals might cease to fear him. "Speaking of which, you must have stockpiled quite a bit at home," Dong Fei remarked. At this, everyone turned their attention to Tang Ze. With beautiful women, food, and water, his life seemed more lavish than it had been before the apocalypse, inciting envy and jealousy. "Indeed, I have accumulated a fair amount. Otherwise, how could I support them?" Tang Ze playfully pinched the cheeks of the two women, who responded with pleasurable sighs. Nearby, a gaunt, overweight man interjected, "Hey, you should have mentioned this earlier. You have supplies, but don't share with the neighbors. How selfish." "I just said it now," Tang Ze retorted. "Go ahead and take it." The overweight man hesitated, glancing at the broadsword nestled against Nbai's chest and the dismembered corpse nearby, ultimately retreating. Tang Ze shrugged and smirked. "Since you're not going to take it, then I suppose I must kill you." With a swift motion, a sharp throwing knife was hurled, and the man stood frozen as another man behind him collapsed, a knife embedded in his forehead, none other than the individual who had previously attempted to barter 3 bottles of water for Nbai. This is a bit awkward. However, grant me another chance, and I assure you I won't miss," Tang Ze said, grinning as he brandished another throwing knife. The onlookers were struck with shock. To kill in jest was a feat even Dong Fei could not accomplish. The gaunt, overweight man dropped to his knees, urine pooling on the ground. "Brother, no. I was just joking." "I never joke," Tang Ze replied, and with a steady hand, his throwing knife found its mark in the man's forehead. In the midst of an eerie silence, Tang Ze lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke. "Is there anyone else daring enough to seize what is mine? Should you manage to take it, everything I possess, including my beloved feline, would be yours." However, no one dared to make a move. All eyes were fixed on Dong Fei, who understood that if he failed to act, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished by the end of the night. "This young man, you are indeed something," Dong Fei commended, giving a thumbs up to Tang Ze, who accepted the praise with delight. Yet, Dong Fei continued, "You might be unaware that the flight attendant beside you has already sold her allegiance to me." He directed his gaze toward Nbai, seated on the ground, and Bai's heart quivered at the realization that she had been directly bartered by Ninggu, merely promised to accompany him daily. Consumed by rage, she longed to rush out and stab the corpse once more. Tang Ze nodded. "Is that so? I was unaware. Let us summon her boyfriend." Dong Fei's lips twitched. Where could he possibly find him? He might have already been dispatched by you. Dong Fei then produced a slip of paper. "This is a bill of sale penned by her boyfriend. How do I know you didn't write it yourself?" Dong scoffed. "It bears her boyfriend's fingerprints," Dong Fei asserted, pointing to the crimson handprint that was evidently blood, not ink. Tang Ze shrugged. "But how can you prove that this print belongs to her boyfriend?" "I suggest we have it examined by an authority." Dong Fei, visibly enraged, trembled as he retorted, "I should even have to reason with you right now. Do not push me. Who concerns themselves with reason in this apocalypse?" "Ha ha ha." Tang Ze could not suppress a hearty laugh. Lurking by the shutter door, Ding Feng and others from Building 4 also erupted in laughter, sensing Dong Fei's impending downfall at such mockery. "You are toying with me," Dong Fei shouted. Removing his glasses in a fit of anger, Tang Ze lifted the chins of the two women. Chuckling, he remains oblivious to my jest. The two women stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. This single remark drove Dong Fei to the brink of madness. Kill him. I'll offer a case of mineral water. No. 2 cases, plus 10 packs of beef jerky. 10 self-heating pots. 20 packs of instant noodles. Such a bounty was indeed extravagant, under the allure of substantial reward. Even Dong Fei's subordinates brandished their knives, inching closer. Tang Ze rose, extracting the broadsword from Bai's chest, twisting his neck as he prepared for battle. With a swift strike, he cleaved Dong Fei's strategist in 2, executing a precise follow-up maneuver. A pain scream erupted from a nearby man as his innards spilled onto the ground. The sheer brutality of Tang Ze's actions instilled fear in the onlookers. Yet he wielded the broadsword and charged forth once more. Seize those 2 women, Dong Fei roared, reasoning that capturing them might give him leverage over the formidable deliverer. His suspicion grew. Could this delivery person possess Shaolin origins? Indeed, a few brave souls dared to rush toward the women. But Sun Ting and Enbai showed no intent to flee, standing their ground to be captured. Just as a hand reached for Enbai's delicate arm, a flying dagger struck, embedding itself into the forehead of the assailant. From a distance, Tang Ze coldly declared, "To meddle with my provisions is a graver offense than you can fathom." Initially, the 2 women were filled with trepidation, but upon witnessing the man collapse, their fears proved unfounded. They clasped their delicate fists and playfully chanted meow, meow, meow towards Tang Ze. Yet, as they drew closer, Tang Ze skillfully struck their foreheads with precision. He had honed his skills in throwing knives at home, and his aim was far from faltering. He thought it a perfect opportunity to practice his marksmanship. Before long, 4 men lay sprawled on the ground beside the 2 women, leaving no one daring to approach. Chapter 12. Say thank you. Beside Tang Ze, over a dozen corpses lay strewn about, blood flowing like a river, with a few droplets staining his clothing. The remaining 3 men, witnessing Tang Ze's ruthless demeanor, hastily retreated towards the elevator. Seeking escape? With a swift motion, Tang Ze hurled his broadsword, piercing through 3 of them in a single throw, leaving onlookers utterly astonished by his formidable prowess. Surely, he must be a hidden disciple of Shaolin, concealed within the ranks of Mate 1. Ding Feng, recognizing Tang Ze's overwhelming strength, promptly revised his strategy. This young man was far too powerful to confront head-on. Instead, he resolved to employ cunning tactics. The garage was permeated with the acrid stench of blood and decay, leaving only Tang Ze and Dong Fei among the men. In merely 5 minutes, Tang Ze had dispatched every man in Building 3, leaving only the unfortunate who had not arrived. Observing the devilish Tang Ze, Dong Fei trembled as he fumbled for a cigarette from his pocket, his hand quivering uncontrollably as he struggled to ignite it. Meanwhile, Tang Ze, with a cheerful smile, produced a lighter. Out of gas, huh? Here, I have one. Dong Fei, filled with dread, watched as Tang Ze leaned in, taking a few puffs to ignite the cigarette. He made no attempt to shield himself and offered no words of gratitude, which struck Tang Ze as quite impolite. Why does no one exhibit basic manners? When I light your cigarette, you ought to hold it up, he remarked, exasperated. Taken aback, Dong Fei stuttered, Thank you. However, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than Tang Ze's fist struck mercilessly at Dong Fei's heart, causing his entire chest to cave in. Dong Fei crashed violently against a Porsche 718, shattering its glass. Tang Ze despised rudeness above all. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced around, noticing the onlookers from the adjacent buildings. As their eyes met his, some instinctively averted their gaze. Sun Ting and Enbai, witnessing Tang Ze's immense power, felt relieved by their choice and obediently placed the chains in his palm. In a corner, 12 women huddled together, trembling in fear that Tang Ze might turn on them as well, given that most men from Building 3 had met their demise. Tang Ze halted his steps and addressed the women. Lift your heads. Those who dared defy him complied, raising their gazes. Sighing internally, Tang Ze noted the lack of beauty among them. They were all older women. Clean up this mess of intestines and livers. Each of you will receive a bottle of water. come to Dong Fei's house to collect it. Upon hearing this, the women found renewed motivation, even as some discovered the lifeless bodies of their husbands among the chaos, displaying no emotion as they began to tidy up, though a few wept quietly. Ding Feng, noticing Tang Zai's departure, turned pale. Boss, what shall we do? Dong Fei and his men have all been slaughtered. It matters not that they were slain. What is crucial are the supplies. Fewer men mean less resource consumption. Ding Feng replied with a wicked grin, feeling that Tang Zai had inadvertently done him a favor. Once he eliminated Tang Zai, he could seize Dong Fei's resources for himself. Meanwhile, Tang Zai arrived at Dong Fei's residence, where a plethora of supplies awaited him. Though he was hardly concerned, he merely intended to inspect the spoils he had seized and see what lay within the bedroom. The two women exchanged murmurs and opened the bedroom doors. As Sun Ting entered one of the rooms, a foul stench assaulted her senses. She flicked on the light, her eyes widening in shock as they fell upon the corpse on the bed. Was this not her dear friend? Upon closer inspection, she noticed the telltale signs of death, purplish discolorations and wide-open eyes. How could these people even desecrate a body? Clenching her fists, she recalled the earlier scene of Tang Zai ruthlessly dispatching their attackers, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. At that moment, Ambai entered to take a look, her brows furrowing in concern as she whispered, if Ninggu sold her, her fate is likely to mirror this one. I too will search another bedroom. All right, Sun Ting replied. What is the matter? Tang Zai inquired, entering the room and frowning at the sight before him. It's just a friend of mine. Oh, dispose of it. It reeks, he said, pinching his nose. These individuals were truly depraved, still playing their twisted games even days after death. Sun Ting nodded, opened the window, and unceremoniously tossed the body out. Master, there is an abundance of cigarettes and alcohol here, Ambai called from the master bedroom. Tanze approached to inspect, exclaiming, wow. Dong Fei really stocked up on quite a lot, yet remains so miserly. He retrieved a bottle of red wine and stepped back into the hallway, spotting Sun Ting emerging. Go fetch some mineral water. We'll distribute it to them. We must honor our word. Understood, she replied. Having said that, Tang Zai reclined in a rocking chair, taking a sip from the wine. Is there anything I can do? And Bai inquired, crouching beside him with a hint of eagerness, hoping to prove her worth. The sight of Sun Ting as friend, as corpse, had ignited a fear of abandonment within her, lest she meet a similar fate. Tang Zai chuckled, patting his thigh, and Bai, momentarily taken aback, shyly straddled him. Here is the wine for you, he offered, handing her the bottle. She accepted it, tilting it to her lips. Her alabaster neck arched, as crimson liquid trickled from the corners of her mouth, a truly tantalizing sight. Just then, the other women appeared at the doorway. They paused momentarily upon seeing Tang Zai and Bai in the rocking chair, though their surprise was muted. They had grown numb from all they had witnessed in recent days. Yet, as women, they felt a twinge of jealousy at their beauty and pristine bodies, even catching a whiff of their fragrant body wash. How could they still bathe? Looking at themselves, their hands stained with blood, they felt more wretched than if they had been rummaging through trash. This is your reward. Take it, Sun Ting announced, having organized the distribution of one bottle of water to each. As each woman received her meager compensation, their eyes were drawn to the bountiful food and the stacks of mineral water piled in the corner, igniting thoughts of greed within them. One woman beckoned the others over to discuss in hushed tones. Those supplies were all seized by Dong Fei. Is this paltry amount truly all we're getting? A woman in her 40s readily chimed in, indeed. After the exhausting task of moving the body, how can one bottle of water suffice? It's an insult. Exactly. Those three men couldn't possibly consume it all, and with the men gone, there is enough for us to feast. The more they spoke, the more fervent they became, as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. After a while, 12 women selected a representative and approached the entrance once more. Hello, we should have met before. One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting scrutinized the woman before her, but after a long gaze, she still could not discern her identity. Who are you? Chapter 13. You take from me, I take from you. This is fair. I am Zhou Min from the Property Management Department of the community. Sun Ting recalled that there was indeed some resemblance, but she dismissed it. What is the matter? Zhou Min explained, we are all women, and the recent task of moving the bodies has exhausted us. Previously, Dong Fei had us laboring without any sustenance. Could you possibly spare some food? After speaking, Zhou Min anxiously awaited Sun Ting's response. However, Sun Ting was unable to make that decision and turned to Tang Zhe. 1 piece of bread per person, said Tang Zhe, who was in high spirits and feeling generous. Sun Ting nodded and opened a nearby box of 3 squirrels' bread, the kind with a salted egg yolk filling. 1 piece each. That's enough, let us go. Sun Ting's patience was waning. She did not want to delay charming Tang Zhe and noticed how diligently Inbai was working. Yet, Zhou Min abruptly pressed the closing door, unabashedly stating, "Could we take both boxes?" Sun Ting's expression darkened instantly. Tang Zhe interjected, "Xiao Bai, you should take a break." Inbai, startled, gently leaned against Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked toward the door and asked, "What did you just say?" Confronted by Tang Zhe, Zhou Min felt a twinge of fear. But remembering that he seemed to spare women, she felt emboldened. "Your name is Tang Zhe, right? You've delivered takeout to my home before." Zhou Min hastily tried to establish a connection, unknowingly flattering him excessively. "Oh, you're from the property management," Tang Zhe replied with a friendly smile. Encouraged by his apparent sincerity, Zhou Min became bolder. "Given the abundance of supplies here, could you spare us a couple of boxes? Surely you can't consume all this yourself." Her reasoning seemed sound. Tang Zhe nodded, which delighted Zhou Min immensely. "We will only take a little. It won't be too much." Tang Zhe remained silent, and Zhou Min assumed his silence was acquiescence. She pushed Sun Ting aside, causing her to stumble and fall, which brought tears to her eyes. "Terning to Tang Zhe." She saw him merely smiling. "Oldly, there's still spicy strips here. Let us move them." To her astonishment, there were even potato fries, and she called out for assistance with duck necks and chicken wings. There was simply too much. "Let's take this box too." A throng of women began an endless task of moving supplies. Tang Zhe patted Inbai, who bit her red lip, gazing at him with eyes brimming with hope. Tang Zhe stepped forward and chuckled, "Still moving? Well, you can't possibly eat all this," Zhou Min replied, while rallying her companions to transport the items. Her greedy demeanor repulsing Sun Ting. Both she and Inbai had sacrificed to earn their food and drink, while these women merely reaped rewards without effort. How infuriating. Half of the supplies were piled at the entrance. Zhou Min clapped her hands and smiled. "Don't worry, young man. We'll remember your kindness. Once we're safe, we will surely help you conceal the matter of the killings." "Then I should thank you." Tang Zhe laughed heartily. "No need for thanks. Living in the same community is fate, after all. If there's nothing more, we shall take our leave." Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head, expressing his frustration. "You've taken so much from me, and you simply walk away? That hardly seems fair, Annie. How can you speak like that, child? It's not stealing. It's borrowing," Zhou Min retorted with a stern demeanor befitting an elder. "Let me clarify. I never consented to your taking. My cats can attest to that." Sun Ting nodded vigorously, while Inbai sat on the ground, echoing her agreement. "You are utterly unreasonable. Let us go." "Ignore them." Zhou Min raised her hand, unwilling to engage further with Tang Zhe, seemingly having forgotten the earlier fierce exchange. Tang Zhe sighed, quietly drawing a pistol, and remarked with a smile, "All right, now it's my turn to take from you." A gunshot rang out. Zhou Min's skull was pierced, and she collapsed forward, blood oozing slowly from the wound, her pupils dilating in shock. Outside, the women awaited the elevator, smiles on their faces, when suddenly the gunfire erupted, and they witnessed Zhou Min fall, her injury gruesome. Then, they saw Tang Zhe emerge, a sinister smile on his face, brandishing the dark pistol, plunging the scene into silence. "You take from me, I take from you. It's all about fairness." Finally, one woman reacted, her first instinct not to flee, but to scream. "Ah!" The sound of repeated gunfire echoed through Building 3, sending shockwaves of panic throughout the community, leaving everyone bewildered about the unfolding chaos. "In Building 4, boss, there's gunfire in Building 3. I'm not deaf. I heard it," Ding Feng said, clutching his girlfriend tightly. She replied with a laugh, "I wonder if that delivery guy was shot." Ding Feng speculated, "It's quite possible. That gunman has likely been waiting for the perfect moment. With any luck, he has taken out Dong Fei's crew, and now he is making his move." His conjecture found agreement among many. The likelihood seemed high. Brother Feng, should we go take a look? His girlfriend suggested. Let's wait for a couple of days. Ding Feng remained composed. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor of Building 1, in apartment 2801, a 25-year-old woman stood by the window, her bright eyes wide with alarm. She possessed an indescribable beauty, her features seemingly sculpted by nature itself, embodying both the subtlety of Eastern women and the dimensionality of Western beauty. Wisdom and gentleness radiated from her expressive eyes. Despite the passage of several days, her white dress remained pristine. As the breeze stirred, the hem of her dress fluttered gently, exuding an air of melancholy. Unfortunately, her enchanting figure was cloaked in the white fabric. Though the alluring curves of her waist and the graceful lift of her hips were still discernible. In the kitchen, a woman around 50, with a few more wrinkles and a slight weight gain, was discernibly past her prime. Yet one could still see the remnants of beauty that mirrored her sister S in their youth. Time had merely dulled her radiance. The elder sister is named Yi Yuling, while the younger sister is called Yi Qingyi. They are biological siblings, though their parents, desiring a son in their later years, were met with the arrival of yet another daughter, resulting in a significant age difference between the sisters. Chapter 14. This must be the great disciple of Shaolin in the face of the impending apocalypse. Yi Qingyi had never ventured outside, particularly during the tumultuous times of the riots. She remained hidden within her bedroom, and even now, the entirety of the neighborhood remained oblivious to her existence. She had merely come to her sister and brother-in-law's home for a meal, planning to board a flight back to Yinhai City. However, the world had descended into chaos. Witnessing the corpses of women strewn about below confirmed her fears that revealing her presence would lead to dire consequences. Yi Yuling, aware of the situation, quickly pulled her sister away from the window, admonishing her, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bullets do not discriminate. Sister, when will this end?" Yi Qingyi felt herself on the brink of despair. At times, she contemplated jumping down to escape it all, yet she could not bring herself to do so. Yi Yuling sighed. "Our Building 1 remains relatively safe, thanks to your brother-in-law's control, but look at the other buildings. They've already descended into chaos." Suddenly, the sound of a code being entered at the door interrupted the conversation. Yi Yuling promptly shielded her sister behind her, eyes alert. When she saw her husband return, she exhaled in relief. "Honey, how did it go? Why are there gunshots coming from Building 3 again?" Yi Yuling inquired curiously while helping him remove his coat. Yi Qingyi quickly poured a small glass of water. "Brother-in-law, here, drink some water." Xie Yuhong acknowledged her with a nod as he accepted the cup, but did not gulp it down. Instead, he sipped cautiously before placing it on the coffee table. The next statement caused the sisters' faces to pale. "The men in Building 3 are likely all dead." What? The sisters exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the sudden news they had not heard before. Xie Yuhong patted his pocket, searching for a cigarette, only to find it empty and resigned himself to the reality. They were all killed by a delivery boy. A delivery boy? The sisters struggled to believe it, having previously heard tales of hidden dangers among delivery personnel. What once seemed like a mere quip now felt eerily plausible. "I have a video. Do you want to see it? It's a bit graphic," Xie Yuhong said as he retrieved his phone. The sight of the bodies sprawled across the grass was overwhelming. There was little left that could shock them. The sisters settled on the sofa, watching the screen. Upon seeing Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling furrowed her brow slightly. "This delivery boy looks somewhat familiar. I believe he has delivered to our home before." "Yes, he has," Xie Yuhong confirmed with a nod. Yi Qingyi's attention was immediately drawn to Sun Ting and Enbai. Their attire left her blushing with embarrassment. How could they venture out dressed like that? Yet, they appeared impeccably clean, and their hair looked so lustrous. Despite her daily use of conditioner, she felt far from presentable. Even amidst the apocalypse, the allure of these beautiful women was starkly evident, prompting Yi Qingyi to realize she was not inferior to them. "Brother-in-law, how is it that they are with this delivery boy? Were they coerced?" Yi Qingyi questioned, puzzled by the presence of such captivating women in this predicament. Xie Yuhong retorted, "Look at their expressions. Do you truly think they're being threatened?" Indeed, Yi Qingyi noticed the obedient demeanor of the women, even mimicking cat-like sounds, with not a hint of disdain in their eyes. Rather, they seemed to take pride in their situation. These two women must have been brainwashed, reduced to mere pets delivering food, thought Xie Yuhong. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her confusion. How could they be so clean unless they had bathed? But the water supply has been cut off. The couple exchanged glances, bewildered and unable to comprehend. Upon witnessing Tang Zai's formidable prowess, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in astonishment, while Yi Yuling was left speechless. This was truly overwhelming. A 3-minute video would likely take days to process. Surely, the national martial arts champion must be him, Yi Yuling remarked in a daze. Regardless, it appeared that he was the only man left in Building 3. The gunfire that had just erupted could only mean that either this delivery person had been killed or that the women in Building 3 were in peril. There were no other possibilities. One must admit that Xie Yuhong's intellect remained sharp, having at least deduced half of the truth. After a moment, Yi Yuling softly inquired, "How did today's meeting go?" Xie Yuhong did not respond directly, but turned to Yi Qingyi, saying, "Qingyi, please fetch a piece of bread from the bedroom." "Oh, all right." Yi Qingyi rose and made her way to the bedroom, promptly shutting the door. However, she immediately pressed her ear against the door, aware that her brother-in-law was trying to send her away. Xie Yuhong spoke in a low voice. "Although our building is temporarily safe, chaos is inevitable. I have noticed a few individuals beginning to barter food for women, likely influenced by the actions of others in different buildings. They have commenced this without my knowledge. That must be stopped. How can we put an end to it? Several have been pressuring me, but thankfully, Gongzi has always supported me. If it weren't for my efforts to lead them in search of food, they would have long disregarded me." Yi Yuling was frantic. "What should we do?" "You need to prepare Qingyi psychologically. After all, her beauty will inevitably draw attention, sooner or later." Xie Yuhong's voice trailed off, for there were far too many living examples sprawled on the lawn outside. Meanwhile, Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, praying for the swift passage of this calamity. The eavesdropping Yi Qingyi slowly sank to the floor, her face paling, her mind filled with images of those women who had jumped, helplessly stifling a sob. "Is everything all right with our daughter?" Xie Yuhong asked solemnly. Yi Yuling nodded. Today was uneventful. The school cafeteria still has sufficient food and drink. University students generally possess a higher caliber, unlike the majority residing here, who are tenants struggling at the bottom of society, carrying a sense of injustice that leads to the rapid erosion of their humanity. After speaking, Xie Yuhong sighed repeatedly, lamenting the state of the world and wondering why they could not unite to resist the disaster. Yet, deep down, she understood that once the food runs out, no matter how refined one may be, they would inevitably revert to their primal instincts. At that moment, the sound of Tang Zai retching echoed through the stairwell of Building 3. Leaning against the railing, he gasped for breath, unable to ignore the gravity of having taken so many lives for the first time. In recent days, Tang Zai had been consumed by thoughts of the law of survival. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, he was engaging in self-hypnosis, using this law to mask his own humanity, convincing himself that his actions were justified. However, when this self-induced trance ceased, the recollection of the harrowing scene instantly induced a wave of nausea. Yet, Tang Zai quickly regained his composure, recalling the tenets of the apocalypse. One must not perceive oneself as at fault. In a world undone, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Self-preservation takes precedence. With this thought, Tang Zai's gaze immediately solidified with resolve. Adhering to the principles of the apocalypse, he felt an unburdened conscience. Upon descending the stairs, he beheld Bai and Sun Ting dragging a corpse downward, the staircase reeking of blood, crimson liquid incessantly cascading down the steps, evoking a visceral shock. Chapter 15. Trading supplies for beauties. Be careful. Don't slip, Tang Zai cautioned. The two women looked up and smiled, their delicate hands stained with vivid crimson blood, even their fair skin touched by a hint of red, creating an unexpected allure. Observing the abundance of food and water around him, Tang Zai pondered how to maximize the benefits from these supplies. Bartering goods? Such an exchange seemed futile. What else could be traded? People? The neighborhood offered no exquisite beauties worthy of such a transaction. As he gazed out at the relentless rain, Tang Zai felt a sense of helplessness. He longed to venture outside in search of provisions, But the unyielding downpour posed a challenge, and the ominous weather hinted at impending winds. The two women had dragged the corpses until dawn before returning, utterly exhausted. After a hot shower, Tang Ze was determined to treat them well, preparing a hearty meal. Naturally, the feast was far more sumptuous than before. After a long night of toil, they deserved nourishment to restore their strength. Soon, a table laden with barbecue delights was laid out. If the residents of the other buildings were to witness this, they would likely be driven to madness. Yet for Tang Ze, this was merely an ordinary day. Opening WeChat, he noted that the group for their building had fallen silent, apart from himself and the two women. It seemed everyone else had perished. The larger neighborhood group was abuzz with tales of their killings, particularly from Building 1, where individuals perched upon their moral high ground criticized others, advocating for their own execution. However, many functionalities of WeChat had been disabled. Downloading videos and photos, sending videos, sharing content, joining groups, and even video calls were no longer possible. Nearby individuals remained undiscoverable. Some residents had initiated groups in the neighboring community, facing similar circumstances. Tang Ze looked up and chuckled. "Aren't you two in need of rest? You've worked tirelessly throughout the night." He contemplated granting them a break. Sun Ting's charming demeanor had undeniably grown more captivating, while Bai appeared somewhat bashful beside her. Suddenly, Sun Ting stood and perched herself on Tang Ze's lap. He inwardly sighed, his thoughts interrupted by her boldness. "First, help me devise a plan, then I'll reward you," he said, wrapping his arm around Sun Ting's slender waist, which felt both soft and delicate. "What kind of plan?" Bai inquired with curiosity. "What do you think would be the best trade for the supplies in this room?" Tang Ze asked. Without hesitation, Sun Ting replied, "Of course, we should trade for beauties." Bai paused, contemplating the implications. If they traded for beauties, what would happen to their own positions with Tang Ze? However, Sun Ting was well aware of Tang Ze's capabilities. Acquiring more provisions would ensure their safety. After all, Tang Ze's intentions aligned with this line of thinking. "I've observed for quite some time, aside from the two of you, there are no other worthy candidates in this neighborhood." Deng Shi assured it. He had standards, not just anyone could qualify as his provisions. "How will we know unless we try?" Sun Ting exclaimed, rising to seize her phone. "What are you planning to do?" Tang Ze asked with intrigue. "I'm going to announce it in the neighborhood group, stating how much supplies we would exchange." Sun Ting thought to herself, chiding herself for acting independently without consulting Tang Ze. Yet, he didn't take offense. He had considered this idea as well. "Half," he replied nonchalantly. Sun Ting raised her eyebrows slightly, questioning whether half was too much. Bai softly replied, "If using half the supplies can yield a beautiful woman, I believe is quite worthwhile." I found Bai's words quite delightful. Tang Ze patted Bai's head in approval. Sun Ting shrugged her fragrant shoulders, teasing, "Oh, you little Bai, after I've taught you so many skills, you now wish to vie for my affection." Without hesitation, Sun Ting sent a voice message in the community group. "Hello, esteemed residents. I am Sun Ting from Building 3. Are you troubled by hunger or parched with thirst? I can assist you in resolving these issues. I am exchanging supplies from Boss Dong for authentic, beautiful kittens. Interested parties, please message me privately, meow." After finishing, she snapped a photo of the supplies and sent it to the group. As soon as she posted, her phone was flooded with friend requests. The three of them eagerly looked on, but soon realized that these were merely artistic words and deceptive images. Both Sun Ting and Bai were well aware of such tricks, and their enthusiasm waned. This plan seemed futile. There was even a 50-year-old woman claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji, asserting that a sip of water could rejuvenate her youth. Tang Ze laughed until his stomach hurt. "Never mind. It seems we won't be able to conjure a beauty. Let's focus on gaining some experience and search slowly. Time is our most abundant resource," he concluded. In room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Qingyi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She opened WeChat, realizing several of her close friends were unreachable and likely in peril. Only her friends residing in the upscale neighborhood seemed somewhat safe, but as her brother-in-law had mentioned earlier, safety was merely temporary. Upon entering the community owner group, Yi Qingyi noticed numerous women chatting. Scrolling through the messages, she quickly spotted Sun Ting's advertisement. "Hello, esteemed residents. Are you troubled by hunger or parched with thirst? I can assist you in resolving these issues. The supplies I have are available in exchange for authentic, beautiful kittens. Interested parties, please message me privately, meow. Gazing at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy, especially upon seeing the photo of the stacked boxes of water and various foods, which made her own stomach grumble. However, the provisions at home could last for another month. Yi Vingyi, naturally, would not willingly throw herself into danger like a big cat, nor learn to meow, unless she were to lose her senses. At that moment, a voice call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yi Qingyi unveiled a long-forgotten smile. Zihui, why are you still awake at this hour? A gentle voice escaped her red lips. In response, a magnetic male voice resonated from her phone. I can't sleep. I miss you. I miss you too. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Though they were not yet married, they were already engaged with plans to wed by the end of the year. But alas, they were beset by unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 16. What dreams are there? How are you doing today? Jiang Zihui inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. No need to worry. How about you? Rest assured. I reside in a villa area where the population is sparse and resources are plentiful, as the property management has stockpiled quite a bit, Yi Qingyi replied, feeling a sense of relief as she slightly shifted her posture. What about Nana? That little girl is still indulging in yoga. What do you think? Jiang Zihui teased, hoping to lighten Yi Qingyi's mood. That's wonderful. Jiang Zihui paused, then sighed. Qing, you must find a way to come here. I'm not at ease with you there. Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Huan City is 400 kilometers from Yanhai City. In the past, it would have been a quick trip, but now, every step is fraught with difficulty. I will find a way. Do not worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss, Yi Qingyi reassured him. My classmates told me there have been numerous riots in many neighborhoods, and the violence is rampant, with some perverse individuals even desecrating women's corpses. Yi Qingyi gasped. Terror etched across her stunning face. Jiang Zihui quickly recognized his misstep and hastily changed the subject, indulging in dreams of which countries to honeymoon in, envisioning a bright future. As her phone battery dwindled, Yi Qingyi set it down to charge, gazing out at the rain, feeling the wind intensify as night fell. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she drifted into slumber. Yet, she was plagued by a horrifying nightmare, envisioning herself as a lifeless body, surrounded by countless men who gazed upon her as if she were a perfectly cooked steak, their eyes filled with insatiable greed. They ravaged her corpse while feasting, until it was reduced to mere bones. Yi Qingyi awoke with a start, sitting up abruptly, cold sweat dampening her dark hair, her complexion pale and weak. Turning to look out the window, she saw it was morning, a wave of helplessness surging from within her. Would she ever be able to leave this neighborhood? Tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. In stark contrast, Tang Zhe was brimming with energy as he stretched and gazed out the window, welcoming another vibrant day. After a night of grinding experience points, he had reached a 10 completion status, with another 90 needed to acquire the Apocalypse gift package 2.0. Observing the progress bar, Tang Zhe pressed his forehead in frustration. Even with double experience, the pace felt agonizingly slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the entrance. A string intricately woven above the door connected to the triggers. Should the door be opened or forcibly breached, the rifles would unleash a torrent of bullets, decimating anyone at the threshold. Once his weapons were secured, Tang Zhe prepared a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, the enticing aroma stirring the interest of the 2 women. He had thoughtfully prepared nutritious meals for them, recognizing they were the source of his strength. At noon, a bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony, a blank sheet of paper resting on her black-clad thighs, a 2B pencil gripped delicately in her hand. As she gazed down at the scene below, she sketched energetically on the paper. Curious, Tang Zhe emerged from the bedroom and approached Sun Ting from behind. That's quite a good drawing. On the white sheet, a sketch depicted a pile of corpses below, exuding an uncanny aura. You're awake. I'm sorry, she stammered. Sun Ting hurriedly rose, but was pressed back down by Tang Zhe. It's all right, continue your drawing, he urged. Sun Ting smiled bashfully. Have you ever studied painting? Tang Zhe inquired with curiosity. I am an art student. I dreamed of becoming a painter since childhood, touring the country with exhibitions. Alas, dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. My monthly creations yield far less than what I earn dancing in my live stream. She lamented with a bitter smile. The price to pay seems no different from a present. It merely equates to offering companionship. And I approached with freshly cut fruit, exclaiming with exasperation, "Sister, your artistic skills are truly commendable. You simply have yet to encounter the right opportunity." Tang Zhe, popping a peeled orange segment into his mouth, remarked, "Did you know I have a dream as well?" Both Sun Ting and Bai looked at him with intrigue. As a child, I often gazed at the blue sky and aspired to become a great pilot, defending our nation's skies. Yet, I struggled with my studies, achieving nothing but failing grades. A burst of laughter escaped the two women. Glancing at Bai beside him, Tang Zhe playfully raised his hand to pat her on her peach-like rear. "Daring to laugh at me, are you? I ought to discipline you." "I couldn't help it," and Bai replied, her expression one of feigned innocence, the imprint of his fingers gradually appearing on her fair skin. "And you, little Bai, why did you choose to be a flight attendant?" Tang Zhe queried, and Bai gazed out at the sky, murmuring, "I love to travel, and being a flight attendant allows for complimentary journeys." In other words, free rides, Tang Zhe teased, pulling her slender waist close as he embraced her on the sofa. With a pout, Bai retorted, "That's not fair. I work too, you know. Don't misjudge me." Sun Ting set her sketchbook aside and catwalked over, teasing little Bai. "You not only seek free travels but also aspire to marry into wealth." "He is my elementary school classmate," Bai replied, having long since moved on, showing no signs of lingering feelings for her deceased ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up a newspaper and held it to Bai's mouth. "Please, unfold your tale." "Oh, there's no grand story. I just happened to meet him in first class once, and we struck up a conversation. Initially, he deceived me into believing he was single, but when I broached the subject of marriage, he informed me he was married and asked me to wait as he was on the verge of a divorce. And that was that." Tang Zhe's face contorted with indignation. "What a scoundrel. Absolutely despicable." Sun Ting echoed in agreement, and Bai, grinning foolishly, added, "Indeed, utterly despicable." Suddenly, Tang Zhe posed a question. "So tell me, do you think he is the scoundrel, or am I?" The two women exchanged a puzzled glance. "Be honest, or you'll go hungry for 3 days," Tang Zhe stated sternly, his demeanor far from jesting. Understanding the unspoken exchange in their eyes, Tang Zhe quickly grasped. "So you think I'm a scoundrel, huh? Very well. Let me show you what that looks like." In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ding Feng surveyed the dwindling supplies and the intensifying storm outside, deciding to launch an assault on Building 3 that night. "Brother Feng, the men are prepared," came the report from his comrades. Chapter 17. The assault on Building 1. Ding Feng opened the dwindling supply of beer, pouring a modest amount for each of the dozen men present, who simultaneously handed him cigarettes, as if participating in a final farewell ritual. "Brothers," he declared, "once we secure Dongfei supplies, we shall feast to our heart's content, drink to our fill, and even have the opportunity to trade for the women from the nearby buildings." His gaze swept across the group. These prospects were their motivation, for without the promise of such rewards, who would exert themselves? "Follow me, and we shall indulge in endless delicacies and pleasures." "Cheers!" they echoed, clinking their glasses. As the liquor coursed down his throat, he was transported back to the nostalgic days of roadside barbecues. Why did it feel like those days were long past? It was merely a month ago, yet it felt like an eternity had elapsed since the semblance of normalcy faded from memory. "Brother Feng, a friend of mine in Building 1 messaged me today, saying things are getting chaotic there," one of the men interjected. Ding Feng let out a cold chuckle, exhaling a plume of smoke. That Xie Yuhong truly believes he can maintain control. Without sufficient provisions, disorder is merely a matter of time. Besides, that misguided do-gooder will inevitably regret his choices. Indeed, another chimed in, "The food they seize from outside is being shared with those old men. It's utterly wasteful." "Brother Feng, when will we seize Building 3? "We have already taken it today," another asked. Ding Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his legs, and gazed out at the torrential rain. Feng Jin and Sun Qingqing have a considerable number of loyal followers. They are quite united. An attempt to take it would cost us dearly. If we were to strike, It must be building 1 while they are disoriented. We shall eliminate the men and leave only the women. The group nodded in agreement. This plan seemed promising. Just then, Ding Feng's phone buzzed, and upon reading the message, his brow furrowed deeply, taking a long drag from his cigarette. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and son Qingqing intend to raid Building 1 tonight. Ding Feng replied, exasperated, as his previously conceived plans crumbled. The younger members exchanged glances, and one timidly asked, "Shall we still proceed with the raid on Building 3 tonight?" Ding Feng's gaze hardened, causing the young man to shrink back. They had summoned him. Should he choose not to attend, and they successfully looted Building 3, the two would undoubtedly ally against him, dividing the spoils, and ultimately, they would face off to determine who would reign as the dominant force in the area. He could not allow himself to be caught in their crossfire. With this realization, Ding Feng promptly declared, "We shall not raid Building 3 tonight. We will all join forces to take Building 1. We move in half an hour." With the leader's decision made, the group nodded in agreement, some visibly relieved, for Building 3 was armed, although they knew the ammunition was scarce. Confronting it meant risking their lives, and medical supplies were critically low. In room 2801 of Building 1, Yi Yuling suddenly emerged from the kitchen, grasping her husband Xie Yuhong, who was about to leave. Yi Qing, emerging from the bedroom, looked on with confusion. Xie Yuhong forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "I'm just heading to Zhang Zi's place to discuss a few matters." Yi Yuling swiftly lifted her husband's shirt, revealing a bottle of mineral water tucked under his arm. "Are you bringing water to your meeting?" Yi Yuling spoke in a low tone, her lips cracked. At the doorway stood Yi Qingyi, mirroring her sister's expression. The family had become exceedingly frugal with their water intake, often quenching their thirst with but a mere sip each day. In response to his wife's accusations, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, in the past, negotiations involved gifts of money, cigarettes, or tea. Now, offering water seems entirely reasonable. However, this is the last bottle we have. What shall we drink thereafter? Xie Yuhong remained silent, though his countenance darkened. "Isn't Gongzi your childhood friend? Your bond is so strong that you need to barter water with him? Speak up." Yi Yuling's emotions appeared to fray, as she shook her husband with fervor. At that moment, Xie Yuhong seemed ignited, pushing his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi gasped and hurried over, looking up in confusion. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Sister merely asked you a question." Xie Yuhong suddenly let out a laugh, which quickly morphed into tears. "For the sake of this family, I toiled endlessly at work. I have to provide for you, for our daughter, and manage the burdens of mortgage and car loans, each a mountain weighing upon my shoulders. When this calamity struck, I briefly felt a sense of relief, yet soon realized that I still cannot relax. I must protect you all. I still have to fight tooth and nail outside. But what have I gained? Previously, it was this month's salary. Now, it is merely water. Do you comprehend the enormity of my stress? They have gone mad." Xie Yuhong nearly roared, the weight of his words threatening to shatter his final nerve. The sisters were taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, Yi Yuling burst into tears, leaving Yi Qingyi to offer her solace. Xie Yuhong said nothing further, taking the water and exiting the house. Before closing the door, he cautioned, "If it isn't me, do not open the door for anyone." With that, he shut the door behind him. Soon, Xie Yuhong arrived at the first floor and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps echoed within, and a muscular man opened the door, smiling upon seeing Xie Yuhong. "Yuga, have you come to a realization?" Xie Yuhong entered the room and placed the prepared bottled water on the dining table. "Gongzi, as long as you stand by me, our building will remain unscathed. Once the storm passes, I will take you all out to find food." Mao Gang held his forehead, pacing back and forth, before suddenly slamming his hands on the table and admonishing, "Yuga, I know you're a good person who wishes for everyone's safety, but that is impossible. You have done well enough. Those people have become animals, and we must remain intact. Then we must persevere, search for sustenance, and await rescue. Gongzi, we cannot allow ourselves to descend into savagery like they have," Xie Yuhong fervently urged, gripping Mao Gang's shoulders. Mao Gang chuckled. "Yuga, in these times, one cannot be a good person. You have done admirably. I shall take on the role of the villain." Unmoved by Mao Gang's words, Xie Yuhong shouted, "Gongzi, wake up. We must not falter, For if we do, they will surely take advantage. Yuga, you know this too. So why do you oppose me? Why do you not support me? Do you still consider me a brother? How can I not consider you a brother? You lack the means to purchase a home. And yet it was I who lent you money. This was merely because you wished for me to reside beneath you. Yes, you did lend me the funds, but the burden of a 3,000 mortgage is suffocating. Initially, I intended to acquire a more affordable property, and it was you who persuaded me to come here. I have always heeded your words, my brother. It is because I wish to look after you. Huh, you seem to care for those elderly men and women instead. At this juncture, Mao, filled with indignation, exclaimed fervently, "What purpose do those elderly individuals serve? They are merely squandering our resources. Our share diminishes, and yet they preach at us. What use are these people? Just look at building 2. We should rid ourselves of the old. They won't live much longer anyway." Upon hearing such sentiments from his childhood friend, Xie Yuhong could hardly believe it. Gongzi, do not allow yourself to be brainwashed by them. Chapter 18. Brotherhood Brother Yu. I have always heeded your counsel in this life, and now I have but one request. Grant me this one favor. Mao Gang fixed his gaze intently upon Xie Yuhong, who returned his stare with equal fervor. Suddenly, Xie Yuhong noticed blood trickling from behind Mao Gang's ear, furrowing his brow. "Where are your wife and children?" "In the bedroom." Without hesitation, Xie Yuhong strode toward the bedroom, opening the door to find Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. The sight deepened Xie Yuhong's frown, and he closed the door, turning his attention back to Mao Gang in the living room. Without warning, he opened another door. Upon witnessing the scene within, Xie Yuhong gasped in horror. An elderly man of 70 lay sprawled on the floor, a kitchen knife embedded in the back of his head. It was none other than Mao Gang's father. Xie Yuhong turned to Mao Gang, who spoke in a low voice. "The old man can't hold on any longer. He asked me to end his suffering. Are you still human? That is your father." Xie Yuhong exclaimed, grabbing Mao Gang by the collar, tears welling in his eyes. Mao Gang shrugged off Xie Yuhong's grip. "Brother Yu, if I can kill my own father, no one can stand in my way." "You madman." Xie Yuhong forcefully pushed Mao Gang away and seized a bottle of mineral water from the table before exiting. Just as he opened the door, a 60-year-old woman stepped out from across the hall. She paused upon seeing the water in Xie Yuhong's hand and chuckled. "General Xie, you are too kind, bringing more water again." "This is not for you," Xie Yuhong replied tersely. The woman grasped his arm, demanding, "What do you mean by that? Did you not say resources should be shared? Therefore, that bottle of water belongs to me too." "It does not." Fine, fine. I have a few more bottles anyway." "A few more?" Xie Yuhong regarded her in astonishment, and the woman realized she had slipped, as she often exaggerated her plight to receive more. "What do you mean a few more? You should hurry and find some food instead of just snacks. Seek out some vegetables. A balanced diet is essential. Lately, I've been feeling overheated, and my teeth have begun to ache. Oh dear, here it comes again. I must return now. Gather everyone and go find something to eat." With that, she retreated into her home. Xie Yuhong clenched his fists, her words bombarding his mind. Yet, it was not the words that frightened him, but the thought of his wife being sullied or bullied, along with his young sister-in-law. "It's me," Xie Yuhong called out at the door. Yi Yuling glanced through the peephole and unlatched the lock. "How'd it go, dear?" she inquired curiously. "Not well. Isn't Gongzi supposed to listen to you? Wasn't that bottle of water acceptable?" Xie Yuhong displayed the water, and both Yi Yuling and Yi Qing turned pale upon realizing it had been confiscated, signaling a refusal. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, sending nerves taut. "Brother Yu, it's me, Gongzi. I've come to a realization. You were right." Mao Gang's voice boomed from outside. Yi Yuling's face brightened. "I'll go open the door." "Wait." Xie Yuhong immediately interjected. "You two go to the bedroom." The sisters exchanged glances but complied, retreating to the bedroom. Gazing through the cat's eye at the figure outside, Xie Yuhong called out, "Gongzi, have you truly come to a decision?" "Brother Yu, just now Ingzi gave me a severe reprimand, and I realized you were not entirely wrong. I still support you. I apologize for earlier. I must take my leave now." "Brother Yu, do get some rest." With that, Mao Gang turned and walked toward the elevator. Xie Yuhong exhaled in relief, opened the door, and exclaimed, "Gongzi, I'm truly glad you have come to your senses." With his back turned, Mao Gang softly replied, "Brother you should have kept the door open." Xie Yuhong was taken aback and was about to close the door when Mao Gang's large hand pressed against it. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through his arm, and he saw his right hand fall to the ground, blood gushing forth. Almost immediately, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen and was knocked to the floor. Mao Gang stepped inside and shut the door, laughing maniacally as he said, "Brother why do you force me? Why can't you trust me just this once? Why must I resort to this? Why? Gongzi, do not remain obstinate. It is not I who is obstinate, but you. Those people will storm the building tonight. We have no choice. Where is the key to the roller shutter? Hand it over." Mao Gang extended his hand, his gaze growing even colder. Xie Yuhong, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet in disbelief. "You have betrayed me. You have become their mole. Who told you to distribute food to those useless individuals? Do you know how many of those old-timers are hoarding supplies at home? Hand over the key. I would rather die than give it to you. Brother in the next life, I will still be your brother." With that, he drew a prepared bone-cutting knife, and the living room was immediately filled with the sounds of a struggle. The sisters hiding in the bedroom were terrified, crouching beneath the bed, fully aware that a fight had erupted outside. Yi Yuling, deeply worried, said, "I must check on my brother-in-law." "Sis, don't go out. If brother-in-law wins, he will naturally come to open the door," Yi Qingyi whispered. "But what if it's Gongzi who opens the door? If he discovers me, he will also find you." Yi Yuling fixed her gaze intently on her sister. As the commotion outside gradually subsided, Yi Yuling whispered, "If anything were to happen to me, you must find Yi. Cease. Yi Qingyi watched helplessly as her sister crawled out from under the bed, unable to prevent this reckless action. Yet, she found solace in her memories of Gongzi, who was simple-minded and always wore a smile. During her school days, when troublemakers harassed her, Gongzi would chase them away, assuring her that nothing would go wrong. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth, for she saw that the feet entering were not those of her brother-in-law. The soles were stained with blood. It was, of course, Mao Gang, his entire being splattered with crimson. Yi Yuling clamped her mouth shut upon seeing her husband lying in the living room, surrounded by blood. Mao Gang revealed a blood-soaked smile, resembling a demon as he said, "Sister-in-law, just now brother you mentioned you know where the key to the roller shutter is." Yi Yuling, paralyzed with fear, slowly raised her hand to point at the nearby vanity. Mao Gang immediately began searching, while Yi Yuling murmured, "Ingzi is giving birth. Your brother you will help you contact the hospital. You are out of work, and brother you will assist you in finding a job. You have no time to care for the child. Sister-in-law will help you take care of it." Mao Gang quickly found the keys and turned to smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, I shall repay your and brother you's kindness in my next life, even if it means toiling like a beast. How could you do such a thing? You're a monster." Ye Yuling exclaimed, furiously sitiking, Mao Gang. He did not resist, yet the cleaver in his hand still dripped with blood. "Sister-in-law, I know you and brother you are deeply in love. Now that he has gone, he must be feeling very lonely. Why don't you go down and keep him company? Everything is about to descend into chaos anyway, and I wouldn't want you to be harmed by those men. Sister-in-law, I will grant you a swift end. Brother, you will be grateful to me." "Yes, he certainly will." Murmuring these words, the dazed Mao Gang lifted the cleaver and struck it down upon Yi Yuling's forehead, causing her skull to cave in. With wide-open eyes, Yi Yuling slowly collapsed. Chapter 19. Building 1 is full of oddities. Yi Qingyi gazed at the gruesome sight of her sister, a bone-cutting knife pressed against her forehead, stifling her cries with trembling lips as tears streamed down her face. The expression in her sister's eyes implored her to find her daughter. In that moment, Mao Gang bent down to retrieve the knife, only to bring it down with brutal force once more. "Bang! Bang! Bang! Sister, I'm helping you. Do not hold it against me. Brother I brought your wife to keep you company. You two can be reunited now." Yi Qingyi watched in horror as her beloved sister was mercilessly slaughtered, her visage unrecognizable. Even as brain matter splattered on her eyes, she dared not utter a sound. As she heard the door close, hiding beneath the bed, Yi Qingyi could no longer suppress the surge of terror and panic within her, allowing only a faint sob to escape. In that moment, the world crumbled around her. In the garage, men from buildings 2, 4, and 5 had gathered, 53 in total. Some had chosen not to participate, perhaps reluctant to transform into mere beasts of slaughter, or simply lacking the courage to face the aftermath of potential execution. Each of the 53 men brandished an assortment of knives, from kitchen cleavers to fruit knives. Among them were the 3 leaders, Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing, wielding lengthy watermelon knives that measured 50 centimeters. At this moment, the trio smoked, their faces alight with the thrill of impending violence, resembling feral beasts. Ding, son. Once we finish with Building 1, let us discuss the timing to seize the supplies from Building 3, owned by Dong Fei. As for that sharpshooter, our numbers surpass the ammunition, Feng Jin remarked, a slight figure standing at a height of 1.80 meters, with an incongruous mole at the corner of his mouth. Despite his slight stature, he had a history of criminality, having served time for theft, murder being the only transgression he had yet to commit. Ding Feng was merely a thug, a figure meant to intimidate, while Sun Yuqing, a foreman, often mingled with notorious characters. Though he possessed a rotund physique, his ferocity was not to be underestimated. It was clear that none among the 3 were virtuous. Sun Yuqing took a long drag from his cigarette, squinting as he spoke. What is there to deliberate? Tonight we raid this place, tomorrow we strike the next. Are we in or not? They all acknowledged the heightened danger of Building 3 compared to Building 1. Yet the bounty there would undoubtedly surpass that of the latter. I concur. Ding Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette. I want those 2 women. Feng Jin's eyes gleamed with lustful intent. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not easily acquiesce. Women like Bai and Sun Ting were coveted by any man. Ding Feng proposed, once we capture the women, we can auction them off for supplies. Intriguing. I'm in. Feng Jin did not object, and naturally, neither did Sun Yuqing. Yet, each harbored thoughts of finding an opportunity to eliminate the others, preferably by joining forces with a third party to ease the endeavor. At that moment, Mao Gang burst from the elevator, his bloodied visage momentarily halting their conversation. With a swift motion, the roller door opened, and a horde of demons prepared to storm the building. Brothers, I insist, do not harm my family, Mao Gang stammered, fearful of the trio's potential change of heart. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. In this life, we abide by loyalty. Brothers, charge forth. Eliminate all the old, capture the young, and those who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yes, boss. A group of individuals ascended the stairs, eschewing the elevator. 3 leaders leisurely trailed behind. Within a minute, the anguished cries and desperate pleas echoed throughout the community, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, illuminating the glint of bloodied blades. The elderly woman residing across from Mao Gang her knock at her door, set down her remote control, and muttered curses as she approached. It was late at night. Was there no respite? Instead of gathering supplies, they engaged in such futile endeavors. Without even glancing through the peephole, she swung open the door. Upon seeing 2 young men brandishing knives at her doorstep, she displayed no fear, even launching into a lecture. What do you want? If you have time to scare an old woman with a knife, why not go outside and rob supplies? Today's youth have no respect for their elders or love for the young. The 2 young men were taken aback. What kind of eccentric dwells in Building 1? How has she managed to survive until now? What are you staring at? Get lost. As she attempted to close the door, one of the young men's hand pressed against it. With a smirk he said, Old hag, I wanted to chop you up for ages. He raised his knife and struck her shoulder, causing her to collapse with a cry, still cursing under her breath. This is what you get for blaring that loudspeaker every day, ruining my gaming experience. With each strike, the elderly woman met her demise. Just then, Mao Gang arrived at the door, glancing at the elderly woman. Quickly, save me. The frail old woman looked at Mao Gang for help, but he turned a blind eye, even sporting a slight smirk, perhaps secretly wishing to see her dead. With relentless blows, the elderly woman breathed her last, while the 2 young men rummaged through her home for supplies. Damn it, this old hag actually hoarded a box of yogurt, 2 cases of water, and even sugar-free soda? The 2 young men were bewildered. How had this elderly woman amassed such a stockpile? Of course, it was from taking what she wanted. If only they knew, their worldview would be shattered yet again. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe from Building 3 glanced at Building 1 on his right and remarked with a smile, tonight is quite lively. Building 1 had been breached by several others, and with a hint of concern, noted that once Building 1 fell, they would be next. Sun Ting was mopping the floor and advised little Bai, this is not our concern. And Bai bit her lip, recalling the corpse in the bedroom, and resolutely stated, even if I die, I refuse to fall into their hands. Tang Zhe smiled calmly, exuding confidence. If I'm still alive, how can you perish? No matter how many come, I shall slay them all. An hour later, the thorough purge of Building 1 reached its conclusion, with box after box of supplies being transported to the underground parking lot. Gazing at the mountain of goods, the 3 leaders were somewhat bewildered. Nearby, the residents of Building 1 crouched on the ground, astonished at the abundance of supplies. Wasn't it said there was none left? That Xie Yuhong is quite capable, managing to gather so many resources. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, tore open a pack with his teeth, and took a hearty bite. A young subordinate, attempting to curry favor, chuckled and said, Boss, most of these supplies were scavenged from the homes of those elderly men and women. Chapter 20. The Auction of Beauties. Your leader is truly a magnanimous individual, hoarding all the treasures for himself while allowing you youthful ones to starve. Sun Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was quite comical. At that moment, several men stood up to vehemently denounce Xie Yuhong, clamoring to join other teams. Naturally, the 3 teams required the infusion of young male members. Yet, a few men remained steadfast in their integrity, and Feng Jin displayed no pity. Eliminate them. Husband. One woman cried out, rushing toward her spouse, only to be swiftly dragged away by a subordinate. You beasts will surely face execution in the future. She raged, her curses echoing in the air. Nonetheless, the 3 men remained indifferent, and before long, several men were brutally slain. Observing over 20 women in their 30s, Sun Jin remarked, what are you standing there for? Let us divide them up. To ensure fairness, we shall take turns selecting. As the eldest, I shall go first, if that is agreeable. Feng Jin, relying on his age, had already set his sights on one of the younger women, the widow of the recently deceased. The other 2, of course, were reluctant. Meanwhile, in the basement, Yi Qingyi hid within, hugging her legs, trembling uncontrollably as if beset by an intense chill. In the chaos, she had managed to escape to this hiding place, as Xie Yuhong had previously advised. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. It was the glow of a mobile phone. Boss, there's still a woman hiding here. A subordinate exclaimed, excitement surging within him. Yi Qingyi immediately attempted to flee, shocked at being discovered so swiftly, but there was no escaping the young man, who seized her by her long hair. Filthy wretch, thinking you can escape? Where do you intend to go? In agony, Yi Qingyi let out a wretched scream as she was dragged along. Upon reaching the parking lot, the subordinate tossed her to the ground. Boss, this woman knows how to hide. Thankfully, I found her. He spoke as if expecting a reward. With her disheveled hair, Yi Qingyi failed to pique the interest of the 3 leaders, but one of the subordinates crouched down, brushing aside her tangled locks and lifting her chin. His expression froze, and he stuttered, boss, she is exquisite. Sun Yuqing, observing his subordinate's foolishness, kicked him to the ground. What exquisite nonsense are you spouting? Look at your pathetic self. Yet, upon closer inspection, Sun Yuqing was taken aback. Ding Feng also approached to take a look, coming to a realization. She was indeed breathtaking. He never expected such a beauty to exist in this rundown neighborhood, rivaling the 2 previous women. Despite the days that had passed, her face remained remarkably clean, albeit her dress had become a tad soiled during the dragging. Let me go, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, shaking off the subordinate's filthy hands, warily surveying the surrounding men, as if a dream were unfolding before her. Feng Jin laughed heartily, a spirited little mare. I wonder what it would be like to ride her. The surrounding subordinates all turned their gazes toward her. She was far superior to those other women, her natural beauty shining through and with a little adornment. She would be utterly captivating. This was quite a considerable gain. Sun Yuqing tossed a pack of cigarettes to the subordinate. Consider it your reward. Clutching a pack of Furongwang, the subordinate beamed with joy. In these times, a mere cigarette could compel a smoker to serve loyally. Thank you, boss. Feng Lauda and Ding Lauda. This woman was discovered by my little brother. You wouldn't dare to snatch her away, would you? Sun Youqing's words were laced with a profound threat. Feng Jin chuckled lightly, responding, "What you say, Sun Laoda, is quite amusing. We've already agreed to divide everything in building number 1 equally." At that moment, Ding Feng aligned himself with Feng Jin, echoing, "Feng Laoda is absolutely right. Sun Laoda, you wouldn't want to break our agreement, would you?" Sun Youqing took a long drag from his cigarette, his malicious gaze unmasked even by the smoke. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting. Look at how tense you both are." Though he spoke lightly, his heart yearned to see both men dead. It must be said that the allure of a beautiful woman is timeless. This one nearly shattered the fragile cooperation among the three parties. As Sun Youqing laughed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng joined in, but had Sun Youqing opposed them, there would have been no hesitation in dispatching his men. However, Sun Youqing remarked, "Such a prize is unique. Shall we take turns with her? With something so exquisite, who would desire a share?" Seated on the ground, Yi Qingyi listened to their conversation, her face pale, feeling as though she were a mere commodity to be divided among them. Glancing at the load-bearing wall nearby, she suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed forward. Yet, with swift reflexes, Feng Jin seized her hair, exclaiming, "Do you wish to die? It isn't that simple." Yi Qingyi, in despair, flailed her arms and cursed, "You bastards! May you never find peace." "Bind her tightly," Ding Feng commanded coldly. A minion produced a rope, binding Yi Qingyi securely, tears streaming down her exquisite face. Having evaded capture for so long, only to fall into their clutches. "This gem shouldn't be shared. Weren't we talking about an auction?" Feng Jin suggested. "Very well, an auction." Sun Youqing agreed, with Ding Feng in silent accord. However, Feng Jin's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Since it's an auction, we must examine the goods thoroughly." Upon hearing this, the men understood all too well. "What are you planning? Don't come any closer." Yi Qingyi screamed frantically as two minions approached her, but her pleas only intensified their excitement. The three leaders gazed hungrily, their bodies devoid of excess flesh, with toned waists and a blend of softness and strength that rivaled even the brightest stars on television. "Bind her to the roof of the car." Helplessly weeping, Yi Qingyi was forcibly secured on the vehicle's roof, posed in a humiliating manner for all to appreciate this item destined for auction. Feng Jin turned to building number 1, asking, "Does anyone recognize her?" Instantly, a woman responded. "She seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law." Feng Jin burst into laughter. Who would have thought the CF family harbors such a treasure? That old fool hasn't even laid a finger on her. He must be saving her for us brothers. The men around him erupted in laughter. On the roof of the car, Yi Qingyi felt her tears drying as she trembled, surrounded by the sinister laughter echoing around her. She graduated from a prestigious 985 university and is rumored to be marrying the son of the CEO of a top 500 company. Another woman has come forward with revelations. Sun Youqing is overjoyed. With such a high level of education, she probably wouldn't have given us a second glance in the past. Indeed, Fei Jing bursts into laughter. Sun Youqing clears his throat. "All right, enough of that. Let us commence the auction. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Chapter 21. Is he reasonable or not? "Boss, how about I take on the role of the auctioneer?" A young underling volunteered eagerly. "Ah, very well. Let us see what you can conjure up," the boss replied. The young man gleefully approached the vehicle, cleared his throat, and called out, "Esteemed owners, neighbors, and dear brothers and sisters. Tonight we are graced with a unique auction item, this exquisite lady." What is her name?" Yi Qingyi, someone from the crowd chimed in. "Yes, indeed. Our auction item is the illustrious Miss Yi Qingyi, who is, if I recall correctly, 25 years old," interjected a voice from the crowd, belonging to Mao Gang. "She is the vice president of an advertising firm." A chorus of admiration arose as the onlookers expressed their awe. This was the kind of woman who had previously been regarded as a goddess, one to be admired from afar, though still at a distance. The crowd could now behold her fair, delicate figure. Yi Qingyi glared at Mao Gang amidst the crowd, her teeth clenched. Gongzi is no longer the person he once was. This esteemed Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old, the vice president of an advertising company, and also the daughter-in-law of a CEO from one of the nation's top 500 companies. Just imagine the thrill of acquiring the daughter-in-law of a corporate titan, an absolute bargain. Of course, this merely scratches the surface of Miss Yi's identity. The true emphasis lies in her very essence. Observe her exquisite features, devoid of any trace of artificial enhancement, purely natural beauty. Marvel at her flawless skin, which promises to offer a top-tier tactile experience. Yet the most captivating aspect lies within. As the three bosses can savor at their leisure, us onlookers shall refrain from gazing too long. The age-old adage rings true now. The impoverished savor your sweetness, while the wealthy relish your saltiness. The bidding starts at a bottle of mineral water with no ceiling in sight. "I bid 1 bottle," shouted an excited young underling, startling his companions. Have you lost your mind? Competing with the boss for a woman? Aren't you afraid of risking your life for a game? Ding Feng casually called out. "A case. Ding is being stingy today. 5 cases. Sun Yuqing declared, his hand raised with determination. Meanwhile, Feng Jin remarked coolly, "Son, are those 5 cases for yourself? Or for the entire brotherhood?" Sun Yuqing's underlings paused in confusion. Indeed, if their leader used his own resources to bid on a woman, how would he enjoy the spoils? "Of course, it's for myself," Sun replied firmly. "We cannot deprive our brothers of their provisions. That would be tantamount to endangering their lives." The young underlings breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well, we shall bid with our own resources," Ding Feng continued. 6 cases. Feng Jin's expression darkened. Yet he still called out 7 cases. To possess 7 cases of mineral water is no trivial matter, especially in these times of scarcity. 7.5. Ding Feng bit down on his teeth, resolving to make sacrifices in his own consumption to procure more from the younger underlings. 8 cases. Sun Yuqing scoffed. The atmosphere erupted into a clamor. 8 cases of water could save many lives, yet here they were, bidding for a beautiful woman, regardless of the circumstances. A woman of such beauty always held considerable appeal, inciting jealousy among many others nearby. 10 cases. Suddenly, a laugh resonated through the crowd. The 3 leaders exchanged puzzled glances, as none of them had summoned the individual who had arrived. Turning to look behind them, they were astonished to see the delivery man, alive and well. Could it be that the gunman had perished instead? Indeed, it was Tang Zhe, who had just been at home accumulating experience points and, feeling a tad bored, decided to see what supplies they had gathered, as well as to scout for any valuable items. Upon his arrival, he immediately heard the sounds of an auction and, upon closer inspection, discovered a woman bound atop a vehicle. Tang Zhe was taken aback. He had never seen this woman in the neighborhood before. She was exceptionally alluring, rivaling in Bai and the others, and exuded a slightly stronger presence. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today, as provisions had fallen from the heavens, and he was poised to activate a 3-fold speed of acquisition. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but glance at Tang Zhe, recognizing him as the delivery boy. No, the delivery boy known for his ruthless demeanor. His presence rendered the entire underground garage eerily silent. Did he not fear being besieged? How audacious of him to appear alone. Feng Jin was the first to shatter the tension. "Isn't this the leader of Building 3? Taking a leisurely stroll downstairs, I see. I couldn't resist the temptation to participate in your auction. Mind if I join in?" Tang Zhe surveyed the 3 leaders with a genial smile. Though they had witnessed that same smile before, one that accompanied lethal intent. Noticing he wasn't armed with his signature saber today, they wondered if he had brought a firearm instead. Sun Yuqing, undeterred by Tang Zhe, boldly remarked, "You think it's appropriate to share in our spoils, just because you showed up?" With a resounding bang, a puff of smoke erupted from the gun's muzzle, and a bloody hole appeared in Sun Yuqing's forehead. Blood trickled down, and he reached up in disbelief before collapsing straight down. "Is this suitable now?" Tang Zhe inquired, grinning at Feng Jin and Ding Feng. The composure of the 2 men vanished in an instant as they cautiously regarded Tang Zhe and the weapon in his hand. Thoughts raced through their minds, urging their men to charge at him. Yet they knew too well that being this close would likely lead to their own demise. Surely, this man was fortunate. He possessed a gun. Would they gamble on whether it was loaded? All the underlings around were struck dumb by Tang Zhe's ruthless display. Having previously decimated Dong Fei and his crew with his saber, He had now executed the leader of Building 5, Sun Yuqing, with a single shot. This delivery man was terrifying. Not only were the underlings intimidated, but Yi Qingyi's delicate features paled further, and she felt a warmth on her cheeks. Was it blood? Of course it's appropriate. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin quickly responded, forcing a smile. Ding Feng immediately concurred. Absolutely appropriate. Couldn't be more fitting. I believe in reason. If I can't bid, that's my own failing. As they absorbed Tang Zai's words, memories of his maniacal laughter flooded their minds. In this apocalypse, who still adhered to reason? Was he now reverting to reason? Did he even believe in it? After all, he was quick to execute others without hesitation. What kind of reasoning was that? Auctioneer, why are you still dawdling? Dongsha prompted, urging him to proceed swiftly so he could return to amass experience points. The auctioneer called out several times. Well then, the leader of Building 3 has bid 10 cases of mineral water. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 11 cases came the response. Feng Jin's heart ached, as if he were sacrificing his entire fortune. However, upon hearing Tang Zai's deep voice, you truly dare to raise the bid against me. He felt a rush of excitement. Ding Feng secretly rejoiced, hoping that Tang Zai would decisively eliminate Feng Jin. Feng Jin was startled, his face betraying a look of panic. You said this was a normal auction, didn't you? Chapter 22, the expression of shock on Feng Jin's face, as perceived by his subordinates, was rather peculiar. It was hard to believe that their leader had been so startled. Indeed, I merely voiced my thoughts. Why such excitement? Tang Zai shrugged nonchalantly, while Feng Jin's countenance darkened ominously. Ding Feng thought to himself how unfortunate it was that this merciless delivery man was acting so unpredictably. Nevertheless, Tang Zai continued, yet I am now quite skeptical that you possess 11 boxes of mineral water. Impossible, Feng Jin retorted. Why don't you display them? He almost countered with a question about Tang Zai's own supply, but refrained, recalling how Tang had seized Dong Fei's goods. You lot, go to my house and fetch the water, he commanded. His subordinates immediately dashed towards building number 2, while Tang Zai scrutinized Yi Qingyi. She in turn sensed his gaze and noted that it differed from the lecherous stares of other men. His eyes seemed to glimmer as if he had spotted something delectable. Before long, boxes of mineral water were being carried over by his subordinates. You're short on quantity, Tang Zai remarked with a smile. From this haul, I can claim 4 boxes, leaving you with precisely 11. He tapped his forehead, feigning disbelief. You're taking advantage of my poor math skills. You only have 6 boxes here. Impossible. I clearly have 7 boxes at home. Feng Jin exclaimed, only to quickly count and find the same disheartening result of 6. He then barked at his subordinates. Isn't there another box missing? Hurry and find it. The subordinates rushed back in a flurry, while Tang Zai awaited with a cheerful demeanor, even winking at Yi Qingyi, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What did he mean by that? Was he attempting to assist me? In that instant, Yi Qingyi felt a glimmer of hope, as if righteous individuals like her brother-in-law had not vanished from the world. Soon, the subordinates returned again, one of them cradling a box, accompanied by a woman in her 30s, hastily clad in pajamas. Darling, what's wrong? Why the rush? She asked Feng Jin, puzzled by the commotion over the water. Upon noticing Yi Qingyi atop the vehicle, her expression shifted to anger. Boss, the water has arrived, but the subordinate faltered, unsure how to proceed. What? The subordinate, bearing an odd expression, turned the box to reveal that it had been torn open, leaving only 2 bottles of mineral water inside. Feng Jin stood in shock, quickly demanding, who touched my water? The woman rolled her eyes. Didn't you say I smelled? I merely took a quick shower. You insufferable woman. Feng Jin froze in place, while those around him murmured in disbelief, astonished that there was indeed water for bathing. At that moment, Tang Zai let out a long sigh. You do not have 11 boxes. You possess only 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I have some, and I can borrow a few more. Wait, I'll be right back. With that, Feng Jin set off to ask his subordinates for more water. With a sudden bang, a shell casing fell to the ground. Feng Jin, as if paralyzed, widened his eyes in shock before collapsing, blood seeping from his forehead. Tang Zai casually blew on the gun's muzzle and remarked, I absolutely detest being deceived. Beside him, Ding Feng felt a tumultuous mix of joy and fear. though trepidation dominated his emotions, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. In mere minutes, he had dispatched Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing, ascending to the role of leader. Yet, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Might he be next? This contemplation plunged Ding Feng into profound anxiety. Darling, a woman rushed towards her fallen partner, only to discover he had succumbed to death. What are you all waiting for? He has slain your leader. Why do you not avenge him? With a resounding bang, the woman collapsed atop Feng Jin, seemingly oblivious to who held authority in this grim scenario. Tang Zhe sighed, exclaiming, "What is this madness? Must we resort to bloodshed? Cannot we coexist in peace?" His words incited a flurry of indignation among the crowd. After all, who initiated this violence? Yet, they only dared to voice their thoughts internally, for no one wished to take the risk of being the first to speak out. Those who did often met a grim fate. Yiqingyi found Tang Zhe peculiar, his demeanor resembling that of a cold-blooded assassin, yet his remarks bore a hint of humor, rendering him an oddity. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "I am sure, Xiang. Do you wish to accompany me?" Tang Zhe inquired, directing his gaze at Ding Feng. The latter hastily shook his head, realizing that continuing on this path would be tantamount to courting death. "Is there anyone else who wishes to join?" Tang Zhe called out, scanning the surroundings. But silence reigned as fear gripped the onlookers. Indifferently, Tang Zhe shrugged. "Very well, I shall not delay the announcement any longer. Congratulations to the leader of Building 3 on acquiring a stunning prize." With that, he swiftly approached, handing the rope to Tang Zhe along with Yiqingyi's tattered garments, which concealed her phone. Tang Zhe tapped his forehead, recalling, I have yet to provide water. I cannot accept a free meal." He turned to the crowd. "Having slain 2 leaders, their resources should rightfully belong to me, correct?" He sought affirmation from the assembly. Ding Feng laughed heartily. "No problem, of course not. Then let us deduct from the resources of the 2 deceased leaders. Given my good mood today, I shall treat everyone to some water." This notion sparked a collective realization among the crowd. They had never encountered such audacious shamelessness, a man who had come empty-handed to seize a coveted beauty. Well, he had expended 3 bullets, after all. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Zhe warned the group without a leader. "If I were you, I would hastily select a new leader." Ding Feng's lips quivered. Was this a preemptive measure against him? Observing the clusters forming around Building 2 and Building 5, a furrow creased his brow. Having just eliminated 2, would he now face 2 new contenders? Damn that delivery boy. I shall make him pay dearly. As they reached the elevator, Yiqingyi timidly asked, "Could I possibly wear some clothes?" Tang Zhe turned back with a smile. "I find your current attire quite appealing. Why would you wish to cover it?" "What? It's all tattered and worn. Please, let me wear something. It's so bothersome. Can you untie this?" Tang Zhe clicked his tongue. "Am I here to serve you?" Though she donned the clothing, Tang Zhe found a certain charm in her disheveled beauty. Yiqingyi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zhe merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement as the elevator doors slid open. He stepped inside, followed closely by Yiqingyi, who pressed her crimson lips together before entering as well. Soon, they arrived in the room, where Tang Zhe suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Rise and shine. My little felines, we have a newcomer." And Bai and Sun Ting, weary from fatigue, slowly opened their eyes and sat up, their gazes turning towards Yiqingyi. The weariness that once enveloped them dissipated instantly, replaced by sheer astonishment. What did you find her?" Bai asked in a daze, taken aback by the presence of someone of such exquisite caliber within their community. Chapter 23. Do not mistake me for a hero. Tang Zhe poured himself a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jesting. "I found this while taking a stroll outside. What luck! It truly is unstoppable." Sun Ting and Bai rose and approached Yiqingyi, scrutinizing her. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Yiqingyi leaned back. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zhe replied with a hint of resignation. "You've already said that before." Yiqingyi appeared slightly embarrassed, hesitating before mustering the courage to ask, "You're so capable. Is there a way to leave this place?" "I'm not Superman. I can't just fly out," Tang Zhe replied, shrugging his shoulders, bemused by her numerous requests. He then stated plainly, "First, let us get you cleaned up. Is there a place here to bathe?" Yi Qingyi exclaimed in disbelief, realizing why they exuded such a delightful fragrance. Sun Ting giggled. Of course, not bathing would be quite unpleasant. The master wouldn't appreciated. She then playfully pushed Yi Qingyi toward the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly protested. "I can manage on my own. We'll assist you and share our rules," they insisted, pushing her inside before she could voice further objections. Tang Zhe decided against intervening. After all, Sun Ting was a skilled instructor with formidable training methods. Inside the bathroom, by released hot water, enveloping the space in steam, with 3 alluring figures becoming gradually visible, prompting involuntary admiration. "Sister, your figure is truly remarkable," Sun Ting remarked as she applied shower gel to Yi Qingyi's body. Bai blushed and smiled. "Indeed, we can relax a little now." Yi Qingyi, bewildered, insisted, "I can handle it myself." Sun Ting clicked her tongue. "From now on, we're all allies. We must look out for one another to survive in this apocalypse." Yes, we're a team," Bai chimed in, stifling a laugh. Yi Qingyi grew increasingly perplexed. "What do you mean we're a team?" "We are all the Master's little kittens," Sun Ting teased, tapping Yi Qingyi's forehead. "With such beauty, how can your reactions be slower than Xiao Bai's?" Taken aback, Yi Qingyi stepped back, her expression shifting. "I am not anyone's little kitten, nor will I be." And Bai and Sun Ting exchanged glances, seemingly witnessing their own past selves. "Sister, please don't get agitated. This is merely superficial. Our main task is to keep the master happy," Sun Ting explained. However, Yi Qingyi's tone abruptly changed. "I am not anyone's slave. There is no need to please anyone, and I will not join you. Step aside. I want to leave." She reached for her tattered dress, and Bai and Sun Ting exchanged worried glances, sensing trouble brewing. Outside, Tang Zhe suddenly noticed the bathroom door opening and thought, "Has she finished already?" But what he saw was a furious Yi Qingyi emerging, her gaze directed at him, filled with disdain. "What is going on?" He took a step forward, blocking her path. "Step aside. I want to leave. You're all cut from the same cloth. I misjudged you." Ye Vingyi exclaimed. Tang Shi responded, bewildered. "What do you mean you misjudged me? What did you take me for? A hero?" Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. This woman's imagination was quite extensive. Yi Qingyi indeed perceived things this way, but the reality was starkly different, and she had no desire to elaborate further, opting instead to bypass Tang Zhe. Unable to resist, Tang Zhe let out a frustrated exclamation. Had it not been for his dire shortage of provisions, he would have retaliated immediately. He seized Yi Qingyi's damp hair with a firm grip. Release me, you despicable scoundrel," she cried out. Tang Zhe tightened his hold on her long hair, pulling it down sharply as he spoke in a low voice. "I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to capture you, and you dare tell me you want to leave? I am not your property, and you shall not succeed," Yi Qingyi retorted, enduring the pain as she rebuked him. Tang Zhe's expression turned icy, and he drew a gun, pointing it at Yi Qingyi's forehead. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to part with such a prime source of sustenance?" Realizing she had provoked a devil, Yi Qingyi accepted her fate. Death would save her from disgrace, and Zi Hui would only know of her disappearance. "No." In that critical moment, Bai emerged from the bathroom, instinctively shouting. Tang Zhe's gaze shifted to Bai, as if questioning, "Do you wish to join her in death? I can facilitate that." Bai, terrified, collapsed onto the floor, while Sun Ting, maintaining her composure, quickly interjected, "Xiao Bai didn't mean it that way. She believes this sister still has a chance. Weren't we all resistant at first?" Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, "To kill her now would be too merciful. She doesn't even understand gratitude." Tang Zhe pondered this, finding some merit in her words. It indeed seemed a bit too lenient to end her life with a single shot. Yet, even if he refrained from that, he needed her to understand that Tang Zhe was no benevolent soul. His right fist struck Yi Qingyi's soft abdomen with considerable force. Though he had restrained his strength somewhat, it was still beyond what a woman could endure. Yi Qingyi's eyes widened in shock as she clutched her abdomen, collapsing to her knees before crumpling to the ground. Intense pain causing her to curl up, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Very well, I shall grant you a few days. If there is still unrest, not only will she perish, but you shall face punishment as well. Sun Ting cursed herself inwardly, regretting her involvement. This woman was jeopardizing them all. What was the point of her pretense? Take her in and clean her up, Tang Zhe commanded, lighting a cigarette afterward. Others might speak of saving a life in exchange for devotion. Yet here he was berating himself for being shameless. Sun Ting and the frightened by dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. Fuming, Sun Ting directed the showerhead at Yi Qingyi, who lay on the floor, her face pale as paper, lacking even the strength to speak. We were kind-hearted in our approach, and yet you have us facing punishment. The mere thought of that impending dread drained the color from Sun Ting and Bai's faces. They wished never to endure such terrifying retribution. The more Sun Ting contemplated, the more fear gripped her. She lifted her delicate foot to press against Yi Qingyi's frail body. Yi Qingyi, in agony, could only emit muffled sounds, curling up in response. Xiaobai, why are you still frozen? If you save her, she will only betray us. Bai struggled, her lips quivering as she murmured, I dare not. Xiaobai, do you comprehend why your ex-boyfriend was able to dominate you? It is merely a reflection of your cowardice. I'm not cowardly. I simply... Bai shook her head. Sun Ting grasped Bai's chin and firmly exclaimed, Xiaobai, we are two grasshoppers on the same string. I understand. Then kick her. Bai cast her gaze upon the agonized Yi Qingyi, her face a canvas of turmoil, yet she gradually lifted her delicate leg, subsequently closing her eyes as she pressed down. Yi Qingyi emitted a sound of anguished wailing. After all, a woman stepping down with closed eyes does so without restraint, delivering a blow far more severe than that of Sun Ting. Chapter 24. Truly the chief instructor seated on the sofa. Tang Zhe silently heard the anguished cries emanating from Yi Qingyi, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. He had initially felt quite elated this evening, believing he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to be met with disillusionment. Did she truly think this place was a charitable institution? How naive of her. In the bathroom, Sun Ting had seemingly exhausted her fury, while Bai sat dazedly on the floor, unable to fathom how she had managed to harm a stranger. Her gaze was a tumult of anxiety and panic, tinged with a hint of exhilaration from the release of pent-up emotions. Observing Bai's demeanor, Sun Ting sighed, reflecting that they had already disposed of a corpse. What more was there to fear? Such a woman was not deserving of pity. Did she truly believe everyone would indulge her whims? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from WeChat drew Sun Ting's attention to the phone lying nearby, presumably belonging to this woman. As Yi Qingyi watched Sun Ting pick up her phone, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Give it back to me. Sun Ting cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingyi and swiftly seized her hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, refusing to let Sun Ting unlock the fingerprint lock. Xiaobai, Bai. Sun Ting called out repeatedly until Bai finally snapped back to reality. Stop dawdling. Hold her down. Oh, right. Bai, with an apologetic look, turned to Yi Qingyi and restrained her, allowing Sun Ting to successfully unlock the phone. As Sun Ting opened WeChat, a smirk crept across her lips. What an intimate contact name, Mr. Future Husband. Give it back. You must return my phone. Yi Qingyi, despite being pinned down and racked with pain, still reached out to reclaim her device. Yet Sun Ting's delicate foot pressed firmly onto Yi Qingyi's hand. The pain pierced through Yi Qingyi, who had never endured such torment in her life, having always been cherished and protected. Sun Ting chuckled. Your future husband seems quite anxious, inquiring about your well-being and wondering why you Haven-T replied to his messages. How should I respond, I wonder? Though Yi Qingyi held back her tears through the physical pain, the threat in Sun Ting's words shattered her composure. And the tears she had fought so hard to restrain began to flow. She could not bear to inform her fiancé of the chaos that had unfolded, the deaths of her brother-in-law and sister, and her own capture. She wished to remain pure in his eyes, to uphold the image of the innocent fiancé in his heart, untainted by the sordid events surrounding her. Noticing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's eyes sparkled with triumph, as if she had found a leverage. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe, lounging on the sofa, directed his gaze toward the television, now only accessible through internet streaming, as the local channels had vanished. As the bathroom door swung open, Tang Ze turned his head, and indeed, Yi Qingyi emerged transformed, although her eyes still bore a hollow look. "Master, I will take her to get ready now. It won't take long." With a nonchalant chin rest, Tang Ze replied with a simple hum. Although Yi Qingyi appeared trembling, he still held no fondness for her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally brought out. The once slightly dry and unruly hair has transformed into an embodiment of silkiness, exuding a delicate fragrance. A subtle touch of makeup enhances her visage, rendering it even more exquisite. The pure white dress accentuates her voluptuous figure to perfection, while a black leather belt cinches her slender waist, emphasizing its elegance. "Do not hesitate," Sun Ting gently urged, giving Yi Qingyi a light pat on her posterior. Yi Qingyi's fingers dug into her palm as she lowered her gaze, gritting her teeth in silence. Observing her reticence, Sun Ting's irritation flared up, prompting Yi Qingyi to whisper a few words in her ear. A shiver coursed through Yi Qingyi's delicate frame as she slowly exhaled, "Master." Tang Ze regarded her with an approving glance, his admiration evident. "Approach," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yi Qingyi rose and made her way to Tang Ze's side, yet her head remained bowed, avoiding his gaze. In the past, one was merely a food delivery worker, while the other held the position of vice president at an advertising company. Their worlds were entirely disparate. Yet now, they were compelled to intersect. "Sit here," Tang Ze said, patting his thigh in a casual manner. Yi Qingyi bit down on her crimson lip, the vibrant hue paling under the pressure. Chapter 25. Sweet engaged couple. Tang Ze felt no compassion whatsoever, his hands resting upon her smooth, elongated legs. "Look at me," he commanded. Noticing Yi Qingyi's lack of response, Tang Ze spoke coolly, "I have no desire to repeat myself." With tear-streaked, beautiful eyes, Yi Qingyi slowly turned her gaze toward Tang Ze, who discerned an underlying resentment and bitterness in her depths. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone pierced the air, a voice call. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone and remarked with a smile, "It's your fiancé calling." Those few words sent Yi Qingyi into a state of panic. "Don't answer it," she urged. "That is not an option. Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I shall answer it for you." "You can speak for yourself," Sun Ting insisted, proceeding to take the call and handing the phone to Yi Qingyi. She had no time to hang up as her fiancé's image appeared on the screen. Immediately, Jiang Zihui's concerned voice echoed from the phone. "Yi, why haven't you replied to my messages? I was worried sick, fearing something had happened to you. Why are you crying? Has something occurred?" Hearing the worry in her fiancé's voice, an unsettling wave washed over Yi Qingyi. "No, I'm just very scared," she managed to suppress her tears, forcing a sincere smile to reassure him. Jiang Zihui felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting his inability to protect his fiancée, Yi. "I'm so sorry. I hate that I am powerless, unable to bring you to safety, leaving you to live in fear." Yi Qingyi maintained her composure, gently responding, "Silly, do not blame yourself. We will be all right." "Yes, please don't cry," he urged. "I won't cry anymore," she promised. Suddenly, Jiang Zihui noticed an unusual radiance about his fiancée, Yi, that night. "Yi, why did you suddenly put on makeup?" "I didn't reply to your messages, fearing you would be upset, so I decided to beautify myself for you," she replied. Tang Ze's lips curled into a subtle smile, bemused by how adept she was at deceiving her beloved. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world." Sun Ting rolled her eyes, whispering to Anbai beside her. "What a classic line from a scoundrel." "Indeed, I've heard that before," Anbai replied. Yi Qingyi felt a wave of guilt wash over her for betraying the man she loved. "Zihui, you should get some rest. I need to rest as well." She feared that an unusual sound might raise her fiancé's suspicions and wished to end the conversation. Jiang Zihui blew a kiss into the camera, prompting the others to exclaim their disbelief at his audacity. Tang Ze observed with a faint smile, "What a loving couple. It is truly enviable. I find your physique quite appealing, yet your gaze does not please me." "I have no need for your approval," Yi Qingyi replied firmly. Tang Ze suddenly chuckled. "It seems you fear them more than you fear me. What could be the reason?" Yi Qingyi fell silent, her delicate face paling with pain. Tang Ze reached out, grasping her chin, and stated coolly, "They will threaten you, telling your fiancé about your predicament, whereas I will not. I will find your fiancé and eliminate his entire family. You have witnessed my methods. You are inhuman." Yi Qingyi seized Tang Ze's clothing and exclaimed with a hint of fear, "What have I ever claimed to be human? I am the devil among devils, and one with a rather lascivious disposition." The thought of what her fiancé would do if he discovered her true nature filled her with dread. He might even resort to slaughtering Zihui's entire family. The image of his merciless demeanor haunted her, leaving no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. From now on, you shall consume the remnants of their meals. Should you exhibit proper behavior, there lies a chance for you to be treated as they are. Now you comprehend what you must do, do you not? The following day, Yi Qingyi awoke in a haze, first questioning whether she had succumbed to death. Upon observing her surroundings, she realized she was very much alive, yet still ensnared in a hellish existence. The recollection of last night's humiliation stifled her tears. She found herself unable to cry. With her sister and brother-in-law brutally slain at home, she too had descended into such a grim fate. Gazing towards the door, she felt a surge of desperation to flee. However, upon attempting to shift her body, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, prompting her to regret not yielding to her fiancé sooner. Enduring the agony, Yi Qingyi moved slowly, the clanking of chains stirring the two women sleeping nearby. Sun Ting yawned and remarked, "It seems you have yet to learn your lesson." Although Yi Qingyi ascended to the role of vice president with the aid of her fiancé, her intellect was also quite sharp. In such dire circumstances, the only course of action was to endure and bide her time, never submitting to humiliation. "I am simply a bit hungry," Yi Qingyi quickly clarified. Bai chuckled softly. "It is not yet mealtime. The master has yet to rise." Yi Qingyi noted that Bai differed from Sun Ting. While Sun Ting was the most loyal follower of Tang Ze, Bai seemed to share a similar plight, as if she too was being oppressed. Perhaps, she pondered, there was a potential opportunity to exploit this connection. Chapter 26. Rest well regardless of the circumstances. It was imperative to acquiesce to him. Otherwise, not only would it result in death, but the photographs would also be disseminated, jeopardizing the lives of his fiancé's entire family. After rising, Tang Ze brushed his teeth, noting that his progress had significantly accelerated over the past 2 days, reaching 16. At this pace, with a daily advancement of 3, he could unlock the Apocalypse gift package 2.0 in about a month. Should he acquire 3 more rations, the time could be halved. Alas, thus far, these 3 represented the pinnacle of available sustenance. Having grown accustomed to exquisite delicacies, he found it difficult to settle for lesser fare. Upon reaching the balcony, Tang Ze was greeted by a chilling breeze that felt rather peculiar for September in the southern regions. Fortunately, the air conditioning inside provided respite. He checked his phone, which no longer displayed the temperature, yet Tang Ze surmised it was around 10 degrees outside, noting the swift change in weather. In the living room, his gaze fell upon Yi Qingyi, who instinctively recoiled, fear evident in her demeanor. Tang Ze paid her no mind, instead affectionately patting Bai and Sun Ting's heads as he prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast was, after all, the most nourishing meal of the day, though. In light of Yi Qingyi's actions, it was evident she would be relegated to consuming the remnants left by the 2 women. When the fragrant mushroom chicken soup was served, Yi Qingyi was astounded. How could they possess such delightful food? To her disbelief, they also had sweet and sour ribs and even a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai, already famished, eagerly dug in, filling the air with the enticing aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi, with her ruby lips, could hardly contain her saliva, her delicate neck involuntarily swallowing as she could only watch in envy. Tang Ze, however, opted for a more modest meal, consisting of 2 meat buns and congee, while perusing messages in the community group. After a little over 10 minutes, the 2 women had satisfied their appetites, leaving the remainder for Yi Qingyi. The sweet and sour ribs had been reduced to mere bones. The black chicken rice noodles amounted to only half a bowl of broth filled with bones, and the mushroom chicken soup was similarly depleted. "Eat, stop just staring," Sun Ting remarked lightly. Yi Qingyi gazed at the leftover food. She had never eaten in such a manner before, yet the rich aroma of the chicken soup was irresistible. How could she muster the strength to escape without a full stomach? Reassured by this thought, she promptly began to sip the black chicken soup, feeling warmth spread within her belly, surprisingly more delectable than anything from a Michelin-starred restaurant. Add some rice for her, Tang Zhe said nonchalantly. You've consumed all the meat. How can she fill her stomach with just soup and bones? Without nourishment, how can she endure the rigors of escape? And Bai nodded in agreement and quickly served a generous spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the mound of rice, feeling as though she hadn't seen it in years. In such a drought-stricken environment, who had water to cook rice? Even raw rice would suffice to stave off hunger. Quickly eat, and Bai urged, lest you provoke Tang Zhe's ire and end up with nothing. Gratefully, Yi Qingyi watched Bai as she combined the white rice with the chicken soup, transforming it into a fragrant dish reminiscent of braised chicken rice. The sounds of Yi Qingyi savoring her meal resonated throughout the living room. She did not spare even the leftover bones, chewing and swallowing every morsel. Burp! Yi Qingyi could not help but let out a hearty belch, a gesture that filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Yet, she felt as though it had been ages since she had eaten to her heart's content. She believed she could easily finish another bowl. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone pierced the air. Your fiancé truly cares for you, Sun Ting remarked with a smile as she picked up her phone. Yi Qingyi made no attempt to snatch it away, well aware that such an action would only provoke them and lead to her own distress. My father's friend mentioned that a significant drop in temperature and heavy snowfall is expected soon. You must take care to keep warm. A drop in temperature? Yi Qingyi felt no chill at all. Indeed, in the southern regions, daytime temperatures hover around -20 degrees, plummeting to -40 degrees at night. The northern areas are even colder. Do not venture out into the snow, which will be as treacherous as this rain. Tang Zhe furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had anticipated a respite from the rain, but now it seemed they would be trapped here by the impending cold snap. This cannot stand. I must seek an opportunity to venture out and procure provisions, as that is of utmost importance. Understood. I will be mindful of keeping warm. Do not worry, she reassured. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihui exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing his fiancé's tears. It is nothing, merely a touch of sentimentality, she replied with a sigh. If only you had not gone to your sister's house that night. You would have been by my side, Jiang Zihui lamented. Yi Qingyi shared this sentiment. Had she left, she would not have encountered this tormentor. Sister-in-law, what are you up to? A vibrant voice filled with youthful exuberance suddenly rang out, causing Tang Zhe to pause. And Yi Qingyi finally felt a sense of relief. The girl on the phone, likely around 17 or 18, had a beautiful visage that radiated youth and vitality, embodying the purity and spirit of adolescence. She wore a wool sweater that subtly revealed her alluring collarbone, adorned with a new summer accessory from Hermes around her delicate neck. Nana, I'm just resting. Jiang Nana hesitated momentarily. Sister-in-law, you must take good care of yourself. Everything will be all right. Yes, I will rest well. Do not worry about me. Yi Qingyi replied, her cheeks gradually flushing. How had she come to this? Bringing up the deceased brother-in-law in conversation? Jiang Nana, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, cheerfully added, Sister-in-law, please ensure your safety. My brother misses you dearly and even sneaks peeks at your photos. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Jiang Zihui said, feeling a bit embarrassed, while Yi Qingyi felt even more ashamed, convinced that she was disloyal to love and no longer worthy of her fiancé. Chapter 27. Submitting. Yi, take a good rest. I will deal with her, he said, dismissing her complaints. Okay, you go ahead. Listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from her phone, Yi Qingyi felt a pang of envy, knowing she should have been part of that joyous gathering. Ending the video call, she was left to face Tang Zhe. So she's your sister-in-law, Sun Ting remarked, taking the phone to browse through the gallery and showing Tang Zhe a photo. After viewing it, Tang Zhe nodded approvingly. Indeed, a commendable choice. What do you intend to do? Yi Qingyi exclaimed sharply, her voice laced with skepticism. Tang Zhe bristled at her tone. In the afternoon, have something to eat? Bai said quietly, as she stealthily brought leftover food from the refrigerator to Yi Qingyi. Observing Bai, Yi Qingyi gradually lowered her guard and weakly expressed her gratitude. Sister, please refrain from provoking the master. Ye vingi consumit hermi ravenosli. Contemplating the despair of wanting to end her life but lacking the courage to do so. Why are you all so obedient? She inquired, perplexed by their compliance. Paused momentarily before responding softly. We have food and drink now, all courtesy of the master. Without him, we might have already become corpses. In recent days, there have been 4 or 5 more female corpses. Yi Qingyi shuddered at the thought, each time she encountered the bodies strewn across the grass. It was evident they had suffered brutal indignities. What had become of this world, transforming into such a nightmare? If fear had motivated her initially, perhaps now it was gratitude. Gratitude? Ye vingi iquit incredulos. Indeed, what kind of character do those in the community possess? Has any girl who has captured met a good end? Under the master's protection, we are safe. What we have sacrificed pales in comparison to what we have gained. Yi Qingyi suddenly found merit in Bai's words. Just then, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom and spotted the two in the living room. Yi Qingyi quickly set down her plate, anxious that Sun Ting might report her. Sun Ting, however, merely said, "Eat, lest you starve." Bai nodded and whispered, "Sister Ting is not actually bad. It's just that you are too stubborn." "Not bad. She is the one who devised all of this, and look at me now." "Shout, Bai, do not speak recklessly. I am indeed a wicked woman." Sun Ting smirked, her lips curling disdainfully. In such a world, being virtuous offered no favorable outcomes. It was far more gratifying to embrace villainy. Bai pressed her lips together, recognizing Sun Ting's frustration. "Thank you. I am full," Yi Qingyi said, wiping her mouth. The sensation of being satiated brought on an overwhelming urge to sleep. Sun Ting reminded her coolly, "If you wish to die, you can plead for it. The master will grant you that opportunity. But if you desire to survive, you must abandon your identity as the CEO or the fiancé of a nobleman. Do not drag me and shall Bai down with you. Everyone yearns to live. No one wishes to succumb to death." The living room fell into a profound silence. Bai poured Yi Qingyi a glass of warm water. Yi Qingyi accepted it, but did not drink. Instead, she quietly asked, "Could you find me a beautiful dress?" Sun Ting and Bai exchanged a glance. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, it seemed that the value of life prevailed above all else. Tang Zhe peacefully indulged in an afternoon nap. Upon rising, he positioned himself beside the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the community's central greenery, now nearly obscured by corpses. Perhaps due to the recent drop in temperature, the stench of decay had somewhat diminished. In such an environment, Tang Zhe was unwilling to linger, fearing he would eventually succumb to the noxious fumes. Stepping out of his bedroom, he discovered that Yi Qingyi was unusually quiet, her demeanor significantly subdued. He promptly presented her with a reward, a complete fried chicken leg. Upon seeing the delectable morsel before her, Yi Qingyi experienced a sudden wave of emotion, an urge to weep. This once ignored junk food now compelled her to abandon her dignity for a taste. Without a moment's hesitation, she devoured it, for in this apocalyptic world, the primary goal was merely to satiate one's hunger. "Is there anything else you desire?" Dong Shi inquired calmly, observing Yi Qingyi. The question was indeed challenging, yet it posed no difficulty for the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She would not dare voice any demands before Tang Zhe. She could only submit unconditionally, even if it meant leaping from this very spot. "I have no requests. I merely wish to bring my master endless joy," she replied. Sun Ting and Bai exchanged glances once more, acknowledging the woman's adeptness at pleasing men. Yet, Tang Zhe remained skeptical of Yi Qingyi, harboring an equal distrust for Sun Ting and Bai. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, the only person one could rely on was oneself. Others were not to be trusted. Chapter 28, Double the joy here. You too enjoy this, Tang Zhe said, handing the leftover chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Bai. His intention was to convey to Yi Qingyi that merely lowering her head and acting cute would not elevate her above them if she did not make any tangible contributions, and she would forever consume the remnants of their meals. Listening to the sound of crispy chicken being chewed, Yi Qingyi felt a yearning. Yet she could only endure this existence for now. You may still communicate with your fiancé, but only under my supervision, Tang Zhe said with a gentle smile, caressing Yi Qingyi's silky hair. Yi Qingyi understood the implication of this supervision, yet at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you, she replied. Of course. You can secretly seek assistance from your fiancé, begging him to rescue you. No way. I promise I won't. Yi Qingyi fervently shook her head, though a flicker of that very thought lingered in her mind. Tang Zhe lowered his head slightly, his finger playfully lifting her delicate chin while his thumb brushed against her soft, red lips. It's all right. I will sever your fiancé's head and fashion his skull into a bowl, allowing you to eat from it every day, fostering a deeper connection in your thoughts. As Tang Zhe uttered such chilling words, vivid images formed in Yi Qingyi's mind, and she was not the only one shocked. Sun Ting and Enbai were equally frightened. Suddenly, Tang Zhe burst into laughter. I was merely joking. Look how terrified you all are. I won't tease you further. Sun Ting and Enbai gazed at him with reproach, yet Yi Qingyi sensed that Tang Zhe was not jesting. She quickly interjected, I don't want contact. I belong to you. Perhaps that was the only way to safeguard her fiancé's family. I was merely joking. I have no intention of tearing apart your loving relationship. Don't make me seem like the villain here. Could there be a worse fate? Yi Qingyi dared only to ponder this in her heart, refraining from pursuing the topic further. Through recent interactions, she had gleaned several vital pieces of information. When it came to Tang Zhe's words, it was best not to inquire further or question him. Of course, there were moments when one could, but such inquiries would surely need to be delivered in a sweet, coaxing manner. Ting Ting, please return her phone, Sun Ting said, handing Yi Qingyi her device. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of confusion. Wasn't this the very item that posed a threat to her? At that moment, Sun Ting awkwardly admitted, I impersonated you earlier this morning. I apologize. You impersonated me? You just wanted to find out where your fiancé lives. Don't overthink it. In an instant, Yi Qingyi's face drained of color. Tang Zhe shot her a stern look. TSK, stop scaring her. With that, he embraced Yi Qingyi. If there is an opportunity to visit Yanhai City, I will arrange for you two to meet. Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Qingyi quickly changed her mind and obediently responded, but I am a master's cat. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Don't you wish to meet him? Yi Qingyi dared not voice a refusal. I do wish to meet him. If your fiancé learns of our situation, will he become angry and strike you? Hearing Tang Zhe's teasing tone, Yi Qingyi replied gently, my fiancé will never find out. You are truly becoming more and more intriguing. Now rest well today. Yi Qingyi obediently sat beside them, having been rewarded with a pack of cucumber-flavored chips worth 6 yuan. Tang Zhe pulled Enbai closer, whispering, in a few days, I intend to leave this neighborhood. The three girls immediately turned their heads towards Tang Zhe. Leaving here? Will you take us with you? Of course. I will take you along. Who else would I rely on? With this assurance, the three girls simultaneously sighed in relief. Without Tang Zhe, their formidable protector, they could easily fall prey to abduction, mistreatment, and worse. However, as the weather grew increasingly cold, they knew that exposure to rain and snow could be fatal. Sun Ting expressed her concerns, stating that venturing outside could lead to death. Although there were only 3 of them, it was safer than risking the unknown outside. Yet, Sun Ting remained unaware of Tang Zhe's true intentions. 3 was simply too few, a mere drop in the ocean. Moreover, this community had nearly emptied of companions. I have prepared some supplies to withstand the rain and snow, Tang Zhe assured them. But I won't force you to come. You can choose to stay if you wish. I'm a reasonable person. With that, Tang Zhe displayed a gentle smile. However, to the 3 girls, this smile appeared anything but warm, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 girls nodded in agreement. Taking out his phone, Tang Zhe aimed the camera at himself. Shout by, be adorable. Let us take a selfie. Enbai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stuck out her delicate pink tongue, looking 1,000 times cuter. Click. On the phone, Tang Zhe smiled, Enbai's lovely face blushing slightly, charming yet shy, her jade-like shoulders nestled against him. He promptly shared the photo on his social media with a caption, she is truly well-behaved. In Tang Zhe's WeChat contacts, the majority were former bosses from his past work, often summoning him without ulterior motives. merely a display of pride followed by a round of visits. As expected, this post ignited a flurry of reactions. Tang Zhe, you rascal. You have such a beauty by your side. I have some supplies. Do you want them? Damn, Tang Zhe, you've really leveled up. Quickly send that beauty over. Xiao Tang, as your former boss, let me tell you, this wealth is beyond your reach. Where do you live, Tang? I'm coming to find you. The envious comments flooded in, all delivered with an air of superiority, only serving to amplify Tang Zhe's smile. Ting Ting, come over here. Let us take a picture together. Tang Zhe beckoned. Sun Ting obediently sat beside him, while the two girls simultaneously kissed his cheek, creating a scene that was as alluring as it was captivating. After all, most women had not received proper care in a long time, and few could rival their beauty. Furthermore, this time, Tang Zhe deliberately lowered the camera angle, revealing a glimpse of his impressive physique, with black lace teasingly visible, enticingly provocative. He added a caption, "Double happiness." Indeed, once this post went live, the reactions escalated even further. Xiao Tang, heed my advice. If you can't handle it, send her my way. I have plenty of supplies. Where on earth did you find these women? Brother Tang, I have supplies here. Shall we share them? Mr. Tang, our lives are worse than dogs. Yet you seem so carefree. Please show us the way. Amidst these responses brimming with animosity, Tang Zhe appeared remarkably composed. He slowly rose from his seat, and Yi Qingyi, anticipating an invitation to join him for a selfie, began to stand. However, Tang Zhe merely walked away. This left Yi Qingyi rooted to the spot, feeling like a fool, questioning her worth. Was her beauty not sufficient to warrant inclusion in a selfie, to become a symbol of pride? Chapter 29. Tang Zhe's former secrets. A wave of frustration surged within Yi Qingyi. Tang Zhe had gone to photograph supplies and promptly shared them on his social media. He had more than enough to eat. With beautiful women and abundant resources, any man would recognize this as a divine existence. Originally referred to as Xiao Tang, everyone now addressed him as General Tang. Tang Zhe expressed that they were once colleagues and should look after one another, promising to deliver some supplies when he had a chance. Suddenly, a video call connected with Tang Zhe, revealing Manager Xiao from the Huan Hotel. Upon answering, Tang Zhe was greeted by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a lewd grin. Xiao Tang, do you remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I do. Tang Zhe replied, recalling his days as a bellboy at Huan Hotel, where Manager Xiao served as the lobby manager. His honesty had led him to endure the most exhausting and unpleasant tasks. The echoes of Manager Xiao's reprimands still lingered in his memory. You, a mere country bumpkin, are destined to be a laborer. Being a bellboy is a privilege. Otherwise, you'd be cleaning toilets. Yet, the harshness had faded, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Xiao Tang, I always knew you would achieve greatness, but it's a pity you left so soon. I had intended to promote you to team leader. Manager Xiao, I could never aspire to such a position. You overestimate me. Ah, but you are mistaken. You are the most promising young individual I have ever encountered. A barrage of flattery aimed at impressing Tang Zhe. Meanwhile, he sat on the sofa, pulling Yi Qingyi into his embrace. Upon seeing the enchanting Yi Qingyi, Manager Xiao's smile froze. This was the third exquisite woman residing in Tang Zhe's home. Manager Xiao understood the level of prowess required to maintain such a household. At the very least, one must possess a commanding presence. Yi Qingyi felt a sense of relief, or rather, a slight equilibrium restored. Yet, she soon questioned why she cared about such matters. She must be out of her mind. Manager Xiao must have a reason for calling me, Tang Zhe remarked, holding the bountiful supplies with a smile, while Yi Qingyi bit her lips softly, eliciting tears of joy from Manager Xiao. However, the food at home is nearly depleted. Manager Xiao hesitated, recalling how he once treated Tang Zhe with some semblance of respect, but circumstances had changed. Tang Zhe quickly grasped the situation. Manager Xiao, given how you once took care of me, I should repay you. Please provide me with an address. Once the weather improves, I shall deliver the supplies. Ah, that would be splendid. I knew I had not misjudged you. Manager Xiao rejoiced, though a trace of jealousy flickered in his eyes, and he began to harbor ulterior motives. After acquiring an address, Tang Zhe was not yet satisfied. former leaders began sending congratulatory messages, revealing a series of addresses. As he perused them, his smile grew even broader. Ding! A notification chimed from Tang Zay's WeChat. The three women simultaneously turned their gazes toward his phone, akin to how a girlfriend instinctively looks when her boyfriend's phone buzzes. It was no surprise. Tang Zay's WeChat had never made a sound before, even moments ago. He had only received video calls to confirm the authenticity of the supplies rather than mere edited images. Tang Zay initially presumed it was an awkward former superior, but upon noticing the WeChat name, he hesitated. This was not an ex-boss. It was an ex-girlfriend, though calling her an ex-girlfriend would be a stretch, as she had never truly agreed to the title. The three women, observing Tang Zay's expression, immediately sensed there was a story behind it. Such a formidable man harboring secrets? Their curiosity ignited. Even Yi Qingyi, typically reserved, found herself intrigued. Women possess an uncanny understanding of such matters. Tang Zay's gaze swept across the trio, prompting them to avert their eyes, feigning nonchalance. It felt akin to being caught in the act. Dong Shi chuckled lightly, and Bai was the first to dart forward. And Sun Ting struggled to restrain her, cautioning, "What if Tang Zay is merely jesting? You might take him too seriously. Be wary of going hungry tonight." Only after confirming that Tang Zay bore no ill will did Sun Ting feel at ease to indulge in the gossip. Internally, Yi Qingyi chastised herself, questioning the relevance of the gossip to her. Yet upon witnessing the exaggerated expressions of Sun Ting and Bai, she berated herself again and swiftly joined the fray. A message from a cartoon avatar appeared. "How have you been?" A mere 4 words. Yet the three women instantly concluded that the sender was a woman with a significant connection to Tang Zay. Otherwise, such an opening would be unlikely. Thus, they reached a consensus. It was highly probable she was his ex-girlfriend. One after another, they bombarded him with questions, causing his ears to ache. Dong Shi shoined. "Are you also insatiably curious?" "Yi Qingyi, you're first, followed by Xiao Bai, and then Ting Ting," he remarked. Hearing her name mentioned first brought a flicker of delight to Yi Qingyi, but it swiftly turned into confusion. Why should she feel pleased merely for being listed first? What was there to celebrate? "Yi Qingyi, don't let him influence you. You're just bored and wish to hear a story," she reminded herself. Sun Ting immediately proposed. "Shall we pour some red wine? It would enhance the storytelling." "You're so troublesome. Go fetch it," Tang Zay replied nonchalantly. After all, boredom was boredom. And aside from him, it seemed no one else was privy to this matter. Sun Ting opened a bottle of red wine worth 800 yuan, pouring generously, even filling a glass for Yi Qingyi. "Ask away," Tang Zay said, taking a sip and reclining on the sofa. Yi Qingyi cleared her throat and inquired, "Who is she?" "She was someone I pursued in the past," Tang Zay replied candidly. "It was not a particularly happy chapter of my life, but I have since moved on and can even share with you all." And Bai immediately pressed on. "Did you win her over? Or did you pursue her only to break up later?" "Of course, I did not win her over," he replied. Sun Ting followed up with, "Why not?" "Dong Shi exasperated," retorted, "Are you daft? If I had pursued one of you, would you have given me the time of day?" His statement was indisputable. The three women did not contest this reality, as they certainly would not have entertained Tang Zay in the past. "What does she do? Does she think she is above you?" Yi Qingyi inquired next. Tang Zay swirled the wine in his glass and softly replied, 3 years ago, we worked in the same hotel. I was the bellboy, and she was at the front desk. Wasn't she stunning? Surely more so than us." "Let's see a picture," they urged. And Bai was eager to view the photographs, and Yi Qingyi exhibited considerable interest as well. Tang Zay clicked his tongue and remarked, "What photographs are there? Surely, they must be on social media," the three women insisted. "For goodness sake, you all," the owner exclaimed. "But you just said you wouldn't be angry," and Bai said, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Tang Zay sighed. All right, who am I to argue?" As he proceeded to open the social media account, he discovered it was set to 3 days visibility. The three women expressed their disappointment. Yet it was evident that anyone working at the front desk of Hua, an hotel, must possess an appealing appearance. Chapter 30. The ex-girlfriend? Sun Ting inquired further. "Was it that she had a boyfriend who rejected you? Or was there another reason?" Tang Zay downed his glass of red wine in one go, responding nonchalantly. "I'm unsure, but she is indeed quite attractive, albeit slightly inferior to you all." This remark brought a sense of comfort to the three women. Although he deemed her less appealing in the eyes of others, she was still a beauty, cherished by the hotel staff, and undoubtedly a sought-after woman, of which I was also one. The three women listened intently, their minds conjuring images of a poor lad professing his love to a flamboyant woman only to be. The master was so unfortunate, and a wave of sympathy surged within the women, who felt an overwhelming urge to console the wounded master and uplift his spirits. At that time, the doorman's salary was merely 800 a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, "Only 800? It was later revealed that it was merely a probationary period. Yi Qingyi lamented Tang Zai's misfortune, understanding why he harbored such resentment. I recall a sunlit afternoon when I splurged on a meal from the hotel's finest cafeteria for her. Upon hearing this, the three women erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. Tang Zai's lips twitched. Was it truly so amusing to recount such a sorrowful tale? And Bai, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "I wasn't laughing. It was you all who were." Tang Zai sighed. "I thought she would accept my gesture, but reality proved to be harsh. I was rejected." The three women could already anticipate the outcome. They would likely have done the same. However, Tang Zai continued. She overturned the tray, sending the expensive dishes crashing to the floor. Everyone turned to stare. At this, Bai seized her playful demeanor, incredulous that anyone would behave thusly even when rejecting someone. She then uttered a memorable line, glancing at Sun Ting. "Your so-called loser truly pales in comparison." Sun Ting mentally scolded herself. Why had she resorted to insults back then? It was merely the frustration from witnessing an abundance of cruel comments during the dance, and she had unjustly vented her ire on Tang Zai. She had called him a mud dog, suggesting he should lift his leg and urinate to reflect on his worthiness to treat her. The living room fell silent. Yi Qingyi was taken aback to discover such a cruel woman existed. How detestable. Rejection was one thing, but why resort to hurtful words? Although Tang Zai was no saint himself, he was no devil either. Did you retaliate against her? And Bai inquired eagerly, hoping to hear that Tang Zai had confronted that wicked woman. Tang Zai chuckled and shook his head. "I picked up the food that had fallen. It cost 199 yuan, and I couldn't let it go to waste." Despite the laughter around me, the three women were astonished. Was the former Tang Zai truly so timid and spineless? He seemed like an entirely different person from the formidable figure they had witnessed before. Thus, it was evident that even before beginning, he had already faced defeat. Tang Zai shrugged and lit a cigarette, reflecting on how naive and feeble he had been at that time. Let her starve without a reply, and Bai declared angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly interjected. That would be too lenient for her. At this moment, both Tang Zai and the two women turned their gazes toward Yi Qingyi, remarking on how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. The astute Yi Qingyi recognized the significance of positioning and sought to placate Tang Zai, understanding that her prospects relied on his satisfaction. Yet, she seemed to overlook the fact that her opportunities came at the expense of another's suffering. In a certain light, it appeared that Yi Qingyi's mindset was gradually evolving. "What would you suggest I reply?" she inquired. Tang Zai found the situation rather amusing, eager to observe their reactions. Yi Qingyi boldly volunteered. "Master, shall I respond on your behalf?" Sun Ting and Bai exchanged glances, commenting on her audacity. Dongshi, intrigued by how Yi Qingyi would navigate the situation, and placed the phone in her palm. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingyi crafted her response. "It's quite pleasant. The Shanhu community is considered upscale in Huashan City, with an average price of 21,000 per square meter, conveniently located near the city center, with the subway just downstairs. A remarkable convenience. The residents here are naturally elite individuals, unlike the circumstances surrounding Tang Zai, though such a situation may eventually arise." On the sofa, Chao Yu, clad in sheer sleepwear, stared vacantly at the television. The content was inconsequential. Her mind was preoccupied with a singular thought: how that once insignificant fellow was thriving at such a time, accompanied by a girl even more beautiful than herself, with provisions overflowing in half the living room. Glancing at her dwindling supplies, she furrowed her brow, contemplating how wonderful it would be to acquire those resources deceitfully. Still no reply? Emerged a man in his 50s from the restroom, his presence imposing. Given Qiao Yu's financial constraints, she could never afford a residence like this. It belonged to the man, who used it to maintain a mistress, and he served as the deputy general manager of the Huashan Hotel. However, his corpulence was somewhat absurd, tipping the scales at no less than 300 pounds, while Qiao Yu weighed merely 90, occasionally feeling as if she could scarcely breathe under his weight. Not yet, Qiao Yu replied with resignation. Bai Jian sat beside her, his hefty hand resting on her delicate shoulder. Such men, once they gain influence, tend to flaunt it, especially to those who once spurned them. Therefore, he will certainly respond, perhaps even with designs on rekindling your connection. His voice dripped with malice as he plotted to seize the resources. Without them, the two beautiful women would naturally depart, leaving everything for himself. A notification chimed. "See, he's taken the bait," Qiao Yu remarked, picking up her phone and exhaling with relief, having feared he would ignore her. "Be direct. Make it gratifying," Bai Jian advised from beside her. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yu replied, "I miss you." Meanwhile, Yi Qingyi, upon reading such a response, couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at the woman's audacity. Tang Ze remained silent, amused, as he playfully pinched Sun Ting's exquisite cheek. Just a former receptionist from a few years back. She pales in comparison to the streamers, he mused. Yi Qingyi continued her correspondence. "Now you realize you miss me. Where were you before?" Chapter 31. To hell with civilization upon receiving such a response. Bai Jian chuckled. "It seems you still harbor some feelings. Please continue." "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you ever forgive me?" Yi Qingyi could no longer tolerate it. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap across the screen and mercilessly pound this shameless woman into submission. She was nothing short of a green tea bitch. Anbai, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Master, you must not show any mercy." "Huh, do you really think I would forgive you? Not a chance." Qiao Yu's expression darkened upon reading such a reply. How could a mere country dog dare to speak to her in such a manner? Yet Bai Jian, being a seasoned veteran, understood that the more one was angered, the more it indicated their concern. "You clearly don't comprehend this. Continue to feign weakness. I was foolish back then. It was all my fault. Could you grant me another chance? Only if you kneel and send me a photograph as proof." Qiao Yu was on the verge of cursing. How dare this country dog demand she kneel? However, with Bai Jian present, she reluctantly took the photo and sent it over. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of satisfaction upon seeing the image. "Tang, master, she has knelt." Tang Ze glanced over. "Well done. Now we have the address." "Indeed," Yi Qingyi replied. "She seems to be more obedient than before. Provide me with your address. I shall see for myself whether you truly are compliant." "Tell him." Bai Jian contemplated before speaking gravely. "When the time comes to capture her, we need not worry about the supplies escaping. The address is Mountain Lake Community, Building 3, Unit 1, Room 501. Clean yourself up and await my arrival." After sending the message, Yi Qingyi felt a sense of relief. Tang Ze took the phone to glance at it. "You certainly know how to converse, even requesting her to clean up. Why not go entertain her yourself?" "Oh, no. No, I am merely helping the master vent her frustrations." Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. "Since we are enjoying this conversation so much, why not discuss your matters?" Yi Qingyi inquired with a hint of confusion. "My matters? What matters? Have I done something wrong to provoke this devil?" Anbai interjected, "It concerns some personal issues. We haven't seen you around the community much, or how you met your fiancé." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi's expression grew sorrowful. "I've always been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's home, until that day when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his comrades, leading to the demise of both him and my sister." The trio reacted with little surprise. Such betrayals seemed almost commonplace. Who among them had not endured similar experiences? "How did you meet your fiancé?" Sun Ting began to pry. "Well, there isn't much to it," Yi Qingyi instinctively replied, but quickly corrected herself, adding, "I met my fiancé during a collaborative advertising project." Sun Ting inquired further, "Did you know he was a wealthy heir, which prompted you to pursue him?" "How could that be? At that time, he was merely studying at his family's company, holding a position even lower than mine, and he relentlessly pursued me. A monetary pursuit? Bai asked, her curious eyes wide. If it had been a financial pursuit, and he still failed, it was through sheer persistence and a soft-hearted approach. Sun Ting laughed. A proper woman would surely succumb to that. What was your reaction upon discovering he was a wealthy heir? Tang was curious, pondering whether one should feel elated or disheartened. Yi Qingyi jestingly remarked, "Isn't there a saying that you may pretend to be poor, but you must not truly be so?" A succinct observation that earned Sun Ting's approval as she gave a thumbs up. Although it was meant as a jest, it stirred a mix of anger and joy within her, a delightful contradiction. Reflecting on it, Yi Qingyi realized she had not spoken falsely. Suddenly, Sun Ting posed a rather morbid question. "So, do you prefer your master or your fiancé?" Without hesitation, Yi Qingyi expressed her preference for her fiancé. Bai internally winced, fearing the master's displeasure. However, Tang Ze remained unfazed, merely indicating his sentiments through his actions. In the garage, a subordinate addressed his leader, "Boss. Tonight we shall storm building number 3. We have already dealt with buildings number 2 and number 5, so the number of people is not a concern. The old gun has scant ammunition. Just think, there's a room full of supplies and 3 enchanting women." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the allure of the supplies seemed diminished, yet the thought of the 3 beautiful figures ignited a fervor within him. What man could resist such exquisite beauties? While that accursed delivery man frolicked daily, comparing his own possessions to that, he found it utterly incomparable. What a few lives lost. Let's do it. Prepare yourselves. Tonight we shall eliminate that delivery man, but we must strategize to ensure his demise. Ding Feng steeled himself, realizing it was a choice between enjoying the company of beautiful women and supplies or facing his own end. There was no third option. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. That evening, Ding Feng gathered his trusted subordinates and promised them that should they capture the beauties, they would indulge in their company for a time. The subordinates readily agreed, laughter echoing among them. At a grand round dining table, 10 men sat, with Ding Feng in the esteemed position. His girlfriend beside him. Though not particularly attractive, she was youthful and utilitarian. "Brother Feng, now that you are the boss of the community, when shall you lead us to conquer the world?" One inebriated subordinate chuckled. Ding Feng took a sip of beer, laughing, "Conquering the world may be an exaggeration, but our district is well within our grasp. Rest assured, when the time comes, there will be no shortage of beauties, even stars among them. Boss, may I have a linger just once? I would even welcome death for that chance," slurred a scruffy man, his yellowed teeth a pungent sight. Sitting next to him, a shorter man belched, "I want Li linger too. Must you men speak so uncivilly?" Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. "She is a rising idol, stunning beyond compare. You wouldn't even be worthy of licking her toes." The second-in-command chuckled, "Sister-in-law, what we do is hardly civilized. Why concern ourselves with civility? To hell with it, cheers." Ding Feng raised his glass in agreement. Cheers. Chapter 32. The devil Tang, the refreshing sensation of a gulp of beer, was only heightened by the company of beautiful women. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, prompting one of the underlings to reluctantly rise, exclaiming, "Who is knocking? These men truly lack taste," thinking they can just stroll in for a meal. Upon opening the door, the underling was met with a shocking sight. The 4 men who were supposed to guard the entrance lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood smiling at the threshold. It was disheartening that he had not summoned his brothers to join him in feasting on the delicacies. Tang Ze chuckled darkly, thrusting his broadsword into the underling's abdomen, the blade slicing through with grim precision, spilling innards across the floor. The occupants inside the room were momentarily stunned, quickly reaching for their phones to call for help. Yet, as they glimpsed Tang Ze, the delivery boy at the door, their expressions shifted from rage to sheer terror. How did he arrive so suddenly? Ding Feng, who had once exuded arrogance, was now visibly shaken, his hands trembling. As Tang Ze swaggered into the room, dragging his bloodied sword, a long trail of crimson marked his path. When he settled into a seat, the hearts of the men around him raced, their breaths held in anxious silence. They had indeed conspired to eliminate Tang Ze, but the reality of his presence transformed their fear into palpable dread. "These peanuts are quite tasty," Tang Ze remarked nonchalantly as he munched on the snacks. Ding Feng, feeling the weight of Tang Ze's malice, couldn't shake the feeling of coincidence that had led to Tang Ze's sudden appearance amidst their plotting. There is a traitor among us. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an underling fell to his knees before Tang Ze, pleading, "Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me. I provided you with supplies." The others regarded the betrayer with seething contempt. When did I ever make such a promise? Tang Ze inquired with feigned curiosity. As the underling stood there, bewildered, a flash of steel cut through the air and blood splattered against the white wall. Plunging the sword into the corpse, Tang Ze addressed the group. "Anyone capable of betraying you today could just as easily betray me tomorrow. Shouldn't you be grateful that I've rid you of this traitor?" None of the 9 men dared to utter a word, and a woman in the room trembled in fear, recognizing that her partner paled in comparison to Tang Ze's imposing presence, who could command the room with mere silence. "Is this your sister-in-law?" "Fear not, I do not harm women," Tang Ze reassured her with a smile. Ding Feng understood that the night would not unfold peacefully. Having harbored murderous intent that had inevitably drawn Tang Ze to their doorstep. Resolute in his decision, he thought it better to take action than to be slaughtered like a pig. "What do you intend to do?" Ding Feng inquired in a lowered voice. Feeling his confidence wane, Tang Ze ran a hand through his hair, clicking his tongue. As the saying goes, when one prepares to kill, one must also be ready for retaliation. "Kill him," Ding Feng shouted, seizing a bottle of wine and hurling it at Tang Ze. The 2 underlings seated beside Tang Ze immediately pressed down on his shoulders. The bottle shattered upon Tang Ze's forehead, wine cascading down his face, yet he remained unscathed. "Your strength seems to have waned. I shall begin to resist now." Tang Ze's laughter sent a chill through the hearts of the 2 underlings beside him, as they realized the immense power radiating from this formidable beast could not be contained. Drawing the broadsword, he swiftly severed the heads of the 2 men beside him. "Do you understand why I prefer blades over firearms?" he mused, reveling in the visceral sensation of steel tearing through flesh, the gory splatter of blood, and the anguished cries of despair. Ding Feng believed he had already descended into madness, yet he was astonished to discover a greater fiend in their midst. "What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Ding Feng screamed in desperation, realizing he had no avenue for escape. Under the looming threat of death, his subordinates, forsaking all notions of profit, charged at Tang Ze. Outside, frantic footsteps echoed as the owner's men arrived en masse. Upon witnessing Tang Ze amidst the carnage, fear overcame them. "It's just one man. We can easily dispatch him. Everything here belongs to us," Ding Feng bellowed, rallying the collective strength of the neighborhood's men, convinced they could not fail against a mere delivery man. Clearly, Ding Feng had gravely underestimated this courier. "Kill him, brothers. Once he is vanquished, the beauties shall be ours." The allure of the women spurred them on, and several even lunged at Tang Ze. Yet with a single downward strike, one was cleaved in half, a testament to Tang Ze's terrifying strength that left the onlookers paralyzed with dread. Nevertheless, the throng behind continued to push forward, eager to claim their share of glory. This was nothing short of a cue to death, yet Tang Ze, invigorated by the chaos, became increasingly frenzied, his eyes ablaze with a primal fervor as he carved his way to the entrance. The ground was littered with corpses, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Inside, Ding Feng stood frozen, his grip on the fruit knife faltering as he beheld the blood-soaked figure of Tang Ze, as if he had just emerged from the depths of Hades. Tang Ze planted his sword into the heap of bodies and wiped the still-drying blood from his face with a few tissues. "Could we not have settled this peacefully? I had no intention of killing you. After all, I plan to stay for a few days. I simply cannot abide a lifeless community." He surveyed the scene, noting that nearly all the men had been dispatched. Gasping for breath, Ding Feng suddenly lunged at Tang Ze, gripping the fruit knife tightly as his eyes gleamed with a final flicker of resolve. He thrust forward, but before he could reach Tang Ze, the broadsword pierced through his abdomen, pinning him against the wall with the blade pointing upward. Veins bulged on Ding Feng's forehead as he clutched the hilt, his body sinking, destined to be split in two. The women nearby, trembled in terror, paralyzed with fear. "Do not be afraid. I do not harm women." Tang Ze reassured them with a smile, before pressing one down onto the table. Ding Feng's eyes, once filled with rage, now reflected sheer terror as he witnessed his woman transformed into a lifeless husk, as if her very essence had been drained. Could this delivery man be a vampire? Approaching Ding Feng, Tang Ze chuckled, "I did not expect you to endure for so long. I shall spare your life, for I must pay a visit to the other homeowners." With that, he withdrew the broadsword, causing Ding Feng to collapse to the floor, the blade having grazed his chest, blood pooling around him as his complexion turned ashen. This was not an act of mercy, but a cruel sentence to languish in suffering until the end. The demon, the devil, the fiend, Ding Feng murmured to himself, contemplating why he would provoke such an individual when he could indulge in a life of luxury and pleasure. Indeed, the ancient wisdom rings true. A single word of lust wields a deadly blade. Meanwhile, emboldened by his previous successes, Tang Ze began his relentless quest, knocking on doors one after another, and when met with resistance, he would force them open with sheer strength. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Ze grinned as he upturned the bed. "Your husband seeks to kill me. Having turned the tables, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" Chapter 33. Clearing the community, the woman shook her head vehemently, unable to meet Tang Ze's gaze. As he emerged from the bedroom, gathering the supplies within, Tang Ze proceeded to visit the next residence. This night was one of bloodshed and slaughter, with cries of agony echoing incessantly until dawn's first light broke. In the living room, the three women remained awake, unable to find solace in sleep. The previous evening, Tang Ze had merely mentioned he had matters to attend to and had not returned since. With the sun now risen and no word from him, the outside world was rife with terror. What had transpired? If Tang Ze had met his demise, they would be subjected to unspeakable torment. Even Yi Qingyi, in this moment, wished for his safety. This overwhelming anxiety drove Yi Qingyi to quiet tears, memories of recent tragedies flooding her mind, her sister and brother-in-law's brutal deaths. The sorrow became unbearable, leading her to sob uncontrollably. Her weeping was infectious, prompting Bai to join her in tears, while Sun Ting trembled at the thought of becoming like her fallen friends. Fear glistened in her eyes, and without Tang Ze, she felt utterly insignificant. The sound of the door creaking open stirred the three women, their gazes filled with trepidation and hope. Then, Tang Ze entered, a smile gracing his face, a large gift box in hand, though his body was smeared with blood. "Crying so early in the morning? I'm still alive," he quipped, and Bai burst into tears, truly frightened. Had Tang Ze perished outside, she felt she would jump into the abyss herself, not out of romantic despair, but from a desire to escape torment. "Oh dear, take care of her," Tang Ze remarked helplessly. Sun Ting wiped her tears away, saying, "And Bai is like this. She has a timid disposition." Tang Ze shook his head and approached Yi Qingyi, placing the gift box before her. "This is for you. No need to thank me." Yi Qingyi stared at the box, momentarily bewildered, while Bai ceased her sobs. And Sun Ting looked on with envy. This was the first time Tang Ze had given a gift. Inside, it was likely a cake or some treat, Sun Ting mused. Yi Qingyi had done nothing extraordinary. Why did she deserve such a reward? Perhaps it was for her good behavior the night before. "I'm going to take a shower. You all tidy up. Your makeup is a mess from crying, looking like ghosts. Be careful, or I might just eliminate you all," Tang Ze warned. The three women snapped to attention, hastily preparing themselves. Tang Ze favored beauty, shunning the unattractive. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded over Tang Ze's muscular form, washing away the blood down the drain. Reflecting on the night's accomplishments, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had reached 63 progress towards his next upgrade, just shy of attaining the coveted gift package. The swift pace was gratifying, though the quality was somewhat concerning. In the living room, the three women had tidied their appearances and were seated beside the gift box. "What could it be? I'm so curious," Bai said, her eyes wide with anticipation. Sun Ting remarked with envy, "We've been here for days without gifts, and you arrive only recently to receive one. Perhaps it's because I'm a newcomer." Yi Qingyi replied, her words inadvertently striking a blow to Sun Ting and Inbai's spirits. With a chuckle, Yi Qingyi added, "I'm just teasing you. We will all share it." Establishing good relations with them was undoubtedly essential. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's willingness to share the food, Sun Ting and Inbai felt a glimmer of happiness, their perceptions of her slightly shifting. As Yi Qingyi gently lifted the box, the previously cheerful expressions of the three women instantly froze. A wave of nausea overcame Inbai, who promptly covered her mouth and rushed to the nearby trash bin to vomit. Sun Ting, initially only feeling queasy, couldn't resist the sound of Inbai's retching and soon joined her. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyi remained unfazed, staring at the severed head within the gift box. It belonged to the murderer of her brother-in-law and sister, Mao Gang. Sun Ting, her complexion paling, pointed in disbelief and asked, "Who is this?" "This is the person who killed my sister and brother-in-law," Yi Qingyi replied calmly. "Sister and brother-in-law, you may now rest in peace. Ganzi has come to bow and apologize to you." And Bai, wiping her lips with a tissue, remarked enviously, "Your master is truly kind to you." Yi Qingyi merely forced a smile, pondering why Tang Zhe had suddenly behaved this way. Was he perhaps captivated by her beauty? Before long, Tang Zhe emerged wearing only his shorts, plopping down onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Sun Ting and Inbai understood immediately and rushed to give him a massage. "Thank you," Yi Qingyi expressed gratefully, squatting by Tang Zhe's feet. With his eyes closed, Tang Zhe replied nonchalantly, "I just happened to encounter him. Since he was a good brother to your brother-in-law, I took care of him. And his wife and daughter?" "All dead," Tang Zhe responded slowly, seeming to drift toward slumber. Sun Ting, massaging his shoulders, glanced at Yi Qingyi with curiosity, asking, "Master, where did you go for the night?" "Just dealt with a few people. You need not remain cooped up in a house. You can stroll around the community now," Tang Zhe said with a contented air. Inbai gasped, "I can't wander around. I'll get caught. Only the four of us are left in the entire community," Tang Zhe stated. Inbai and Sun Ting stared at him in disbelief. "Only us? What happened to everyone else? Are they all dead? All right, I'm heading off to sleep now," Tang Zhe said, patting Yi Qingyi's head. "I'm quite pleased with your performance." Once back in his bedroom, Tang Zhe immediately fell asleep, leaving a handgun propped at the door. Anyone daring to knock would meet a swift demise. The three women were well aware of this rule and would never enter Tang Zhe's room. "Let's go take a look," Sun Ting suggested. Inbai, anxious, replied, "What if it's just a joke?" Yi Qingyi shook her head. "He wouldn't joke about our lives." Yi Qingyi remained the rational one, and both Sun Ting and Inbai agreed. The three women armed themselves with kitchen knives and stepped outside. Gathering their courage, they ventured into the underground garage, the eerie silence sending shivers down their spines. Upon entering Building 4, they were immediately hit by a metallic scent of blood. As they ascended the staircase, blood dripped incessantly from above. Swallowing hard, they pressed on, with the daring Sun Ting leading the way, the timid Inbai in the middle, and Yi Qingyi bringing up the rear. Soon they reached the first floor, where a stench of blood permeated the corridor. A man's lifeless body lay on the ground. Upon entering the room, the three women gasped in horror. The scene was utterly chaotic. They leaned against the wall, simultaneously retching. The bodies piled like a mountain, layered 3 deep, and a withered female corpse lay sprawled on the dining table, her eyes wide with terror. Chapter 34. The rain ceases. Could all these deaths truly be the result of a single individual? Yi Qingyi murmured, perplexed by the enormity of the situation. Sun Ting, equally incredulous, contemplated the implications. He must be a disciple of some master, masquerading as a delivery person to conceal his true identity. Inbai found merit in Sun Ting's hypothesis. After all, how else could one person wreak such havoc upon an entire community? What has transformed this woman into such a state? Yi Qingyi questioned as she stepped into the room, suppressing the overwhelming scent of blood. Inbai whispered, "It seems as though all her blood has been drained. Could she be a vampire?" Sun Ting playfully rapped Inbai on the head. "You've watched too many American dramas." "Vampires, really?" "Well, she does appear utterly drained," Inbai replied, feeling disheartened at the thought of being deemed foolish. Yi Qingyi agreed with Inbai. There was indeed an unsettling lack of blood, raising further questions. Could this be yet another virus at play? Let us proceed and investigate further. Upon reaching the next residence, the trio was met with the same disconcerting sight, a desiccated female corpse. This phenomenon extended throughout Building 4 and, indeed, the entire community. The three women were rendered pale with terror, as it became increasingly clear that Tang Zei was the orchestrator of this grim fate. Their own near transformation into lifeless husks only intensified their fear. Returning indoors, the trio remained ensnared in their shock, moving like automatons. Convinced that Tang Zei was a vampire, a particularly predatory one at that. Just then, Tang Zei emerged from a room, yawning, and immediately caught sight of the three women, their faces etched with dread. He paused momentarily, then chuckled. "So, you have all come to the realization." Bai nodded timidly. "Are you truly a vampire?" Yi Qingyi asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Tang Zei responded with a hint of amusement, acknowledging her intelligence while also recognizing a touch of naivety. He adopted a more serious demeanor, his voice thick with gravity. "I had intended for us to coexist peacefully, but the time for pretense is over. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nicholas, the 79th branch of Edward's lineage, a vampire residing in this country." The three women gasped in unison, their disbelief shattered. "So, you truly are a vampire. No wonder you can conjure food. It must be an inherent ability of your kind, just as depicted in films." Tang Zei chuckled inwardly at their gullibility. "Well, if you believe it, so be it," he thought, approaching them with a mischievous grin that prompted them to huddle together in fright. His boisterous laughter resonated, further solidifying their conviction. "Behave yourselves, or I shall drain every last drop of your blood." He pinched Bai's cheek affectionately, finding her quite endearing. Bai nodded vigorously, and Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi followed suit, eager to appease him. "Just a bit of fun," he mused, "but I am famished. It is time for a meal. A filet mignon for lunch shall replenish my energy." "May I ask you a question, master?" Bai inquired, her voice laced with trepidation as she gazed up at him. After taking a bite of steak, Tang Zei simply replied, "Master, why do you only consume meat and not drink blood? Will you not suffer from malnutrition?" Tang Zei's lips twitched. "Master, do you sleep in a coffin at night? Have you evolved to the point where you are unafraid of sunlight? If the blood types differ, will it not cause nausea while feeding?" And Bai, resembling an inquisitive child, bombarded him with relentless questions, causing Tang Zei's mouth to quiver. He promptly lifted the curious Bai and brought him to the balcony, declaring fiercely, "I shall feed on you now." "Please, master," Bai cried out as Tang Zei sank his teeth into his delicate neck. Bai felt as though he might perish, yet surprisingly, there was no pain. "Ask another question, and I shall drain your blood dry," Tang Zei growled menacingly. Bai clung tightly to Tang Zei's neck, his long, graceful legs entwined around Tang Zei's waist, tilting his head slightly while letting out soft gasps. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi sighed in relief, having feared for Bai's life. Suddenly, Tang Zei halted, his gaze drifting outside. The wind had ceased, and the rain had stopped, the timing unknown to them. "The rain has stopped," Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi rushed to the balcony, opening the window. Despite the looming dark clouds above, indeed, the rain had ceased, and the wind had calmed. They could even glimpse sunlight breaking through the clouds, as if it were about to emerge. Yi Qingyi pondered inwardly whether this signified that rescue was imminent or that they would soon overcome the impending crisis. Her previously dim gaze brightened, and even Sun Ting shared in her newfound hope. However, before their joy could fully blossom, they noticed a scattering of figures gathering outside the community gate. As the crowd grew, it became evident they were clad in peculiar footwear, seemingly encased in plastic, which rendered their gait somewhat odd. Yet, if their eyes did not deceive them, it appeared they were advancing towards their community. The number surpassed 100, while only 50 or 60 men remained in their neighborhood, indicating no internal strife, or at least very little. All these individuals wielded knives, and it was clear they were not there to offer aid, but rather to take lives. Tang Zei was instantly invigorated. Having not satiated his thirst for blood the previous night, he was eager for more. If only killing could replenish his energy reserves. Below in the community, the leading man, bald and menacing, wielded a cleaver, his grip wrapped tightly in white cloth. "Boss, Once we deal with Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin, I'll make them pay. Damn it, they injured my brother last time at the supermarket. One man said coldly, his desire to annihilate palpable. Mo Han turned to his comrades and bellowed. Today's task is simple. Kill men. Steal women. Seize supplies. His subordinates raised their knives in exhilaration, shouting, kill men. Steal women. Seize supplies. Boss, I heard there are beautiful women in this community, including flight attendants. I saw one last time. She was stunning, one man added, his lewd expression making others want to retch. Mo Han spat disdainfully. From now on, the women in this area shall belong to me. Mo Han. I shall have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Long live the boss. The crowd cheered. On the balcony, Tang Zhe held the breathless and Bai and chuckled. These individuals are united in purpose, unlike us. Perhaps we should take refuge, suggested Yi Qing, noting the overwhelming number of adversaries. However, Tang Zhe cast the blushing and Bai onto the sofa and once more brandished the broadsword. Its golden hilt, adorned with intricate engravings, exuded an air of nobility, while the glinting blade radiated a chilling brilliance. Chapter 35. Braving the gates of hell, as Tang Zhe prepared to venture out once more into the fray. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to feel a swell of concern. Yesterday's bloodshed had not quenched his thirst for violence. Today, it seemed, he intended to rectify that. With a decisive motion, Tang Zhe opened the door, but paused momentarily. He retrieved a firearm, tossing it to Sun Ting with a stern admonition. You may use this to take a life or to end your own. I have no desire to see my sustenance sullied. With that, he closed the door behind him. Sun Ting grasped the cold weapon in her hand. Exchanging a glance with Yi Qingyi, who swallowed hard, her mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sun Ting then turned her gaze to Bai. Contemplating the futility of it all, she felt utterly lost. Below, a throng of individuals had entered the residential complex. Halting momentarily upon witnessing the corpse sprawled across the central green space. This community was indeed chaotic, with so many lives extinguished. Isn't it something? Just look at these women. It would be a shame not to indulge a bit, one of the men mused. Meanwhile, several others retreated to the shadows, retching violently. They had thought their own neighborhood was brutal, but upon entering the Jinyuan community, they realized their previous experiences paled in comparison. At least there, fewer women had perished. Boss, it's eerily quiet. Something feels off, remarked one of the younger gang members, surveying the surrounding floors. He had anticipated some onlookers, perhaps even a clandestine warning, yet found all windows devoid of life, a chilling emptiness that sent shivers down his spine. A palpable coldness enveloped them. Mo Han let out a derisive snort. What are ambushes? If we don't seize what we need today, your wives and children will go hungry. At this proclamation, the previously bewildered men clenched their knives tightly. It was a stark choice between their survival or demise. Following their prearranged plan, they aimed for swift resolution, for the ominous weather threatened rain at any moment. A cadre of individuals dispersed into various floors, placing their shoe covers outside. They shattered the glass and entered the lobby with force. Mo Han was there to exact revenge on Ding Feng, as he had suffered considerable losses in their last encounter. Much of it taken by Ding Feng. Boss, there's a smell of blood, exclaimed a young member, barely 20, wearing a baseball cap, his hands trembling around the knife. What are you scared of? We outnumber them. Let us move. Mo Han scoffed. Despite the height of the building, he had no intention of taking the elevator. Too constricted and vulnerable to ambushes, their numerical advantage would be nullified. Boss, there are numerous corpses upstairs, the young man stammered, his face ashen as he retreated down the stairs, unable to muster the courage to ascend further. It was a gruesome sight, akin to hell itself. Mo Han smacked his hand down in frustration. Useless. If you're frightened by corpses, then follow me. 20 or so individuals steeled themselves, ascending the staircase. The blood on the steps thickened, a harrowing sight that sent chills through them all. Even Mo Han began to feel apprehensive. What had transpired in this place? Before long, they encountered a series of cadavers, some dismembered, others cleaved in two, and several with their heads grotesquely displaced, the ground littered with viscera. A wave of nausea swept over half the group, as such a horrific spectacle was scarcely witnessed even in the most macabre of films. Upon entering the dwelling, a gruesome sight of 3 layers of corpses rendered the group motionless, bewildered by the horrific scene before them. "Boss, what on earth happened here?" "It seems as if they were all slain by some sharp blade," muttered a crouching subordinate, gazing at the wounds. "Perhaps we should leave, boss. This feels cursed." Mohan's eyes fell upon Ding Feng's lifeless body, and an unsettling sensation washed over him. A gaping wound marred his chest. "Quickly, gather supplies. Move," he commanded, and the group dispersed in search of resources. One unfortunate subordinate accidentally brushed against a woman on the dining table, causing her corpse to tumble to the ground. As he beheld her visage, a piercing scream escaped his lips, startling those nearby. "For heaven's sake, stop screaming. Boss, this woman. The subordinate trembled, stammering in fear. Mohan turned to look, his heart racing at the sight of the woman, her flesh reduced to mere skin, resembling a desiccated corpse. "Boss, there are no supplies in any of the rooms." "What?" Mohan bellowed, rushing into the bedroom only to find it empty. Had they been preemptively robbed by another group? How else could so many have perished? "And what of this woman?" "Search the entire building. I refuse to believe there are no supplies." Mohan's expression darkened. The bizarre woman was less frightening than the prospect of starvation. Just then, his phone rang. It was the leader from another building. "Boss, everyone here is dead. Even the women have turned into mummies. It's the same on my end. Not a single soul survives. Moreover, there are no supplies left. They've been completely scavenged. It seems we have arrived too late, unless—" The subordinate's voice was abruptly cut off by a scream. Mohan shouted, Hey, glasses. Respond." A wave of panic swept through him. He realized that hunger was preferable to dying in this place. "Tell the brothers to retreat. Quickly," he shouted in the group chat. Yet, agonizing cries began to echo throughout the community, sending chills down their spines. "Boss, there is someone in Building 3. They've killed all our men and are heading towards Building 2. Mohan immediately pressed for details. "How many of them?" "We only saw one, but we stand no chance against." Mohan had anticipated a multitude, only to discover it was a solitary figure. "Brothers, if one man can instill such terror and slay our comrades, we cannot let this stand. The supplies must be in his possession. Eliminate him. Finish him off." As he observed the fervor in the eyes of his comrades, his fear dissipated, and he commanded, "All brothers, proceed to Building 2. Once donned in shoe covers, they cautiously approached the second building, where anguished screams echoed, a stark contrast to their anxious hearts. "Brothers, fear not," Mohan implored, striving to steady their nerves as they carefully entered Building 2. He opened his phone and whispered, "Hello, what's the situation in Building 2? After half a minute of silence in the chat, he called out again, "Hello? Knife. Weakling. Monk. Can anyone hear me? Is everyone dead?" He uttered, but the silence in the WeChat group was deafening, and Mohan's lips began to tremble as he gazed at the door, too frightened to approach. Suddenly, a man burst through the emergency exit, a wretched wail escaping his lips. "Where did you run off to, you coward?" And Mohan slowly became aware of the horrifying sight before him. Kai Ji was missing both legs, dragging himself along the floor with his hands, 2 streams of blood staining the tiles. As he crawled, Kai Ji muttered in a daze, "They're all dead. All of them. Dead. Devil. I want to go home. I want to go home." Chapter 36. Your takeaway has arrived, listening to the chatter of the underlings. And Mohan could not help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At that moment, the safety passage door swung open once again, prompting everyone to gaze in that direction. A blood-soaked figure wielding a broadsword emerged, his features obscured, yet the slight upward curve of his lips was discernible. "How many are there?" Tang Zhe approached the underling with a smile, and in an instant he brought the blade down, severing the underling's head, epitomizing the notion of killing as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken. By now, some minions had begun to flee, their screams echoing through the air. One hapless soul had forgotten to don shoe covers. As his rubber-soled shoes met the damp ground, they melted away instantly. When his bare foot made contact with the puddle, he collapsed in agony, convulsing, and within moments he lay lifeless. Another, clad in PU-soled shoes, took off running, but the splashing water seared his back. causing him to cry out and fall. Tang Ze flicked his blade. A spray of crimson blood, resembling a brilliant snowflake, erupted, and resting the sword on his shoulder. He urged, "What are you dawdling for? Run." Even Mohan, the leader, did not hesitate to turn and flee. Seeing their leader in flight, the others hurried to follow suit. Tang Ze stood at the entrance, observing the panicked exodus, while Mohan, noticing Tang Ze's lack of pursuit, felt his terror transform into a strange sense of relief. "Just you wait. For killing my brother, I shall ensure your demise next time." As he spoke, he witnessed Tang Ze set down his sword and, seemingly from thin air, produce a waterproof jumpsuit reminiscent of those worn by fishermen. However, this outfit was not made of rubber. Upon seeing Tang Ze approach once more, sword in hand, Mohan's expression darkened, and he bolted away. The nearby brothers cursed their leader under their breaths. Earlier, Tang Ze had not pursued them, so why make such threats? Now he was indeed on their heels. Emerging from the community, they encountered a car that appeared to be nothing but wheels, within which 4 individuals sat. Without any sign of braking, the vehicle plowed into 2 fleeing souls. The 2 in the back seat extended their middle fingers, laughing derisively. "You fools will run you down." Tang Shi pushed momentarily, then with the precision of an arrow, hurled his broadsword. The driver and front passenger were instantly impaled through the neck, and the out-of-control vehicle careened into the adjacent greenbelt, crashing into a tree. The fleeing crowd turned to glance back, their expressions a mix of confusion, yet they continued their sprint towards the community. Unhurriedly, Tang Ze approached the car. The 2 in the back, dazed, crawled out, blood trickling from their foreheads, pulling the broadsword from the neck of one man. Tang Ze remarked coolly, "I detest being called a fool." The arrogance the man had displayed moments before vanished, replaced by a pleading gaze directed at Tang Ze. Yet he could do nothing to avert the blade's descent. The head rolled away, the man watching in horror as his body lay still before the figure that resembled a devil. Regret washed over him, wishing he had remained silent. In the past, boasting had posed no consequences, but now it had become a matter of life and death. At that moment, Tang Ze's demeanor was as tranquil as a still lake. The act of killing stirred no ripples within him, akin to squashing an ant. He surveyed the fleeing throng and their expressions of terror, a faint smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. "Quick, shut the door. Shut the door." The man who first burst into the community began to bellow loudly, shadows appearing beside the windows, filled with confusion as they gazed at the men who had just ventured out. How could they return so swiftly and without any supplies? Had they failed to raid the neighboring community? No, the absence of so many people was perplexing. "Wait for me! Wait for me! I haven't gotten in yet!" shouted the man trailing behind, his mind consumed with a singular thought: to return home, secure the door, and hide beneath the bed, hoping that this day was merely a nightmarish illusion. And Mohan, upon seeing Tang Ze, felt a pang of resolve. Closed the door. The heavy iron gates gradually swung shut, immediately secured with a chain, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those inside. "If he dares to climb over, I'll put an end to him." And Mohan remained in a state of panic, yet his mind was still somewhat agile. Open the door, brother. I even gave you water yesterday. I beg you, my wife and child are still inside." The man stranded outside fell to his knees in desperate supplication. However, the brothers within bore ashen faces, too terrified to utter a word. From a window on the 3rd floor, a woman watched the entrance with her child. "Mommy, that's Daddy. Why won't they let him in?" The little girl, merely 7 or 8 years old, innocently inquired, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The woman, in her early 30s, was lost in fear, her chapped lips trembling, when she witnessed the knife-wielding youth approach her husband and raise the bloodied blade, severing his head. She instinctively covered her mouth and shielded her child's eyes. At the doorway, Tang Ze surveyed the men inside, casually kicking the severed head to the side of a trash bin, blood gushing from the lifeless body. In the spirit of reciprocity, "It was now my turn to seize from you." Tang Ze's light laughter echoed ominously, reminiscent of a voice that emerged from the depths of hell, sending chills down spines. And Mohan brandished his knife, laughing maniacally. "You little brat, come on over if you dare. The moment you do, I'll gut you." Tang Ze considered the iron gate before him. He could indeed leap over, but why complicate matters? Raising his saber, he focused his gaze. With a resounding clang, dazzling sparks erupted as the iron chain was inexplicably severed. The men appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Was this strength truly human? Those who had felt emboldened moments ago now screamed as they dashed toward the building, cursing their parents for not giving them more legs to escape. Tang Ze leisurely swung open the iron gate before securing it once again. It was abundantly clear that he had no intention of sparing anyone within the community. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Back at home, Mo Han, still in shock, began to hastily pack his belongings. "Darling, what are you doing? What on earth is happening? Where are the others?" Mo Han remained silent, frantically gathering clothes, trembling uncontrollably, oblivious to the fact that his pants had been soiled. "Darling? Darling." Suddenly, Mo Han snapped back to reality, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at his wife. "We need to leave. We can't stay here. The demon, the devil, he has killed everyone." Watching her husband, who had already lost his senses, the woman felt utterly at a loss. Suddenly, her daughter pointed towards the window, exclaiming, "Mom, it's raining again." Upon hearing this, Mo Han's entire body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head. The glass window gradually became damp, and he collapsed onto the floor. It was over. Now no one could escape. "Quick, close the door. Barricade it with the furniture. Hurry!" Mo Han shouted in terror, his wife paralyzed with fear. The once formidable ruler of the community was now reduced to such a state, revealing how thoroughly Tang Ze's tactics had shattered his spirit. Downstairs, Tang Ze had just entered the building when the rain began to pour outside. It was fortuitous. This would ensure that no one could flee. He proceeded directly to the entrance of room 101 in Building 1. Adjusting his appearance, he donned a smile and knocked on the door, announcing, "Residents of room 101, your takeout has arrived." Chapter 37. Murder in the rain. Inside the residence dwelled a family of 3. The man had just left, now desperately covering his mouth with his hand. His wife mirrored his actions, while their 10-year-old son, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, attempted to speak, only to be silenced by his father's grip. "Whoever dares to utter a sound shall perish." Fear had engulfed the man's heart, rendering him oblivious to the fact that his large hand was suffocating his son, pressing down with increasing force as the boy began to struggle. Yet, the man remained transfixed, his gaze fixed upon the door, where the knocking echoed ominously, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Bang! The sound of the security door being violently kicked open reverberated through the air. Upon observing the trio by the sofa, Tang Ze spoke with an air of indifference. "You know, I absolutely detest delivery personnel who refuse to answer the door. Do you understand how pressed for time I am?" Following his statement, Tang Ze paused, then chuckled. "Brother, you truly have a talent. You've even managed to suffocate your own son. Impressive," he added, giving a thumbs up. "I, Tang Ze, could never commit such an act." The man glanced down, realizing that his son had ceased to breathe. A piercing scream escaped the woman's lips. The man stood frozen, resembling a marionette rendered motionless. Tang Ze approached slowly, the blade scraping against the floor, producing a slightly jarring sound. Sitting on a small stool, he exhaled, "This is the nature of our world. You seize from me, I seize from you. It's either you kill me or I kill you, and alas, the unfortunate truth is that you are the weaker party." With that, he brought the knife down with brutal precision, cleaving the man's head, blood splattering in all directions. The woman's scream reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood, leaving all the women pale and shaken, without exception. As Tang Ze exited, he approached another door. "Residents of Unit 102, your delivery has arrived." His words rang out like a harbinger of doom. The sky gradually dimmed, and the cacophony of screams within the community showed no signs of abating. Mo Han crouched on the ground, cocooned in a blanket for a semblance of security, his eyes fixed on the community group chat. "They're knocking on my door. What should I do? Who will save me? Why is it a mere delivery man? How can you not even kill a delivery person? Someone, please save me. I do not wish to die. Yes, at my door, sob, sob, sob. I warned you not to venture out and rob the neighborhood. That retaliation would ensue, but you wouldn't listen. I can't take it anymore." A muffled sound echoed from outside. A man chose to leap from his balcony to escape the grip of his mental torment. However, those homeowners who had sent messages never followed up with a second. Mohan's eyes were filled with despair as his phone slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the wooden floor. His wife gazed at him. Her husband, who was once the stronghold of their family, now appeared so frightened. Bang! Your delivery has arrived. The voice at the door jolted Mohan from his reverie. He glanced at the half-empty bottle of water beside him, and slowly, determination flickered in his eyes, as if that bottle had dispelled his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan gripped the bottle and whispered, "I shall face him head-on. You must survive." Husband, Daddy. At that moment, Mohan seemed to embrace his responsibilities as both a husband and a father, gradually twisting open the cap of the bottle. Indeed, this is the perilous rainwater he recklessly engages with. Even a mere splash could summon the Grim Reaper. Who would dare undertake such a treacherous endeavor? Despite being the leader, Mohan sleeps with trepidation each night, constantly fearing that his underlings might usurp him. This bottle of water serves as a lethal weapon, and now it has come to fruition. Positioned at the threshold, listening to Tang Zai's voice outside, Mohan's demeanor transformed into one of reckless defiance. He cast aside the furniture blocking the door and flung it open, hurling the water towards Tang Zai, who stood half a meter away. Some of the liquid dribbled down the bottle, dampening Mohan's hand. Yet in that moment, he felt no fear. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter, for the visage of the devil before him was drenched in rainwater. "Ha! You, the delivery man. I have finally done you in." Tang Zai remained frozen in place, his expression stiff with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone would attempt to drown him with water. Had Mohan lost his mind? A searing pain surged within Mohan, causing his breath to quicken as he slid down the wall. Yet the devil before him remained unperturbed. Fear reemerged on Mohan's face. Why? Why were there no consequences for you? Why is this happening? Did you splash rainwater on me? Tang Zai was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching to touch his face. A wave of dread washed over him as he shouted, "Damn it!" Raising his cleaver, he struck wildly, shattering ceramic tiles into fragments, while Mohan's body exuded a foul stench, resembling putrid flesh. Tang Zai gasped, realizing his grave oversight. He never anticipated someone would use rainwater to commit murder. This was a variable he had not accounted for. But wait, had the poison already taken effect? Why had he not succumbed? Was it not yet time? After a minute of waiting, Tang Zai still felt nothing. He recalled that individuals drenched in rain would convulse in agony within 5 seconds and perish by the 10th. Could it be that his enhanced physique was providing resistance against such a virus? Approaching the window, he opened it wide and extended his hand. The icy rainwater pooled in his palm, forming droplets. It was impossible for him not to feel anxious at that moment. However, having just been doused, he remained unscathed. Time progressed slowly, and Tang Zai's smile deepened. His fortified body indeed withstood the viral invasion. A low chuckle began to emanate, growing louder, echoing in the ears of others as the greedy laughter of a devil. Meanwhile, the three women sat upon the plush carpet in silence, perhaps lost in their own thoughts. Sun Ting gazed out at the pouring rain, then glanced at the gun in her hand. Would he return? And Bai, hugging her knees, asked softly, "Do you wish for him to come back?" Sun Ting retorted, "Do you hope for his return?" And Bai hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. If he did not return, the supplies here could last a long time, and the entire community might become deserted, ensuring safety. Yet there was also a yearning for his presence, for the comfort brought. "Well," Sun Ting turned her gaze to Yi Qingyi, "what about you?" Ye Vingyi nodded, sensing that uttering a simple no might lead to her being shot by Sun Ting. Yi Qingyi's intuition proved to be accurate. Any incorrect response would be met with Sun Ting's unhesitating shot, as it would mean one less mouth to feed. Even if Tang Zai were to return, there would be tangible evidence to substantiate the act. In truth, Sun Ting was equally uncertain about her response, torn between a desire for his return and a wish for him to remain absent. Perhaps the sentiments harbored by the three women were in perfect alignment. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a mobile phone pierced the silence, startling the trio, for they were the last 3 remaining in the entire community. It was Yi Qingyi's phone, and it was immediately apparent who was calling: Zi Hui. Yi Qingyi clutched the device, her expression taut with tension. Chapter 38. The Apocalypse Gift Package 2. Jiang Zihui sensed that Yi Qingyi was acting strangely. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious? Oh, the rain just stopped for a moment. But now it's pouring again. I thought I might finally get to go outside. What a pity. Has the rain stopped on your side? He inquired. Yi Qingyi responded with a soft "oh." Jiang Zihui could feel that his fiancé had been somewhat off lately. She had always relied on him, yet in recent days, she seemed less dependent, failing even to inquire about his well-being, while he was the one initiating their calls. Qingyi, just hang in there a little longer. My father is preparing to form a team. Yi Qingyi paused in surprise. What kind of team? To transform our area into the safest zone possible, with security, search teams, medical units, and so forth. Do you have firearms? After these past few days, Yi Qingyi understood well that possessing a gun was paramount. Everything else was futile. My father's security department has a few handguns. We'll retrieve them once the rain ceases. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it would be best to check the police station's armory. Huh? Jiang Zihui exclaimed, taken aback by how calmly his fiancé mentioned raiding the police station. Noticing his astonishment, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't that how it goes in the movies? You fool, that's just in the movies. Once the rain stops, the police will all return to the station for their weapons. You can't just go and steal them. But it was early morning when the rain fell. Everyone would be at home. How many would remain at the station now? Yi Qingyi said matter-of-factly, hoping Jiang Zihui might consider her perspective. Jiang Zihui felt as if he hardly recognized the woman before him. Previously, she was anxious about food, and now she was concerned about firearms. He wondered if she was overly stressed and fatigued. Regardless, wait for me. I will come for you, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled softly in response. Yet when she looked at her fiancé, she realized that the joy and reliance she once felt were absent. What was wrong with her? Was she unwell? She even found it amusing rather than touching when he swore to come for her. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi ran her fingers through her hair, feeling particularly lost. Just then, her phone rang again, and upon seeing the caller ID, she answered immediately. Yeah. Seeing the girl on the video call, Yi Qingyi let out a heavy sigh of relief. The girl on the screen was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, thin red lips, lively eyes, and long, lustrous black hair that cascaded down her waist. Her skin was as fair as ivory, and her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to speak volumes. Yeah. I just tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. Are you all together? Xie Mingyue asked, her face etched with concern. Seeing her aunt safe eased her worries about her parents. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment before revealing a reassuring smile. My brother-in-law and sister are at Zhang Ziye's place discussing matters. Don't worry, they probably left their phones at home. Oh, I see. You scare me to death. Xie Mingyue exclaimed, patting her chest with a warm smile. Yeah, what has been going on with you these past few days? Your phone has been off. There was an issue with the power supply. It was only fixed today, but I suspect someone intentionally sabotaged it to prevent us from contacting the outside world. Xie Mingyue slightly furrowed her elegant brows, which rendered her somewhat endearing. Yi Qingyi immediately sensed an ominous atmosphere. Had something transpired recently? The provisions had diminished significantly, and she had observed certain girls accompanying teachers to their quarters, only to return the following day with an abundance of food. Yi Qingyi internally lamented the situation. This phenomenon was merely the prelude to a far more troubling scenario. Presently, they could still feign normalcy, but soon, pretense would be futile. Aunt, do not worry. I shall not go, not even if it costs me my life. Please do not inform my parents, lest they become anxious. Ye Vingyi nodded, utterly at a loss on how to broach the topic of her sister and brother-in-law with Ye. Upon concluding the call, Yi Qingyi exhaled in relief. Your niece's situation is also becoming chaotic, Sun Ting remarked coolly. Everything began with the exchange of food. Once a woman complies, a man's greed escalates. Of course, there are exceptions, but in these times, being virtuous often leads to dire consequences. And this is a university where young and beautiful women abound. If chaos ensues, it may become even more exaggerated than here. Yiqingyi shook her head, realizing she was powerless to intervene. A sense of helplessness engulfed her. Did not the master promise to take us away? Enbai suddenly whispered, which rekindled a flicker of hope within Yiqingyi. Sun Ting scoffed. He would never rescue anyone for your sake. Yet, Yiqingyi instinctively responded, my niece is very beautiful. She then retrieved her phone to show a photo. So she's your niece, Sun Ting mused, perusing the images on Yiqingyi's phone. Perhaps due to a woman's innate compassion, she refrained from mentioning these photos to Tang Ze. Sun Ting chuckled softly. You truly are a good aunt. Though we appear safe here, in a certain sense, we are not. Yiqingyi fixed her gaze on Sun Ting, speaking gravely. One is better than a multitude. At least being with him ensures survival. Ye cannot perish. You've grown quite accepting, Sun Ting remarked, sipping water and stifling a laugh. Throughout history, women have had but one path, to lean upon powerful men, for therein lies security. And Bai, clutching a cushion, inquired curiously, what about your fiancé? Will you abandon him? This question pierced sharply, as if probing whether she would fulfill her sister's final wishes or choose to go to her fiancé's home. Yiqingyi would undoubtedly opt to save her niece before visiting her fiancé. However, such thoughts were mere fantasies. They were utterly unattainable. If a choice had to be made, Yiqingyi would choose the former. Ye was in peril, while her fiancé represented safety. Suddenly, Sun Ting's expression shifted, and she mischievously remarked, will you two not feel awkward in the future? And Bai, Yiqingyi's lips twitched. She had not considered this at all. I find myself somewhat intrigued, Sun Ting said with a sly grin. That scene is bound to be quite explosive. And Bai's eyes widened in anticipation, as if she too were intrigued. Yiqingyi rolled her eyes. Two oddballs. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Sun Ting and Bai burst into laughter, seemingly bridging the gap between them. On this night, three women remained awake, reminiscing about past amusing anecdotes, discussing skincare products and celebrities, until their conversation inevitably turned to men. The topic became increasingly inappropriate, culminating in a discussion about which positions were the most comfortable. As the sky gradually lightened, it still appeared shrouded in darkness, and the rain continued to fall. Tang Ze let out a long sigh. He had finally completed the task, initially believing it would be accomplished swiftly, yet the final 10% consumed an entire night. Fortunately, the last milestone was ultimately reached at 100%. Unlock Apocalypse Gift Package 2. 0 supplies 2. 0 have been accepted. Advanced Body Enhancement has been received. Weaponry Equipment version 2. 0 has been received. Telekinesis Master has been activated. Note: items can be extracted through intent. Extraction of Apocalypse Gift Package 3. 0 requires an upgraded energy reservoir. Chapter 39. Temptation. The advanced enhancement of the body. Tang Ze was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Should he attempt to slash himself with a knife? Perhaps not, as the thought of pain was daunting. The 2.0 version of supplies had introduced additional protective gear, modified vehicles, and medical equipment. In terms of weaponry, the 2.0 version revealed a plethora of new arms, grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, and stingers, among other individual combat gear. While Tang Ze had a preference for cold weapons over firearms, he lamented the absence of aircraft, artillery, and tanks in the 2.0 version. How exhilarating it would be to unleash a Dongfeng missile. Now on to the highlight, the telekinetic ability. The capacity to manipulate objects was astonishing. He focused intently on a cup resting on the coffee table, yet it remained utterly still. How does one even operate this? A manual would be immensely helpful. Must it be a matter of sheer will to make it levitate? Just as the thought occurred to him, the teacup began to float in mid-air, leaving Tang Ze astounded, as if witnessing a magic trick. Crash! The cup shattered, yet the fragments remained suspended in the air. How delightful! With a mere thought, the shards embedded themselves into the wall with the speed of a bullet, causing Tang Ze to gasp in astonishment. This was no slower than a firearm. Intriguing. His powers were becoming increasingly formidable, rendering ordinary individuals virtually powerless. Standing on the balcony, Tang Ze gazed down at a Toyota Corolla. He watched as the vehicle gradually lifted off the ground, only to crash violently into a nearby tree. However, he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Cursing inwardly, was it the distance or the weight of the car? Perhaps it was merely a sign that his powers were not yet sufficient to handle such feats without consequence. Taking a moment to rest on the sofa, he felt a semblance of comfort. This ability was his secret weapon, best saved for critical moments. Reflecting on the recent water incident, had it not been for his enhanced body resisting the virus, he would likely have succumbed to the ground, lifeless. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. His vibrant life had only just begun. He resolved to confiscate all supplies within the neighborhood. Although he had no shortage of resources, he would not permit them to remain with others. The notion of Tang Zhe playing the role of a good Samaritan was utterly implausible. He stepped out into the rain, leaving behind an emptied community. Observing the damaged Corolla, Tang Zhe swung his knife downwards, cleaving the vehicle in two at the B-pillar. He paused, shaking his head in disbelief. His strength was indeed astounding. As for the 3.0 upgrade package, Tang Zhe felt no urgency. The process of acquiring it was somewhat exhausting, the quality subpar, and he had to scour from house to house. If only they would line up for him, but alas, people were not so naive. Furthermore, the rapid gains he initially experienced had waned. The final one had consumed the efforts of 10 individuals, all preparing for the next neighborhood sweep. Additionally, in a whole community, not a single attractive face remained. Had they all perished at the outset? Remarkably, Tang Ze's suspicions were correct. Several striking individuals had indeed met their demise. Had he known sooner that his body could withstand the rain, perhaps he could have taken them under his wing. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Tang Ze shed all his garments and proceeded to rinse himself off with water, particularly his hair, which bore not only rain but also blood. He aimed to avoid causing distress upon his return, for the number of beautiful women these days is woefully scarce. Meanwhile, the 3 women who had been conversing throughout the night had succumbed to slumber, yet this time they remained close together. The moment the door creaked open, Sun Ting jolted awake, grasping her handgun and pointing it towards the entrance. "Oh, I surrender." Tang Ze chuckled, raising both hands in mock submission. If that gun were to fire, the bullet might very well curve back and explode your head. Sun Ting exhaled a long breath, her heart racing. "You scared me. I thought it was someone else." And by promptly fetched water, her earlier anxiety transforming into a smile, instantly becoming the obedient child. Even Yi Qingyi felt her worries dissipate. Unknowingly, Tang Ze's life seemed intertwined with theirs. If he were to perish, she feared she would be unable to escape this city, perhaps even this district. "Next time, remember to engage the safety," Tang Ze remarked, patting Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting, bewildered, admitted she had never handled such a firearm before. Reluctantly, she relinquished the handgun. Realizing that possessing such a dangerous item posed a threat to Tang Ze, and she felt she could understand him to some extent. Tang Ze glanced at the gun, smiling faintly. "You keep it." "What?" Sun Ting was taken aback, as were Yi Qingyi and Enbai, their expressions one of astonishment. In an even more bewildering turn of events, Tang Ze produced 2 additional handguns, handing them to Enbai and Yi Qingyi. Since they intended to venture outside, it was prudent to be equipped for self-defense. They would need some means of protection, as he had no desire to rescue them unnecessarily. "Wait a moment, practice your marksmanship. I'm starving after a night of vigilance." He turned away, beginning to prepare food for the 3 women. Clutching the handguns, the 3 women recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. If they merely disengaged the safety and aimed for the back of Tang Ze's head, they could attain freedom. With his demise, the 3 handguns would suffice to ensure their safety, and with the supplies at home, Yi Qingyi felt emboldened to seek out Ye. However, this was merely a test orchestrated by Tang Ze. It is often said that human nature cannot withstand temptation, and Tang Ze was keen to ascertain whether they possessed the courage to take his life. He had long contemplated such a trial, but previous circumstances had been too perilous. He might have inadvertently become a victim, yet now, with the powers of a mentalist, he felt invulnerable. The moment a gun was fired, he would perish in an instant. For a fleeting moment, the living room fell into an eerie silence, oppressive and suffocating. Tang Ze laid out breakfast items, fried dough sticks, congee, soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings. Enbai remained unresponsive, Sun Ting frowned without much reaction, while Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, though the movement was slight. At that moment, Yi Qingyi was embroiled in an internal conflict. If she killed him, would her bullets truly allow her to escape? She pondered that if she were to pull the trigger, Sun Ting and Mbai's bullets would surely turn against her. Even if Mbai lacked the courage to shoot, Sun Ting would undoubtedly act. In Sun Ting's eyes, Tang Zhe represented sustenance and life. To extinguish his existence would be to sever her path to survival. Upon this reflection, Yi Qingyi lowered her jade-like arm, perhaps resigning herself to her fate. Tang Zhe cast a sidelong glance, his gaze imbued with a chilling disdain. Yet, as Yi Qingyi let her weapon droop, a smirk of contempt graced Tang Zhe's lips. He had anticipated the crack of a gunshot, but instead, he was met with disappointment. After all, she was merely an ordinary woman. After indulging in a hearty meal, Tang Zhe emitted a satisfied belch and instructed the three women to practice their marksmanship at home. "Do not elevate your backsides so high," he admonished, delivering a playful slap to Mbai's curvaceous form. Mbai, looking utterly aggrieved, thought to herself that if he wished to tease her, he could simply say so, for her figure was naturally so alluring. Chapter 40. Practice makes perfect. Sun Ting possesses remarkable learning abilities, consistently hitting the target from 10 meters away. However, Yi Qingyi's stance appears somewhat flawed. Tang Zhe approaches her personally, wrapping his arms around her. He whispers instructions into her ear, causing Yi Qingyi to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet she complies with his guidance. But the subsequent remark sends her plummeting into a state of icy dread. "You just raised your hand." Startled, she inadvertently pulls the trigger, and with a loud bang, the handgun clatters to the ground. Tang Zhe retrieves the fallen firearm, chuckling as he hands it back to Yi Qingyi. "Why are you even more timid than a novice?" "I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I once let you down," Yi Qingyi promptly asserts with newfound resolve. Tang Zhe playfully pats her backside, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he states, "Let us see your performance then. You all practice well. I'm off to sleep." Once the door closes behind him, Yi Qingyi collapses onto the ground, overwhelmed by fear. She realizes she had raised the gun and had nearly turned it on herself. A chill creeps down her spine. The fact that he allows us to use the gun indicates he is no longer afraid. Sun Ting astutely observes. Why was he reluctant to share it before? Now he gives it away so freely. Something must be amiss. Indeed, he is a vampire. Perhaps after this outing, he has gained confidence against firearms. Yi Qingyi scolds herself inwardly for having forgotten his true nature. Suddenly, Tang Zhe pokes his head out from the bedroom, grinning. "If anyone scores below 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you'll be keeping me company all night." With that, he shuts the door. The three women exchange glances and immediately begin practicing their shooting skills, even the timid Mbai finding her determination. An all-nighter? Who could withstand that? It's far better to practice with this gun, as it poses no fatal threat, unlike the other weapon. Tang Zhe sleeps soundly until evening, dining while reviewing their scores. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are nourished by bullets, and considering the distance of merely 20 meters, it is not overly challenging. All three women pass the test. Then let us increase the difficulty. 50 meters is the new benchmark. As long as they don't miss the target, that suffices. Next, the distance extends to 100 meters, still with the same requirement. But those who excel will receive rewards. "Master, what are the rewards?" Mbai inquires with curiosity. "What kind of reward do you desire?" After a moment of consideration, Mbai shyly responds, "I would be content simply to accompany you." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi silently commend her cleverness. Perhaps in the future, if mistakes are made, Tang Zhe might hesitate to discipline her severely. Where there is competition, there is progress. From a balcony to the opposing building is approximately 100 meters. At this distance, the bottle on the coffee table across the way appears as a mere speck, presenting a significant challenge for a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The spent casings accumulate on the ground, and Tang Zhe, having prepared 10 crates of ammunition, leaves the three women utterly astonished, akin to a weapons dealer. Residents of the neighboring community mistake the sound for firecrackers, as the shots continue unabated. After 2 days of relentless practice, the trio can hit the target more consistently at the 100-meter mark, and Tang Zhe is pleased with their progress. Next, it's time to introduce the rifle. The recoil of the AK might be too much for them, so he opted for the G36 assault rifle instead. Regarding the weight of the rifle, San found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Thus she began engaging in strength training, lifting weights and such. Sun Ting, at the 9 o'clock position, there's a body in a white coat, Tang Zhe remarked, peering through his binoculars. Sun Ting now held her firearm with remarkable poise, firing continuously at the corpse with precision. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Zhe revealed a satisfied smile, noting that she had struck the target flawlessly. Seeing you dressed like that reminds me of a character from Peacekeeper Elite. Tang Zhe teased Sun Ting. You look like a classic skin, a real femme fatale. Yi Qingyi chuckled lightly. It does bear a resemblance. You're no different yourself. Sun Ting rolled her eyes, retorting, You're far more flamboyant than I am. Subsequently, Bai and Yi Qingyi also completed their shooting tasks, the body being reduced to a gruesome spectacle. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Bai inquired curiously. Do you fancy sniper rifles? Tang Zhe asked. In my leisure time, I enjoy playing CSGO, and the sniper rifles are particularly formidable. Tang Zhe then produced an AWM sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi remarked that she wouldn't be surprised even if Tang Zhe pulled a rocket launcher from his trousers. And Bai's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she eagerly began to play with it, even setting up a bipod and lying prone on the ground. Tang Zhe casually perched on Bai's back, using the binoculars to scout for targets. 11 o'clock. There's a crystal ball behind a red curtain. Understood, Bai responded, sounding quite professional. Bang. Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow, impressed by Bai's skill. That was too close. You've got some talent. Down on the street below, at approximately 300 meters, a street lamp flickered. Bang. Impressive, little Bai. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Zhe. The provisions must not be too weak either. Occasionally, one must assist in seizing other resources, lest their talents go to waste. He continued to scan for targets until a window caught his attention, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Little Bai, 2 o'clock, roughly 700 meters, middle window of the 8th floor. Bai aimed at the target, observing a woman pressing her hands against the window, seemingly in distress, while a man behind her wore a smug grin, mercilessly striking her. Your target is that man? Tang Zhe stated nonchalantly. Bai acknowledged with a nod, focusing on the man's head, feeling no fear at that moment, even as it was her first time shooting at a living being, for the sight of him evoked thoughts of those beasts who roamed the earth. Bang! Bai's body quivered slightly. Tang Zhe exhaled, patting Bai's shoulder gently. You need more practice. With that, he lowered the binoculars. Sun Ting quickly seized the binoculars, confirming the hit, though it had resulted in the woman's head being blown apart. Little Bai, you freed her from her suffering, Sun Ting consoled. Bai's expression darkened, overcome with guilt. She had intended to kill the man, but had forgotten about the bullet's drop, which was non-existent in the game. Yi Qingyi softly remarked, Little Bai, even if you had killed that man, others would have done the same to that woman. However, this was indeed my oversight. Tang Zhe playfully tapped Bai on the head, saying, just practice more. This remark ignited Bai's indomitable spirit. As a girl, she had often faced criticism for her gaming skills. Particularly, the phrase just practice more struck a chord with her. Over the next 3 days, Bai immersed herself in relentless practice, initially at a distance of 800 meters, gradually extending her range, ultimately achieving her best result of a headshot at 1,000 meters. The victims were all men, and she occasionally startled herself, exclaiming, I nearly shot the adorable kitty. This left Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi in utter astonishment, as the once timid Bai now wielded a sniper rifle, eliminating men without so much as a blink, even striving for an exceptionally high headshot rate. It must be said, she was indeed a girl captivated by the world of gaming. Chapter 41. Departure from the community, however. This resulted in all the windows on the opposite side being drawn shut, with the inhabitants too frightened to show their faces. Meanwhile, Bai and Sun Ting had significantly improved their marksmanship, and the central area of the community was now littered with dismembered bodies, lacking any semblance of completeness. They were merely waiting for practical experience. Before engaging in real combat, it was essential to practice close-quarter combat techniques, lest they resort to hair-pulling in a moment of desperation. As for combat skills, Tang Ze possessed little experience, relying solely on instinctive actions born from sheer physicality. However, they were not similarly endowed. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi had acquired some knowledge of Sans Ho, and even a brief tutorial would prove beneficial. Prior to venturing outside, a rehearsal was in order. The current confrontations predominantly took place within the confines of buildings, where the enemy's heavy firepower consisted of large blades. Nothing to fear. The only caution was that the adversaries would recklessly engage, heedless of danger, so maintaining a safe distance was paramount. The trio began to coordinate their efforts, yet their attire remained provocatively alluring. Tang Ze mused that it seemed designed to please him. After all, who would don a crop top and tight shorts to engage in gunfights? Such an ensemble could only exist in a video game, perhaps even subject to censorship within that realm. In the early morning, the rain outside persisted, albeit diminished in intensity. Occasionally, vehicles could be seen on the streets, desperate souls seeking supplies as the winds had yet to pick up. Once they did, the streets would be deserted. The sounds of cleaning echoed in the living room as the three women polished their handguns, their movements becoming increasingly adept. Tang Ze, with his tousled hair, entered the living room. "It seems we're ready. Today, we shall venture out." The trio immediately ceased their actions, a mixture of excitement, tension, and an undercurrent of fear of the unknown enveloping them. With a playful pat on Yi Qingyi's rounded posterior, Tang Ze chuckled. "Dressed like that, you can't hide your firearms." "Master, we have been prepared for quite some time," Ambai replied as she donned a long down jacket, revealing only her pristine ankles. However, when Ambai opened her jacket, the scene was indeed blood-pumping. It was excessively alluring, with the firearm concealed within the side of the coat. One must admit, considerable effort had been invested in pleasing Tang Ze. The jacket was designed for convenience, ready to be removed at a moment's notice. They ensured to take all supplies, leaving not even a single bottle of water behind. Such was Tang Ze's principle. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass would remain. As it was their first outing, the three girls had meticulously prepared their appearances. "Sister Yi, you look stunning. No wonder you've captivated the wealthy heir. Xiaobai, just wait until I tear your mouth off." Yi Qingyi exclaimed with a smile as she lunged toward Ambai. Ambai hurriedly hid behind Sun Ting. "Sister Ting, help. Move aside, Ting Ting." All right, we were about to leave." Sun Ting managed a faint smile as the rain continued to fall outside. Although Tang Ze claimed to have a plan, they remained uncertain. What if they perished in the rain? Ambai shared her concerns. Yet she chose to distract herself in this manner. Having prepared everything, Ambai suddenly whispered, "If there's a next life, perhaps we shall be best friends." Yi Qingyi smiled gently, patting Ambai's head. "There will be no next life. Let be this one. Yes, let us drink and be merry while we can." Sun Ting added, also giving Ambai's head a gentle pat. Ambai smirked, "You've all made me look foolish. If a master discards me, you shall compensate." Outside, Tang Ze heard the laughter of the three women and wondered what could provoke such joy, wishing they would share their delight. Moments later, the trio approached Tang Ze, swaying slightly, exuding an air of pride and charm. It must be said that the grid-patterned outfit chosen by Xiaobai was quite exquisite, embodying a pure and alluring style with a hint of sensuality. Yi Qingyi also looked splendid in a form-fitting mermaid dress adorned with delicate floral lace. The soft fabric clinging to her skin, complemented by a sweetly tied bow. Sun Ting was more audacious, donning a black halter bodysuit with strategic cutouts, the circular connections perfectly showcasing her bold allure. However, observing their high heels, Tang Ze pondered whether they were truly practical, as they would struggle to chase anyone down. Yet, with their striking appearance, it was certain that men would flock to them like moths to a flame, risking their very essence. "Let us go," he urged. The three donned their down jackets, concealing their alluring figures, though their beautiful faces remained a beacon, for men are not blind. Upon reaching the underground garage, they discovered the protective gear Tang Ze had prepared, an ensemble reminiscent of a survival suit. Fully sealed, it offered warmth and rain resistance, designed for easy wear. Tang Ze would never allow harm to befall them. After all, they had trained diligently and had become his allies, essential assets in times of need. This attire is part of the 2.0 supplies. I tested it, and it proved effective, he explained. It was surprisingly lightweight. As Sun Ting slipped it on and moved, she gasped in delight, and Bai, with a hint of naivety, remarked, I feel like we're a group of scientists from a biohazard film. It did bear a resemblance. Yi Qingyi attempted a split, showcasing her flexibility, prompting Tang Ze to wonder if he possessed a pocket like Doraemon's, capable of producing anything. Shall we walk out? And Bai inquired curiously. Tang Ze shook his head. Do I seem like someone who walks? He pressed the car key. Beep. A dilapidated tank, 300 nearby, flashed its lights. And Bai, intrigued, dashed over and exclaimed, Come look. This is amazing. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi approached and were equally astonished. The vehicle's tires were tracks, seemingly designed for snowy terrain, yet perfectly suited for their current circumstances. Tang Ze approached to pat the engine cover. Originally, it was equipped with a 2.0 engine, but we've upgraded to a 4.0. Enhanced crash beams, reinforced body, bulletproof glass. There's not a shred of rubber on this vehicle. With this, we can navigate anywhere. Yi Qingyi eagerly wished to rush to Yunhai City to retrieve her niece, though her thoughts about her fiancé were muddled. You drive? Tang Ze tossed the keys to Yi Qingyi. She hesitated, wondering if he truly trusted her behind the wheel. Now armed, clad in protective gear, and with a vehicle at her disposal, the world was her oyster. Tang Ze, having forgotten to mention the 2C4 explosives in the vehicle, knew that if they drove it away, it would detonate spectacularly. He feared he might mourn for 3 days, especially since Xiao Bai was undeniably charming. Yet, Yi Qingyi was not naive. Tang Ze was not so easily entrusted to her. Perhaps there was a tracker hidden within the vehicle. If she attempted to drive away, he would likely locate her swiftly. It must be said that Yi Qingyi's mind was quite agile, yet she overlooked a crucial point. Tang Ze would not pursue her, for the fate of betrayal was singular, death. First, it would be prudent to remove the protective suit. There was no danger within the vehicle, and she could don it again once they disembarked. With that, Tang Ze settled into the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai obediently took their places beside him, while Yi Qingyi diligently operated the vehicle. Chapter 42. The Revenge Operation. Yi Qingyi, inexperienced with tracked vehicles, proceeded with utmost caution, while Tang Ze, unfazed, casually remarked, Just drive it. With this encouragement, Yi Qingyi pressed the accelerator, feeling a rush of exhilaration, albeit the vehicle remained sluggish. As they exited the underground garage, raindrops pattered against the roof, prompting the wipers to spring into action, and any pretense of calmness was quickly dispelled. Embracing Sun Ting, Tang Ze stated, Let's south head to Yinghua Road, Dihai Community. Acknowledging with a nod, they drew considerable attention as their vehicle glided through the streets. Onlookers gazing out from their windows in astonishment and envy. Indeed, it was a sight to behold, as the interior was graced by stunning women, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Tang Ze's gaze wandered to either side of the street, where burnt-out vehicles and scattered corpses lay strewn about, particularly in front of supermarkets and malls, where the number of bodies was notably higher. Yet, the streets appeared desolate, with hardly a soul in sight, for the events had unfolded in the early hours of the morning, leaving most confined to their homes. Yi Qingyi showed no intention of avoiding the corpses, driving directly over them. Tang Ze, exasperated, remarked, Have you never driven before? This is utterly reckless. How can you call yourself a driver? My apologies, but I had no intention of swerving to miss the bodies, she retorted. Look over there. Many have perished near the police station, and Bai exclaimed, pointing towards the distance, where indeed a significant number of bodies lay at the entrance. Sun Ting speculated, it seems several groups attempted to seize weapons from the police station, resulting in mutual slaughter. Let us take a closer look, Tang Ze suggested calmly. Yi Qingyi maneuvered the vehicle to a halt outside the police station. You all go ahead. I'll keep watch over the car, Tang Ze declared, causing a shiver of apprehension among the 3 women. After all, this was a police station. Who knew what dangers awaited inside? Nevertheless, they dared not defy Tang Ze's wishes, donning protective gear and arming themselves with MP9 submachine guns before disembarking. This was no mere drill. They were stepping into the fray. Tang Ze observed that while Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi appeared tense, Bai seemed invigorated. The trio communicated silently, relying on gestures as they entered the lobby. The lobby lights still blazed, illuminating several corpses on the floor, one clad in a police uniform, possibly a duty officer. And Bai and Yi Qingyi maintained vigilance, while Sun Ting examined the wounds of the bodies to discern whether they were inflicted by gunfire or blades. To their dismay, all the injuries were caused by knives. There were no gunshot wounds. Undeterred, the three women pressed deeper into the building. Having just traversed the corridor, Yi Qingyi noted an increase in the number of bodies ahead, and a sense of unease enveloped them. Cautiously approaching one corpse, she discovered it bore gunshot wounds, her expression shifting dramatically. Continuing along the path of the bodies, they soon arrived at the armory, its door ajar, revealing that all the safes within had been opened. It was evident that the firearms had been taken. The three exchanged glances, nodding in agreement to continue their search. Along the way, they encountered at least 50 corpses, all victims of gunfire, with bullet holes peppering the walls and shattered glass littering the ground, indicating a fierce gunfight had transpired. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe sat in the vehicle, eyes closed, patiently awaiting their return. He knew he could not remain their guardian indefinitely. He must evolve quickly. Half an hour later, he observed the three women emerging, their courage evidently bolstered. The three women arrived at the carport and pressed the disinfection button on their wrists. The rainwater on their protective suits gradually evaporated. Only after completing these tasks did they enter the vehicle. Sun Ting replied solemnly, "There's no one inside, but a gunfight occurred here, resulting in numerous fatalities. No firearms were found. They must have been taken away. Even if they were, there likely aren't many bullets left." Yi Qingyi added, "Judging by the degree of decomposition of the bodies, they must have died at least 10 to 15 days ago. It doesn't matter. Let us go." Tang Zhe said dismissively. He didn't take it to heart, reasoning that an ordinary police station wouldn't possess significant weaponry, perhaps just standard handguns and, at most, shotguns. Rifles would likely only be available at the municipal police department. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and remarked, "To storm a police station for firearms. These must be a band of desperate criminals. The elite from upscale neighborhoods would never take such risks. It's likely organized by some gang leader." Are you suggesting that these individuals are likely hiding in entertainment venues, such as clubs, KTVs, saunas, or bars? Ye vingi gaspit. And by interjected at dawn. Only those entertainment establishments are open. Tang Zhe suddenly chuckled, prompting the three women to turn their attention toward him. What is so amusing while we're discussing this? They thought, but did not voice. Indeed, you three are like modern-day Zhuge Liang, able to deduce the probable identity of the culprits. Tang Zhe commended, giving a thumbs up. Receiving his affirmation, the three women felt a sense of pride. After all, they were all university graduates, with he being a distinguished student from a prestigious institution. Sun Ting's suspicions were aroused by her earlier observations of the corpses, most of which bore tattoos typical of young delinquents. "I need to attend to my own matters first," Tang Zhe expressed, unwilling to waste time in such a place. Yi Qingyi continued to start the vehicle, driving towards their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the target community and parked beneath the eaves of an alley. "You all wait here. I'll be back shortly." Clad in his protective suit, Tang Zhe slowly exited the alley. The three women remained somewhat quiet in the car, and Bai was fiddling with the submachine gun, appearing quite fascinated by firearms. Yi Qingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, lost in her thoughts. However, Sun Ting cautioned, "If you dare to drive away, we will all perish." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi furrowed her brows tightly, but eventually relaxed them, stating, "I want to drive away. Mention your niece's situation when you get a chance. Perhaps he will be willing to help." Yi Qingyi acknowledged with a soft thank you. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe had already entered the community. Unlike the previous one, there were not many bodies visible on the ground. It seemed that the residents of this upscale neighborhood had a significantly higher moral standing and were more harmonious. Having located the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. Footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal a man with cracked lips, disheveled and gaunt. If memory served him right, this was the manager of the hot pot restaurant, who had once been quite portly. During his time working there, he would only bully Tang Zhe, concocting various excuses to withhold wages and forcing him to work overtime without compensation. Eventually, he overheard that this man had even pocketed the deducted wages. Infuriated, he departed without claiming his half-month's salary, undoubtedly taking his due with him. Dongsha, you truly have come. Splendid. Did you bring food? The man immediately turned his gaze to Tang Zai's hands, only to find them empty. Why didn't you bring anything to eat? Wasn't it instructed for you to do so? The manager's demeanor shifted instantaneously, reverting to its previous state. Observing the manager's former expression, Tang Zai unveiled a sincere smile and drew forth a pistol. Bang! The manager collapsed straight to the ground, while Tang Zai, hands in his pockets, entered the elevator and departed. On to the next. Chapter 43. The mysterious Mr. Hua. The community was momentarily startled by the sound of a gunshot, sending waves of unease through the hearts of its residents. Perhaps Tang Zai was unaware that the shot he fired had precipitated the chaos within the neighborhood, but he remained indifferent. In this apocalyptic world, his sole concern was himself. Others were mere shadows. Observing the vehicles in the alley, Tang Zai chuckled to himself. Amused that they had not fled, he proceeded to execute each name on his list with methodical precision, finishing by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, thus providing a semblance of closure to his former self. However, one name still lingered. I have made the arrangements. She will arrive this afternoon. Yiqing returned her phone to Tang Zai, who was quite pleased. He had heard that the Shanhu community was home to the affluent, suggesting that beautiful women would be in abundance. The 3 women shook their heads, indicating that it depended on luck. The Shanhu community was a prime location in Huasha City, known for its scenic river views and proximity to schools and parks, making it a coveted real estate investment. Many business owners had purchased properties here, often resorting to loans to assert their status. For Tang Zai, the cost of a single residence was astronomical, but that was in the past. Perhaps now a mere bottle of water could secure one. Meanwhile, Bai Jian and Chao Yu were deliberating on how to subdue Tang Zai and compel him to surrender his supplies. Are we truly considering leaving this place? Chao Yu seemed reluctant to depart, though their provisions were nearly depleted. After so many days, Bai Jian's physique had barely changed, though he had lost a slight amount of weight. Are you truly attached to this fine residence? Bai Jian scoffed. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have discarded you long ago. Chao Yu remained silent. Bai Jian's expression turned grave as he perused messages on his phone. He considered themselves fortunate to be in this community. The harrowing images circulating among his colleagues indicated that their neighborhood was doomed. It was only a matter of time before they, too, faced ruin. If they did not leave soon, they would likely share the fate of their ineffectual subordinates. The prospect that Tang Zai claimed he could reach them brought Bai Jian immense satisfaction. What a fool he was, flaunting himself for such a foolish woman. How laughable. Soon, he would possess Tang Zai's resources, along with those women, which was far superior to their current situation. When he arrives, I shall drug him in the water. Bai Jian revealed a pill, which Xiao Yu recognized all too well. There were times Bai Jian would force her to ingest it, rendering her powerless to resist. She could only nod in acquiescence, too fearful to oppose. Bai Jian, his substantial bulk enveloping Xiao Yu, painted a vivid picture of their future. Once we have those supplies, we could endure for months. Perhaps this crisis will pass. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes, her resolve strengthening. At that moment, her phone chimed. P.S. almost here. Bai Jian's face broke into a cunning smile. If he truly brought a woman, he would indulge himself. However, Tang Zai would not settle for just one, but would bring 3. There were people at the gas station ahead. As Yiqing drove, her gaze fell upon the Sinopec station to her left, where 2 vehicles were parked beneath the roof and several figures loitered beside them. Let us refuel, Tang Zai declared, playfully patting Sun Ting on the head. Enough eating, it's time to work. My turn is coming up. And Bai interjected with a pitiful tone. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang Zai donned his trousers while Sun Ting retrieved her firearm to check the ammunition, swiftly chambering around. Meanwhile, Bai could only satisfy his craving with a piece of bubble gum, skillfully inspecting his handgun, the mechanical clicks entrancing him. Brother Madman, a car is approaching, shouted a young man with green-dyed hair, wielding a baseball bat. To Tang Zai, it resembled nothing more than a primitive tool. The man inside the vehicle, smoking a cigarette, sported a buzz cut and a silver decorative necklace, oddly clad in just a black tank top despite the chilly weather. His shoulder bore a skull tattoo, and his eyes exuded a sinister intensity, clearly a formidable character, gripping a Nepalese army knife stained with traces of blood. Goodness, brother Madman. We've hit the jackpot. A modified tank 300, complete with tracks, exclaimed the excited underling as he swung the door open, knife in hand. Brother Madman exhaled a puff of smoke, noting, tracks are indeed a clever approach. Should we kill them all? The underling inquired eagerly. Brother Madman flicked away the cigarette, but, indifferent to the fact that they were at a gas station. If they possess such abilities, they are undoubtedly of use to Boswa. He then cautioned, if they dare approach while we're present, they're not to be trifled with. Stay alert, observe before taking action, and don't disrupt our plans. Understood, brother Madman. As the group noticed that the driver was a woman, they paused in astonishment, inching closer for a better look. She has quite the beauty. Brother Madman, what a gem. Even Brother Madman was momentarily taken aback. It had been nearly a month since the crisis began, and such exquisite women were a rarity. Even in the company of Boswa. Let us watch her. If she seems suitable, we'll capture her and send her back. A predatory grin crept across Brother Madman's face, finding it foolish for such a stunning woman to be wandering about so carelessly. As Yichingi parked the car, she slowly opened the door, revealing her delicate ankle. The men standing nearby gazed in awe at her red high heels and fair skin, their mouths watering as if it had been ages since they had encountered a woman. Upon seeing Yichingi's visage, their eyes gleamed like those of wolves, eager to tear her apart, though they lamented the obscured view of her figure beneath the long down jacket. Even a flat silhouette would be a rarity of exquisite beauty. After exiting the vehicle, Yichingi stretched lazily, twisting her slightly stiff neck, murmuring, I'm exhausted. The men, including Brother Madman, were left bewildered. Could she truly not see them? Were they invisible? Just then, the rear car door swung open, and upon seeing and Bai and Sun Ting emerge, the underlings, along with Brother Madman, stood dumbfounded. It had been so long since they had encountered such women. Those high heels seemed to tread upon the ground. Yet they felt as if they were stepping on the hearts of the brothers, their spirits soaring with joy. This is quite a captivating scene, indeed. Today, fortune smiled upon us, as we encountered 3 extraordinary women. It seems that Mr. Hoa would surely reward us handsomely for such an encounter. And even Madman Brother is contemplating the notion of claiming them all for himself. Truly, for the sake of enchanting women, one can be driven to undertake any endeavor. The allure of beauty can indeed be perilous. Ultimately, Tangze leapt from the vehicle, capturing the attention of Madman Brother and his companions, one man accompanied by 3 women. What is the identity of this man? How could he possibly attract such remarkable company? Madman Brother, perplexed, inquired hastily. Yet, he remained composed. Let us first gauge the situation. Anyone confident enough to present himself with 3 extraordinary women must surely possess considerable prowess. Chapter 44. The cats have gone wild, brother. Are you being overly cautious? It's just 1 man and 3 women. What is there to fear? The little brother seemed to be quite smitten by the allure of beauty. However, the mad brother retorted with irritation. Who is the boss here? You or me? The little brother promptly apologized. Tangze chuckled as he produced a pack of cigarettes, while Sun Ting, standing beside him, pulled out a lighter to ignite one. You 2 go check inside, Tangze said calmly. And Bai and Yichingi nodded in acknowledgement and made their way into the room, only to find that the food and water had been completely looted, with several bodies lying on the ground, 3 of which were clad in gas station uniforms. After all, a gas station serves as a storage hub, akin to a battlefield. At the cash register, a naked woman with disheveled hair obscuring her face stood there, while a man with protruding teeth leered menacingly, completely oblivious to the arrival of Bai and Yichingi. Outside, the little brother approached with a baseball bat slung over his shoulder. Brother, where are you from? He asked. Tangze flicked off some ash from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, That's none of your business. This response irked the little brother, who almost swung at him had it not been for the mad brother's advice to keep his cool. We are people of Boswa. That's mad brother over there. Why don't you go greet him? After speaking, his eyes greedily scanned Sun Ting's face. Inside her down jacket, Sun Ting gripped her gun, feeling an urge to blow his head off. The mention of boss momentarily halted Tang Ze, causing him to glance toward the car nearby and approach with a sincere smile. The little brother, with a knowing demeanor, even flashed a playful gesture at Sun Ting. "Mad brother, I've long admired your name," Tang Ze exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Seeing Tang Ze's apparent understanding, Mad brother stepped out, revealing a Nepalese army knife in his hand, already stained with the blood of 10 victims. "Brother, where are you headed?" Mad brother inquired with a grin, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. Tang Ze shrugged. "I have no particular plans, just wandering aimlessly." "Are you alone?" Mad brother asked curiously. "My neighborhood has gone mad. Who would stay back to await death?" Upon hearing that he was alone, Mad brother erupted into laughter. "Indeed, these days, neighborhoods are so hypocritical. Unlike us, who uphold loyalty, share hardships, enjoy fortunes together, and indulge in women collectively." "It sounds like your environment is quite favorable," Tang Ze remarked. "Indeed, you must have heard of the Royal Club. Our boss, has ample supplies and is eager to welcome capable individuals. I see you have some impressive modification skills. Would you consider joining us?" Tang Ze had indeed heard of the Royal Club and had even delivered takeout there. It was renowned in Huashan City, known for its youthful and beautiful ladies, albeit a bit pricey, which Tang Ze felt he could not afford. If not for heading to Chow Yu's residence, he would have been tempted to pay a visit, as he was always drawn to places with beautiful women. "How about in a few days? Can you give me a WeChat?" Tang Ze's inquiry was sincere, yet to Mad brother, it sounded dismissive, almost akin to a rejection. "Where you busy heading to, brother?" The smile on Mad brother's face faded, and a sinister grin began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. He intended to pay a visit to an old friend. Tang Ze, observing the emptiness of the car, inquired with curiosity, "Where are you all heading? Haven't you found any supplies?" Mad brother did not respond, but sighed. "Brother, you should be aware of the state of this world. If I speak to you earnestly, I hope you will do the same. Otherwise, it puts us all in a difficult position." "How am I not speaking earnestly?" Tang Ze replied, confusion etched upon his face. His innocent expression prompted a stifled laugh from Sun Ting. "Kid, you're refusing a toast and opting for a punishment drink." Tang Ze scratched the back of his head, responding innocently, "You're making it quite difficult for me as well." The younger brothers standing nearby slowly shifted, forming a surrounding stance, their knives gleaming ominously. Suddenly, a panicked voice erupted from within the building. Mad brother, a younger brother, hastily dressed, sprinted outside as if he had seen a ghost. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, with one teasing, "Brother you, why aren't you properly dressed? The brothers here don't appreciate such appearances." It seemed brother you was terrified to the point of impotence, having caught sight of 2 guns and instinctively fled. A gunshot abruptly shattered the fragile equilibrium, striking brother you in the back of the head, leaving the surrounding younger brothers in shock, gazing towards the entrance. Yi Chingyi raised her arm, smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle. Mad brother stood frozen, astonished that the woman possessed a firearm. Yi Chingyi approached slowly, causing the surrounding younger brothers to instinctively retreat, bewildered. Reaching brother Yu's side, she emptied the magazine into his groin. Bang, 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 bang. The brutal assault left the onlookers awestruck. They had initially perceived her as a fragile woman, yet she exhibited no hesitation in taking lives. Indeed, it was Yi Chingyi's first act of murder, but having eliminated such scum, she felt no guilt. Rather, a sense of satisfaction surged within her, especially as she noted the men's gazes upon her. Removing the spent magazine, she produced a fresh one from her pocket, reloading with a crisp click. The younger brothers appeared paralyzed, glancing towards Mad brother. "They have guns, Mad brother, what shall we do?" Tang Ze raised his hands in resignation, stating, "I told you it would be difficult. You didn't believe me. Now, my cats are furious, and I can't control them." Upon hearing Tang Ze's words, the 3 women understood their course of action, yet felt the challenge lacked any thrill, their weapons far too primitive. Gone was Mad brother's earlier demeanor as he chuckled. "Brother, how about I give you a WeChat?" Before he could finish, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. Hey, why did you do that? He was just offering me his WeChat. Tang Ze turned around, rolling his eyes at the cruelty. Sun Ting pouted apologetically. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Apologize to him. Fine, approaching mad brother. Sun Ting earnestly declared. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot you in the head. With that, she fired another shot into his skull. The surrounding underlings had never witnessed such ruthlessness. In mere moments of jest, the madman was dispatched, even suffering a bullet to the head. Were bullets truly so inexpensive? Tang Ze pressed his palm to his forehead, lamenting, You've battered his face beyond recognition. How will he unlock his phone now? The madman's device operated on fingerprint recognition. Meanwhile, a subordinate hastily discarded the knife in his hand, embodying the wisdom of those who understand the times. Mbai bestowed a gentle smile upon the underling. Thank you. Ah, no need to mention it, he stammered, suddenly bashful. Such a delightful girl must surely be coerced. Then came another gunshot. The underling fell, disbelief etched upon his features. His final vision, the tender girl lifting her pistol. Her smile inexplicably serene. Chapter 45. You are all devils. The surrounding underlings had never encountered such madness. It felt as if they were playing house. Two of them even dashed into the rain. Mbai and Yi Qingyi raised their hands and fired shot. The fleeing underling's head erupted in a mist of crimson. Not drowned by the rain, but rather blown apart. Sister has excellent marksmanship, Mbai remarked with a grin. Yi Qingyi modestly replied, just good fortune. The remaining 4 underlings fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. They were not human. They were devils. Compared to them, Mr. Wu seemed like a well-behaved schoolboy. Tang Ze sighed. I merely wanted a WeChat contact, yet it escalated into a shootout. Now look, someone is dead. The 4 underlings wept inwardly, cursing the shamelessness of it all. Now, tell me, where were you planning to go to see supplies? Tang Ze inquired with a smile. The underlings had never encountered such a terrifying grin, and they hastily divulged the truth. Brother, we intended to head to the Shanhui community. Tang Ze was taken aback. Their objectives aligned. You lot are going to rob the Shanhui community? It's not robbery. It's a lesson and a chance to probe their defenses, one of them clarified. Tang Ze winced slightly. I must confess, I find your words somewhat perplexing. Sun Ting raised her firearm and shot. You explain. The underling, glancing at the fallen body beside him, could not utter a word, paralyzed by fear. Bang! Tang Ze placed a reassuring hand on the underling's shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Do not be anxious. Just don't behave like those two. The underling nodded vigorously. Our Mr. Hua has dealings with Mr. Shi of the Shanhui community. Mr. Hua supplies water, and Mr. Shi purchases it at 100 times the market price. However, Mr. Shi has recently mortgaged all his real estate to Mr. Hua, who then demanded young men and women from him. Mr. Shi was reluctant, hence he sent us to stir trouble and eliminate a few. The 4 listeners exchanged astonished glances. Could one truly purchase supplies with money? It was undeniable that they still harbored hopes of returning to their former state. From a business perspective, it made perfect sense. Yi Qingyi suddenly inquired curiously, Are you referring to Mr. Shi from Conway Real Estate? Yes, indeed. That S her, the underling confirmed. Tang Ze turned to ask, Do you know her? I met her once at a banquet, and the Shanhui community is her development, she replied. Mbai suddenly recalled. I believe I heard the owner of First Class mention her. The property queen of Huasher City, Mr. Shi, a philanthropist who has donated to numerous primary schools. Yes, that's the one. The underling nodded eagerly. Tang Ze frowned. Did I permit you to speak? Sun Ting raised her firearm and fired again. The last underling trembled violently, suddenly convulsing, foam spewing from his mouth, eyes wide open. He fell to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before succumbing. Was he frightened to death? Mbai questioned, bewildered. Yi Qingyi furrowed her brows. It seems so. How terrifying, she murmured. Tang Ze quipped, Who is truly frightening here? You women are utterly shameless. However, it was evident from this encounter that their combat capabilities had solidified, and their marksmanship was commendable, hitting headshots on moving targets at 10 meters. Just as he pondered this, Tang Ze was startled by the sound of retching. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi leaned against the gas pump, retching, while Mbai gently patted their backs. Casting a resigned glance at Tang Ze, You'll get used to it, he murmured. Go grab a phone. Tang Ze's voice was soft. and Bai retrieved a mobile device from his companion's pocket, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and proceeded to adjust the settings. Tang Zhe was eager to discern the true character of the so-called President Hua and deemed it necessary to gather useful intelligence. Once back in the car, Tang Zhe suddenly recalled something. Did you just mention that President she is beautiful? Yes, quite lovely, Yiqing nodded. Similar to you? Something like that. Though her bosom is larger than mine. Tang Zhe, seated in the back, was momentarily taken aback, leaning forward to peer into the front seat, his hand reaching out to grasp. Is that really the case? Yiqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, it is. Well then, how old is such a prominent lady? She seems to be around 36 or 37. An older woman, Tang Zhe's interest waned significantly, conjuring images of sagging flesh and crow's feet. Yiqing rolled her eyes dramatically. She takes great care of herself. I've seen her, and she looks no older than 27 or 28. You're just exaggerating. No, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me. Unless you bring her to me. Yiqing fell silent, while Bai and Sun Ting exchanged knowing smiles, suddenly realizing this was the true Tang Zhe. With a hint of humor, they wondered why such a charming man had no girlfriend. The answer was simple: poverty. Just as Yiqing prepared to accelerate away, a woman draped in a thin garment burst from the building, her hair disheveled, yet appearing youthful, likely around 30, with a commendable figure. Wait. Yiqing halted the car and lowered the window. What is it? Could you take me with you? I'm begging you. I don't want to stay here any longer. The woman pleaded, bowing her hands in supplication. When Yiqing remained silent, the woman continued to implore, they're deliberately keeping me here. Every time they come. Please, have a heart. I'll repay you. Tang Zhe lowered the nearby window with a chuckle. Sorry, beautiful, there's no room. However, upon noticing the empty passenger seat, the woman dropped to her knees. Please, kind sir, I have a mother at home, and children. I'm begging you. Tang Zhe sighed. She does seem pitiable. Let her be freed from her torment. Yiqing's heart quivered. If she rescued her, would she still have to kill her? Observing the woman kneeling and bowing her head. Ye vingi sludidire her pistol. Yet, as the woman raised her gaze and saw the gun aimed at her, fear flooded her eyes. I'm sorry, I'll leave, she exclaimed, turning to flee just as Yiqing pulled the trigger. Bang! A spray of crimson mist filled the air. Bai lowered his head slightly, his mood seemingly dimmed. Tang Zhe embraced him, saying, such is the world. She would only suffer until her end. It is better to grant her a swift release. However, he added, to board this vehicle, one must meet standard akin to theirs. Taking out his younger brother's phone, Tang Zhe browsed through the chat history. This Mr. Hua indeed possessed some prowess. The group comprised an astonishing 287 members, with him at the helm. These 8 individuals were merely a faction within, and the so-called Mad Brother served as their leader. As they had mentioned, their intent was to stir trouble in the Shanhu community, but this disturbance was not mere vandalism. It was a prelude to murder. Do you think these individuals, having failed to respond to the leader's messages, might believe they have been eliminated by the residents of Shanhu community? Tong it. Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Zhe, remarking, with Mr. Hua's capabilities, the next move will not be mere intimidation. It will be a call to arms for his subordinates to besiege the Shanhu community. Chapter 46. Meeting with Mr. Shi, we must take action first. There must be plenty of beautiful women in the community we have yet to conquer. Tong Shi chuckled, reveling in his newfound persona as a notorious flirt, dismissing ordinary women as unworthy of his attention. The hardships endured in the pursuit of experience had left him weary. The monotonous grind felt akin to that of a beast of burden. Certainly, there were more attractive prospects than those in our own neighborhood. Sun Ting felt a twinge of apprehension. If newcomers were to join, would it affect her status? She glanced at the naive Xiao Bai, who was engrossed with firearms, and at the driving Yiqing, who still harbored fantasies of escape. The 3 of them had a semblance of unity, yet it was tenuous. Should a few stunning women join the ranks of the Shanhu community, they might form a faction of their own. The thought sent shivers down Sun Ting's spine. Xiao Bai, ever obedient, resolved to have a serious discussion with Yiqing. No matter what, they needed to unite. Any new women joining should be kept in check. Ye Vingi. not foolish, understood that regardless of who joined, they would have to undergo rigorous training before being accepted. She had experienced this so-called training once herself, and the four words that best described it were, worse than death. Little did Tang Zane know that his cozy enclave was beginning to develop a hierarchy. However, he remained indifferent. Competition fostered growth. A group of mindless women bore no distinction from mere automatons. As he often stated, his standards would only rise, and he would not support idlers. "Let us change cars," Tang Zhe suddenly suggested. Yi Qingyi nodded in agreement, having contemplated this herself. It was inappropriate to enter other communities in a modified vehicle. "You all should change out of those lace accessories. Otherwise, people might think I'm a pervert." The three women simultaneously stifled laughter. "What is so funny? Do you believe I would?" Tang Zhe rolled his eyes, adding, "If I'm a pervert, you're even worse." A tantalizing wardrobe change ensued within the vehicle, with Tang Zhe playfully teasing them, relishing the delightful atmosphere. They parked in a secluded alley not far from the community and found a BYD with only wheels to sit in. "Xiaobai, once we enter, you're my girlfriend." "Really? That's wonderful." Xiaobai beamed. Sun Ting pouted slightly. "Master, can I also be your girlfriend next time?" "All right, we'll take turns," Tang Zhe replied, spreading his hands. It was amusing to see them all eager to claim the title of girlfriend. He wondered why they hadn't shown such enthusiasm when he was delivering takeout. Suddenly, Tang Zhe placed his hand playfully on Yi Qingyi's head, gently ruffling her hair. "How about we make a wager?" "A wager?" Yi Qingyi asked, puzzled. "I know you have a niece trapped at school. If you win, we'll go rescue her." Yi Qingyi's eyes brightened at this prospect, and she nodded eagerly. "Don't be too hasty. You know the consequences of being saved by me." Listening to Tang Zhe's words, Yi Qingyi gently bit her red lip, the originally rosy hue fading away. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I understand. But don't celebrate too soon. If I win, I will take the lives of your fiancé's entire family. Are you willing to wager on that?" And Bai and Sun Ting, seated in the back, were taken aback. It was evident that Tang Zhe had not lowered his guard against Yi Qingyi. "I shall not lose," Yi Qingyi declared firmly, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Very well. I admire your spirit," Tang Zhe said, patting Yi Qingyi on the shoulder. "A courageous woman is far superior to those who merely beg for favors. What shall we bet on?" Tang Zhe pondered, glancing back at Bai and Sun Ting. "What do you think we should wager?" Both Sun Ting and Bai were astonished. The responsibility of choosing a bet was unexpectedly thrust upon them. Were they not concerned about their potential bias towards Yi Qingyi? Turning to look at them, Yi Qingyi bore a pleading expression. Sun Ting thought to herself that if she chose a bet favorable to Tang Zhe, Yi Qingyi would likely sever ties with him, especially with the unknown beauties in the Shanhu community who might retaliate. It might be wiser to offer a willing partner, even if it meant facing Tang Zhe's displeasure. "How about we use that CEO, she, as our wager?" Xiaobai suggested suddenly. Both Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi paused. Using a woman as a bet was certainly Tang Zhe's forte. Who could escape his grasp? "My little Bai is quite clever," Tang Zhe remarked, pinching Bai's cheek, who playfully nudged his palm like a large plush cat. And Bai continued, "Let us wager whether CEO, she will ultimately flee." "Master, you must not threaten her." "Ah, intriguing," Tang Zhe said, suddenly intrigued, then turned to Yi Qingyi, ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her small fists, her heart racing and breath quickening, her thoughts in disarray. "She will not flee," Yi Qingyi asserted. "CEO, she is not a foolish woman. She must recognize the benefits of being by Tang Zhe's side." Yet, Yi Qingyi seemed to overlook one important detail, Bai's stipulation against threats. "Then I shall guess that she will flee, and you two will serve as witnesses." And Bai and Sun Ting nodded in agreement. "Of course, you both may offer her a bit of assistance to ensure I do not exploit her." Yi Qingyi felt a surge of delight. Although she had only met Ximeng once, they were at least acquaintances. Hey, you must not threaten her with a gun," Tang Zhe reminded, emphasizing the importance of adhering to the rules of the game, lest they face dire consequences. The three women understood and refrained from playing tricks, knowing Tang Zhe's preferences. And Bai suddenly laughed sweetly. "Master, I am quite curious how you managed to win over this real estate queen. You must not resort to threats or tempting offers." "You little rascal. You've blocked off my usual routes, Tang Ze responded. And Bai stuck out her tongue playfully. Master, you are already exceptional, tall and strong, like a jade tree in the wind. Just standing there, CEO, she would surely be mesmerized. Ha ha ha, your flattery is amusing. Gulme, let us see just who this CEO she truly is, Tang Ze declared with a grand gesture. However, he suddenly added before that, let us increase the difficulty for our chairman Shi. After speaking, Tang Ze took his subordinate's phone and sent a message. Mr. Huo, it's bad news. Brother Madman and the others have been killed. The three women exchanged glances, realizing that this would hasten the assault on the Shanhoku community, leaving them with little time. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi locked eyes, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 47. Shi Meng. Their mission was to ensure that Mr. Shi did not escape, which necessitated their following Tang Ze closely. Thus, they were to present Mr. Shi on a silver platter. Tang Ze need not lift a finger, as the three of them would assist in securing him. What a perplexing challenge, Xiaobai pondered. Was Xiaobai truly as naive as she appeared? Clearly not. While it seemed she had devised a difficult task for Tang Ze, in reality, it was simply a matter of them accomplishing their goal themselves, thereby preserving Tang Ze's dignity and likely even earning him praise. Xiaobai possessed her own methods for cheering up Tang Ze. At the entrance of the garage in the Shanhu community, several vehicles were obstructing both the entrance and exit, surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 men brandishing knives. Dressed impeccably, these men exuded an air of elite professionalism, their gazes lacking any ferocity. The knives merely served as a deterrent, while the vehicles were positioned to prevent any external incursions. After all, with the rain easing over the past few days, many had begun to venture outside, and as one of the affluent communities, no one dared to let their guard down. When will this end? Lamented a man in his 40s clad in a woolen sweater. Mr. She said it would be soon. Just endure for another month, and we shall return to our former lives, replied another with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The leader of the group, a bald man named Luo Jun, had shaved his head primarily due to a lack of water for washing. This was the simplest solution and also conveyed an intimidating presence. As the head of security for the Shanhu community, he was fiercely loyal to Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi has promised us 10-fold salaries, and once this calamity passes, we will also possess shares in the Shanhu group, which could amount to millions. Upon hearing this figure, their eyes sparkled with excitement. In their hearts, they believed that this disaster was merely temporary and the sun would shine again. Not only Mr. Shi, but other business owners had also pledged substantial rewards for ensuring safety. The elite residents of the community had naturally joined in, firmly believing that the light would once again illuminate the earth. As the group envisioned a brighter future, a sudden blaring of horns erupted, accompanied by frantic voices over the intercom. A vehicle has breached the garage. Instantly, everyone grasped their knives and stood alert, their gazes fixed on the entrance. Moments later, a BYD car barreled through, unable to stop due to its lack of tires. With a loud crash, it collided with the 2 vehicles in front, deploying airbags in the process. The group cautiously observed the intruding vehicle, none daring to approach, except for Luo Jun, who moved closer to investigate. Upon seeing a man accompanied by 3 strikingly beautiful women inside, he let out a slight sigh of relief. They were likely not from Mr. Huo's faction. Most probably, they were escaping from the outside. Yet, the combination of such stunning women alongside a man was indeed peculiar. Luo Go, reinforcements are on the way. Hold your position, came the urgent voice over the intercom. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. They are merely refugees. There is no need to panic. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought they were those people, he muttered. Inside the car, Tang Ze kicked open the door and chuckled, my apologies. This thing just wouldn't stop. Care for a smoke? Upon witnessing Tang Ze smoking, the anger on the faces of several men dissipated significantly, even inducing a hint of embarrassment. To them, cigarettes had long since vanished, while the brand Tang Ze produced was nothing short of divine. In the realm of male camaraderie, nothing conveys camaraderie more directly than a shared cigarette. As 3 women descended from the vehicle, the cigarettes that men had been holding slipped from their lips, leaving them in a state of dazed astonishment. They had initially thought that Mr. Shi was strikingly attractive, But unexpectedly, 3 women appeared at once. Luo Jun quickly regained his composure. Although he lacked a cigarette, he kept a lighter at hand, igniting it and even offering a flame to Tang Zhe. Brother, what's the situation here? Tang Zhe's acting skills kicked in. Were it not for them, I would never have risked coming out. Observing the beauty of the 3 women, the men understood that had they not accompanied them, the outcome could have been dire. Tang Zhe poulet an bai galo. Introducing her. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's close friend, Sun Ting. And this is my girlfriend's neighbor, Yi Qingyi. Hello, big brother. Bai stammered, resembling a frightened kitten, exuding an impression of being utterly harmless. Who would have imagined that she had just smashed someone's head to pieces? Yi Qingyi maintained her aloof demeanor, merely nodding in what could be considered a greeting. The men remained silent, secretly pleased, pondering what pretense was necessary. Sun Ting quickly transformed into a lively hostess. Hello, big brothers, sorry to intrude. Luo Jun took a deep drag of his cigarette, savoring the sensation as it enveloped his lungs, before exhaling. Brother, you're quite bold, bringing 3 women out like this, very manly. A curious man beside him inquired, what brings you to our neighborhood? Who in Huasher City doesn't he know about the Shanhui community? I figure it would be a bit safer here. The men chuckled, understanding that purchasing property here came with such an expectation. However, these 3 women were indeed stunning. Their figures, delicate faces, and alluring curves were captivating. The leading woman immediately caught Tang Zhe's attention. It was evident she was Mr. Shi. Yi Qingyi had previously mentioned that Mr. Shi was well endowed, and indeed she was. With her long hair elegantly swept up, exquisite features, a refined nose, and fiery red lips. Even at this moment, she donned accessories that emphasized her authority. Her crimson dress could hardly contain her ample figure, as if it might burst forth at any moment. One must admit, Yi Qingyi did not deceive herself. This mister. She possessed a fair complexion and striking beauty, making it hard to believe she was in her 30s. Quite impressive, indeed, and overwhelming to the senses. Behind her stood 2 other attractive women. It was true that affluent neighborhoods often brimmed with beauty. Mr. Shi remained vigilant towards outsiders, wary of potential intruders, ensuring thorough scrutiny before permitting anyone to stay. Despite facing considerable opposition, Mr. Shi's position remained unshaken, as she possessed her own stockpile of resources. Although food was plentiful, water was scarce, yet Mr. Shi's salary distribution kept discontent at bay. Her gaze naturally fell upon the 3 women, seemingly surprised that their complexions appeared so vibrant, even more so than her own, indicating they were far from malnourished. The girl appears somewhat familiar, yet I cannot quite recall who she is. Mr. Shi, they have just barged in, Luo Jun remarked with a smile. Standing there, Shi Meng exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Tang Zhe felt that her presence was far more formidable than that of Yi Qingyi, who was merely a vice president, while Shi Meng held the esteemed position of the youngest chairman of the group. Suddenly, Yi Qingyi exclaimed, "Are you Mr. Shi?" Vimeng, Notijing Ye Qingyi's recognition, inquired with curiosity, "And who might you be?" Chapter 48. The affluent community truly stands apart. We had encountered each other in Yanhai City at a gala, where I introduced myself as Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, is that why you seem so familiar? Shi Meng remarked with a warm smile, realizing I was the granddaughter-in-law of General Jiang. Yi Qingyi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Shi. We had no choice. I was initially at my sister and brother-in-law's residence, but chaos erupted in the neighborhood. If it weren't for Tang Zhe, we might not have made it out." Shi Meng's gaze shifted towards Tang Zhe, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head, embodying the image of a model citizen. "They're friends of my girlfriend, so I simply lent a hand. What is your occupation?" "Si Meng in Guit, Si Ding Up Tang Zhe. I work as a delivery courier. Do you require proof?" Tang Zhe thought to himself how cautious this woman was. Yet he was indeed a delivery person, promptly retrieving his phone to show Shi Meng his courier information. Shi Meng breathed a subtle sigh of relief and turned to Bai, asking, "And you? What do you do?" "I work for an airline as a flight attendant," Bai said, clutching Tang Zhe's arm tightly, speaking cautiously. Noticing Anbai's demeanor, Shi Ming refrained from probing further. And you? I'm a streamer. Specializing in dance and chatting, Sun Ting answered. As soon as she finished, a man nearby exclaimed, No wonder you look so familiar. I've seen your streams in the same city and tipped you with rockets. Sun Ting playfully called out, Thank you for the big rocket, boss. Laughter erupted among the men, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe chuckled inwardly, amused by how these women could be so adept at charming others. They remained unaware that 4 fierce tigers had entered their midst. At the back of the crowd, Bai Jian and Chao Yu stood observing. Bai Jian's gaze fixated on the 3 women, as if he intended to devour them whole. In this community, Bai Jian was overshadowed by Shi Ming, but he believed that outside, he could become the ruler of other neighborhoods, where beautiful women would play to their heart's content, while all the men would serve as his subordinates, and all the women would be at his beck and call. Perhaps out of consideration for Yi Qingyi, Shi Ming personally escorted the 4 to find an available residence. As they walked through the affluent underground parking garage, Tang Zhe marveled at the array of luxury cars, sufficient to host an auto show. Soon, they arrived at a spacious 148-square-meter apartment, its exquisite decor leaving Tang Zhe in awe. The owner is abroad and has left it vacant. You may stay here for now, but please do not damage the furnishings, Shi Ming cautioned Tang Zhe, believing that girls would be cautious, though she had her doubts about him. Tang Zhe nodded, feigning an innocent demeanor. Shi Ming considered it a miracle that Tang Zhe managed to escape with 3 such beautiful girls. He appeared frail and lacking any fighting spirit, likely relegated to logistical tasks. Tang Zhe, since you are here, everyone will have their responsibilities. Understood, Zhang Shi replied. Shi Ming was pleased with his attitude, and Tang Zhe sensed that mister. She regarded him with the same gaze reserved for an employee, a look he was all too familiar with. This is your week-end supply. Make it last. A man reluctantly carried in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was taken aback, and not just him. Yi Qingyi and the other 2 women were equally astonished. The reaction of the 4 seemed entirely normal in Shi Ming's eyes, and he harbored no doubts. As long as you follow my orders, provisions are the most fundamental guarantee. Once the disaster has passed, you will all be able to work for my company, where you'll be greatly valued. Thank you, boss. I will certainly comply. Tang Zhe immediately declared, and Anbai and Sun Ting followed suit, though Yi Qingyi remained silent. Every evening, there are programs held at 7 in the underground garage, complete with raffles and numerous prizes including beverages, snacks, and even meat. The presence of entertainment during such dire times astonished Tang Zhe. Yet it must be said, Shi's ability to paint a bright future was indeed impressive. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Yi Qingyi stepped forward to express her gratitude. Shi Ming turned with a smile, saying, It was but a simple gesture. We will undoubtedly collaborate again in the future. After bidding farewell to Shi Ming, Yi Qingyi understood that his invitation for her to stay was also a strategic move for the future. The investment queen does not act without purpose. Every action is a calculated investment. Once he left, Tang Zhe flopped onto the sofa. Little this mister. She's indeed older than you. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat, as if she were merely a dumpling. The environment here is splendid, Anbai remarked, gazing out at the lake where a golf course lay just beyond. Sun Ting stood beside her, reflecting on how she had never had the chance to reside in such a fine place and envying the wealthy. Yet, her envy had significantly diminished now. Xiaobai, check if there are any surveillance devices here. Tang Zhe tossed a gadget to Anbai. Anbai acknowledged with a nod and began scanning the entire room without detecting any cameras. Keep those weapons, Tang Zhe instructed, tossing a handgun to the 3 women, ensuring they had the means to protect themselves, especially with that Mr. Hoa potentially making an appearance at any moment. Grasping the gun, the 3 women felt an undeniable sense of empowerment, as if they held their own lives and the lives of others in their hands. Little E, you should probably reassure your fiancé to prevent Mr. Shi from claiming credit, Tang Zhe chuckled, patting his thigh, adhering to their usual routine. Yi Qingyi offered no resistance, pondering why she felt this way. The video call was quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui feigned neglect for 2 days, waiting for Yi Qingyi to reach out. He had nearly succumbed to impatience, but the moment his fiancée called, his spirits soared. Ye vingi similet contentedly, zihui. I'm sorry. Things have been chaotic in our building these past few days, and I didn't want you to worry. Now that we're safe, everything is all right. What? Chaotic? Where are you now? Jiangze stood abruptly, his gaze fixated on his fiancée. Don't worry, I escaped with a few friends. You should know Mr. She from Shanhu Group. She just took us in. Thank goodness, you nearly scare me to death. Jiang Zihue patted his chest, his face drained of color. Yet, such an expression, seen through Yi Qingyi's eyes, evoked no sense of emotion. Instead, she perceived her fiancé as feeble and timid. Particularly, that gesture of thumping his chest struck her as exceedingly effeminate. Truly, she was a woman who had taken lives, and her thoughts had undergone a profound transformation. By the way, what of your sister and brother-in-law? Chapter 49. Visiting Chao Yu upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi slightly lowered her head in silence, and Jiang Zihue immediately understood, expressing his regret. At that moment, and suddenly leaned in, waving her hand, and sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, Brother Jiang." Seeing him by, Jiang Zihue was momentarily taken aback. What a delightful girl. Greetings, and thank you for taking care of my dearie, Brother Jiang. It is thanks to my boyfriend that we managed to escape, she continued. We should definitely express our gratitude. Is her boyfriend here? Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes internally, thinking, Little Bai, are you doing this on purpose? Zihue, wait a moment. This left Tang Zhe bewildered. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? This is quite bold. Hello, Mr. Jiang, Tang Zhe said with a beaming smile. Your fiancé, he seems a bit flirtatious today. Observing the seemingly ordinary man before him, Jiang Zihue felt a wave of relief. Clearly, his fiancé, he would not be attracted to someone like that. It was surprising that such a charming girl was his girlfriend. Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé. Once this calamity passes, I will transfer 5 million directly to your account, Tang Zhe declared. Your fiancé is currently in my care, he added, a satisfied and content expression on his face. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, Mr. Zhang's fiancé, you will be safe. Good. Let's share a drink after we meet. The scene shifted back to Yi Qingyi's face, which had taken on a rosy hue. Gazing at his alluring fiancé, Jiang Zihue felt a stirring within him, though he refrained from expressing any sweet nothings at that moment. Yi, I will have my father speak to President Xi and ensure she takes care of you. Zihue, I love you, Yi Qingyi said, her directness catching Jiang Zihue off guard, leaving him a bit embarrassed, yet he responded before hanging up. Once the call ended, Yi Qingyi could no longer contain her soft moans, which poured forth unabashedly from the depths of her throat. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. The whole neighborhood will hear, and Bai shouted, covering her ears. After the moment of joy, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest, panting, as if she was willingly descending deeper into the abyss. Did you all hear that? Our fiancé, is worth 5 million, Sun Ting said with a cheeky grin, playfully patting Yi Qingyi's rear. Unwilling to be outdone, Yi Qingyi retaliated, You mischievous Ting Ting. I won't hit you. Master, what are we worth in your eyes? And Bai suddenly asked, curiosity shining in her eyes, mirrored by Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting. Tang Zhe leisurely replied, Worthless. The three women paused, then burst into laughter. Although Yi Qingyi felt discomfort at being valued at 5 million, she found Tang Zhe's remark amusing. All right, I must pay a visit to the so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me along to flaunt a little? And Bai pleaded, her eyes wide with longing. However, Tang Zhe shrugged and replied, Do I seem like someone who enjoys showing off? With that, he opened the door and stepped out, leaving him Bai feeling disheartened, yearning for a bit of mischief. Indeed, and Bai's mindset has begun to shift. Now, the only one remaining who can still be deemed normal is Sun Ting, while Yi Qingyi has gradually succumbed to decline. Upon stepping outside, Tang Zhe noticed the surveillance camera nestled in the corner. As a telekinetic, dismantling all surveillance devices was hardly a trivial matter. Shortly after entering the elevator, all the footage in the monitoring room transformed into static, while the security guard on duty slumbered peacefully. Arriving outside room 501 of Unit 1, Tang Zhe pressed the doorbell. Inside, Bai Jian immediately exchanged glances with Chao Yu, while he concealed himself within the wardrobe. Clad in a semi-transparent nightgown and adorned with exquisite makeup, Chow Yu composed herself before stepping out of the bedroom. As the door swung open, Tang Ze beheld this woman from many years ago, who could hardly be classified as an ex-girlfriend. She appeared significantly more mature than in the past. "You've come," Chow Yu said, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, deliberately bending slightly to reveal her plunging neckline. She mused to herself. Even Bai Jian could hardly bear her attire. How could a mere impoverished man not be utterly captivated? "Just drink the water I prepared for you." Tang Ze responded with a slight smile. "Dressed so provocatively. Did you expect me to come and ravish you?" Chow Yu was taken aback by his boldness. Just as she was about to explain herself, Tang Ze's large hand suddenly grasped her neck. A wave of suffocation washing over her. "Let go of me." Chow Yu instinctively struck at Tang Ze's arm. Yet such an effort was futile against his strength. He tightened his grip on her throat as he entered the room, the door gradually closing behind them. "Am I not fulfilling your desires? Let's get straight to the point," Tang Ze remarked with a devilish grin, heading directly toward the bedroom, sensing another presence concealed within. "With your income, how could you afford a house here? Are you attempting to collude, to deceive me?" He continued, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you truly think I am so gullible?" "No, let us converse properly," Wei Chao Yu quickly pleaded, realizing this was not her intention at all. "Fear not. We can discuss matters whilst engaging in other activities. You, release me." With a sudden kick, he flung open the bedroom door, startling Bai Jian hidden within the wardrobe. What is happening? Upon hearing Chao Yu's cries for mercy, Bai Jian's brow furrowed. This was not what he had anticipated. "Get lost, you beast!" Chao Yu shouted, as Tang Ze forcefully pinned her against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, peeking through the gap, could see Chao Yu's face, his anxiety mounting. "You despicable pauper, I shall not let you off easily." Feeling a surge of suffocation, Chao Yu ceased her insults and began to plead for her life. "Please, don't kill me, I will die. Help. Lao Bi, save me." Her wide eyes pleaded for assistance from the terrified Bai Jian within the wardrobe. Bai Jian had never expected Tang Ze to be this brutal. It was entirely inconsistent with the persona of a mere delivery man. "And you wretched woman, do you intend to expose me?" Tang Ze taunted. "Come on, isn't she still your woman? Aren't you going to come out and help?" Bai Jian was too frightened to utter a word, convinced that Tang Ze was merely deceiving him. "See, he won't come to your aid. When you meet the king of hell, you must reveal his name." With a sharp crack, Chao Yu's cervical spine was snapped, her alabaster neck bending at a precarious 90-degree angle as if bereft of support. Witnessing Chao Yu's wide-eyed expression, a visage of terror, Bai Jian trembled uncontrollably, suddenly clutching his chest and collapsing out of the wardrobe. Tang Ze swiftly recoiled, mindful not to be collided with by the portly figure. Chapter 50. General Qian Bai Jian collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest as if suffering a heart attack. Instinctively, he fumbled in his pocket for a quick-acting heart pill, but it slipped from his grasp and rolled away. Reaching out to retrieve it, he found it was gently pushed aside by Tang Ze's shoe. "Why do you seem somewhat familiar?" "Ah, I remember now. We met at the year-end conference. You're the hotel manager, aren't you?" Bai Jian grasped Tang Ze's pant leg, his gaze pleading. "You really should lose some weight." "You?" Bai Jian felt incredulous. He had climbed from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, only to fall victim to a mere delivery person. Tang Ze silently observed as Bai Jian breathed his last, and then nonchalantly tossed both bodies onto the bed. "Remember not to practice dark sorcery in your next life. It ends horribly." Soon, Tang Ze returned to the room, wherein Bai approached with curiosity. "Master, what punishment did you bestow upon her?" "I broke her neck with my bare hands," Tang Ze replied with a smile, gripping in Bai's delicate neck playfully, to which Bai responded without fear, even seeming to relish the moment. Sun Ting remarked softly, "That's far too lenient. If it were me, I would have tormented her severely." "Indeed, torment," Yi Qing concurred. Tang Ze sighed, pondering how he ended up surrounded by such deviants. Who had taught them these ways? In the luxurious box of the Royal Club, a 50-year-old man lounged on the sofa, puffing on a cigar, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a sizable gold ring on his finger. Two women knelt before him, attending to his needs. Damn that wretched woman. How dare she kill my people? The more he thought about it, the angrier Hua Wanyan became. He rose abruptly, seizing a whip from the coffee table and moving to the side. Suspended nearby was an 18-year-old girl, captured for attempting to escape. Her body already marred and bruised, breathing faintly. With a sharp crack, the whip left 3 more bloody lashes on her delicate form, a harrowing sight. While 2 classmates knelt nearby, too terrified to utter a word. This was the dire consequence of their nocturnal revelries at the club. Picking up his phone, Wanyan dialed Shimeng. That insolent woman. Does she truly believe her men can withstand my assault? Meanwhile, at home, Shimeng saw Hua Wanyan's call and frowned, reluctantly answering. Hello. I merely sent people to converse with you, and you went and killed them. That's rather inappropriate, don't you think? Hua Wanyan's words confused Shimeng. What are you talking about, Hua? I don't quite understand. Damn it, stop pretending. If you don't provide me with an explanation, you can expect dire consequences. Feeling unjustly accused of murder, Shimeng's temper flared. Hua Wanyan, mind your words. Do not assume I am afraid of you. Good. Just wait for those words to come back to haunt you. Your community can await their demise. With that, Hua Wanyan hung up. Shimeng slammed her phone onto the table, irritation evident on her face. At that moment, a man in his 40s appeared, holding a cup of hot water with a smile. Dear, don't be upset. Have some hot water. This refined man was Shimeng's husband, Fu Qi. Belonging to the category of a devoted partner, Shimeng's ability to establish herself firmly is largely attributed to the support of Fu Qi's family. Otherwise, how could a delicate woman achieve such remarkable success? Shimeng took a sip of the warm water and gently remarked, Darling, you should drink some too. I am not thirsty, he replied. Shimeng chose not to press the matter further, her slender fingers weaving through her hair. Have you had a disagreement with Mr. Hua? She inquired. With a soft she acknowledged. In fact, I believe collaborating with Mr. Hua is not a negative venture. He possesses resources and you have the food supplies. Yet water is far more scarce. Fu Qi urged, though this was not the first time he had attempted to persuade her, to no avail. Shimeng's tone shifted to one of gravity. Are those conditions even reasonable? Delivering women to them on schedule and sending men to act as enforcers? When have I, Shimeng, ever bowed to malevolent forces? Sighing, she continued, Times have changed. Today, you allowed several strangers to enter and distribute supplies, and someone has already expressed their discontent. Who? Shimeng's gaze turned icy. Oh, it doesn't matter who it is. With resources being so scarce, you must refrain from displaying such kindness, lest the people below rebel. With a resounding thud, Shimeng slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Dare they? Fu Qi observed his determined wife and shook his head, finally grasping the terrifying nature of her compassion. In a private room, Hua Wanyan violently threw his phone onto the sofa and seized the hair of the girl kneeling before him in a fit of rage. After 30 seconds, he felt somewhat relieved and picked up his phone to dial a number, a signature smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Qian, I wonder if you have received my gift? From the phone, the girl's cries pierced the air, accompanied by Mr. Qian's voice. These girls are quite delightful. I am very fond of them. I have more on my end, and once you tire of them, I shall send fresh ones. Very well. You understand me. By the way, Mr. Qian, what about the last incident? Qian Zhongran paused briefly before chuckling. Acquiring firearms has become quite difficult. Those on duty at the headquarters would rather destroy all the ammunition than hand it over. Didn't you say you could procure firearms from the armed police? Hua Wanyan scoffed internally, cursing under his breath. A pile of corpses lies at the entrance of the armed police. They would rather starve than negotiate with me, my friend. Hua Wanyan fumed. How dare they refuse to provide even a single firearm after I sent them several beauties? Just wait until I acquire a weapon. I shall make you pay. Ah, Mr. Qian, I plan to take over the Shanhu community. All I need from you are firearms, and I will deliver Shimeng bound and ready to your bed. How does that sound? The gravity of his statement shifted Qian Zhongran's tone to one of seriousness. It seemed Shimeng's allure was indeed substantial. Hua Wanyan silently cursed the seasoned trickster. Do you think I would deceive you, Mr. Qian? You wouldn't dare. Here's the deal. We will seize a few shotguns from the escort company, and I'll give you one, along with 5 bullets. Escort? Huo Wanyin wanted to slap himself for not considering that this group had managed to get ahead of him. Mr. Qian, isn't 5 bullets a bit too few? Too few? Nowadays, a gun serves primarily as a means of intimidation. Who would gamble on whether your gun is loaded? A single shot will suffice to frighten everyone. With a shotgun and 5 bullets in exchange for a beauty akin to a goddess, Huo Wanyin found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. To hell with this nonsense. First, I must secure the weapon, he mused. I am grateful, Mr. Qian. I shall send someone your way shortly, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies. Damn it, he exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive only the finest. After hanging up the phone, Huo Wanyin roared in frustration, glancing at the woman beside him and realizing he could not lift his head in her presence. Infuriated, he seized the whip and struck, eliciting cries of pain. Once he had taken control of the Shanhui community and recruited its men, he would deal with Qian Zhongran. No matter how many bullets one might possess, my numbers will always prevail. Chapter 51. The illusory promises of President Xi. As this thought crossed his mind, Huo Wanyin felt his confidence surge once more. He drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the girl's head, commanding, "Obey me without question. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say," she pleaded. With his eyes closed, Huo Wanyin savored the moment, oblivious to the fact that the gun was completely unloaded. He had fired all the bullets at the police station. Yet, brandishing this empty weapon, none of his underlings dared to defy him, let alone these women. At 7 in the evening, Tang Zhe took him by his small hand as they entered the underground garage, with Sun Ting enviously trailing behind. Ye vingi surveyed her surroundings. Noticing the men's gazes directed towards her. Compared to such scrutiny, she preferred the fearful and apprehensive looks she had received at the gas station. 1 car wash for 10,000. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A man in sunglasses waved a bundle of red banknotes beside a parked Rolls-Royce. I'll do it. I'll do it. Several men clamored, rushing forward and even arguing amongst themselves. My goodness, money still holds value, and Bai exclaimed, astonished, believing it had long since lost its worth. Yi Qingyi remarked coolly, they all think it's only temporary. Tang Zhe murmured, 10,000 for car wash? I might consider it. Xiao Bai offered to help with the task. Tang Zhe chuckled, pinching Xiao Bai's cheek, which felt tender and smooth. He mused that their skin seemed to have improved remarkably. Had it absorbed his essence? Could applying it to one's face yield such effects? Brother, do you have any cigarettes? A voice suddenly chimed in. Luo Jun stood nearby, grinning. Tang Zhe paused, producing a cigarette, realizing he had only one left. Forget it. Keep it for yourself, he said. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder with a smile. However, Tang Zhe handed it to him, saying, I rarely smoke anyway. You can have it. Luo Jun could hardly refuse. Having taken several puffs to finish the last cigarette, each inhalation feeling like a luxury. Brother, if you ever find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to seek me out, he said, accepting the cigarette. Curious, Tang Zhe inquired, what is going on here? Are you preparing a stage for a speech? President Xi is providing hope for everyone, encouraging us not to stay cooped up at home, but to come out, mingle, and ease our spirits, Luo Jun explained. I see, Tang Zhe thought to himself. Isn't this just an illusion of grandeur? Luo Jun sighed. President Xi is a good person. I hope this crisis passes swiftly. Otherwise, we will all struggle to endure. The mere act of distributing a box of water seemed to Tang Zhe a noble endeavor. Who in his neighborhood possessed such resolve? Who is that beautiful woman? Tang Zhe asked, noticing a woman with a refined appearance, dressed in a collared shirt with a tie, a black skirt, and stockings, a very professional ensemble. Although she may not be top tier, she could certainly serve as decent sustenance. Luo Jun appeared slightly taken aback. His girlfriend was right beside him, yet he was inquiring about another woman. However, out of gratitude for the cigarette, he introduced her. Her name is Feng Mengmeng. She is President Xi's secretary. Secretaries can reside here? Deng Shi queried. Tang Zhe remarked that the secretary's salary was quite high. She did not reside here. That evening, she had been reporting work at General Manager Xi's residence until late. And due to the rain, she did not return home. It was said that her neighborhood was in disarray. Tang Zhe sighed, and as more people gradually arrived, he failed to notice any exceptional individuals like Feng Mengmeng who was one of a kind, let alone someone as extraordinary as General Shi. Was it true that there were so few beauties in the affluent district? Where were the starlets and campus goddesses? His desire for adventure diminished by half. Were it not for General Shi, he would have lost interest entirely. Sun Ting, observing from the side, felt reassured. Those whom Tang Zhe found appealing were likely few. And even with Xi Meng added, there were merely 2 remaining. At that moment, Xi Meng finally emerged from the elevator, radiating an undeniable allure. Her captivating figure drew all eyes, a true embodiment of mature beauty, resembling a succulent peach. Following Xi Meng was a man, and Tang Zhe curiously inquired, "Who is that man?" "That is General Shi's husband, Fu Qi." "Ah, she is married," Tang Zhe remarked. On stage, Xi Meng picked up a microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, are we all present?" The attendees glanced around, counting heads. General Shi, old by his absent. Xi Meng furrowed her brows. "Call him down. He has no sense of time." However, the call went unanswered, and Tang Zhe maintained a smile amidst the crowd. "Go fetch him." "Understood." Before long, a man returned, looking exasperated. General Shi. He won't open the door. This was a blatant challenge to Xi Meng's authority. With one person absent, others might follow suit. Strict consequences were necessary. Force the door open. I must see what this fellow is up to. Skipping out on a gathering for a mistress. Tang Zhe chuckled quietly. That fat fool is indeed aware of his mistress. "How do you know, master?" Xiao Bai asked curiously in a hushed tone. "I want to tell you." Wu Wu and Bai's playful voice was particularly alluring, making Tang Zhe wish to pull Xiao Bai aside for a private moment. If Xiao Bai were to perish now, Tang Zhe would likely mourn for 4 days. And that would be the extent of it. Soon after, several men rushed down in haste. "General Shi, something terrible has happened. Bai Jian is dead." This declaration stunned everyone. In a neighborhood where death was unheard of, who would not be alarmed? Dead? How did it happen? Murdered? Xi Meng asked in a grave tone. The men exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. "Speak." Bai Jian and his lover were found dead in bed. His lover had her neck strangled, while Bai Jian seemingly succumbed to sudden illness. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in astonishment. The rotund man had indulged in a reckless lifestyle and met his end. And Bai finally understood the situation. Xi Meng, upon hearing the news, sighed in relief. She had feared it was a homicide. Bai Jian had always been secretive and ill-intentioned, and his demise was perhaps a form of poetic justice. Furthermore, General Shi, it appears the surveillance room has malfunctioned. There are no recordings. The crowd erupted into speculation and theories. "Calm down," Xi Meng's voice silenced them. "Today marks precisely 1 month since the onset of the calamity. Throughout this month, we have united in our efforts to navigate these trying times. It is imperative that we maintain this spirit, for it is only a matter of time before this disaster subsides, allowing us to return to our former lives." Tang Zhe was nearly drifting into slumber as he realized that this chairman Shi delivers such sentiments every evening. The depth of hope now is directly proportional to the ferocity of the turmoil that will ensue. "Chairman Shi, how much longer must we endure?" Someone in the crowd suddenly called out. All eyes turned to Xi Meng. With a smile, Xi Meng replied, "Ladies and gentlemen, to be candid, I have received news that the earliest rescue could arrive as soon as next month." Chapter 52. The ambush standing beside him. Fu Qi was momentarily taken aback, oblivious to the unfolding deception. His wife was lying. Yet, the others, upon hearing this, broke into smiles once more, with some even exclaiming that salvation was at hand. "I truly wonder how she will navigate next month," Sun Ting murmured. Yi Qingyi replied nonchalantly, "Next month may not come. We're merely stabilizing these individuals for the time being." "Master, there's a beauty in a white skirt over there," Bai whispered. Tang Zhe had already noticed and chuckled softly. "Mediocre. She pales in comparison to you." "Oh, come now, just make do for now. I'll find you someone better in the future," Bai teased. All right. How very begrudging of you." Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, sensing that he likely had a plan brewing in his mind. Amidst their merriment, the radio in Luo Jun's hand emitted a panicked voice. "Brother Luo, a dump truck is barreling toward the garage." Luo Jun froze, turning to the nearby entrance, and shouted urgently, "Everyone, scatter!" Scatter. The crowd looked at the anxious Luo Jun, confused. Just then, the dump truck appeared, crashing through the vehicles blocking the entrance. Panic ensued as people fled in all directions. Some even struck down, lying on the ground in agony. Wife, why are you still standing there? Move. How could I leave at a time like this? If anyone should go, it's you. Shimeng Jiao shouted, shaking off Fu Chi's hand as she called out to the crowd. Everyone, remain calm. Arm yourselves and resist. Don't run. As the tarp on the dump truck was flung aside, 20 robust young men leaped down, brandishing knives, led by a man wielding a formidable half-meter machete. Manager Shi, President Hui sends his regards. Kill. They're killing us. Run. The so-called elite among them, confronted by these ruffians, were paralyzed with fear. And in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 lay motionless on the ground. Lu Yungo, Polis, Tach. Yet, his comrades were equally intimidated and somewhat disoriented. Tang Zhe exchanged glances with the 3 women, signaling them not to fire in such a moment. Retreat was imperative. Reluctantly, the 3 women ascended the stairs, while Tang Zhe remained behind. Brother, you must escape. Luo Jun urged Tang Zhe, brandishing his knife as he charged forward. A few men followed suit. Inspired Luo Yunis playfully. Meanwhile, Shimeng Jiao frantically attempted to halt the fleeing men, but these cowards were paralyzed by terror. Don't run. They're outnumbered. However, Shimeng Jiao could not restrain the panicking elite. Her expression darkened with urgency as she commanded, Luo Jun, gather the men and eliminate them. Manager Shi, you must leave. I will hold the line. Luo Yun below. Yet in that moment of distraction, he was struck in the back with a knife. Seeking death, Luo Yun retaliated, delivering a fatal blow to his assailant, blood gushing forth. Witnessing Luo Jun's counterattack reinvigorated his comrades, who seized their weapons and rushed forward, though their fighting techniques left much to be desired. In stark contrast, Huowanyan's men sported thick paper bindings on their wrists and arms, and their leader donned a bulletproof vest. Brother Luo, be careful. Thud. As Luo Jun felt a sharp pain in his back, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a loss of control in his lower body, as though a knife had pierced his lower back. Collapsing to the ground in helplessness, he desperately swung his knife, but was quickly surrounded by 3 assailants who mercilessly struck him down. The cigarette dangling from his ear fell to the ground, stained with blood. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe was engaged in a gallant act of heroism. Indeed, the affluent neighborhood was abundant with beauty. One of the thugs brandished a machete before Feng Mengmeng. His face twisted into a greedy grin. Having never encountered such a situation, Feng Mengmeng was terrified, retreating until her back pressed against the wall, unable to escape. Watching the men flee, despair enveloped her. She longed to escape this nightmare. Such treatment toward a lady is rather impolite. Tang Zhe's voice resonated nearby. The thug was momentarily taken aback, turning to see a fist rapidly approaching, which knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Of course, Tang Zhe had tempered his strength. Otherwise, he might have shattered the man's skull, and the others would surely regard him as a monster. Feng Mengmeng stared blankly at Tang Zhe before he gently urged, "What are you dawdling for? We must leave." After a light pat on her head, she snapped back to reality, sprinting towards the elevator, only to turn back and call out, "Thank you." Tang Zhe replied with a smile, "I charge for my services." Feng Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but quickly fled. Observing the chaos in the center, Tang Zhe noted that the ruffians seemed to have the upper hand. Was that Luo Jun? Had he perished? He had once thought highly of him. Approaching Luo Jun's side, Tang Zhe sighed softly, closing his eyes and murmuring, "I shall send them to join you." At that moment, the leading thug shouted at Shimeng, "Brothers, seize that woman. Kill. Wife, we must leave now, or it will be too late." Fu Chi urged as he pulled Shimeng inward. However, Shimeng had only 4 loyal subordinates at her side, and they appeared woefully outnumbered by the 17 or 18 adversaries. Tang Zhe found the scene tragically absurd, reminiscent of a kindergarten, where 20 individuals had frightened away hundreds. It was hard to believe. Previously, he had thought the 8 men at the gas station foolish for intimidating others in their neighborhood, but it seemed he had misjudged. They were all cowards, fearing for their lives. They could only share in fortune, not in adversity. With a sigh, Tang Ze prepared to take action. "Mr. Shi, run. I will hold them off," he declared, charging forth to stand resolutely in front of the four men, his righteous demeanor inspiring even them. Even Shi Meng felt a sense of pride, a noble man indeed. "Mr. Shi, you must escape," Tang Ze implored, exasperated by her reluctance to heed his call to flee. Yet, Shi Meng remained resolute, proclaiming, "I will not leave. I will fight alongside you until death." Tang Ze thought to himself, "Is this woman out of her mind?" Just then, one of the four men suddenly shouted, "Mr. Shi, take care of my parents," and dashed into the fray. The other three followed suit, leaving their final words as they rushed out. In that moment, Tang Ze understood how a leader could inspire their subordinates to selflessly embrace death. "Mr. Shi, please look after my girlfriend," he shouted, following suit into the chaos. Certainly, Tang Ze must exercise restraint, striking a delicate balance between strength and weakness. With a palpable aura of mutual destruction, the adversaries suddenly appeared intimidated, especially the four loyal subordinates, who, despite their multiple wounds, clung desperately to one of their fallen comrades. As Tang Ze wielded his weapon, he pondered the worth of these men. If they were all of such caliber, would they truly instill fear? Regrettably, they fell short even of Ding Feng and his associates. Soon, only Tang Ze remained standing, while 8 opponents loomed before him. The lifeless bodies strewn across the ground instilled a sense of dread among these subordinates, for General Hua had declared they would not resist. Yet the grim reality was that there were already casualties. Chapter 53. The garage warrior, the leader, noticing his younger brother's trepidation, bellowed, "Brothers, upon our return, General Hua will provide women, food, and beer." Indeed, upon hearing this, the younger brother's gaze gradually turned fierce. Shi Meng fixed his stare intently on the opposing side, while Fu Qi, in despair, urged, "Wife, let's go. This is hopeless. I have already said that I will not leave." Fu Qi nearly shattered at that moment, still resisting. What good would it do to be captured by them? Did he still believe that Ho Wanyan would spare him? Do not be so naive. Was Shi Meng truly so foolish? Her eyes were set on Tang Ze, who had been the focus of her attention. The younger brothers were no match for him. In fact, the blood on him belonged to them, and he bore not a single wound. He was evidently exceptional, with Luo Ju now deceased and other loyalists gone. Taking him on as a bodyguard would grant her greater influence here. "Tang Ze, I will fight alongside you." Shi Meng surprisingly stepped forward to stand beside him. The two thespians instantly engaged in a dramatic display, leaving her husband utterly bewildered. Tang Ze was tempted to crack open this woman's head to see if it was filled with nonsense. Yet Shi Meng was eager to discover just how formidable Tang Ze truly was. One must admit, her audacity was remarkable. Had it been any other woman, she would have fled in fright by now. "Kill!" the leader shouted angrily. It was merely one person, and once he was dealt with, capturing Shi Meng would fulfill his mission. Tang Ze could only sigh, brandishing his knife as he charged forward. After a brutal exchange, he ultimately felled them all, emerging unscathed. It was not his style to feign injury for the sake of performance. "Brother, spare me. Join me with General Hua. There are plenty of beautiful women there for you to choose from." "Really?" Dongsha faint sure prisha. Roman letter elf Meng inwardly shenched trouble. Dongsha. Do not be deceived by sweet words. Brother Tang, do not trust this woman. She has swindled General Hua out of many goods. What nonsense! Shi Meng was infuriated. Brother Tang, I assure you, there are female university students, campus beauties, and all kinds of women with General Hua. This woman has nothing to offer you. Shi Meng silently cursed the shamelessness of using women as bait, and it seemed Tang Ze was easily swayed by it. "Tang Ze, I have benefits to offer as well. Eliminate him." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ze swiftly severed his head. The head rolled slowly to Shi Meng's feet, leaving her trembling in fear. And even Fu Qi looked at Tang Ze with trepidation. The surrounding corpses were all stabbed to death, and only this one had been beheaded. A sight both shocking and psychologically tormenting. "I certainly trust you, President Shi," Tang Ze remarked with a smile as he turned back. However, Shi Meng felt a chill at that smile. Trying to steady herself, she patted Tang Ze's shoulder. "Little Tang, I have great hopes for you. Follow me, and you will have everything." Thank you, President Xi, Tang Ze replied, appearing quite pleased. Xi Meng mused that his prowess did not seem to match his intellect. Fu Qi curiously inquired, "Little brother, where did you learn such skills?" Abandoned at the gates of Shaolin in his childhood, Fu Qi took up martial arts from an early age. He sighed, reflecting on the fact that indeed, no delivery person is ordinary. He mused that his wife had struck gold this time. However, neither of them noticed that Tang Ze's smile was becoming increasingly sinister. The game had only just begun. As the invaders fell, the men who had previously fled began to reappear, only to be met with the gruesome scene, causing many to retch. Meanwhile, Xi Meng commenced his eloquent speech, extolling Tang Ze to the status of a war god in the garage. Truly, while there were once legends of the elevator war god, now there stood the garage war god. My dear brothers and sisters, we encounter difficulties and challenges daily. Evasion will not resolve our issues. With courage, every step we take leads us closer to success. Do not fear failure, for it is merely a different path to success. Their deaths fortify our resolve, urging us to bravely advance. The darkest hour often comes just before dawn. Maintain your faith, for victory shall belong to us. To our hero, Tang Ze. Everyone turned to Tang Ze, marveling at his prowess, especially as he stood beside President Xi, seemingly surpassing even Luo Jun in valor. It was rumored that the head of the leading assailant had been severed by Tang Ze himself. What a formidable delivery person. Is he truly a delivery man? Meng Meng, the girl in the white dress, asked curiously. One would assume so. He saved me earlier, Feng Meng Meng replied softly, still shaken from her ordeal. Alas, President Hua has begun to take action. We might be in danger. Feng Wei expressed her concern, feeling vulnerable as a solitary girl. Had she been captured, the consequences would have been dire. Feng Meng Meng sighed, gazing at Tang Ze's silhouette, wishing for such a powerful protector. Feng Wei followed her gaze, perhaps pondering the same question. In times of peril, women often seek refuge in strong men rather than wealthy ones. Tang Ze had begun to make a name for himself, even receiving a bounty of snacks. Tang Ze, thank you for your hard work this evening. We shall discuss matters further tomorrow, Xi Meng said with a gentle smile, feeling she had him under her thumb. Thank you, President Xi. Please rest well, Tang Ze replied, and Xi Meng, pleased by his respect, nodded and departed. As the door closed, Tang Ze stretched lazily, feeling slightly fatigued. It seemed President Xi had yet to recognize her own predicament. Sun Ting stifled a laugh, believing she had struck an incredible bargain. Yi Qing shook her head in resignation. Who could truly know Tang Ze's origins? Meanwhile, upon returning home, Xi Meng poured herself a glass of red wine. Do you realize how perilous it was just now? If it weren't for Tang Ze, we might not have survived. She mused, her smile growing broader. If I were to leave, would Tang Ze willingly follow me? For now, he likely believes he has found a good employer, with ample food and water to keep him content for days. My dear, consider this. How could someone as skilled as Tang Ze possibly flee the community with 3 such beautiful girls? Perhaps he has eliminated everyone in the neighborhood, merely seeking a new place to reside. Xi Meng could not help but chuckle softly. My dear, while he possesses remarkable strength, he is merely one person. If his adversaries were to outnumber him today, I fear Tang Ze would falter. It is precisely due to his exceptional skills that he was able to flee with the girl. Fu Qi replied with a hint of exasperation. I merely wish to alert you to the potential danger. Rest assured, with him around, these homeowners would not dare to act recklessly. A fierce glint flashed in Xi Meng's eyes. Anyone who dared to oppose her would meet their demise at Tang Ze's hands. Meanwhile, Hua Wanyan anxiously awaited responses from his subordinates, growing increasingly impatient. As the night wore on, he realized that this plan had indeed failed, having underestimated that wretched woman. Xi Meng. Chapter 54. From now on, you shall be my beloved younger brother on the expansive bed. Both Xi Meng and Fu Qi succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Fu Qi reached out his hand toward Xi Meng, who softly murmured, I am utterly exhausted today. I'll pass. Fu Qi chuckled, but Xi Meng, preoccupied with weighty matters, expressed his discontent, saying, I have already stated my fatigue. Even if you ignite passion, I cannot extinguish it without effort. Fuchi's expression fell, and he could only turn away, for little did anyone know that this investment queen's husband struggled with impotence. The following morning, Tang Zhe relished a sumptuous breakfast. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, signaling the end of his solitary indulgence. After tidying his attire, Tang Zhe approached the door, greeted by none other than the girl he had rescued the previous day, Feng Mingming. Dressed in a revealing V-neck, she exuded an audacious charm. Feeling Tang Zhe's gaze upon her, Feng Mingming shyly lowered her head, presenting the tray she held. "Oh, thank you," Tang Zhe replied, accepting it with both hands, deliberately brushing against her fingertips, which caused her face to flush crimson as she hastily retreated to the elevator. Upon closing the door, Sun Ting, with a playful smile, remarked, "I told you, Master, you're like a radiant tree in the wind. You need not lift a finger, and young maidens will vie for your favor." With a wry smile, Tang Zhe opened the tray to reveal 4 fried eggs. It was indeed extravagant to have such a lavish breakfast, a significant investment. For me, women who readily surrender hold little allure. I prefer those with a spirited resistance, much like our dear Yi. But she doesn't resist, Yi Qingyi piped up, her voice sweet and teasing. Sister Yi isn't admitting it now, is she? You little bai, are you feeling feisty? See steady. It's not just a little itch. Just then, Tang Zhe's phone chimed. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you. I am available, came Shi Ming's voice. All right, I'll wait for you. After ending the call, Tang Zhe rose to stretch his limbs. Master, we agreed not to threaten the unscrupulous, he reminded himself. With a playful okay gesture, he smiled and exited. Soon, Tang Zhe arrived at Shi Ming's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Jingzhong, Jingzhong. The one to answer was Feng Mingming, who, upon seeing Tang Zhe, shyly averted her gaze. Tang Zhe's earlier sentiments rang true. The allure of women eager to submit held little excitement. Yet, with such offerings at hand, one cannot simply dismiss them. Why not indulge in the free? In the living room, Shi Ming sat elegantly, absorbed in her phone, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing a depth of emotion. However, her posture was not intentional. She had received a call from Huo Wanyan that morning, proposing an in-person negotiation at his club. Shi Ming was acutely aware that this was a trap. Yet it also presented an opportunity. If she could outmaneuver Huo Wanyan, she would be free from worries and might even recruit his followers to bolster her own strength. However, all of this hinged on whether Tang Zhe could rise to the occasion. Tang Zhe has arrived, Feng Mingming announced respectfully from the side, still embodying her role as a diligent secretary, while Shi Ming maintained her imposing demeanor, unchanged in the slightest. Tang Zhe had a penchant for women who exuded an air of superiority. When they fell, the pain would surely be excruciating. Pour me a glass of water, he instructed. Certainly, Feng Mingming replied, swiftly bringing over 2 glasses of water, quite a lavish gesture. However, as she leaned towards Tang Zhe, the curve of her waist became pronounced, granting him an unobstructed view of her delicate décolletage. Shi Ming observed this scene, although his girlfriend possessed a sweet and charming appearance. No man could resist the allure of temptation, especially when the excitement outside far surpassed what one experienced at home. As Feng Mingming departed, Shi Ming turned to Tang Zhe with a smile, who appeared bashfully averted his gaze. This reminded Shi Ming of the fresh graduates at the company. Such expressions were all too familiar. Tang Zhe, do not hesitate to communicate any needs you have at home, he encouraged. Tang Zhe nodded vigorously, replying, everything is well stocked. I appreciate your concern. His words carried a hint of awkwardness, as Shi Ming, being of a similar age, could almost be considered an older brother. From now on, you may simply call me Sister Shi, she proposed. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. Must the relationship be complicated with such titles? That feels a bit inappropriate, he stammered. What is there to feel awkward about? Call out to your sister now, she insisted. Tang Zhe portrayed his discomfort with remarkable flair, leaving Yi Qingyi impressed. He must have graduated from a prestigious drama school. Sister Shi, he finally managed to utter after much hesitation. Shi Ming grinned in satisfaction. See, it wasn't that difficult. Henceforth, you shall be my dear little brother. With your sister around, you need not fear. At that moment, Fu Qi emerged from the bedroom, chuckling. If you accept him as your brother, does that not make me your brother-in-law? Greetings, brother-in-law. Tang Ze stood up to exclaim. Plevasit. We are all family now, Fu Qi responded warmly. Tang Ze acknowledged. You two are quite adept at maneuvering people. Your techniques surpass those of Bai Jian and Chao Yu by far. You two siblings continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll, Fu Qi said with a smile, sipping his water before departing. As Fu Qi left, Xi Meng shook her head in exasperation. Your brother-in-law only knows how to boast to other men at times like this. I often indulge in boasting as well, Tang Ze replied with a silly grin, scratching the back of his head. Little brother, there is something crucial I wish to inquire about. You must answer truthfully, Xi Meng said, her beautiful eyes glimmering with seriousness. I would never deceive you, Sister Xi, Tang Ze replied, adopting a posture reminiscent of his elementary school days, hands resting on his thighs. If I were your adversary, sitting here, would you have a means to eliminate me directly? Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Tang Ze's response, Xi Meng suspected he was merely bragging. After all, most young people tend to exaggerate. Little brother, do not speak so boastfully. Chapter 55. The little golden man belongs to you alone, not at all. Truly, he replied. Then demonstrate it for me, she urged. Sister Xi, feel free to toss the paper cup, Tang Ze confidently declared. Xi Meng was curious to see what trick Tang Ze had up his sleeve. She drained the water from the cup and casually threw it in a random direction. In that instant, Tang Ze flicked his right hand, and the paper cup was swiftly pierced by a flying knife, splitting it in two as it fell to the ground. Xi Meng was astounded. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of his movement. In this age of blades, possessing such a skill with a flying knife was akin to wielding a gun. Impressive, little brother, she applauded, playfully patting Tang Ze's leg, who felt bashful under her praise. Xi Meng sensed she could easily manage this younger brother. Suddenly, she changed the subject. So, what do you think of that girl from earlier? Are you interested? I already have a girlfriend, Tang Ze replied, his response impeccable, leaving Xi Meng, a woman who prided herself on her attention to detail, oblivious to his revelation. Xi Meng clicked her tongue. My dear brother, while the flowers at home may be fragrant, wildflowers possess their own allure. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Seeing Tang Ze hesitate to speak, she mused that, after all, men were merely men. Is it a promise, sister? I assure you I won't say a word. I believe you, it's just that. Just what? I'm not fond of that girl. Xi Meng paused, then laughed. Well, who do you like then? I can help you talk to her. Tang Ze appeared shy, lowering his head and mumbling awkwardly. Xi Meng was taken aback. Why had he excluded her from consideration? Surely, a young man would have thoughts about her. It was only natural. You mustn't think like that, she scolded playfully, adopting a mock-serious expression. Tang Ze remained silent, his disappointment evident as he averted his gaze from her. This little brat was truly difficult. He had turned his attention to her. Suddenly, he looked up at Xi Meng, and she was momentarily taken aback. Did his eyes reflect such sorrow? Does sister look down on me? He asked. Xi Meng was caught off guard by his unexpected words. I never imagined he would say something like that. I know I'm an orphan, unseen by anyone, working menial jobs, unlike you, sister, who shines so brightly. We are worlds apart. It's my own folly to think otherwise. With that, Tang Ze stood to leave, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was an injustice not to bestow him with a little golden man. Xi Meng gazed at his retreating figure, bewildered by such a talented individual harboring such deep-seated insecurities. Brother, what are you doing? I never said I looked down on you, she exclaimed, quickly rising to grasp his arm. Tang Ze was her sole weapon. Without him, the others below would not remain compliant, let alone eliminate Huo Wanyan, which would derail her entire plan. Tang Ze appeared like a petulant child, stubborn yet aggrieved. Fine, sister was wrong. Can we sit and talk? Despite his reluctance, he was eventually coaxed back onto the sofa by Xi Meng. She found herself exasperated. How had she concocted such a notion? This little brother was clearly fixated on her, evoking both frustration and amusement within her. Dear brother, if you assist me in eliminating that individual, I shall go all out, Xi Meng declared, tossing a large pancake with such force that any man would undoubtedly nod in acquiescence. However, Tang Ze responded with utmost seriousness. No. Why not? Xi Meng queried. taken aback by his resolute stance. It was an unexpected firmness. Her former employer had uttered similar sentiments, albeit without the murderous intent, and none had ever fulfilled their promises. What a callous breed of employers, molding a child to be so wary. Observing Tang Zai's demeanor, Si Meng felt a sense of helplessness and chuckled lightly. You may voice your demands. Tang Zai appeared hesitant, glancing furtively. Si Meng discerned that he was a man of ambition but lacking the courage to act, which made the conversation easier. As long as you acquiesce to my request, I assure you that you shall not suffer any detriment once the task is accomplished. Huh? Dong Shi exclaimed, astonished. Are you merely painting a rosy picture for me? I knew it. You still look down upon me. Very well, I shall take my leave. As Tang Zai rose to depart, Si Meng grew anxious, realizing that without offering him some incentive, he would not acquiesce to her wishes. Stop, she called out imperiously. A smirk appeared on Tang Zai's lips, who, after all, was truly in control. Si Meng approached him, fixing him with a fierce gaze, while Tang Zai turned his head away, refusing to meet her eyes. This elicited both amusement and exasperation from Si Meng. Chapter 56. Effortlessly, as long as Ho Wannian could be eliminated, everything done would be worthwhile. After departing from Shi Meng's residence, Tang Zai stretched leisurely, not in a rush to leave. He stepped into the safety passage, opened a window to breathe in some fresh air and enjoy a cigarette. After taking just 2 puffs, he heard footsteps approaching from below. When he saw Feng Mengmeng ascending the stairs, their eyes met, creating a moment that was both awkward and subtly charged. Feng Mengmeng nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Why didn't you take the elevator? Tang Zai initiated the conversation. I live just downstairs. Waiting for the elevator takes too long. The stairs are quicker, Feng Mengmeng replied, looking down. Tang Zai acknowledged her with an O and fell into silence once more. Thank you for saving me last night. Feng Mengmeng expressed her gratitude as she glanced at Tang Zai. It was nothing, no need to dwell on it, he replied casually. Feng Mengmeng bit her crimson lips slightly, clutching her documents tighter, and in a barely audible voice asked, Did President Xi speak to you about it? Tang Zai was taken aback by her inquiry. Was this how they discussed matters of murder? It was enough to frighten the girl. Yes, he did. And you agreed? She pressed. He responded. Feng Mingming's face flushed deeply. President Xi had already informed her that morning, and she didn't mind the arrangement. It could be seen as a way to repay her life debt, and perhaps it would afford her some protection in the future. Observing the shy demeanor of Feng Mengming, Tang Zai felt something was amiss. Why would she be so bashful about murder? She was no naive child. How about we go to my place? She suggested softly. Tang Zai's lips twitched. He now understood. Shi Meng had previously mentioned that she should accompany him. It seemed they were not on the same wavelength in their conversation. However, considering Feng Mengming's appealing circumstances, it was an enticing offer. All right then, he conceded. Upon hearing Tang Zai's agreement, Feng Mengming's face lit up with joy. Having such a formidable ally would surely bring her a sense of security. After a considerable time, Tang Zai returned to his residence and began recounting his story, captivating the 3 women listening intently. Sun Ting exclaimed, This is even better than Yi's tale. Yi Qingyi playfully pinched Sun Ting's neck, causing her to stick out her tongue, looking as if she might be choked to death. Bai sighed deeply. Who would have thought? We haven't even had our turn yet. With Bai's comment, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi exchanged mischievous smiles, both seasoned in such matters. Initially, Yi Qingyi worried that Shi Meng wouldn't easily allow Tang Zai to succeed. But it was astonishing to see Shi Meng go to such lengths to have Tang Zai commit murder. She was indeed a woman of remarkable audacity, willing to resort to any means for power. They had expected Shi Meng to be a benevolent figure, akin to a living bodhisattva, but it turned out she merely sought to control the entire building, even targeting wealthy bosses, now setting her sights on a different group altogether. Such boldness left Yi Qingyi feeling inadequate in comparison. No wonder others' businesses continued to thrive. At that moment, Feng Mengmeng arrived at Shi Meng's door, appearing as if she were basking in the warmth of spring. Upon entering, she handed over the draft for the evening. I'll take care of tonight. Fu Qi smiled as he accepted the document. Feng Mengmeng looked at Shi Meng with concern, asking, Are you feeling unwell, President Xi? Xi Ming remained silent, her expression solemn and discontented. Feng Mingming felt a twinge of concern, wondering if it was due to her presence. President Xi, please take care of yourself. We cannot do without you. Feng Mingming spoke softly. Without you, I fear the homeowners might revolt. Xi Ming responded with a slight acknowledgement, then gestured for Feng Mingming to leave. She glanced towards Fu Qi, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 57. A Taste of the Wild as Feng Mingming departed. Fu Qi reassured her, my dear, do not fret. I often deliver such speeches at work. With a hint of hoarseness, Xi Ming made her way to the bedroom. Fu Qi found it odd. Although Tang Ze had already agreed, why did she still appear so agitated? Lying in bed, Xi Ming tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. In the afternoon, feeling rather bored, Tang Ze decided to visit Feng Mingming. After all, it was still the novelty phase. The household's cats lamented their plight. But as soon as Tang Ze left, they rejoiced, relishing in a carefree day, leaving the burden to other women. Arriving at the door, Tang Ze knocked, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar girl. Wasn't she the one in the white dress? Is Mingming home? Dong Shi inquired curiously, wondering if he had the wrong address. Yes, I'm her friend, Feng Wei, she replied. Hello, I'm Tang Ze. The two exchanged friendly handshakes. At that moment, Feng Mingming emerged from the bedroom, feeling a bit shy upon seeing Tang Ze. She was well aware of his intentions, but reassured herself that it was merely a friendly gathering. Brother Tang, please come in and have a seat, Mingming invited. Noticing her blush, Feng Wei remarked, Why are you blushing? Tang Ze nodded and stepped inside, while Feng Mingming poured half a glass of water. Offering water to guests was undoubtedly a sincere gesture. However, she felt a bit awkward sitting beside Tang Ze and opted for the opposite end of the sofa, while Feng Wei settled into a single chair, clutching a cushion, creating a slightly uncomfortable atmosphere. Tang Ze felt exasperated. Feng Wei seemed quite oblivious. Since I'm here, shouldn't you find a clever excuse to leave? He mused. Did she intend to watch the unfolding drama? Are you two chatting? He asked, not particularly adept at engaging deeply with women. Yes, Mingming replied. Wei Wei is feeling homesick. Don't you live here? Tang Ze asked, puzzled. Feng Wei sighed. I work in Huashan City. My father, concerned about safety in certain neighborhoods, bought me a place here. So, you're a rich girl? Dong Shi shrugged. However, Feng Wei's posture struck him as peculiar. Did she not realize that her lacy white undergarments were visible, or was it intentional? Brother Tang, you yist. My father merely has a bit of wealth, she humbly laughed. Tang Ze chose not to delve deeper. It was of little consequence to him. Feng Mingming gazed out at the light rain, sighing, I wonder when this will end. If only it would pour a bit more. At least that would deter those from the whole family from coming. Indeed, if the wind picks up, who would dare to step outside? This light rain is truly a menace, Feng Wei echoed, expressing her own melancholy, constantly contemplating how to escape and return home where it felt safe. It has grown quite cold these past few days, and I have no warm clothing. If the power goes out, I fear I might freeze. Feng Mingming shivered at the thought, terrified that the next moment would bring a blackout, an utterly devastating blow. As for when the power would fail, no one could say, but it was merely a matter of time. Perhaps in the next instant, even the phone signal would vanish. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. I've been feeling quite unwell lately. Feng Wei smiled wryly, remarking that relying on snacks to stave off hunger surely wouldn't lead to indigestion. Once Feng Wei departed and the restroom door closed, Tang Ze exchanged a glance with Feng Mingming, who immediately blushed and lowered her gaze, while Tang Ze boldly pulled her into his embrace. After a moment, the restroom door swung open, and Feng Mingming promptly seated herself at a distance, while Tang Ze appeared as though nothing had transpired. Uncertain of the situation in other cities, he wondered if any were indeed safe. Feng Wei remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, expressing her sentiments with a series of exclamations. Perhaps there would be safe havens, but for now, venturing outside was impossible. Tang Ze found amusement in Feng Mingming's distressed demeanor. Feng Wei tentatively inquired, Brother Tang, you are so capable. Surely you could escape to a safe city. To this probing remark, Tang Ze merely smiled in silence, acknowledging that his vehicle was not easily accessible. Realizing that without offering something in return, Tang Ze would not shield her. And considering the retaliatory actions from the previous night, she pondered when Mr. Hua's men might return. Reflecting on those fleeing men, boasting of their strength like the Hulk, yet fleeing quicker than anyone when danger approached. "I need to use the restroom," Feng Mingming stated, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Tang Ze shook his head, questioning their frequent trips to the restroom. Suddenly, Feng Wei moved from a nearby sofa to sit beside Tang Ze, exhaling softly. "What is this?" Tang Ze was taken aback. Was it customary for young ladies to be so forward? She had not even hesitated to grasp his hand. In his days of delivering takeout, he had never encountered such treatment, often dreaming of a female client forcefully dragging him into her abode. "Brother Tang, can you protect me?" Feng Wei looked up at him with longing in her eyes. Tang Ze's lips twitched. It appeared this was a transaction of sorts, and she was quite perceptive. "Then let us discuss this matter further." As the door creaked open, Feng Wei hurriedly returned to her previous seat, exclaiming, "Brother Tang, you were truly impressive last night." "Let us not exaggerate. It was merely a matter of survival," he replied, pondering when Mr. Hua and his associates would next make their appearance. "Mr. She must have his own methods," Feng Mingming consoled, aware of the underlying circumstances. As their conversation continued, the clock approached 6 in the evening, and Tang Ze found himself growing hungry, contemplating a sumptuous meal upon his return. "Brother Tang, there's a piece of pork left in the refrigerator. Why not stay for dinner?" Feng Mingming suggested, clearly eager to please him, even offering up such a rare delicacy. Chapter 58, the final time indeed. She was immediately met with Feng Wei's sarcastic remarks. "Now that Brother Tang is here, you can finally indulge in meat, yet you wouldn't even share a bite with me. Now that you have it, you still dare to complain about me." Feng Mingming retorted with irritation. "You're really enjoying this meal at my expense." Soon, the fragrant stir-fried pork from Laogan Ma was served alongside steaming white rice, an extravagant feast indeed. However, the meat tasted rather peculiar, likely due to prolonged freezing, depriving it of the freshness typical of pork. After the meal, Tang Ze whistled as he pressed the elevator button, glancing at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. It was time to witness Sister Shi's speech. Such a simple life was indeed comfortable. With Tang Ze's arrival, those around him began to curry favor, and some women even cast flirtatious glances his way. However, Tang Ze dismissed such superficiality. His minimum standard was at least akin to Meng Meng and Feng Wei. He was quite particular. Upon noticing Tang Ze's presence, Feng Mingming seemed to glide past him, whispering, "Come to my house tonight." Deng Shi shrugged, perplexed as to why he had become particularly popular since the apocalypse. Nevertheless, he found little interest in women who were so overtly forward. As Fu Qi stood on stage, Tang Ze hesitated momentarily. "Dear homeowners, President Xi is feeling unwell today, so I will speak on her behalf." Tang Ze ruffled his hair, realizing he ought to apologize to Sister Xi to avoid being perceived as too harsh. Soon, he arrived outside Xi Meng's apartment and pressed the doorbell. Xi Meng, spotting Tang Ze through the peephole, initially felt annoyed and reluctant to open the door. However, fearing that he might jump to conclusions, she decided to let him in, lest her efforts of the day go to waste. Opening the door, she wore a stern expression, feigning anger as she walked back into the living room. Tang Ze entered the room, feeling somewhat awkward. "Sister Xi, I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you." Xi Meng rolled her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never felt such a loss. She was accustomed to having men at her beck and call, and Tang Ze was no exception, though the price she paid was substantial. Seating himself beside Xi Meng, Tang Ze suddenly grasped her hand. Xi Meng was taken aback, her heart racing, and she found herself unable to withdraw her hand. "If you keep this up, Sister will get angry. You've gotten your way today," she said, her beautiful eyes narrowing at him. Tang Ze, undeterred, declared, "In truth, I have liked you ever since I first saw you." After saying this, he regretted not having pursued acting instead of delivering takeout. Perhaps he could have become a star due to his talent. Xi Meng scoffed. "I've heard such words too many times. They might fool your little girlfriend, but not me." Yet, her heart fluttered involuntarily at Tang Ze's words. "I need some fresh air," she said, rising and heading outside, with Tang Zhe following her, smiling. In the safety corridor, leaning against the railing, Tang Zhe remarked, "Sister Shi, are you not going home? The air is nice out here," she replied, casting him an exasperated glare. If it weren't for her plans, she would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. This was simply not in Shi Meng's nature. Tang Zhe discarded the cigarette, but onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his heel. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Sister Shi, do return swiftly. I would hate for you to catch a cold." Shi Meng's expression darkened as she watched Tang Zhe descend the stairs. That scoundrel. Once this matter is resolved, she would certainly find a way to deal with him. Chapter 59. Such gossip. Once she had adjusted her emotions, Shi Meng returned home to find Fu Qi lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Upon noticing his wife's arrival, he inquired, "Where have you been? If you're feeling unwell, you shouldn't be out and about." Shi Meng softly replied, "I didn't go anywhere, just getting some fresh air on the stairs. I'm a bit hungry. Could you bring me something to eat?" With a hint of exasperation, she added, "My stomach is growling." "Oh well, let us just consider it a minor setback. As long as we eliminate Huan Yin, it will suffice." Tang Zhe returned home in the early hours of the morning. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 pairs of sorrowful eyes. He lamented, "In my pursuit of happiness, I completely forgot to prepare dinner for you all." As he recounted the events of the night, the 3 women were left astounded. It must be said, such romantic encounters stemmed from his title as the god of the garage. If Tang Zhe desired, those flirtatious women would undoubtedly flock to him. "Our master is truly impressive. Look how swiftly this has all unfolded." Xiaobai nestled closely to Tang Zhe, playfully nuzzling him like a little kitten. Sun Ting jested, "So, who emerged victorious in the end? Will President Shi decide to leave?" Yi Qing furrowed her brows, anxious about the wager. Fearing her loss would leave Ye without anyone to come to her aid. "Master, have you devised a plan to influence President Shi's decision?" Sun Ting inquired with curiosity. "Of course, I have a plan, but it's a secret for now. You'll find out in due time." Tang Zhe's air of mystery piqued the curiosity of the 3 women, who tried every charm they could muster to extract more information from him. Yet no amount of coaxing could soften Tang Zhe's resolve. His heart was as unyielding as stone. The following morning, Tang Zhe was jolted awake by a call from Shi Meng. "Sister Shi, did you miss me so soon?" He yawned, still feeling the weight of sleep, having worked late into the night. "I'm not thinking of you. Just come up here." "Understood," he replied, stifling another yawn. As he ascended the stairs and rang the doorbell, it was Feng Mengmeng who answered. Her heart raced upon seeing Tang Zhe, clearly captivated by his formidable presence. "President Shi, I must take my leave," Feng Mengmeng said, casting a knowing glance at Tang Zhe, who instantly understood. Upon entering, Shi Meng set her phone down and spoke in a low tone. "I have already arranged a meeting with President Hua." Tang Zhe smiled and inquired, "Is that all that was agreed upon?" Shi Meng felt as though she was the one being taken advantage of, sensing that he was trying to gain the upper hand. "It's nearly settled, but we must expedite matters," she asserted sternly. "I have arranged to meet President Hua tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go ahead and eliminate any potential hazards." "What perfume are you wearing today? It smells wonderful." Dong Shirai remarked. "I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Shi Meng felt exasperated, doubting Tang Zhe's reliability for such an important task. "Did you hear me?" Tang Zhe sighed. "Is it really that urgent? It's just about dealing with one person, not a deity. Please take this seriously. This matter is of utmost importance to me." Shi Meng spoke with a grave demeanor, reflecting that if this were in the past, he would have promptly dismissed such an employee. The frivolous attitude of this individual was exasperating, leaving him feeling as though he had suffered a significant loss. Yet, he was the only one capable of accomplishing this task. It was truly a source of great inner turmoil. Before long, Fu Qi returned, and Tang Zhe, feeling helpless, had no choice but to depart. Chapter 60. "I am merely a delivery man." Upon returning, Fu Qi inquired with a questioning gaze, "What were you just discussing? What else could we discuss? What kind of look is that? Do you doubt me?" Hearing the elevation in Shi Meng's tone, Fu Qi immediately wilted. "I didn't mean it that way." Observing her timid husband, Shi Meng's heart brimmed with frustration. "Reflect upon it yourself. In the face of calamity these past few days, what role have you played? I'm undertaking tasks that should rightfully belong to men like you. Tang Zai is now my only bargaining chip. He will do as he pleases. With that, she stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door with considerable force. Bored, Tang Zai could only venture to Feng Mingming's home for a cup of tea. Brother Tang, Feng Mingming said, tracing circles on Tang Zai's chest with her finger. What's the matter? Brother Tang, you must return safely. Feng Mingming did not wish for Tang Zai to perish. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. Just a bunch of small fry, no need to worry. Hearing Tang Zai's words, Feng Mingming assumed he was merely boasting, having heard similar bravado too many times before. Rest assured when the time comes, Brother Tang will take you away from here. Feng Mingming's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Does Brother Tang have a way to leave? Do you think I came here by chance? The car just didn't drive in, as I was afraid of being robbed, Tang Zai replied with a smile. If Yiqing were to see that smile, she would discern the mischief brewing within Tang Zai's mind. Feng Mingming sat up in excitement, revealing her enchanting figure. Brother Tang, do you have a car? The tires are useless now. The tires may be useless, but my vehicle runs on tracks. Feng Mingming's face lit up with understanding. Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable. Mingming adores you. You must take me with you when the time comes. From now on, Mingming will obey Brother Tang. Had it not been for your admirable behavior, I wouldn't have disclosed this secret. You must keep it confidential. Yes, I promise not to tell. Such a good girl. Having left Feng Mingming's house, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Tang Zai had no intention of returning home. After all, he was a man of his word, and some matters still required his attention. Taking out a subordinate's phone, a devilish smile crept across Tang Zai's lips. Mr. Hua, I wonder if you resemble your younger brother. Please do not make things difficult for me. Upon arriving at the garage, the surrounding men respectfully addressed him as Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. You can charge ahead, but the tires won't hold out for long, one man cautioned as he approached with the car keys. I understand. Accepting the keys, he found himself in a BMW 5 Series, its hood covered with a layer of plastic to prevent rain from seeping in. It was likely the least impressive vehicle in the garage. Everyone, clear the way. Brother Tang is heading out. Dozens of men watched Tang Zai with a relaxed demeanor, as if he were embarking on a leisurely trip, silently questioning whether he was merely putting on an act. If both she and Tang Zai returned safely today, then Tang Zai could indeed be considered a true, formidable figure, perhaps even the second in command of the community. Unfortunately, Tang Zai held little interest in being second in command, let alone the top position. However, he was still intrigued by the former leader. The Royal Clubhouse. At midday, Huanyan dined with a group of loyal followers, indulging in steaming bowls of rice and stir-fried dishes, a scene hardly distinguishable from their usual fare. Of course, such a lavish meal was a rare treat. Today, in light of business matters, he felt compelled to treat his brothers to a sumptuous feast. The gathering was modest, comprising merely 70 to 80 individuals. Yet, feeding so many mouths weighed heavily on Huanyan's heart. Setting down his chopsticks, he stood atop the table and proclaimed, "Brothers, allow me to speak." The younger men gazed at their leader with fervent admiration, their eyes fixated on the shotgun he held. With this weapon in hand, seizing control of Huashan City was within their grasp. Soon, the entire city would belong to them, granting them the freedom to act as they pleased. The objective of their current endeavor was singular: to capture Ximeng, which would secure them greater firepower. Conquering Huashan City would merely be a matter of time. The brothers' spirits soared, their minds ablaze with a singular ambition: to seize Huashan City and reign as its sovereigns. However, intelligence revealed a peculiar figure accompanying Ximeng, a self-proclaimed delivery person who had ruthlessly eliminated their comrades. What course of action should they take? Revenge, revenge, revenge. Huanyan felt a surge of satisfaction at his followers' impassioned response. Indeed, in our line of work, honor reigns supreme. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Whether they be delivery men or harbingers of death, all are equal before the shotgun. Raising the weapon high, the brothers erupted into excited cheers. After their meal, they planned to visit the bookstore, awaiting their targets. Aside from Ximeng, all others were to be eliminated. Just as his followers were about to cheer, a sudden knocking echoed through the hall. The men turned their attention to the door, puzzled by the commotion outside. "Your delivery has arrived." A familiar voice called from beyond the door. Who else could it be but Tang Zhe? He had bypassed the Xinhua bookstore entirely, opting to come straight to their lair to avoid unnecessary complications. As Tang Zhe's voice resonated, an unusual silence enveloped the hall. Was it truly the time for deliveries? Go open the door, Huanyan frowned, gripping his shotgun tightly. Who dares to play games? Chapter 61. Can't we conduct business properly? Four henchmen brandishing machetes approached the entrance. Through the glass door, a figure could be faintly discerned, holding something in hand. The four exchanged glances, and two of them swung open the double doors. Mr. Hua, do not open the door. The brother outside has been killed. Huanyan's walkie-talkie blared, presumably the voice of a subordinate tasked with monitoring, who had only just realized the gravity of the situation. However, by that time, the door had already been ajar, revealing the man before them. With a smile, he slung a golden broadsword over his shoulder and held two severed heads in his right hand, the bodies sprawled nearby. Here, that's your takeaway. Tang Zhe chuckled as he tossed the heads, which rolled onto the dining table in the lobby, instantly staining the delectable dishes in a vivid crimson. Ugh! Several henchmen retched at the sight, visibly disturbed by the neatly severed necks. Huanyan's expression turned grave as he gazed at the delivery man in the distance. A delivery? Could he be from the rival faction, Shimeng? Has he lost his mind, coming to my territory alone? Kill him. Huanyan bellowed. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. Leave your life behind and see what support Shimeng has left. Dongsha bullshit in Shurprisha. Hey, Mr. Hua, I came to discuss business with you. Huanyan had never encountered such audacity, bringing the severed heads of his own henchmen to negotiate a deal. Is this how you conduct business? The four henchmen, however, cared little for such nuances. They were intent on avenging their fallen brothers, eager to kill him, perhaps even earning a reward from Mr. Hua for their efforts. As the four blades swung menacingly towards him, Tang Zhe sighed in resignation. I knew it. The nature of his subordinates reflects the character of their leader, making matters exceedingly difficult. With a swift motion, the four men seemed to freeze in mid-action. Their raised arms fell limply to the ground, followed by their heads, with blood gushing from the decapitated bodies, as if welcoming a king of blood. Tang Zhe's display stunned everyone. This was not merely strength, but a kind of terrifying prowess. The force behind that single horizontal strike was unimaginable. Stand back, Huanyan commanded, leaping down with a shotgun aimed at Tang Zhe. To enhance his accuracy, he stepped slightly closer to Tang Zhe. After all, a single bullet was worth more than gold. The surrounding henchmen cheered at their leader's display of firepower. In the face of such weaponry, what was a mere knife? Just a primitive tool. You are the delivery man by Shimeng's side? Huanyan suddenly reconsidered his intention to kill Tang Zhe. If he could turn him to his advantage, his own power would multiply immensely. Tang Zhe replied with a casual shrug and a smile. Indeed, I came to discuss business, but your men outside prevented me from doing so and threatened me with blades. I was merely acting in self-defense. Please do not hold it against me, Mr. Hua. Huanyan's face twitched. The man who had killed his subordinates now expected him not to be offended? Was there anyone more shameless than this? What business do you wish to discuss? Huanyan asked solemnly. Just play along with me in a little performance. It's quite simple. What advantages do I possess? Tang Zhe laughed heartily. The advantage is your life. Is this business not worth it? You must be mocking me, damn it. Huanyan was not someone to be trifled with. Insulted by a mere delivery person, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger, regardless of the opponent's skill level. As Tang Zhe charged forward, Huanyan fired his weapon. Bang! Mr. Hua, your marksmanship is worse than my cat's, Tang Zhe quipped, seizing the gun barrel and lifting it upward. Huanyan stared at Tang Zhe in disbelief. He had clearly pulled the trigger, yet it seemed jammed until this delivery man grasped the barrel, allowing the trigger to finally release. Let go! Huanyan shouted in panic. As his subordinates shifted from excitement to tension, realizing someone else had a hold of the gun. As a boss, can't you be a bit smarter? With that, Tang Zhe delivered a swift kick to Huanyan's ample belly, sending him crashing to the ground like a boiled shrimp, his grip loosening. I had to give you a kick for you to relent, didn't I, Mr. Hua? With the shotgun in hand and the bullet chambered, he continued. There was no need for it. The subordinates recoiled in fear at the sight of the loaded weapon. In this apocalyptic world, the intimidation factor of a gun was indeed terrifying. Huan Yin scanned his surroundings, his lips quivering with rage. "What are you afraid of?" He asked. "Just one person. There are 3 bullets left in the gun. Kill him, and the women are yours to choose from. You'll be the boss of this district." Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, aiming the gun at Huan Yin with a serious tone. "Engaging in business with you has proven quite tedious, leaving me rather displeased. What do you intend to do?" Huan Yin's eyes widened in fear. "What do you think?" Huan Yin screamed in desperation. "Kill him. Quickly kill him." Bang! All the subordinates wielding knives hesitated. Their leader, whose face had been obliterated, bang. Bang! Each shot found its mark on Hua's visage, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His head reduced to a gory mess. The subordinates were paralyzed by Tang Zhe's ruthless methods. Though they had witnessed death before, this form of execution was shocking. With as few bullets, who else has any? "Lend me some." Tang Zhe tugged at the shotgun, disappointed that such a prominent boss was prepared with so few rounds. The subordinates stared blankly at Tang Zhe, thinking, "Lend you bullets? Do you take us for fools?" "Brothers, he is out of bullets. Whoever kills him becomes the boss." A voice rang out from the crowd. This was undoubtedly the most tempting reward. Who among them did not wish to be the leader? As the crowd surged forward again, Tang Zhe shook his head helplessly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve red shotgun shells. The first person in line froze. How could he possibly have shotgun shells in his pocket? This was inconceivable. Witnessing Tang Zhe load the gun, the subordinates' eyes turned red with greed. Their chance to become the boss hinged on this moment. Seizing the opportunity, they attempted to strike at his head. Crack! "Sorry, you were a bit too slow." Tang Zhe smiled at the subordinate. Bang! The body was propelled back 2 meters by the force, a blood hole gradually appearing in the chest. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire, the younger subordinate was immediately struck with panic. Who claimed there were no bullets? Was this not an invitation for the brothers to march towards their demise? "Kill me, and whoever does shall become the boss. What are you all waiting for?" Tang Zhe declared, as he swiftly obliterated the head of the nearest subordinate, the sound of the gun echoing sharply. Suddenly, another subordinate charged forward, but Tang Zhe raised his firearm with lethal precision. Bang! Another subordinate fell, his face unrecognizable, eyes grotesquely exposed. Who would dare approach now? This was nothing short of madness. "Brothers, charge! What are we afraid of? He has but a handful of bullets, and we are many." Chapter 62. The Cat and the Mouse. At this moment, no one dared to step forward as several aspiring leaders lay sprawled on the ground. "Since you choose not to engage, do not blame me for what follows," Tang Zhe declared, his smile vanishing as he fired a shot directly into the crowd, instantly causing 4 or 5 individuals to collapse, wailing in agony. As the gunfire rang out, some attempted to flee, only to discover that the doors were inexplicably locked, trapping them within the hall. Even the windows would not budge. Attempts to shatter the glass and escape were thwarted by the relentless rain outside, with their raincoats left upstairs, listening to the continuous gunfire and cries of despair. Fear gripped everyone. The delivery man seemed like a demon, devoid of humanity. Killing was as effortless as slaying chickens. "Please don't kill me. I'm also a hostage of Mr. Hua. I'm a college student. You can be my boss," pleaded a bespectacled young man, dropping the knife and kneeling. With a mere grunt, Tang Zhe shot him in the head, blood splattering everywhere. "Do not think I am unaware. You are the loudest," he remarked, reloading his weapon as he surveyed the hall, where over 30 individuals remained, with 7 or 8 bleeding and injured. Having finished reloading, Tang Zhe cocked his weapon with one hand and taunted, "Make sure you are well hidden. Do not let me find you." Approximately 40 individuals cowered in booths, restrooms, or the kitchen, trembling in fear. They had come prepared to inflict harm, yet found themselves ensnared in this nightmarish scenario. Surely it must be a dream. Dongsha, as if relishing a game of cat and mouse, kicked open a booth door where music still played. A disheveled woman hung nearby, her legs twisted in an M shape, her body marred with blood. Approaching her, he noticed she was still breathing. She appeared to be in her 20s, yet had been subjected to such torment. "My dear, have you seen anyone enter?" he inquired. The girl's gaze shifted weakly from Tang Zhe to the restroom, where his weapon lingered ominously. A smirk emerged on Tang Zhe's lips as he forcefully kicked open the restroom door. "Brother, please." Bang. Stepping out, he turned to the girl with a smile. "I have avenged you," he proclaimed, preparing to depart. "Bro." "There." Tang Zhe turned back, puzzled. "What is it? Is there more? Can you kill me?" Observing her condition, Tang Zhe realized that each passing minute was a torment for her. What a cruel fate. If one wished to enjoy a woman, why inflict such suffering? It was utterly depraved. "My dear, this gunshot will hurt. Shall I break your neck instead?" He deemed it courteous to seek her consent before proceeding. The girl nodded weakly, eager to escape her pain, and closed her eyes. Tang Zhe placed the gun aside, grasped her head firmly, and with a crisp snap, her body went limp. Sighing, he picked up his weapon and moved to the next booth. To his astonishment, every booth contained a girl suspended or bound to the sofa, all bearing the marks of abuse. After witnessing such brutality, Tang Zhe could only utter, "Monsters." One by one, he liberated the girls from their torment. Upon entering the restroom, he was once again struck by a wave of shock, feeling as though his tender heart had been irrevocably scarred. The lower half of a figure was visible beyond the restroom door, prompting Tang Zhe to approach for a closer look. It appeared to be a communal restroom for those lacking in status, while those with a modicum of influence had their own private cubicles. Peering inside, he beheld a woman bound and motionless, her fate uncertain, whether she had succumbed to unconsciousness or worse. In the clutches of this wretched group, existence had turned into a torment worse than death. Suddenly, Tang Zhe noticed a dark footprint, revealing that someone was hiding within. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at the door. Bang! Blood began to seep from within, and Tang Zhe, shouldering his shotgun, exited the restroom, feeling that his previous naivety was disconcertingly misplaced. Upon entering the kitchen, he found himself grappling with the notion that his methods were excessively merciful. On the countertop lay various cuts of meat, their origin dubious and far from ordinary. To his surprise, someone concealed themselves in the cold storage. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of 7 frozen female corpses, their once graceful legs now encrusted with frost, bearing the marks of past torment. One might ponder, wouldn't it be wiser for good girls to refrain from venturing into nightclubs at such late hours and return home early? Detecting a hint of warm breath emanating from the depths, Tang Zhe remained silent, resolutely shutting the door and locking it tight. Inside the cold storage, 3 men trembled from a cold. Had they left? One wondered. They must have. Let us check. The trio stealthily approached the door, only to find it immovable, a source of profound terror that overshadowed their impending doom as they frantically pounded on it. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe stood by the entrance, lighting a cigarette, listening to the cacophony of desperate knocks, and slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon, the first and second floors were cleared, the deserving met their fate, and the liberated found solace. Ascending to the 3rd floor, designated for offices, he noted the reduced number of rooms, sparing him the need for an exhaustive search. Reaching the general manager's office, Tang Zhe grasped the doorknob, pausing momentarily with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a resounding bang, the wooden door was breached, and he stepped inside to find a bleeding man wielding a knife sprawled on the floor, to whom he delivered a final shot to the head. 4 young girls sat on the sofa, their faces drained of color in sheer terror, contemplating the origins of their assailant who had slain the man meant to oversee them. Tang Zhe turned his gaze towards the girls, noting their youth, though regrettably lacking in beauty, yet still useful for his purposes. "Please, don't kill us," they quaked in fear. Curiosity piqued, Tang Zhe inquired, "How did you come to be here, dressed so finely?" One girl, trembling, replied, "We don't know. It seems they intended to take us somewhere." "Oh, is that so? Had I known, I wouldn't have killed him. Wait here. I shall seek someone to question." The terrified girls nodded in agreement. After Tang Zhe departed, one brave girl approached the door, straining to hear the footsteps gradually fading away. "He has gone. Let us make a run for it," she urged. "But didn't he tell us to wait here?" A timid girl protested. "Are you foolish? Do you wish to be left here as mere fodder?" At this, the girl's face filled with panic, and she promptly rose to flee alongside her companion. Upon opening the door, Tang Zhe beheld 4 girls sprinting towards the staircase. Their backs to him. The girl waved her hand, urging, "Run." Tang Zhe sighed in exasperation, pondering, where do you think you can run to in this rain? Suddenly, a cacophony of thuds echoed as the 4 girls collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing intermittently, crimson blood seeping from their fair skin. "You promised to wait for me. I detest those who lack integrity." With that, Tang Zhe proceeded to open the next door. To his surprise, a figure knelt in the middle of the room, distinctly different from the others. Chapter 63. I know a star speak, and reveal your worth to survive. Tang Zhe perched upon his mahogany desk, idly toying with a golden fountain pen while aiming at the head of the man kneeling before him. "I am willing to conduct business with you, big brother." Tang Zhe could not suppress a chuckle. "You are the first to propose such a deal, and indeed, you shall be the last." The man on his knees, filled with dread, realized he was the sole survivor amidst the carnage. "Big brother, my name is Ning Qingwei. I sell liquor at the club and possess information that may pique your interest." "Prudent of you." What transpired with the 4 girls from the manager's office? Ning Qingwei lowered his gaze, trembling, and quickly responded, "Those 4 women were intended to be delivered to Mr. Qian in exchange for 4 bullets. Ah, 1 woman per bullet. Do you truly have such an abundance of women? Big brother, as you know, we operate in the entertainment industry, and women are in no short supply. Recently, Mr. Hua has consolidated all the women detained in the branch to the club to prevent them from being mistreated by unruly subordinates." Tang Zhe's interest was piqued. "Show me." "Right this way, big brother." Ning Qingwei led the way, with Tang Zhe trailing behind, casually inquiring, "How many women are confined?" "Roughly 100. Such a number. What sustenance do they receive?" "They subsist on human flesh and diluted urine." As he spoke, a wicked grin crept across his face, malevolent in its nature. Tang Zhe grasped the grim reality. The flesh found in the kitchen was intended for the women held captive. With over 100 mouths to feed, they were treated no better than livestock. Reflecting on his own circumstances, having access to bones, water, and even the luxury of bathing, he mused that perhaps he should have brought Xiao Yi to witness this environment. Before long, Ning Qingwei guided Tang Zhe to a concealed passage. Upon opening the door, a foul odor wafted forth, and Tang Zhe's brow furrowed deeply at the sight of the imprisoned women. He had anticipated beauty, yet what lay before him was a dismal array. Some stared vacantly, others were deranged, and a few cried out for salvation. "Is this what you wish to show me?" Under the threat of a gun, Ning Qingwei quickly replied, "Big brother, if they were cleaned up, they could be bartered for goods." Tang Zhe's finger tightened on the trigger with a sharp click echoing through the air. "Wait, let me load a bullet." Ning Qingwei, terrified, crouched on the ground, fervently bowing his head. "Big brother, I possess many more secrets. Mr. Hua has over 100 brothers scattered across various venues, and summoning them would surely benefit you." As Tang Zhe continued to load the gun, Ning Qingwei's mind raced. Mr. Qian has amassed a considerable arsenal at the transport company, and even Mr. Hua must regularly provide him with women. The firearm in your hand was also supplied by Mr. Qian. Moreover, Mr. Hua has several lovely women at his side. Tang Zhe paused momentarily in his task. "How lovely are they?" Ning Qingwei felt a surge of delight and promptly replied, "Regardless, they are certainly more alluring than these." President Hua is reluctant to give them to Manager Qian, claiming he wishes to indulge himself fully before parting with them. "Should you deceive me further, this gun's muzzle may find its way into your rear. I trust you can envision the scene that would unfold." Yes, please, this way, my brother." The hidden doors were rather numerous. Ning Qingwei gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. In the past, these secret chambers were prepared exclusively for certain affluent dignitaries. Upon entering the room, Tang Zhe beheld 3 women lounging on the sofa in bikinis. To be frank, they paled in comparison to Feng Meng, let alone Sun Ting and her companions. Yet, the lad did not deceive himself. They were indeed more appealing than those outside. The trio gazed at Tang Zhe, who brandished a gun, with a hint of confusion, particularly at the familiar firearm. "Wasn't he that President Horace? This is the new boss. Do not forget to address him as such," Ning Qingwei hastily reminded them. The woman clad in a purple lace bikini suddenly grasped the situation. President Hua was dead, and a new boss had taken his place. "Oh dear, a pleasure to meet you, boss," she cooed, flitting to Tang Zai's side, her voice dripping with flirtation as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Bang! The woman was abruptly propelled onto the bed by the gunshot, her slightly plump abdomen pierced, her disbelief palpable as she could not fathom why her life had been taken. Ning Qingwei was equally bewildered. Surely, this woman was not so detestable that she warranted death. She could still be of service to the underlings. "Your falsetto vexes me greatly." Tang Zai gritted his teeth, having never encountered such an exasperating sound. The other two women, terrified, fell to their knees, trembling in fear. This new boss was even more ruthless than President Hua. "And you have deceived me again." Ning Qingwei collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Boss, I assure you, she is top-tier merchandise." "Top tier? Look at that nose. Grotesque as a ghost. That snake-like visage disgusts me. Is this the caliber of taste your President Hua possessed?" Bang! Another shot claimed a life. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard, and the remaining woman, overwhelmed by despair, screamed and fled toward the exit. Bang! Her body crumpled onto the concrete floor, causing the women confined outside to recoil in terror against the wall. "Xiao Ning, I dare say your utility has diminished significantly. Wouldn't you agree?" Feeling the gun's barrel pressed against his head, Ning Qingwei sought to resist. "I am useful. Wait, let me think. I must have news that would interest you, boss. I will count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. A certain starlet is trapped in Huasher City." "Speak more slowly, and you'll find your head missing," Tang Zai replied, his face brightening as he helped Ning Qingwei to his feet and offered him a cigarette, which Ning Qingwei hesitated to accept. "Do you not wish to show me respect?" Ning Qingwei, now thoroughly frightened, hastily accepted the cigarette. Tang Zai ignited it and settled onto the sofa. "Now, tell me about the starlet." "I overheard a conversation between President Hua and Manager Qian. It seems Manager Qian had instructed President Hua to handle this matter. Just tell me where. I only know it is in Shuangdong District." Dong Shi chuckled in resignation. "Do you have any idea how vast Shuangdong District is?" "Brother, celebrities certainly do not reside in poor conditions. In the Shuangdong District, there's only one villa area, so she must be within it. Your conjecture is somewhat plausible, but which female star are you referring to?" "Honestly, I have no idea." Dong Shi shunned, rising to extinguish his cigarette. Brother? Tang Zai appeared to be oblivious as he stepped outside, methodically opening each of the iron gates. "Brother, please do not open them," Ning Qingwei exclaimed in a panic. As the women beheld the gates swing open, their gazes immediately fixated on Ning Qingwei, as if they intended to devour him whole. "What are you all standing there for?" Dong Shi bellowed. In an instant, the women surged forth, racing past Tang Zai, and pounced upon the fleeing Ning Qingwei, biting into his arm with ferocity, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Chapter 64. Returning home early. Oh, you wretched woman. Brother, save me. Strike them down. Tang Zai paid no heed to the cries of despair. It appeared that Ning Qingwei was well acquainted with this clandestine location, likely even overseeing it, and had undoubtedly tormented these unfortunate women on numerous occasions. They deserved an opportunity for retribution. Ning Qingwei observed as the women savagely tore at his flesh, the scene both harrowing and grotesque, while he helplessly bore witness to his own demise. Regrettably, he had initially intended to enlist President Hua's cooperation for a performance, indulging in the thrill of playing the protagonist, yet the situation had devolved into such chaos. What a needless spectacle. Now, he could only make use of Hua's head, and he would have to pay a visit to the surveillance room to erase his dashing visage from the recordings. Having acquired Huawanian's phone, he realized it was an Apple device requiring facial recognition to unlock. Had he known, he wouldn't have shattered it. Never mind. He could return with a trophy to appease the boss, lest she accuse him of deception. He had initially intended to frighten her. What need was there for firearms and business dealings? One could only wonder if the boss would even recognize him. Additionally, he ought to capture some footage to bring back. Otherwise, no one would believe him, especially not little Meow Meow. They ought to appreciate the splendid environment they provided, rather than being so fastidious. After Tang Zai departed, the women emerged, bloodied and frantic. Upon seeing the corpses in the hall, they paused momentarily, then erupted into wild cries, as if releasing pent-up anguish. A few of them seemed to search for someone, and upon recognizing a familiar face, they wasted no time in tearing at it with their mouths, weeping bitterly. Others, after unleashing their fury, burst from the club, arms outstretched to embrace the rain, collapsing to the ground in convulsions mere seconds later. Yet even in death, their faces bore smiles of relief. Tang Ze observed this through the rearview mirror, wishing them an early return in their next lives. Meanwhile, Shi Meng sat on the couch, gripping her phone tightly, growing increasingly anxious with each passing moment without a reply from Tang Ze. Fu Qi brought her a glass of milk, and as he gazed at his stunning wife seated on the couch, memories of the morning's events flooded his mind. How dare that Tang Ze intrude upon his marriage? Suppressing his anger, Fu Qi forced a smile. "Wife, I made you some milk." It must be said that with a slight enhancement from Tang Ze, Shi Meng appeared even more ravishing. After all, even the finest women require cultivation from men, lest they become barren wastelands. Upon seeing her husband's offering, Shi Meng's brows furrowed. "It looks repulsive. You drink it." Fu Qi was taken aback, glancing at the milk in the cup, his face twitching in response. Shi Meng, oblivious to her husband's reaction, was lost in her schemes. She had invested so much, waiting for this day. However, she dared not call Tang Ze, fearing he might be hiding in some nook of a bookstore. One phone call could expose her. Checking the time, she noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. She needed to gather some people. It was time to set out. Anxiously, Shi Meng found herself unable to wait any longer. If something were to happen to Tang Ze, Huanian would surely call to mock her. "Dear, is it not a bit too early? Best to leave safely to avoid being duped." As Shi Meng rose to tidy her appearance, Fu Qi's anger intensified. How could his exquisite wife, akin to a blooming flower, be so brazen? Those legs, which he seldom had the pleasure of caressing, why must he feign virtue? Adorned in high heels, Shi Meng cast an irritated glance at the motionless Fu Qi and remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." "Oh, right." Shi Meng, exasperated at Fu Qi's lack of ambition, thought, if you possessed even a modicum of capability, would I be so toyed with by Tang Ze? Yet, on the other hand, the feeling of seeing her husband return was unprecedented. Shaking her head, she chided herself for still being preoccupied with such thoughts. Clearly, Tang Ze had clouded her judgment. She hoped this time he would decisively deal with Huanian, or else. In the parking lot, over a dozen men wielded kitchen knives, preparing for a farewell with their families, uncertain if they would return alive. In a corner, several executives whispered amongst themselves, "President Chun, if Shi Meng doesn't return this time, it seems you will have to take the reins," one suggested. "Rest assured, President Liang, I am far more capable than Shi Meng. Collaborating with Huanian is not a bad idea. It is Shi Meng's greed for power that prevents her from being subservient. Indeed, we cannot gamble our lives on her whims," another echoed. Just then, Shi Meng emerged from the elevator, prompting an immediate hush. After all, she was still the leader. Yet, the sight of her alluring figure, particularly in a white dress that accentuated her curves, stirred the primal instincts of the men around her. If Huanian were to capture her, the outcome would surely be dire. "These are the men," Fu Qi said, gesturing towards the assembled individuals. Shi Meng frowned, observing their lack of spirit. They appeared utterly defeated, as if they were marching toward their demise. "I am not afraid as a woman. What are you all so terrified of?" she exclaimed. While Tang Ze might be wicked, at least he never showed fear. One timid man stammered, "President Shi, with so few of us, it would be futile to confront him. Perhaps we should collaborate with President Hua instead. Fighting would not benefit our community." "Yes, President Shi, cooperation leads to mutual gain. We are willing to follow your lead. Why risk our lives recklessly? We all have but one life." Perhaps Tang Ze had already perished, and their involvement would merely be a sacrifice. "President Shi, it's not that we are afraid, but we do not wish to perish in vain." Fu Qi found their arguments reasonable, but refrained from agreeing, knowing it would embarrass his wife. Although he felt an overwhelming urge to confront her, Shi Meng was genuinely taken aback. The men she had nurtured displayed no courage or resolve, especially those who had followed Luo Jun. who had proven utterly incapable after his demise. Disappointment flooded Xi Meng's mind, leading her to question their worth. She sought men who could fight and protect. President Xi, Brother Tang's car has returned. Suddenly, a voice crackled excitedly over the intercom. This news undoubtedly dispelled the disappointment swirling in Xi Meng's mind. Tang Ze was, astonishingly, alive. But wait, what was he doing back? Wasn't he supposed to be waiting? This Tang Ze, why does he always contravene his own orders? A car at the entrance had no time to maneuver as a BMW 5 Series careened in, colliding with the structure, smoke billowing from the crumpled hood. Quick, bring him out, Xi Meng shouted urgently, for though he was uncertain about the reason for Tang Ze's return, he was the only formidable figure at his side. Chapter 65. Who is truly in control? Fu Qi gazed upon his flustered wife, feeling a pang of sympathy for the handsome man before him. Surely, you must have been bewitched by him. Under the pretense of needing Tang Ze, you seek to fulfill your long-standing emptiness within. Before anyone could approach, Tang Ze kicked open the car door, effortlessly seizing the bloodied head from the passenger seat, along with the shotgun. The sight of Tang Ze, brandishing a severed head and a firearm, sent the men who had initially rushed to help retreating in fear. How could he possibly have procured a gun? And whose head was that? Fu Qi's despair deepened as he beheld the shotgun in Tang Ze's grasp. This handsome man was growing increasingly formidable, to the point where Fu Qi felt his wife was no match for him, completely at his mercy. In the parking lot, everyone's expressions were taut with tension, astonishment, and dread. Not a single face bore a smile, not even Xi Meng's. President Xi, I have completed the task, Tang Ze announced with a grin as he tossed Huo Wanyan's head at Xi Meng's feet. Gazing at the mangled visage, Xi Meng struggled to suppress his nausea. Who is this? You instructed me to eliminate Huo Wanyan, did you not? This is indeed him. Tang Ze shrugged nonchalantly. Having bestowed such a grand gift upon you, how shall you repay me? At his words, a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd as they stared at the severed head rolling on the ground. Huo Wanyan? Had Tang Ze truly beheaded him? Was it not said that Huo Wanyan was surrounded by hundreds of loyal brothers? How had Tang Ze accomplished such a feat? Xi Meng's heart did not swell with joy. His ambitions extended beyond merely Huo Wanyan's head. He sought to intimidate and subdue Huo Wanyan's reckless band of followers. The act of killing Huo Wanyan was merely a means to an end, a tactic to gain control over his subordinates. And yet, Tang Ze had gone so far as to eliminate him outright and return with the trophy. Xi Meng felt the blood rush to his head, nearly choking on his frustration. It was as if his meticulously crafted plans had been utterly dismantled. How can you prove this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi immediately challenged. How do we know this is genuine? What if he simply killed someone at random and claimed it was Huo Wanyan? Tang Ze smiled knowingly at Fu Qi, who flinched at the unsettling grin. President, she can make a phone call to verify. Xi Meng, harboring his own doubts, decided to heed his husband's counsel and took out his phone to call Huo Wanyan. Ringing. The crisp tone emanated from Tang Ze's pocket, and he retrieved his phone, revealing a rather unflattering contact name, Stinking Bastard. Xi Meng's mouth twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated such a moniker from Huo Wanyan, but it was undeniable. Huo Wanyan was indeed dead. Staring at the head at his feet, Xi Meng felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. His most formidable adversary had been vanquished. Slowly lifting his foot, he pressed his stiletto heel on a Huo Wanyan skull. Ladies and gentlemen, Huo Wanyan is dead. We are safe. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, and the residents above, having received the news, hurried down, relieved to learn that the scourge of Huo Wanyan had been eradicated. In that moment, the weight of anxiety was finally lifted. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei rushed down as well, elated to see Tang Ze unharmed and having achieved such a monumental feat. Feeling an overwhelming sense of security in my relationship with Tang Ze, I yearned to bring him home immediately and tend to him with utmost care. However, some of the bosses have stumbled upon a troubling issue. With Huo Wanyan's demise, new troubles seem to be emerging, particularly with Tang Ze wielding a firearm that poses a direct threat to their lives. Brother Tang, she said, it would be prudent for her to keep that gun safe. A man cautiously approached with a forced smile. Many eyes turned to see whether Tang Ze would relinquish the weapon. Jedenast meng sottogeoitem zes intentions. If he complied, it would be advantageous, but refusal would imply that Tang Zei was neither foolish nor without ulterior motives. Ignoring the intermediary, Tang Zei strode purposefully toward Ximeng. As he approached, Ximeng felt a surge of anxiety, a fear that Tang Zei might end his life with a single shot. Quickly, he dismissed the thought, reminding himself of his own control over the situation. He claims you want to take my gun. I find that hard to believe. Ximeng pondered. Is he genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance? Meanwhile, Fu Qi was certain that since Tang Zei's arrival, he had been driven by a purpose, perhaps to seize control over the entire community. How could this be? This weapon was confiscated from outside and is personally managed. Ximeng replied with a gentle smile, though he had already begun to regard Tang Zei as a volatile bomb about to detonate. Indeed, she is quite amiable, Ximeng remarked with a slight smile. Fu Qi observed the silent exchange between the two, contemplating how easily Tang Zei could unleash chaos if the firearm were in his possession. Dear residents, from today onward, our community shall also possess its own firearm. Cheers erupted. Long live President Xi. Long live Brother Tang. Ximeng was displeased. How could Tang Zei, having been here merely a few days, stand shoulder to shoulder with him? This was impossible. Tang Zei was merely a pawn under his control, to be unleashed as he saw fit. From this day forth, Tang Zei shall serve as the head of our community's security department and my personal bodyguard. With this proclamation, it was clear to everyone that no matter how formidable Tang Zei might be, he remained Ximeng's protector. All eyes turned toward Tang Zei, who smiled and declared, I am at your service, President Xi. No one anticipated that with a gun in hand, Tang Zei would willingly subordinate himself to Ximeng. Did he not aspire to pursue other ambitions? Several executives began to strategize, considering how to use Tang Zei to oust Ximeng from power. This community, rife with scheming, was far from ordinary. Violence was a mere breath away. Listening to Ximeng's lengthy discourse, Tang Zei, cradling the firearm, turned to Fu Qi and said, Brother-in-law, how about a game of cards tonight? I wish to spend some private time with your sister. Fu Qi nearly suffered a heart attack, yet the sight of the dark muzzle rendered him speechless. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. You are truly a wonderful person, brother-in-law. Your sister is fortunate to have you. Such words were a dagger to the heart. Fu Qi's face turned pale. Rest assured, brother-in-law, my relationship with your sister is devoid of emotion. It is purely transactional. We can certainly share insights. Fu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body trembling, teeth grinding with indignation. How shameless, how utterly bullying, and to exchange insights about one's wife. In a fit of rage, Fu Qi fainted on the spot. Tang Zei exclaimed in alarm, President Fu, someone come quickly. President Fu has collapsed. Ximeng hurriedly descended the stage, her gaze fixed on Tang Zei. Moments prior, she had observed Tang Zei conversing with her husband, and now he had fainted. One could only speculate what had transpired. Meanwhile, Tang Zei wore an expression of utter innocence. Yet, Ximeng felt powerless. She was increasingly reliant on the imposing presence Tang Zei brought, though she knew this was not a sustainable solution. Chapter 66. As one grows older, stability becomes desirable in the future. It is likely that this troublesome confidant must be eliminated, but for now, that cannot be done. Several men carried Fu Qi back home, and naturally, Tang Zei chose not to join the commotion, preferring to return home first, where his feline companions were on the verge of revolt due to being neglected for the past few days. The three women remarked that perhaps it was time for a break. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei felt a tinge of disappointment as they watched Tang Zei depart. Recalling his charming and radiant girlfriend, whose allure seemed to overshadow their own, evoking a sense of unease within them. What if Tang Zei no longer chose to take them along in the future? Although the demise of Mr. Hua had occurred, there might be another Mr. Hua, or even a third. Once such thoughts take root, women often spiral into a whirlwind of anxiety. Feng Wei, reluctant to return home, decided to visit Feng Mengmeng instead for a chat. Despite the television being on, their minds were far from the screen. Mengmeng, how do you think Tang Zei managed to kill Mr. Hua? With so many people around him, how was he able to pull it off? Feng Wei pondered. struggling to comprehend how someone of Tang Zai's singular strength could accomplish such a feat, especially in the presence of firearms. Feng Mingming sighed deeply. Perhaps Tang Zai is more complex than we realize. Every time I see him smile, I feel a sense of unease, don't you? Indeed. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. Feng Mingming replied with a wry smile, questioning whether her thoughts were excessive. Feng Wei, proudly showcasing her long legs on a coffee table, suggested maybe it's because he has taken a life that we feel this way. Perhaps. I even sense that, mister. She is somewhat afraid of him, Feng Mingming observed, having spent several years alongside Ximing. And today she had picked up on various subtle details that had previously escaped her notice. Feng Wei sat up, her expression tense. Now that Tang Zai possesses a gun, do you think he might take control of the entire neighborhood? I don't know. At least it was evident just now that Mr. Shi can still manage him. But if there comes a day when he cannot, Feng Mingming bit her lower lip, increasingly feeling that their surroundings were becoming less secure. Feng Wei shared her sentiment, especially during their intimate moments with Tang Zai, who exhibited no regard for her well-being, treating her merely as an outlet for his desires. Though it was labeled as a transaction, the more she contemplated, the more she found Tang Zai unreliable. The affectionate words exchanged post-encounter felt deceitful, and she realized she must rely on herself. As their conversation continued, both women eventually dozed off on the sofa, even sharing the same dream, a vision of Tang Zai arriving and abruptly awakening them. In a warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City, the interior was brightly lit, with boxes of goods piled high like small mountains. Men were engaged in card games, drinking, and then retreating into a nearby room to resolve their needs. In an office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened to reports from his subordinates. This man, with graying temples, was none other than Mr. Qian Zhongran. He was not a major boss. In fact, he had never even had the privilege of serving Mr. Hua, as he merely owned a few large warehouses. However, the situation had changed drastically. The value of these warehouses now surpassed that of gold, and everyone had to submit to his authority. This is merely one of the warehouses. The supplies are minimal, and the logistics of transporting goods are entrusted solely to Qian Zhongran's two sons, rendering it impossible for outsiders to comprehend, thereby controlling their lifeblood. Furthermore, with two shotguns in the hands of his sons, the subordinates remain even more compliant. Father, something has happened over at Huo Wanyin's, announced Qianming, the eldest son, now 42, appearing somewhat aged, almost akin to Qian Zhongran himself. Qian Zhongran furrowed his brow. What has transpired? Did someone from Shi's faction eliminate him? Wasn't a firearm provided? Our underlings went to retrieve goods today, only to find the premises strewn with corpses. Huo Wanyin's head was missing, and the floor was littered with shotgun shells, identical to ours. Qianming's countenance was grave. The adversary was formidable. A fierce glint ignited in Qian Zhongran's eyes. So, there are others who share our intentions. But why would they target Huo Wanyin? Father, could it be Shi's people? Huh. How could firearms possibly be present in that neighborhood? Clearly, Huo Wanyin provoked the wrong individuals. We must ensure our own safety remains uncompromised. Qian Zhongran was incensed, for his strategy hinged upon a discreet and cautious approach. Yet, the youthful Qianming held a different perspective. Father, we possess firearms. We could directly invade without seeking assistance from others. Are you unaware of those who might be more formidable? It has only been a little over a month. Those who strike first invariably meet their demise first. Look at Huo Wanyin. Hasn't he encountered calamity? My ammunition and firearms wasted, and not a hair she has been found. Qian Zhongran, too, bore the marks of a seasoned lecher. Having once witnessed Shi's unparalleled allure, he could scarcely fathom that he might have another opportunity to savor those enticing lips, had it not been for the impending disaster. Yet, he hesitated to act himself, fearing the attention of others. When the topic of women arose, Qianming chuckled, Father, although Huo Wanyin has perished, the establishment is filled with women. Many may have perished, yet we managed to bring back around 60, aged between 20 and 30. They do require a wash, however. Huo Wanyin kept so many women and deceived me into believing he had none. He deserved his fate. Let's not squander too much water. Very well, Father, Shall I arrange for one to provide you with a taste? Clean her up, and do not let your mother find out. Rest assured, as Qianming exited the office, a man leaned against the railing, smoking, a figure identified as Qianpu, the second son, 2 years younger than Qianming, resembling his brother with a square face. However, Qianpu exuded a more ferocious demeanor, evident in his gaze, which suggested he had not refrained from taking lives during this period. What did father say? Qianpu inquired. Father advocates for caution, urging us to refrain from meddling in affairs for a few more months. Wait a few more months? Qianpu extinguished his cigarette, casting a discontented glance toward their father in the office. Brother, do not be so impulsive. I'll find a suitable woman for you to relieve your frustrations. Qianpu shook off Qianming's hand, speaking in a low tone. Eldest brother, you and father should not be preoccupied with women. The world has changed. We have ample manpower and firearms. We must secure our territory first. Those who seize first shall reap the rewards. One must maintain their ground. If one gathers numerous subordinates, how many mouths will there be to feed? Rather than perpetually dwelling on violence, one should observe the brethren below, enjoying sustenance, drink, and companionship. Is this not a fine way of life? Brother, have you considered that while you may refrain from taking lives, others may not extend the same courtesy? Eventually, the warehouse in our father's possession will be discovered. Upon hearing this, Qianming remained silent. His father advocated for stability, while his younger brother pushed for aggression, leaving him caught in a dilemma. Noticing a slight shift in his elder brother's demeanor, Qianpu softly suggested, Father seems to have an affection for that woman, Ximing. If I were to bring her here, would you be able to proceed with my plan? Please inquire. This, brother, father is aging. Those who grow old often prefer stability. With a deep sigh, Qianming retreated to the office once more, while Qianpu lingered outside, casting furtive glances at their father. Moments later, Qianming emerged, his expression grave, causing Qianpu to feel uneasy. Suddenly, Qianming broke into a smile, clapping his brother on the shoulder. Father said, if you can indeed bring Ximing, he will acquiesce to your request. Chapter 67. Preparing for the assault, isn't it just right? If Huanyin can't do it, I shall. Qianpu twisted his neck, a hint of arrogance gracing his face, utterly disregarding everyone around him. You must exercise caution. The deaths of Huanyin's men are rather suspicious. It could very well have been the residents of the Shanhui community, cautioned his brother. You worry too much. If there are indeed so many hotheads in Shanhui, they wouldn't fear Huanyin. There must be others involved, Qianpu retorted, producing a cigarette and offering it to his brother. The two lit up, enveloping themselves in smoke. Exhaling a plume, Qianming stated gravely, it's better to be safe than sorry. We should bring more brothers along. Since we are set to act, it's not merely about abducting a woman. We must gather resources in one fell swoop. Now that's the spirit, brother. Our father's narrow-mindedness won't do. We need to expand our ranks. Qianpu replied with a shrug, chuckling. Father simply wishes to guard his small territory like a petty emperor. Let us take 5 firearms with 20 bullets. We must conserve our ammunition and rely more on blades, his brother articulated. Qianpu smirked. I understand completely, brother. Bullets are more precious than anything else now. With those 5 guns, I could frighten them to death. What do we plan to act? Qianpu's face darkened slightly. When they were asleep. Excellent idea. Shanhui community. Tang Ze emerged from Feng Mengmeng's room, stretching luxuriously. Progress had been satisfactory in recent days. His energy levels had risen to 7, bringing him closer to the 3-0 package. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat with a slightly pale complexion, clasping a cup of hot water. Tang Ze must not be allowed to remain. He is far from simple. Everything he has displayed is but a fade. Fu Qi coughed, feeding considerably weakened. In contrast, Ximing appeared vibrant and radiant, exuding an even more potent charm that made Fu Qi's teeth ache with envy. He is useful to me, Ximing spoke in a low tone, fully aware of the validity of her husband's words. Upon reflection, it was indeed suspicious for a man to accompany 3 beautiful women. After all, women like Yi Qingyi are the objects of desire for men. If Tang Ze can attract 3, could it be that everyone in their community has perished, leaving no one to vie for him? He must be sneaking out alone. If we do not eliminate him now, it shall be our demise later. If Tang Ze dies, I shall lose control over those bosses, especially with Huo Wanyan also gone. They all aspire to be the leader. Are you foolish? Ximeng leaned back on the sofa, massaging her temples in frustration. Fu Chi's eyes glinted with ferocity as he murmured, if Tang Ze dies, wouldn't the firearms belong to us? Why fear those bosses? While this thought ignited a spark in Ximeng, possessing the firearms in her hands was an entirely different matter than having them under Tang Ze's control. If Tang Ze arrives, I shall pour him a drink laced with sleeping pills that will suffice to deal with him. This matter cannot be handled recklessly. I must deliberate. Ximeng did not wish to act impulsively, for the number of reliable individuals around her was dwindling. Upon hearing these words, Fu Chi was incensed, exclaiming, Ximeng, have you lost your mind? Before he arrived, how many people were by your side? Now, you're left with just him. You must cater to his every whim, openly portraying yourself as the leader of this Shanhu community. Yet in truth, you are merely at his mercy. Enough. Ximeng's gaze turned steely. Xingzhong, Xingzhong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Fu Chi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Tang Ze? Ximeng was equally startled. If Tang Ze overheard their earlier conversation, he might storm in with a vengeance. Open the door, Ximeng commanded softly. Fu Chi clenched his fists tightly, and as the door creaked open, he beheld Tang Ze's amiable smile awaiting him at the threshold. I'm home, Sister Shi. I need to discuss something with you. Fu Chi's face flushed crimson as he managed to stammer. I was just about to head out. Oh, is that so? Understood. Without further ado, Fu Chi stepped out of the house. Observing Fu Chi's hasty departure, Tang Ze closed the door and turned to Ximeng on the sofa, grinning. Sister Shi, today I truly faced peril, barely escaping the gates of hell. I almost missed seeing you. Ximeng scrutinized Tang Ze, as if attempting to pierce through his faade, aware that he had entered her dwelling merely to elicit sympathy and gain from her. Your audacity grows by the day, she remarked, maintaining a calm tone. Though her dissatisfaction was palpable, Tang Ze placed the firearm on the coffee table and settled beside Ximeng. Sister Shi, if you wish for me to leave, I shall do so at once. It is my folly to have trusted the wrong person. Ximeng's lips trembled slightly. Was he threatening her while accusing her of being untrustworthy? She had intended to exert control over him, only to find herself ensnared. Infuriating. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself, Tang Ze said as he picked up the firearm and prepared to depart. Come back. Tang Ze halted, a slight smile gracing his lips. I assure you, I have threatened no one. I was merely about to leave. Sister Shi, I, Tang Ze, am not a man to be trifled with. Ximeng could only respond with silence, incredulous that such words could escape his lips. Must I admit my fault? Is that so difficult for a girl? Fu Chi, in a state of extreme distress, descended the stairs, seeking solace from Feng Mengmeng, and promptly unlocked the electronic door. The interior was cloaked in darkness. Upon illuminating the living room, he discovered clothes strewn across the sofa. An ominous premonition surged within Fu Chi's heart. Chapter 68. You truly are leaving with purposeful strides. They entered the bedroom and turned on the light, leaving Fu Chi momentarily stunned. The brightness was blinding, prompting Feng Wei to shield her eyes. Please, don't turn on the lights. It's too harsh. At that moment, Feng Wei finally recognized Fu Chi and hastily covered herself with the blanket. Nearby, Feng Mengmeng stirred from her slumber, startled to find Fu Chi standing at the door. After a brief pause, she spoke resignedly. Brother Fu, what brings you here so suddenly? A fit of manic laughter erupted from Fu Chi, who covered his face as he chuckled uncontrollably. All you seek is to survive, each for your own gain. Feng Wei remarked coolly. Do you genuinely believe that Tang Ze will ensure your safety? He deceives you beautiful girls. Even my wife fell for his tricks. You are all foolish, utterly naive. Suddenly, Feng Mengmeng suggested, Brother Fu, why not come with us? Mengmeng, Feng Wei scolded sharply. Brother Fu can be trusted, and it's perilous for just the two of us girls, she added, a hint of anger in her voice as she turned her gaze away. Go where? Fu Chi inquired, perplexed. In a hushed tone, Feng Mengmeng responded, Actually, Brother Tang drove here His car is parked nearby, and he even gave us the keys. What? Fu Qi exclaimed, incredulous, confirming his suspicions that this was indeed premeditated. The keys must surely be a ruse. It's impossible. They must be fake. A trick to deceive you girls. Just then, Feng Mengmeng produced the car keys, pointing them towards the window and pressing a button. Instantly, headlights illuminated the dark alley, standing out starkly against the night. To Fu Qi's astonishment, it was indeed real. He thought to himself, is Tang Zhe out of his mind to trust them with the keys? Was this true cleverness or mere folly? Yet, Fu Qi remained puzzled, asking, if he is willing to take you away, why do you wish to leave secretly? Because I sense that Brother Tang is dangerous, and he is accompanied by 3 girls who are all more attractive than us. Sooner or later, we would be discarded, Feng Wei explained. A friend of mine mentioned a shelter in Zhonglin City. We intend to head there. Fu Qi found her reasoning sound. The 2 girls, while above average in appearance, paled in comparison to the 3 others. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease lingered, though he could not articulate it. When do you plan to leave? He asked. Now, Fu Qi was taken aback. He too wished to escape, but could not abandon his wife to the clutches of a devil. Isn't that a bit hasty? Feng Wei replied firmly. This is our only chance to leave while Tang Zhe is at your house. We won't be discovered. Her words pierced Fu Qi's heart like a dagger, as if to say, what purpose does such a wife serve? If it weren't for her, I would not even consider taking you. Feng Wei coldly commanded, put on your clothes and prepare the supplies. Brother Fu, please come with me, Feng Mengmeng pleaded, recalling how well he had treated them before the apocalypse, and how he remained a trustworthy man even now. With a determined bite of his lip, Fu Qi resolved that waiting here for death was not an option. Very well. The 3 individuals swiftly gathered some supplies, donning the raincoats and shoes provided by Tang Zhe. Fu Qi, clad in Tang Zhe's attire, found it surprisingly fitting, leading him to feel as though it had been tailored for him. Under the cover of darkness, they quietly descended to the first floor and exited the building. The gentle patter of the rain against their raincoats echoed ominously, yet they understood that having taken this step, there would be no turning back. They resolutely made their way toward the community entrance. Meanwhile, Tang Zhe, having donned his trousers, turned to Ximeng with a smile, saying, I shall return now. Ximeng's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her too weary to respond. With his shotgun in hand, Tang Zhe departed, promptly returning to his room, startling his 3 cats who were engrossed in watching television. Our wager begins now, he remarked with a subtle smile as he entered. And Bai, taken aback, inquired, do those 2 girls truly intend to flee? Sun Ting replied with a knowing smile. As expected, human nature cannot withstand the test. Then they wouldn't be calling Shizong. Yi Qingyi murmured, furrowing her brow, her thoughts not dwelling on the 2 girls, for betrayal inevitably leads to a singular outcome. Since Ximeng's husband was also preparing to escape with them, it remained to be seen whether Fu Qi would invite Ximeng to join. If Fu Qi chose not to call, and Ximeng remained unaware, that would count as a victory for Tang Zhe, who, on this rare occasion, displayed generosity to avoid being accused of bullying them. Yi Qingyi felt a sense of reassurance, recognizing Tang Zhe's leniency, and she kissed him lightly in gratitude. Sister Yi is no longer shy, Bai remarked teasingly. Tang Zhe produced a listening device, and the 4 of them awaited the outcome in silence. With Yi Qingyi growing increasingly anxious, aware of the dire consequences should she lose. In the dimly lit alley, the trio discovered a modified Tank 300. Upon seeing its tracked wheels, Fu Qi was convinced, realizing why it had been able to arrive. Opening the trunk revealed several boxes of mineral water and vacuum-sealed food. Get in quickly. We must leave, Feng Wei urged, anxious about the potential ramifications of having stolen Tang Zhe's vehicle. Fu Qi took the wheel, with Feng Mengmeng in the passenger seat and Feng Wei in the back. Turn off the headlights, Feng Wei reminded them. Her voice reached Tang Zhe, prompting him to reflect. I actually have a rather favorable impression of them. It's a pity they chose to flee behind my back. They've truly forsaken a stable life. Sun Ting sighed. Tang Zhe suddenly chuckled. You could try to escape as well. If you succeed, it would be quite an accomplishment. His words frightened the 3 women. Causing their faces to pale, as they hurriedly nestled closer to him. Just a jest. Look at how startled you are, he teased. Oh, you're so annoying, master, came the response from within the vehicle. Fu Qi started the engine, the roar echoing through the night, yet his thoughts drifted to his beautiful wife. Perhaps I should bring my wife along. With her status, it would be easier to negotiate in Zhonglin City, especially since she has interests there. Chapter 69. She's my wife, Feng Wei immediately exclaimed. No way. What if she informs Tang Zhe? Brother Fu's reasoning was sound. If Zhonglin City were indeed secure, President Xi would wield influence, and we could live well. Feng Wei, exasperated, laughed. Feng Mingming, your rival has arrived. What business do you have here? If Xi Meng finds out you're the mistress, she might just kick you to the curb. Fu Qi promptly assured, I guarantee it won't happen. Mingming, you must trust me. Of course, I trust you, Brother Fu. You are the most capable. Upon hearing this, Fu Qi felt as if he had been imbued with superhuman strength, pulling out his phone to send a voice message to his wife. The phone on the coffee table buzzed incessantly, and the disturbance irritated Xi Meng, who picked up the phone only to find it was her husband calling, which further soured her mood. What is it? Are you not coming back? Darling, please get ready to come downstairs. I've found Tang Zhe's car. It's fully modified. Xi Meng instantly became alert, standing up in excitement, only to furrow her brow and sit back down. How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions. Just come downstairs, and I will bring the car in. Xi Meng's mind raced, caught in a dilemma. Stop thinking. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Zhonglin City is safe. You have assets there and need not remain here in fear. This reasoning struck a chord. If it were indeed safe there, it could be a viable option. But was it truly safe? Currently, she was under Tang Zhe's control, at his mercy. A situation she never desired. Escaping his grasp might indeed be the right choice. Without further ado, Xi Meng replied resolutely, All right, I'll see you downstairs. I need a pack. As Xi Meng's words resonated in Yi Qingyi's mind, she felt as if her spirit had been stripped away. She had lost. Her friend could not be saved, and her fiancé was doomed as well. Tang Zhe cast a sympathetic glance, but one must accept the consequences of their choices. Regrettably, Sister Xi, you have truly erred this time. Xiaobai consoled, Sister Yi, do not be disheartened. Sun Ting sighed as well. In the end, Xi Meng chose to leave. Yi Qingyi had always believed Xi Meng to be a wise woman who would undoubtedly choose to stay beside the strong. But she never anticipated that Xi Meng would refuse to submit to power, instead aspiring to become powerful herself. Take care, Tang Zhe said, patting Yi Qingyi on the shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiaobai shared a similar gaze. In this world, being able to preserve oneself was already a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Xi Meng was ready, standing on the first floor, peering outside, and messaging Fu Qi, who was already en route. Feng Wei, watching the approaching community, felt a rising tide of fear, dreading the sight of Tang Zhe appearing, potentially ready to strike. She even caught a glimpse of Xi Meng's silhouette on the first floor. Xi Meng, noticing the vehicle approaching, felt a surge of excitement. Don't go. Feng Wei suddenly seized the steering wheel, prompting Fu Qi to slam on the brakes, leaving Xi Meng momentarily stunned. What are you doing? You almost crashed into it. Fu Qi shouted angrily. If they wrecked, they would all be doomed. Feng Wei spoke in a low voice. A woman who has changed her heart is capable of anything. Tang Zhe is already waiting nearby. As soon as we approach, he will surely strike us down. Feng Mingming gazed at the first floor, realizing that this angle indeed restricted their view. Not only was Feng Mingming filled with trepidation, but Fu Qi also felt the weight of fear. Everyone had witnessed Tang Zhe's ruthless methods. Fu Qi, do you not have a clear understanding of how your wife treats you? Is having Feng Mingming by your side truly inferior to her? You are currently risking everything to engage with this ancestor, yet you must also confront a woman who does not regard you as a man. She is willing to disregard your feelings for the sake of power. Is such a woman worthy of your perilous rescue? Upon hearing this, Fu Qi clutched the steering wheel tightly, his mind in turmoil. Why is she not worth it? She is still my wife. Fu Qi shouted with a voice trembling with emotion. He then abruptly shifted into reverse, flooring the accelerator. I'm sorry, I cannot possibly forgive you. Xi Meng stood in shock, watching as the car sped away. Why did he not come to retrieve her? She immediately took out her phone and called Fu Qi. Come back. I'm sorry, but I cannot overcome this inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Xi Meng revealed a bitter smile. Who did I do this for? I sacrificed so much, only to be abandoned by you, as you take off with your mistress. Though the night was dark, Xi Meng could still see that seated in the passenger seat was her secretary, Feng Mengmeng. You have betrayed me. Fu Qi shouted in anguish. You have betrayed me too. Xi Meng lost control of her emotions, feeling abandoned by the only family she had. Brother-in-law, please come back. Your sister is waiting for you. A voice, reminiscent of an echo from the abyss, resonated from behind. Xi Meng turned to see Tang Zhe, accompanied by 3 women. Yi Qingyi, who had previously looked ashen, now wore a bright smile, while Sun Ting and Xiao Bai rejoiced alongside her. For as long as Xi Meng remained, it meant Yi Qingyi had triumphed. Of course, Tang Zhe still needed to make an effort. After all, what if he could win? However, upon hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it seemed unlikely that even 100 mythical creatures could draw Fu Qi back. You, take care of yourself. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Zhe's voice, Fu Qi finished the call. Xi Meng slumped to the ground, left to face her own hell. Xi Meng suddenly began to laugh. Tang Zhe squatted beside her, gently patting her head. Sister Xi, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Xi Meng swatted Tang Zhe's hand away. This is the Xi's sister I adore. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tang Zhe extended his hand, but before he could finish his sentence, Xi Meng snatched it away and pressed it. Inside the car, Fu Qi suddenly heard a beeping sound. Did you hear that? The beeping grew increasingly urgent, and Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei exchanged glances. A sense of foreboding rising from within. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, illuminating the night with flames that shone brilliantly, causing the previously dark buildings around them to flicker to life as people rushed to see what had transpired. At the intersection, there was a blazing inferno, resembling a burning vehicle. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but a severed head flew through the air, rolling to a stop nearby. Wasn't that a brother-in-law? The remote control slipped from Xi Meng's grasp and fell to the ground, leaving her in a daze as her beautiful eyes fixated upon her husband's head. Chapter 70. The messenger of salvation. Before she could finish her words, Sister Xi, you have already caused my husband's demise. A single press triggers an explosion, while 2 presses halt it. Why the haste? Tang Zhe sighed. At that moment, a surge of fury welled up within Xi Meng, not due to her husband's death, but because of the futile struggle between herself and Tang Zhe. She had lost utterly, even to the point of being the one to detonate her husband's demise, his head landing before her. She had never encountered such failure before. Never. Dongsha. Xi Meng suddenly lunged at him, her desire to devour him palpable, as if he were about to transform into Tang Sung. Yet before she could reach him, Xiao Bai abruptly seized her hair. President Xi, you mustn't be disrespectful to the master. Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand to deliver a slap across Xi Meng's exquisite face, jolting her out of her rage. Sister Xi, what kind of look is that? I owe you nothing. After all, we have always been using one another, have we not? You played me. Xi Meng couldn't accept being toyed with like a fool while believing she had control over the situation. Tang Zhe shook his head. In truth, I offered you numerous chances, but you were too consumed by your thirst for power. Your reluctance to relinquish your lofty position has led us to this predicament, and you still made me lose. Tang Zhe's words pierced Xi Meng's heart. Indeed, she was unwilling to lose her status. Furthermore, she harbored grander aspirations, desiring to become a modern Wu Zetian. You lost. What do you mean? Xiao Bai chimed in cheerfully. Because we wagered before coming here on whether you would stay or leave in the end. Xi Meng could hardly believe it. She thought herself the hunter, only to find herself their prey, defeated to the point of being unable to rise. Ye Vingyi, I took you in with kindness, and this is how you repay me. If the Jiang family were to learn of your actions, they would certainly cast you out. Yi Qingyi replied softly. The Jiang family is no longer of paramount importance to me. Besides, I have those I wish to protect. Tang Zhe yawned. That's enough. Let's head home and get some sleep. Game over. No, I haven't lost. I was merely careless. Tang Ze turned to Yi Qingyi. You will be responsible for her from now on. If she encounters any trouble, it will fall on you as well. I understand. Yi Qingyi acknowledged, having experienced this herself. And it's rather late. Making such a racket disturbs the neighbors. Civility begins with us. Yi Qingyi nodded and addressed Xi Ming. Stop yelling. Yi Qingyi, may you suffer a terrible fate. With a sharp sound, Yi Qingyi retaliated with a slap. Didn't you take me in to gain benefits from the Jiang family? Don't pretend you are so benevolent. This statement left Xi Ming momentarily stunned, yet she remained defiant. I have never lost. I, Xi Ming, will never allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life. Tang Ze halted his steps, followed by the other three women, all thinking that this president she would not have an easy time ahead. Then I shall grant you another opportunity. Tang Ze turned to look at Xi Ming, feeling fortunate for his own magnanimity, relieved that he had not become a murderer. The road lies behind you. Do you wish to die with dignity, or live joyfully like a cat? Please make your choice. Xi Ming stood frozen for a moment before exclaiming defiantly, I would rather die than be your cat. With that, she dashed outside. This sudden action left the three women in astonishment. They had not expected Xi Ming to be such a fierce woman. Admiration surged within them, especially for Yi Qingyi, who felt inferior. In the face of life and death, Xi Ming chose dignity, while she had bowed her head to death. It was not just the three women who were taken aback. Tang Ze, too, was surprised that even in the apocalypse, there existed strong-willed women unafraid of power. As the four contemplated this, Xi Ming suddenly came to an abrupt halt at the edge. Their admiration faded as they wondered why she stopped. Xi Ming was frightened, standing at the precipice. She felt as though she were pinned down, unable to lift her feet, as if a heavy weight bore down upon her. Cautiously avoiding the splashes of rain, she realized it could lead to her demise. Tang Ze kindly warned her, which indeed made Xi Ming step back in fear. Ultimately, humans are afraid of death, especially when it seems utterly meaningless. Sister Xi, you continue to amaze me, Tang Ze remarked nonchalantly, but his words pierced Xi Ming's heart like a dagger, reminding her that she lacked the courage to die. Xi Ming glared at Tang Ze, demanding, What do you want from me? What purpose do I serve for you? Compared to those who willingly offered their affections, I personally prefer those with strong rebellious spirits who are cunning and malicious, for I can guide them onto the right path and provide them with unwavering support and affection. Look at them now. They have fully adapted to the ways of the apocalypse and will no longer be bullied, except by me. The last three words were the essence of his sentiment. Xi Ming expressed that she had never encountered someone so shameless. Her husband was right. This was his true nature. Had she listened to him earlier and drugged him, the situation would have been entirely different. Sister Xi, the road ahead is long. You are a clever woman. Xi Ming replied coldly. Do you not realize that clever women can be quite stubborn? While we may have previously utilized each other, you no longer hold any value for me, and do not expect me to be your dog. I said not a dog, but a cat. Damn it. Is there a difference? Xi Ming could not help but curse. Bai timidly interjected, Of course, cats are so cute. Xi Ming was rendered speechless. This Bai appeared so delicate that she felt the only way to escape would be to deal with her directly. However, upon seeing Bai pull out a silenced USP and pointed at her temple, Xi Ming's face turned pale. Sister Xi, you must obey, Bai urged. Xi Ming realized that Bai spoke the softest words while committing the harshest acts. No wonder Tang Ze said they had adapted to life in the apocalypse. And there was more. They had guns. Previously, when entering the community, they had been searched. Where had the guns come from? Had Tang Ze brought them in from outside? Xiao Bai, she is not your concern. Tang Ze offered a reminder. Bai let out a pitiful oh, tucking the gun into her down jacket. Let us go. Xi Ming, don't make me resort to force, Yi Qing said calmly. You truly are the exemplary daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. A sharp slap rang out. Xi Ming covered her cheek. This marked the third slap she had endured that evening. I'll reiterate, I have severed ties with the Jiang family. He is my master now, and yours as well. Ha, ha, you all are pathetic. I'm not so lowly. Her words ignited the fury of the three girls. Tang Ze teased. It seems your days ahead will be quite challenging. What are you doing? Let me go. Without hesitation, Sun Ting struck Shi Ming unconscious as the noise became unbearable. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on the outskirts, 3 trucks stood ready, their tires replaced with treads, appearing as if hastily removed from an excavator. Qian Pu, armed with a shotgun, stood atop a table, surveying the 100 or so people around him, and bellowed, "Brothers, tonight we aim for a grand score. The Shanhu community should be familiar to you. It is where the affluent of Huayan reside." At this proclamation, the younger members buzzed with excitement. "I've heard there are numerous beauties there. Perhaps even celebrities reside within. The wealthy surely hoard plenty of provisions, along with lovely women. This heist promises to be splendid." Qian Pu grinned maliciously. "Indeed, our task is to plunder resources, kill any men who resist, capture the women, and more importantly, seize the leader of Shanhu community, Shi Ming. Could it be the real estate queen of Huayan? I've heard she is as beautiful as a fairy. What man could resist her charms?" A wave of laughter erupted as one recalled seeing her on television, prompting an enthusiastic response. Qian Pu shouted, "That's right. From now on in Shanhu community, you can choose any room you desire. Each person will have 2 wives. If you perform well, the wives will double." The cheers erupted as once. These men faced challenges in marrying. Not only did they need dowries, but houses as well. Now, they could directly allocate rooms and wives. With sufficient ruthlessness, marrying 17 or 18 would pose no issue. "What? You mentioned dowries? Does this slaughtering knife not resemble a dowry?" Chapter 71. They have arrived. Let us depart. At the command of Qian Pu, the group surged with fervor as they boarded the vehicle. Qian Ming approached, offering a word of caution. "Be mindful of your safety, and do not be overly frugal with your ammunition. Life is far more precious. Await my good news, for the wealthier one is, the more they fear death. They are but a rabble." Qian Ming chuckled, patting Qian Pu on the shoulder. "Upon your triumphant return, the most exquisite woman will be waiting for you." Qian Pu merely nodded. Compared to women, he relished the exhilaration that power bestowed. At this hour, the Shanhol community lay in serene silence, all its residents lost in slumber. While only 4 security personnel occupied the underground parking lot, their boredom manifesting in drowsiness. Inside, Tang Ze reclined on the sofa, propping his chin as he admired instructor Ye's performance. After all, Yi Qingyi had her own past, having undergone profound guidance from Sun Ting. However, the current target was the formidable woman, Shi Ming, who would not be easily swayed by mere words. Sun Ting was giving Tang Ze a thigh massage. Her curiosity piqued. "Master, how did you deduce that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mingming?" Haha, there was an air of suspicion at Fu Qi's residence. The exchange glances hinted at 100% chance of her absconding with my vehicle. Such individuals cannot withstand scrutiny. Sun Ting promptly praised him, acknowledging that Tang Ze was perpetually testing those around him. Failure in such trials could lead to ruin. "Do you think I would conspire with you? Dream on." Shi Ming's willpower was formidable. She had been resisting since waking. Yi Qingyi spoke solemnly. "What do you mean by colluding? In this apocalyptic world, women are no match for men. They have become mere commodities, subservient. Yet, if we unite, we can survive. Do you not grasp this truth? Are you not also a subordinate? What use is it to speak so grandiloquently?" Sun Ting suggested with a smile. You must adopt my approach. Isn't that a tad too ruthless?" Xiao Bai murmured softly, perpetually appearing delicate and vulnerable, evoking sympathy. Upon hearing this, Shi Ming paused momentarily. Tang Ze rose. Stretching, "Xiao Ting, come with me. You all keep up the good work." Sun Ting's heart fluttered with joy. It was the first time he had summoned her to the bedroom, leaving in Bai and Yi Qingyi slightly astonished, as it was indeed a first. Soon, faint sounds emanated from the bedroom, igniting envy in Xiao Bai. "Next time, I hope I'll be called too. You have all been brainwashed by him," Yi Qingyi stated coolly. "Without him, we would have perished in this community. You have not witnessed the chaos that ensues in an ordinary neighborhood, devoid of any moral compass. Indeed, without him, my corpse might have been left to rot." Shi Ming was taken aback. Was it truly so exaggerated? Yi Qingyi urged in a low voice. "As long as you follow him, you need not worry about resources or being abducted by men. If you serve well, you will be above many." Is he truly invulnerable? You are all living in a fantasy. The master will not perish, Xiaobai asserted resolutely, but in Xi Ming's eyes, this girl seemed deranged. Only Yi Qingyi retained a semblance of rationality. Xi Ming scoffed. He will not die? Does he possess some immortal essence? Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned cold. Xi Ming, let me be frank with you. Before our arrival, we have already taken lives, and our master has cleared out 2 entire neighborhoods. You should consider yourself fortunate to possess such a pretty face. Otherwise, your fate would be no different from that of Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei. As she spoke, Ye vingi graspet vimengs chin firmly. Do you think our master returned with Huo Wanyan's head for no reason? If he desired, not a single soul in this neighborhood would remain alive. Xi Ming, having never experienced a harsh environment, was oblivious to the meaning of desperate pleas for help. She had not even encountered a corpse before Tang Zhe's arrival. In Sun Ting's words, Xi Ming was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, filled with fervor but harboring naivete in her thoughts. Especially with her plan to introduce people to Huo Wanyan, it was akin to lambs walking into a den of tigers. In this day and age, the concept of trust had long been cast into the gutter. Half an hour later, Sun Ting emerged from the bedroom, completely unclothed, her exquisite face still flushed with lingering warmth. She lay directly on the carpet, covering herself with a blanket, and whispered, "Keep your voices down." Xiaobai, pouting with red lips, teased, "You were much louder just now." Sun Ting merely smiled and promptly fell asleep. In the bedroom, Tang Zhe was also soundly asleep, as a pre-sleep encounter had proven to be quite conducive to slumber. "Are you all sleeping here tonight?" Xi Ming questioned incredulously. "Aren't there bedrooms? You have beds and choose not to use them?" Yi Qingyi replied coolly, "It's the rule." "What ridiculous rule? I would rather die than abide by this." Xiaobai pointed towards the balcony. "There, just jump off. No one will stop you from seeking death." Xi Ming's lips twitched. "You truly are the princess of destruction. Can't you express some dissatisfaction without resorting to such extremes? Think it over yourself. If you can't come to terms with it, don't blame me tomorrow." Yi Qingyi issued her ultimatum, unwilling to let Xi Ming waste her time while she sought to save Ye. However, before resting, Yi Qingyi placed a collar around Xi Ming's neck to prevent her from escaping. As the lights in the living room dimmed, Xi Ming tugged at the collar around her neck, realizing it was impossible to remove. Damn it, how'd I end up as a prisoner? What must I do to escape? Had Xi Ming experienced the events that Yi Qingyi had, perhaps she would not harbor such naive thoughts of escape. It was utterly futile. Previously, Tang Zhe had offered her an opportunity, but Xi Ming had called him back herself, ultimately bringing this upon herself. Had she refrained from summoning Tang Zhe, he would not have remained, yet he was aware of Xi Ming's insatiable thirst for power. As drowsiness overtook her, Xi Ming curled up in a corner, contemplating how to negotiate with Tang Zhe and bargain for her freedom, completely oblivious to the bloodshed that loomed ahead. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 trucks appeared not far from the neighborhood. The men inside were brimming with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue, their right hands tightly gripping their knives. A few seasoned men had even wrapped cloth around the handles to prevent them from slipping. "Boss, look over there," said the driver, glancing aside. Qian Pu followed his gaze and saw a car overturned in the greenbelt, with what appeared to be a charred figure in the passenger seat. "What is there to see? Haven't you ever encountered a corpse in a vehicle? Qui en plus disent d'un folie lit à cigarette. However, it seems that this car has been bombed. How can you tell that it was bombed? It could have simply burned. That's how they portray it in movies." Qian Pu chuckled. "You should watch fewer films. They are all fabricated. Boss, I feel my heartbeat quickening. Before coming out, I even cast an omen, foreseeing dire misfortune." Qian Pu burst into hearty laughter. "You summoned dire misfortune, and let us see if my shotgun can transform it into great fortune." As their conversation progressed, they had already arrived beside the community, driving directly into the underground garage. After speaking, Qian Pu seized the shotgun, loading it with ammunition. Inside the garage, the man on duty was sound asleep. Even the one stationed at the entrance on the upper floor was dozing off. Even if he were awake, it would be difficult to notice that 3 trucks had entered without their lights on, completely oblivious to the impending arrival of death. Chapter 72. Find him. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle blocking the door was forcefully struck aside, startling the drowsy man who stood there. momentarily frozen in disbelief as he watched 3 trucks come to a halt, still seemingly caught in the grips of slumber. Thud, 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 the cargo doors swung open, and men with sinister grins leapt down, brandishing sharp blades in their hands. What do you want? The on-duty man finally regained his senses, his grip on the kitchen knife trembling slightly. A burly figure strode forward, radiating a fierce aura that rendered the man rigid with fear. What do you think? To chop you up. With that, the assailant swung his weapon towards the man's neck. Thud! Though the head remained intact, the blade struck a major artery, and blood gushed forth violently. The victim's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly met his end in such a manner? Qian Pu, wielding a shotgun, jumped from the vehicle, chuckling, pathetic, utterly devoid of combat prowess. That fool Wanyan can't even handle such a neighborhood. One man lay dead, while the others on duty were paralyzed with terror, collapsing to their knees. We're just homeowners. We're on duty tonight. Please don't kill us. Don't kill me. I'll bow to you. Me too. Qian Pu beckoned with a finger, and a subordinate promptly handed him an axe. Raising his arms, Qian Pu aimed to deliver a striking demonstration to his underlings, intending to intimidate them with a display of beheading. Yet, to his surprise, the axe became lodged at the base of the man's neck, splattering blood across the faces of 2 nearby men. One fainted instantly, while the other lost control of his bowels in terror. Bloody hell, I need to sharpen this properly. Yes, yes, his subordinate hurriedly responded, despite having sharpened it before their outing. Qian Pu then kicked the man who had soiled himself to the ground. Do you know where Shimu lives? Yes, I know. Then why aren't you leading the way? I truly wonder how you earn a living before, acting like a fool. His words elicited laughter from his underlings. Wealthy individuals were, after all, not so different from them. Just a month ago, you treated us with disdain. Now you kneel before us, begging for mercy. Thank this apocalyptic world for providing us lowly folks with a chance to rise. Before long, Qian Pu arrived at Shimu's doorstep. The subordinate tasked with unlocking the door prepared to proceed, only to be halted by Qian Pu. Let us show some respect. After all, she is the real estate queen of Huai City. With that, he pressed the doorbell. Xingzhong, Xingzhong. After 5 minutes, Qian Pu's expression darkened. It seems she does not appreciate our courtesy. Let us take action. With a swift motion, the lock was disengaged, and the subordinate stepped inside, immediately taken aback by the opulent decor. It was as if they had entered a palace. Qian Pu dashed towards the bedroom, but found it empty. Boss, there's no one here. Not here either. Not in the bathroom. Qian Pu's face turned icy in an instant as he shouted, Where is she? He glared at the man who had led them. This is truly Shimu's home. I swear I'm not deceiving you. Qian Pu chuckled ominously. Kill him. No, please. No, the screams gradually faded as warm blood pooled upon the expensive flooring, filling the air with the stench of death. All right, let's play hide and seek. We shall scour the entire neighborhood. Indeed, boss. At that moment, the drowsy Siming vaguely perceived some commotion. Believing she was nestled comfortably in her soft bed, she opened her eyes only to discover she was huddled in a corner. As the din grew increasingly pronounced, Siming could not help but furrow her brows, pondering what on earth was transpiring. A sense of foreboding surged within her, compelling her to exclaim, Hey, wake up, wake up. Yi Qingyi dreamt of being reunited with Ye, but her reverie shattered upon hearing Siming's shouts. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Sun Ting was also roused from her slumber, her irritation mounting to the point of wishing she could silence them with a gunshot. Listen, it sounds like something is happening outside, Siming urged. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting strained to listen and indeed discern the unmistakable sounds of smashing, familiar sounds that sent chills down their spines. Xiao Bai, wake up. Sun Ting gently tapped Xiao Bai's pert backside, and Bai rubbed her eyes and mumbled, Have we eaten yet? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi burst into laughter. Xiao Bai's incessant preoccupation with food was a constant source of amusement. Someone is storming the building, Sun Ting remarked with a grin, and Bai's eyes widened in excitement. That's splendid. She promptly retrieved her firearm, expertly checking the ammunition before affixing the silencer. Siming stared in disbelief at the 3 women before her. Astonished by their apparent lack of fear, tinged with an undercurrent of anticipation. How could they still find amusement in such a dire situation? Had they truly taken lives before? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi produced their weapons as well, their deft movements leaving Sima utterly astounded. Were their previous claims indeed true? Turn off the lights. Sun Ting whispered softly, and Bai complied, and the trio resumed their slumber beneath the blanket as if nothing were amiss. What are you doing? Sima exclaimed in exasperation. The escalating clamor drew nearer, signaling that it would soon reach them, yet they feigned ignorance. Bai raised a finger to her lips. Shh, do not speak. Just then, a faint sound of the door lock echoed. Someone was attempting to unlock it. Siming's heart plummeted into her throat. Had they lost their minds? Pretending to be asleep at such a perilous moment? Unlike the three women, Siming lacked their audacity, forcing herself to maintain composure. As the door swung open, light from the outside flooded the room, illuminating the living area once more. What the hell? There are people sleeping in the living room. A man's voice rang out. Siming glimpsed three men at the threshold, armed with knives and bearing menacing expressions. They were undoubtedly intruders, not residents of the community. Just as predicted, the assailants had broken in. The trio of men noticed Siming by the sofa, momentarily taken aback. One of them pulled out his phone for comparison. What the hell? She's hiding here. Ha ha, the esteemed queen of real estate is being led around like a dog. How amusing. Quite the playful scene. Despite the men's lewd remarks igniting her fury, Siming dared not utter a sound, watching as they approached. What the hell? Three exquisite women still asleep. This aligns perfectly with our trio, doesn't it? Let us indulge ourselves first. As she was about to pull aside the blanket enveloping the three women, she was utterly unprepared for the ominous muzzle of a black gun that emerged from beneath it. The three men stood frozen in disbelief. Suddenly, Bai opened her enchanting eyes and softly suggested, "How about I indulge myself a little first?" With a sharp crack, a bullet struck the precise center of the nearest man's triangle. A scream of agony escaped his lips, startling Tang Zhe awake from the depths of slumber. The other two men, upon witnessing the scene, remained dazed for a fleeting moment before they bolted towards the exit, utterly astonished that three stunningly beautiful women would possess firearms. Chapter 73. She was truly frightened. With a few sharp cracks, the legs of two men were struck by bullets, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Their trousers instantly stained crimson. Siming was left dumbfounded. These three women were ferocious. How could they dare to confront such reckless men, even allowing them entry? And, with such marksmanship, had they previously served in the military? The three women, wrapped in blankets, stood upright, their delicate forms meant solely for the admiration of their master. No other men were worthy. Sun Ting approached the man, clutching his groin, the dark muzzle of her gun aimed at his forehead, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who are you? Who is your leader? And what is your purpose here? You foul woman, you will never extract anything from me." "Baiyu." Sun Ting shot the man in the head without hesitation, and Bai scoffed, "You're the foul woman." With that, she fired 2 additional shots. The scene left Siming in a daze. Compared to them, she felt utterly feeble. The power she once took pride in seemed insignificant under the threat of their firearms. Yi Qingyi approached the 2 remaining men, commanding, "Speak. We are employees from the warehouse in the suburbs. Our boss is Qian Zhongran. Today, he sent us with his second-in-command, Qian Pu, to seize supplies and find Siming." Siming trembled. Could this Qian Zhongran be the same Qian referred to by Huwanyan? Their target was, in fact, herself. "What do you want with Siming? Our boss has taken a liking to her." "Oh, how many of you are there?" "About 100, and we have 5 shotguns," another man added, his eyes pleading as he looked at Yi Qingyi. "We've told you everything we know. Please, don't kill us. We are merely workers. I beg you, beautiful lady." Yi Qingyi's heart had long hardened like stone. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her gun and fired twice, sending them directly to the abyss. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Tang Zhe emerged, yawning. Upon seeing the 3 corpses, he paused, bewildered. Xiao Bai immediately leaped to Tang Zhe's side. Clinging to his arm with a sweet voice, "Master, someone is storming the building. Over 100 people. Looking for Siming, their boss has his eye on her." Tang Zhe turned to glance at Siming, who instinctively recoiled. Since they are here for Sister Siming, For the safety of the entire building, you must sacrifice yourself, Sister Shiming. After all, you are the boss. You cannot hide here. His words left the three women in shock, and even Shiming found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, she was urged to stand with them, and now she was being offered up. She could foresee the consequences of such betrayal. Let her go. Yi Qingyi responded with a quiet affirmation, releasing Shiming's collar, offering no further assistance. I warned you to obey, but you refused. Go. Shiming's body suddenly felt devoid of strength, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. Stop hesitating. If they cannot find you, they will undoubtedly kill someone, Tang Zhe remarked indifferently. No, I refuse, Shiming exclaimed, shaking her head frantically, her beautiful face as pale as death. The resolve she had displayed yesterday was nowhere to be found, as her inner limits were being ruthlessly shattered. Temzalit a cigarette erjing. To be a leader requires sacrifice. Did you not meet with Huo Wanyin for the sake of everyone else? No, I am merely pretending. I have no intention of going. I beseech you, do not hand me over. As she spoke, Shiming crawled to Tang Zhe's feet, clutching his trousers and pleading earnestly. Tang Zhe reached down and gently patted Shiming's head, smiling as he said, "It is too late. Please, I can be like them. Calling you master." Tang Zhe replied with a faint smile. "Since you have expressed it so, I shall grant you another opportunity." Shiming, overwhelmed with excitement, preferred to stay by Tang Zhe's side rather than be surrendered. "Thank you, master. Do not be so quick to express gratitude. Let's wager instead. If you win, you may remain by my side. But if you lose, you must assume the responsibilities of the community's leader, rescuing everyone and earning a good reputation. Is this not your forte?" Shiming gazed up at Tang Zhe, taken aback by the nature of the wager. Yet at least there was a chance. Very well. I accept the wager. Let's simplify it. Though you harbor self-interest, you have shown kindness to the residents of this community, encouraging them to persevere and distributing supplies. I wonder if they will feel gratitude and dare to combat the forces of evil. Thus, the wager is straightforward. Will they assist you, or will they cast you into the abyss? Ladies first. Shiming bit her red lip, finding it difficult to make a decision, for her life was at stake. Suddenly, she recalled Yi Qingyi's words. The apocalypse is unlike the past. Human selfishness becomes magnified, and in the struggle for survival, people will resort to anything. What if some are willing and others are not? Shiming inquired. That will surely depend on the fervor of the call from that side. Rest assured, I am very fair. They will push me into the abyss. Although Shiming hesitated to voice this sentiment, it felt like the harsh truth. So lacking in confidence. Deng Shi remarked. Shiming softly replied, I understand their character better than you do. Though I have tried to avoid it, I must eventually confront it. Huh. It seems you find my abyss more inviting. Shiming remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Both paths led to an abyss, and she would undoubtedly choose Tang Zhe. In truth, I still hope they will keep you, for I truly wish to see if there are still good people remaining. Let's go. Shiming longed to ask, are we simply walking out like this? There are hundreds of them. Let us go. What are you waiting for? Sun Ting spoke in a low tone, harboring no fondness for Shiming. With no choice, Shiming followed, feeling as if she were offering herself up willingly. Shouldn't she be running away at this moment? In the underground parking lot, owners gradually descended, most of them appearing in nightgowns. The men who had resisted were swiftly dealt with, while those now arriving were compliant. The women, it was even less said. With a knife raised, they would agree to anything. Boss, this truly is the domain of the wealthy. The quality is considerably superior. One underling gazed greedily at the descending women, noting their grace, which was beyond that of mere cosmetics. Has Shiming not been found yet? Qianpu had not focused on these women. His primary target was still elusive. No news yet, but she must be hiding somewhere. Qianpu scanned the surroundings as the owners averted their eyes in fear. Boss, I may know where she is. A man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted. Qianpu turned to look, smiling as he inquired, Then tell me, if you dare to deceive me, what awaits you is the loss of your head. Very well. I believe Simeng is surely at Tang Ji's residence. Who is Tangu? Qianpu questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Tangu was the one who previously brought back Huo Wanyin's head, earning Simeng's high regard. This revelation tightened Qian Pu's brow, causing him to grip his shotgun more firmly, as he realized that it was indeed someone from this place who had committed the act. What is his profession? A special forces soldier? No, he is a delivery man. What? A delivery man? Are you mocking me? Execute him immediately. Qian Pu seethed with rage, issuing a direct order for his execution. Chapter 74. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for your strength. The man, believing that merely speaking would secure his life, pleaded, "Boss, I assure you, I speak the truth. They can all vouch for me." Yet, the surrounding individuals remained silent, their heads bowed, as if the matter were of no concern to them. "Speak up, will you?" he implored, but no voice emerged in his defense. With a swift stroke of the axe, his head rolled upon the ground. Suddenly, two figures materialized at the staircase. "Boss, were you searching for me?" The crowd turned their gaze to see Tang Ze emerge, wielding a shotgun, with a pallid-faced Xi Meng trailing behind. In an instant, 5 shotguns were aimed at Tang Ze, causing Xi Meng's legs to weaken at the sight of the barrels. Whoa, whoa, stay calm. This gun is unloaded, Tang Ze declared as he tossed the shotgun to the ground. This action startled Qian Pu and his companions, who had feared an impending gunfight. Meanwhile, the property owners silently cursed, thinking scaring them is one thing, but discarding the gun? How does that help us? "Boss, I actually brought this person to you," Tang Ze continued, wrapping his arm around Xi Meng's slender waist, his hand resting provocatively upon her shapely hips. Qian Pu finally glimpsed the legendary Xi Meng. Having only seen her on television before, he was struck by her beauty and grace in person, realizing why his father was so infatuated. Such a woman was indeed captivating. Those who recognize the tide of the times are the true talents. "My young brother, I admire you greatly. I hear it was you who dispatched Huanyan?" "Indeed, that is correct. With your remarkable abilities, why not join me in our ventures to conquer the world together?" "That would be splendid," Tang Ze replied, his face beaming with delight, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. Yet his hand remained firmly in place, much to Qian Pu's irritation. At that moment, a property owner shouted, "Tang Ze, Xi Meng has treated you well. How can you betray her now? We look down upon you. Yes, we disdain you." This sentiment echoed among the other owners, as they anticipated Tang Ze's assistance, only to witness him seize Xi Meng to claim credit for himself. Qian Pu laughed heartily. "Your community is quite lively." "Indeed, it is," Tang Ze responded, addressing the crowd. "Esteemed property owners, this is not an act of betrayal. The circumstances are different. You have all been captured, and I alone am of no use. Xi Meng has been kind to you in times of plenty. Now, in this dire hour, if you stand with me to resist, I, Tang Ze, shall risk everything." They have 5 guns, with barely 20 rounds among them. We still have a chance. Qian Pu was taken aback. Only moments ago, Tang Ze seemed to seek personal glory, and now he incited conflict between both sides. What was his true intention? "Anyone who dares to move, I shall kill." Qian Pu raised his shotgun and fired a round, the deafening blast rendering the property owners too fearful to lift their heads. None wished to perish for Xi Meng's sake. Xi Meng harbored a glimmer of hope, believing at least half of them would rise in her defense, given their previously cordial relations. Yet, as she surveyed the crowd, those once friendly now lowered their heads even further, as if she were invisible. In that moment, a chill gripped Xi Meng's heart. She realized no one would come to her aid, and to her dismay, not a single soul would stand for her. Ultimately, she had nurtured a pack of ingrates. Tang Ze sighed deeply, observing the scene before him. "Look at you all, feasting on her, while now turning a blind eye in her time of need. Do not scorn me for seeking my own gain. After all, I have rescued you on multiple occasions. Were it not for me, you would have long been at the mercy of Huanyan. Excuse me, may I interject? I am the one here to rob, so kindly afford me some respect." Qian Pu retorted, visibly displeased, as this young man was stealing his thunder. "My apologies, I seem a bit overwhelmed," Tang Ze said innocently, shrugging. "But you see, her posterior is resting in my hand. How dare you mock me? Release her," Qian Pu exclaimed, raising his firearm towards Tang Ze. He felt the sting of insult, but hesitated to pull the trigger, fearing he might inadvertently harm Xi Meng. Tang Zai's expression shifted slightly as he lowered his hand, saying, I am an orphan. Your words lack decorum. You should be careful. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots shattered the tense atmosphere, resulting in the immediate demise of the other 4 men, while Qian Pu's weapon clattered to the ground as he clutched his shattered fingers, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gunmen, quickly, retrieve your weapons. Yet, every underling who rushed to gather their firearms met the same fate, shot down on the spot, leaving the remaining men paralyzed with fear. However, this turn of events filled the patrons with relief. They had finally been saved. The delivery man had cleverly diverted attention by bringing Xi Meng out, allowing others to seek opportunities from the shadows. You have a gun. Qu'en puis-je mort? His lips trembling as he stared intently at Tang Zai. In this day and age, one must carry a weapon to survive. Otherwise, why would she appear so compliant? With that, he pinched Xi Meng's delicate face. Qian Pu chuckled. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, just wish to end your life, he replied, drawing his sidearm and firing under Qian Pu's horrified gaze. Bang! With ambition unfulfilled, Qian Pu fell, embodying the folly of ignoring the wisdom of elders. Youthful recklessness proved fatal. With their leader now dead, the surrounding underlings were momentarily at a loss. Just then, 3 women emerged from the periphery, and the patrons, initially bewildered, soon recognized them as Tang Zai's companions. Their marksmanship was astonishing. Congratulations, you have earned the right to remain by my side, Tang Zai remarked coolly, his disappointment in the present company palpable. Xi Meng, devoid of any expectations from these individuals, knelt before Tang Zai, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for taking me in, master. Such a good girl, Tang Zai said, affectionately patting her head. Just then, as Xi Meng bowed to her master, a voice suddenly called out, Put down your weapons. Unbeknownst to them, several men had picked up the fallen firearms, now aimed at Tang Zai and his allies. This development caused Sun Ting and Yi Qing to shake their heads in disbelief, while Bai, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, looked particularly adorable. Yet Tang Zai merely smiled, stroking Xi Meng's head as he said, My dear friends, I just saved you, and this is how you repay me? A bald man emerged from the crowd. Xi Meng glanced over and softly remarked, This is General Chun, who has never been particularly trustworthy. Ha ha, Brother Tang, it is not that I am ungrateful. Rather, your prowess is simply overwhelming, leaving me feeling quite uncertain. Even a woman like Xi Meng can be subdued by you, and I too wish to see her bow before me. Tang Zai chuckled helplessly and replied, General Chun, how about this? I shall take them with me, and from now on, we shall maintain a respectful distance. Brother Tang, even if I were to agree, the other proprietors would not, for they fear your retaliation, he continued. Isn't that right, everyone? Indeed, even General Xi fears you. If we eliminate him and seize their weapons, we would possess the means for self-defense. Precisely. If we allow him to remain, we must heed his commands. We must take charge of our own destinies. The other proprietors expressed their sentiments, which were quite straightforward. Your strength is intimidating, creating an imbalance. If we were to eliminate you, equilibrium would be restored. The underlings of Qian Pu were taken aback, witnessing this internal strife amongst the talented individuals. Chapter 75. All must perish. Your actions put me in a difficult position, Tang Zai remarked with a click of his tongue. I sought to grant you a chance at survival, yet you choose to bring about my demise. In this apocalyptic world, it is indeed expected that I would save you, only for you to turn against me. Mr. Chen chuckled coldly, stating, There's no need for your concern. Your death would ease our burdens. Moreover, you shall have the company of 4 beautiful women in the afterlife, where your charm shall remain undiminished. With that declaration made, let none be spared. Tang Zai's gaze turned icy. Xi Meng, who had been crouched on the ground, seemed resigned to his fate, but could only muster a bitter smile upon hearing Tang Zai's words. Kill them, Mr. Chun commanded sharply. At that moment, both sides raised their weapons and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 men wielding shotguns were swiftly dispatched, their heads exploding upon impact. Yet, on Tang Zai's side, not a single person was harmed, as if they were firing blanks. The ground, however, was littered with steel pellets. all orchestrated by Tang Zai's control from a distance. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events, especially Mr. Chun, who could not comprehend why his side suffered casualties while Tang Zai's remained unscathed. Shiming opened his eyes, initially expecting to feel pain, yet none came. The 5 adversaries lay lifeless before him. What had just transpired? Suddenly, Tang Zai's hand ventured into the depths of Shiming's low-cut attire, causing her heart to race in confusion at his intentions. Before the gaze of the crowd, Tang Zai withdrew a golden broadsword, declaring, "A blade for the men. The women shall remain." Quick to react, a man lunged for the shotgun, but Yi Qingyi fired 2 shots without hesitation. Sun Ting and Bai also showed no mercy, their gun barrels igniting with flames. Bang! 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 The parking lot erupted into chaos as individuals scrambled for their lives, whether they were owners or lackeys of Qianpu. "I told you today was an omen of doom," one underling shouted, only to be met with a fatal shot to the back of his head moments later. Mr. Chun was horrified. These individuals were utterly deranged. Tang Zai fixed his gaze on the fleeing Mr. Chun and hurled the golden broadsword with great force. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced the back of Chen's head, emerging from his mouth. Perhaps he had miscalculated his strength, for it cleaved through several fleeing figures before embedding itself into the concrete wall. The onlookers were petrified. This was no mere deranged individual, but a demon risen from the depths of hell. As Tang Zai extended his hand, the broadsword embedded in the wall was instantly drawn back. "No more pretense. You all shall perish." With swift, decisive movements, the fleeing owners were severed in 2. The underground garage transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell itself, with some succumbing to sheer terror. Shiming watched in a daze, beholding the figure of Tang Zai, who resembled a deity of destruction. She finally comprehended Yi Qingyi's earlier words. He truly seemed invincible, and ordinary people were no match for him. Perhaps that was how Huo Wanyan had met his end. Earlier claims of him having cleared 2 neighborhoods now seemed to be approaching a 3rd. What a terrifying man. Thankfully, she had wagered wisely and become his favored companion. As for the other 3 women, with a single shot, they dispatched one, showing no hesitation even when their victim pleaded for mercy, their eyes unwavering as they executed their target. Only one would be spared, bloodied and battered. Tang Zai turned to Sun Ting and spoke. "It has already been prepared." "Excellent. Please check it carefully, as I must visit each household." "Understood." As Tang Zai departed, the parking lot fell into a somber silence, blood seeping into the drainage system, the metallic scent mingling with a foul odor, causing Xi Meng to retch. In contrast, the 3 women seemed accustomed to the horror, verifying if anyone was feigning death, and delivering a final shot to those who were. "Please don't kill me. I can serve Brother Tang. I will do anything." Indeed, amidst the pile of corpses, a man pretending to be dead was discovered. Sun Ting called out to Xi Meng, "Have you finished throwing up? Come over when you're done." Xi Meng felt as though she might expel her very stomach. She had never witnessed such a scene, with bodies strewn everywhere. "I'm coming." At that moment, Xi Meng completely lowered her guard, daring not to exhibit even a hint of defiance. Positioning herself beneath the 3 women, Sun Ting extended her handgun, eliminate him. Yi Qingyi and Bai stood nearby, ready to execute Xi Meng should she show even the slightest sign of insubordination. Xi Meng's hands trembled, her demeanor akin to that of a somnambulist. "Hey, are you daydreaming?" Startled, Xi Meng regained her senses, gazing at the ominous black pistol, slowly reaching out to feel its residual warmth. As Sun Ting released her grip, the weapon slipped from her hands and clattered to the ground, prompting Sun Ting to chuckle. "Pick it up. My apologies, I didn't expect it to be so heavy." Xi Meng hurriedly retrieved the firearm, this time clutching it firmly, though the muzzle continued to quiver. "Now aim it at him." The man immediately exclaimed, "President Xi, it's me, Xiao Chun. I am close with Brother Fu. I even delivered cured meats to you during the New Year, and you name my child? Please, don't kill me." Yi Qingyi replied coolly. He was just shouting in the crowd about killing us. Bang! The shot hit the man's arm, his screams echoing through the parking lot. Suddenly, Xi Meng shrieked, repeatedly pulling the trigger until the magazine was emptied. "Enough! Sun Ting restrained Xi Ming's hands, empathizing with her turmoil, for she too had endured such a harrowing experience, the sensation akin to impending madness. Xi Ming gasped heavily, sweat dampening her temples, her gaze vacant. Go inquire about the location of that warehouse in the outskirts, as we should pay a visit, Sun Ting instructed Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and approached the only surviving witness, who, despite being alive, was rendered immobile, gasping for breath. Where's your warehouse? Speak, and I will grant you a swift end. The pale-faced man regarded Yi Qingyi's visage. Even in his final moments, he found her captivating. Plus de warehouse. Bang. Let us return and wait. Sun Ting surveyed the surroundings, realizing her involvement here had concluded. Yi Qingyi responded, there are still bodies at home. Let us wait at Xi Ming's house. That works. This sight is repugnant. Shall I assist her? All right. At that moment, Xi Ming surprisingly regained her composure, for she was indeed a modern-day strong woman, albeit momentarily overwhelmed by shock. I can walk on my own. And Bai let out a cautious exclamation, casting a wary glance at Xi Ming, seemingly uneasy about the newcomer. Where has the master gone? Xi Ming shifted his address, attempting to convey sincerity, as the earlier scene lingered vividly in their minds. He's gone to drain blood. And Bai carefully stepped over the corpse. Yet her slender heels still left a trail of crimson punctures. Xi Ming gasped in astonishment. Draining blood? Sun Ting replied coolly, the master is a vampire, possessing the ability to summon objects from afar. To be chosen by him is indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 76. Remember our purpose, Xi Ming gasped. Realizing that Tang Zei was a vampire, no wonder he was so formidable. It was astonishing that such creatures truly existed in this world. Did this mean we were his blood slaves? Xi Ming suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qing paused momentarily. Your interpretation is somewhat accurate. That is essentially the case. Oh dear, Ming Ming. Do not fret. As long as we do not provoke our master, the experience is hardly distressing, and Bai reassured, patting Xi Ming's delicate shoulder, who appeared quite startled. After all, Xi Ming's understanding was still rooted in the image of neck biting, yet their necks were pristine and unblemished. Is it about biting the neck? Xi Ming weakly inquired. And Bai whispered something in her ear, causing Xi Ming to gasp, her fair face gradually flushing. Well, at least it feels less painful. Being drained in comfort is preferable. Upon arriving at Xi Ming's residence, the women hesitated to bathe, opting instead to rest on the sofa, still stained with blood. They could only wash once Tang Zei returned, as the thought of not being fresh and fragrant was unbearable. Outside, the sky was gradually lightening, yet the rain continued to fall gloomily, and the temperature had noticeably dropped several degrees. The greatest fear for most was a power outage. Should the electricity fail, one might not starve but could very well freeze to death. In a suburban warehouse, a lean man on watch exhaled puffs of warm breath, gazing into the distance. The man beside him, sipping hot water, shrugged dismissively. What does it matter? We have ample supplies. Once the second-in-command seizes the Shanhu community, we'll have exquisite accommodations. Indeed, the thought of preying on those white-collar workers was quite gratifying. However, it was already 7:30 a.m., and there was still no news. They needed to bring the vehicle back. In the office, the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts as Qian Zhongran and his son, Qian Ming, sat at the desk, anxiously awaiting updates. With each passing moment, their unease grew, and no one answered their calls. Dad, could something have happened? Qian Ming finally spoke. Silence. Qian Zhongran snapped. Qian Ming lowered his head, glancing at his Rolex. It was already 8 a.m. Qian Zhongran rose and paced the office, suddenly exclaiming, 5 guns, over 20 rounds of ammunition. It's impossible not to conquer a small community. Indeed, but currently, they have no information whatsoever. Qian Ming worried that his younger brother might have met an unfortunate fate. Qian Zhongran said ominously, there is another possibility. Your brother may have aspirations of independence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Ming exclaimed, standing up in agitation. Nothing is impossible. Qian Pu has always opposed my strategies. If I allowed him to take half the guns, he might very well declare himself king. I was foolishly blinded by a woman. How could I let half of them go? As Qian Zhongran spoke, Ming found his reasoning compelling, slumping back into his chair, recalling his brother's urgent gaze from the previous night. His aim was not merely to capture Ming, but to seize the weapons. You need to alert our comrades to be vigilant. This lad has been consumed by power and may very well return with a vengeance. No matter how one puts it, you're still his father. Qian Zhongran suddenly chuckled. I now finally comprehend that in ancient times, those rebellious princes were audacious enough to kill their own fathers. It is evident that a father can also take drastic measures against his son. This is indeed a matter of survival of the fittest. Perhaps Qian Pu's phone has run out of battery, or it is simply inconvenient for him to answer. Father, you're surely overthinking this. Could it be that everyone's phone is dead? How long will you continue to console yourself? That scoundrel must have hoarded quite a bit from the Shanhui community, intending to keep it all for himself. Although Ming was reluctant to believe it, the evidence was glaring. Severing communication, was that not tantamount to betrayal? I understand now. Just instruct the brothers to remain vigilant. Even if the second brother has indeed turned against us, we must not let it affect the morale of the others. Distribute the remaining 5 firearms. 1 for me, 1 for you, and the other 3 for trusted brothers. Upon hearing these words, it felt as if a battle with the younger brother was imminent. Ming could only sigh in resignation, hoping that this was merely his father's speculation and that his brother would return shortly. However, by noon, there was still no sign of his return, and Ming realized that his brother had undoubtedly betrayed him. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Zhe finally returned to Ming's home. So, you are all truly here, he remarked with a smile as he entered, yet the smile was chilling, his face stained with blood. Ambai immediately rushed to Tang Zhe's side. Master, I am hungry. Tang Zhe chuckled softly, patting Ambai's head. First, go take a shower, then we shall eat. The spoils from this venture were indeed considerable. The energy gauge had surged to a remarkable 63 progress. The large and small districts had proven to be vastly different in terms of yield. Moreover, he had amassed a substantial amount of supplies. Though they were of little use to him, he could not simply leave them for others. Tang Zhe was no altruist. He was but a hair's breadth away from upgrading his system, and, at a quadruple pace, it would take at least a month. We pride ourselves on being cultured individuals. The crux lies in reasoning. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. If you intend to kill me, I shall annihilate your entire family. To spare one's kin from calamity is mere foolishness, a recipe for harboring threats. Aside from Ming, who seemed somewhat constrained, the other 3 women harmonized with one another as they entered Ming's dressing room, which was replete with high-end attire from LV to Hermes, all selected in styles that Tang Zhe favored. What is our purpose? It is not to engage in romance, but to serve our master well, ensuring his happiness and affording him the utmost luxury. In the living room, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, already indulging in durian pizza, when the 4 women emerged from the bedroom, instantly captivated by the enticing aroma. Ming was left astounded. The scent felt reminiscent of something from past life. Chapter 77. The return of the death delivery. The 4 women gazed at the pizza, bewildered by its sudden appearance. You could divide it among yourselves, chuckled, feeling as though he had been cast as the villain in a play they were staging. His original intention had been to correct their poor habits. Yet his suggestion was met with sharp retorts that left him astounded, particularly as comments struck a chord. As the owner's little kitty, how can one presume to dine at the table with the owner? Such an act would be a desecration and a sign of disrespect. We implore you, esteemed owner, to honor our true sentiments. From that moment forth, decided to let them be, to avoid accusations of trampling on their rights and disrespecting women. A series of arguments nearly left him dazed. Once they were satiated, it was time to attend to business. Do not misinterpret. When spoke of work, he meant seeking out and others preparing for their journey too. After all, promises made must be fulfilled. Following his quest for vengeance, he also intended to visit, uncertain if had deceived him, a superstar. Just how significant could one be? It couldn't surpass, could it? What? Are you reluctant to part ways? Perhaps you should stay? Remarked, glancing at, who appeared reluctant to leave. Quickly clarified, you misunderstand, esteemed owner. This is my first home. I may not see it again. Chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he said, managed to endure for nearly a week. yet you lasted less than a day. Should I commend your cleverness or question your integrity? Serving you, esteemed owner, will be my utmost honor, she declared, kneeling at his feet and gently kissing his shoes to express her loyalty. Merely smiled. Very well. I appreciate your sentiment. Let us be on our way. Thank you, esteemed owner, responded, leading the way to the elevator, standing respectfully aside, reminiscent of a dutiful secretary. The group bypassed the parking garage, as the odor was somewhat overwhelming, and proceeded directly to the entrance on the first floor. Clad in warm down jackets, the four women were bundled up snugly, while alone enjoyed the breathtaking scenery. At that moment, he was selecting a vehicle. The previous 300 had been utterly destroyed, and he felt the rear seating lacked something. Thus, this time he aimed for a more suitable option for the back seat. A seemed perfect, as Mercedes was renowned for rear seat comfort. The four-seater model was inappropriate, so he opted for the standard 480, a five-seater that would accommodate them all perfectly. Allow me to perform a little magic. Wow, is the owner starting to charm the ladies? Inquired eagerly. Shrugged. Do I need to charm you? It seems you are the ones attempting to charm me. At this, and burst into laughter, while, though amused, refrained from showing it. Cool me. Oh, great sage, he might call. And conjure forth. In an instant, a golden, tracked version of them materialized beside them. The four beautiful women gasped in astonishment. You will drive? While accompany me in the back seat. Esteemed owner wishes to join you in the back. Do not rush. Everyone will take turns. Tang Zhe is quite reflective. Before the apocalypse, he was just an unnoticed loser, but after the world fell apart, he transformed into a sought-after figure, much like a fragrant delicacy that everyone desires to taste. As the five of them boarded the vehicle, the illustrious queen of real estate took the wheel, and I couldn't help but glance back with envy. Tang Zhe felt that this was the essence of life, much more comfortable, a grand dream accompanied by soothing melodies. All right, my master, let us set off for the pulley warehouse. Zhang Shi focused intently. The 12-cylinder engine roared fiercely, the tracks sparking against the concrete, and they swiftly departed from Shanhui community. Such a vehicle on the main road immediately became the center of attention, with residents on either side staring in awe, some even shouting for help. Inside the car, the soundproofing was impeccable. Pink ambient lighting and gentle music filled the air, mingling with the delightful scent of femininity. How long until we arrive? About half an hour. Tang Zhe responded with a nod, realizing he had just enough time to recharge his energy, a true embodiment of living. In contrast to his previous mere survival, the driver, Xi Ming, gripped the steering wheel tightly, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, a hint of contemplation crossing his mind. Everyone appeared tense as they neared the pulley warehouse. Troubling rumors had spread, causing unease among the populace. The only things that could soothe the restless minds were food and women. Having procured several women from Huowanyin, Qianming immediately produced 10 for the brothers to sample, which provided a slight stabilization of spirits. Dad, they can guess without us saying a word. Qianming lamented, heartbroken that his own brothers were fracturing over greed. Qian Zhongran wrapped his fingers on the desk. You must exercise caution. A balance of sugar and the stick is necessary. Eliminate a few troublemakers with firearms. Understood. With that, Qianming took a shotgun and exited the office. A bald man, dangling a toothpick, emerged from a room. Boss, I'm bored with this. Do you have anything better? Qianming approached the bald man with a smile. Indeed. Then why not bring it out for the brothers to enjoy? Huh? But his laughter echoed. The bald man's grin faltered as he felt the shotgun pressed against his jaw. He froze, forcing a smile. Boss, be careful not to misfire. Bang! In the presence of the shotgun, all were equal. A gaping hole appeared in the man's head, splattering Qianming with blood and brain matter, leaving the surrounding subordinates in shock. It seems you were right. It was indeed a misfire. Qianming then turned to the man who had just echoed him. The man immediately knelt. Boss, I said nothing, truly. Please spare me. Yet, the only reply was another blast from the shotgun. This brutal display stunned everyone into silence, rendering them mute. 2 bullets wielded such power, and Qianming felt a sense of satisfaction. Is there anyone else unsatisfied? He surveyed the room, and not a single voice dared to speak. Just then, a knock echoed from the iron door. Is anyone inside? I am delivering takeout. Chapter 78. Intrafactional strife. The sudden sound left everyone in the warehouse momentarily stunned, their gazes drawn to the closed iron door. In that instant, it felt as though the past had returned, as if the apocalypse had never transpired. No, that cannot be. In this post-apocalyptic era, who would still be delivering food? Surely, anyone delivering food now is courting death. Open the door, Qianming commanded with a low voice, reloading the shotgun in his hands. The subordinate dared not defy the boss's orders. After all, money equates to power. He obediently approached the iron door. With a forceful shove, the door swung open, and the subordinate immediately dashed back, his terrified expression a comical sight. In walked Tang Zei, holding the hand of Qianming. The men in the warehouse stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. This young man appeared harmless, his smile reminiscent of a friendly visitor, while the woman he held seemed mature and alluring, resembling a ripe peach. Her voluptuous figure and exquisite beauty could incite fierce competition among men, even in this desolate world. You are Qianming. Qianming recognized her swiftly, though his mind struggled to grasp why she had come here on her own. The men began to murmur among themselves, their gazes unified in their greedy admiration for Qianming. It was no wonder the boss desired her. Who wouldn't he want such a stunning beauty? Welcome, President Xi. A voice echoed from the second floor. Qian Zhongran stood by the railing, looking down at Tang Zei, or rather, at Qianming. At that moment, Qianming regained her regal demeanor, her previous flirtation replaced by an air of pride and indifference. Tang Zei remarked, "You need not alter yourselves for my sake. Be as you are. Authenticity possesses its own charm. Otherwise, one becomes merely a soulless vessel." You must be the Qianzong that President He mentioned, Qianming assumed, expecting a grand figure, only to find a small-time owner of a few warehouses. Without the supplies within the warehouse, no one would pay him any heed. Qian Zhongran sensed the disdain in Qianming's eyes, but merely chuckled. I have only seen President Xi on television before. Seeing you in person, you truly are a beauty beyond compare. My beauty is beyond your judgment, she retorted with an air of authority, inciting the men around her. For it is often the unattainable that ignites desire. Suddenly, Tang Zei leaned closer to Qianming, whispering playfully in her ear, "The Meng. I find my admiration for you has deepened." A shiver coursed through Qianming, the warmth of his breath sending tingles down her spine. Qian Zhongran, observing the intimate exchange, interjected sharply, "Where is my son? He must be with you." "I have killed him," Qianming replied coolly, unflinchingly accepting the blame. "How dare you?" Qian Zhongran raised his gun, though it remained merely pointed at her. Qianming let out a cold laugh, disdainfully countering, "Are you avenging your son? Or do you hesitate to harm me? After all, a woman like me is rare to encounter." Her words struck a chord within Qian Zhongran. If his son were indeed dead, killing her would only deepen his loss. Ha! No wonder, President, she has become the youngest female boss in our city. It is not without reason. Now, tell me, what is it that you truly desire? Qianming calmly declared, "I have come to end your life." "What? In my life? Ha 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 ha. What do you intend to use to accomplish that?" Qian Zhongran laughed uncontrollably, having initially fretted over her disappearance, only to find her presenting herself at his doorstep, spouting such audacious words. At that moment, Qianming surveyed the surrounding underlings. "You all toil tirelessly for this old man, only to receive what in return? A woman of little worth? While he gets to revel in my presence. Is that fair?" Naturally, the underlings felt the injustice. Why should the beautiful women be reserved for the boss while they were left with the less appealing? Do not be swayed by this woman's deceit. Qian Zhongran bellowed in anger, realizing her intentions were anything but noble. Qianming pointed at Qian Zhongran and hissed, "Whoever kills him, I will be his woman." Instantly, the warehouse fell into a hushed silence, as if only the sound of men swallowing could be heard. Gazing upon Qianming's exquisite beauty, they contemplated how being granted a taste of her allure would be the pinnacle of their existence. At that moment, Tang Zei was taken aback. For this was not the plan. Xiao Bai and the others were stationed afar, poised to snipe. Yet, Qianming seemed intent on inciting discord among them. Could one's moral compass truly be swayed by mere physical allure? Suddenly, Qian Ming raised his gun towards another armed man. Zhu Hai, what are you doing? Lower your weapon. Brother Ming, why are you pointing at me? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Hai immediately aimed his gun at Qian Ming. In this tense moment, Xi Ming added fuel to the fire. Do you not desire me? Do you not long to enjoy my heated body? Kill them. Bang! Qian Ming suddenly fired, killing Zhu Hai and injuring two of Zhu Hai's companions in the process. Damn, you killed my brother. The other gunman, clearly close to Zhu Hai, raised his weapon and fired at Qian Ming. With a bang, Qian Ming was shot in the chest and collapsed, firing back and killing two nearby underlings in the process. On the second floor, Qian Zhongran witnessed his son being shot and immediately took aim with a shotgun, causing chaos to erupt on the scene. There were even individuals rushing upstairs with knives, hoping to eliminate Qian Zhongran and claim Xi Ming, a beauty of unparalleled allure, for themselves. Many coveted Qian Zhongran's position, and now, not only could they seize control, but they could also win the heart of a captivating woman. What an enticing proposition. Tang Zhe, observing the tumultuous scene before him, was equally astonished. He turned to glance at Xi Ming. Indeed, she was beautiful, but was it truly so extraordinary? In truth, Tang Zhe was suffering from aesthetic fatigue. Each day, he awoke to the sight of stunning women. Others, however, saw disheveled hair, unwashed bodies, and unpleasant odors, preventing him from comprehending the allure Xi Ming held for them. Utilizing her beauty was not a novel tactic for Xi Ming, especially in the Shanhu community, where many men had sold their lives for her. Yet, her singular misstep had been with Tang Zhe. The reason Xi Ming believed that half of the people might be willing to sacrifice themselves for her stemmed from this very point. Yet she had forgotten that last night she had been subservient to Tang Zhe, her elevated persona crumbling, thus diminishing her allure. Now, however, that air of authority reemerged, coupled with the prevailing atmosphere of unease, which directly incited them to turn against one another. Shaoli, do not act recklessly. Qian Zhongran aimed his gun at the young man before him, who wielded a dagger. Once his employee, honest and straightforward, he never anticipated such a turn of events. Shaoli, breathing heavily, said, Boss, thank you for your guidance over the years. You have grown old. It is time to leave opportunities for us, the youth. You have profoundly disappointed me. Shaoli, Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, only to hear a mere click. A smile crept across Xiao Li's face as he replied, Boss, I've counted. You are out of bullets. In a fit of rage, Qian Zhongran hurled the gun away and turned to flee to his office, hoping to lock himself inside. However, as he turned to open the door, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Chapter 79. Didn't your mother tell you? Qian Zhongran slowly turned to face the grim-faced Xiao Li. Xiao Li was indeed a fierce individual, relentlessly attacking, and Qian Zhongran never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a former employee. After killing Qian Zhongran, Xiao Li raised his dagger and shouted, I have slain Qian Zhongran. The warehouse fell silent once more as everyone turned to Xiao Li on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, chilling him to the core from behind, followed by maniacal laughter. From now on, I am the boss, and Xi Ming is mine. How dare you claim to be the boss? Brothers, kill him. In that moment, everyone fought fiercely for dominance and for Xi Ming, knowing that eliminating the one in front would grant them the title of boss. Bored, Tang Zhe lit a cigarette. I didn't realize you had such charm. Master, weren't you the same at first? Cough, 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 I was just pretending. All right, the master was pretending. Tang Zhe playfully slapped Xi Ming on her pert backside. Ming Ming, you're being a bit naughty. I learned from Xiao Bai. Indeed, the bad habits are particularly easy to pick up. Xi Ming smiled lightly. Had it not been for Tang Zhe's presence, she would never have dared to venture into this den of wolves alone. She understood the importance of having a strong ally. At that moment, a voice crackled through their earpieces. It was Xiao Bai. Sister Xi, you really know how to shift the blame. That's called enlightenment, Sun Ting teased. While a fierce battle raged on, Tang Zhe found the flirtation between them increasingly unbearable as the conversation grew more risque, threatening to corrupt him. In the midst of their banter, most of those present had perished, leaving only two brave souls locked in a duel. Deng Shi pondered. Do I appear so weak and fragile? Do they consider me invisible? Indeed, the men regarded Tang Zhe as heir, completely dismissing him, which could only be attributed to his deceptively unassuming appearance. Brother, let's not fight each other anymore. How about we team up? One suggested. I'm not into that. Bring it on. As negotiations fell apart, blades mercilessly struck their opponent, and even the eventual victor would bear numerous wounds. Unlikely to survive long without medical attention. Tang Zhe sighed. I never expected your words would leave them with only one. Forgive me for the amusement, master. The victor slowly approached, his fingers dripping with blood, creating a pool on the ground, his face marred and flesh-torn. Yet, his gaze was fixated on the stunning Ximeng, as if it were not he who was injured. Was the allure of beauty truly so potent? I did it. You will be mine from now on, the victor declared, as if announcing his prize, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Ximeng smiled beautifully and replied, Little brother, didn't your mother ever tell you that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceptive she can be? The young man appeared bewildered, and when he saw Ximeng draw a handgun from her down jacket, he froze in place. Bang! As the shell fell to the ground. The entire warehouse was enveloped in an eerie silence. Tang Zhe couldn't help but applaud. Truly impressive, de Meng, a single bullet dispatched them all. It was primarily due to the presence of her master that de Meng exuded such confidence. You are quite humble. Let us proceed. Master, wait a moment. Ximeng grasped Tang Zhe's hand, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. What is it? Suddenly, Ximeng altered her demeanor, adopting a queenly tone as she whispered in Tang Zhe's ear, Damn me. As a man of principle, Tang Zhe felt he was genuinely being led astray by these women, utterly devoid of boundaries. I must resist and condemn such behavior. Not far away, 3 Barrett rifles were aimed at the warehouse, 3 alluring figures crouched low. However, the view through the scopes revealed not enemies, but something else entirely. How provocative, Sun Ting remarked with a smile as she peered through the scope. Quite impressive, Bai admitted, feeling a tinge of envy. Yi Qing curled her lip, choosing not to continue watching. She patted Sun Ting and Bai, urging them to switch off their earpieces. What is the matter? Sun Ting inquired, puzzled. Yi Qing replied earnestly, with Ximeng exhibiting such behavior upon arrival. It may prove somewhat disadvantageous for us. And Bai, in her innocence, remarked, Sister you are being overly cautious. Ye vingi, ekasperatet, dismisit en Bai se naivety. You've been sold and are still counting your coins. She turned to Sun Ting. Indeed, she is quite adept at ensnaring the master. Let us observe her attitude first. We have no valid reason to eliminate her now, and should the master hold us accountable, we would face dire consequences. Then we must proceed as is. Bai stated earnestly, I see no issues. Sun Ting and Yi Qing exchanged eye rolls. Fortunately, you followed the master during the apocalypse, otherwise with your intellect, you would have placed yourself in jeopardy. Before departing, Tang Zhe meticulously collected all the supplies within the warehouse, leaving not a grain of rice behind. Upon returning to the vehicle, Sun Ting took the wheel while Ximeng rested in the passenger seat. De Meng, where's your warehouse? Ximeng opened her eyes and sheepishly confessed, the items in my warehouse have long been depleted. I was merely deceiving them. Or else I wouldn't have sought out Huanyan. Sun Ting, driving with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, You are quite the deceiver. Ximeng immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and sought to appease her. Sister, I had no other choice at the time. Do not call me sister. I'm actually younger than you by a few years. Sun Ting's tone softened slightly, sensing Ximeng's attempt to ingratiate herself. Ximeng, not a foolish woman, smiled. You are all my sisters. I hope you will take care of me. I knew it. Yi Qing coughed lightly at Bai's expression. Ximeng glanced at Yi Qing and Bai, smiling without saying much, but she felt that they had reservations about her. As a newcomer, she feared they might try to establish dominance, especially after today's display. What I, Ximeng, aspire to be is a woman who stands above all others. Your concerns are indeed valid. Tang Zhe gazed at the 4 women with a smile, sensing that this group likely harbored countless ulterior motives. Judging by Ximeng's performance today, the combined prowess of the other 3 paled in comparison to hers. Ximeng displayed remarkable adaptability and had her own ideas. The only one who could possibly match her in a contest of wills was Xiao Yi. As for Xiao Tingting, she needed to consider her stance, while Xiao Bai was best left out of the equation, as she seemed blissfully unaware of her own circumstances. Nevertheless, Tang Zhe felt that Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting were still no match for Ximeng. He clapped his hands and declared, "We have a tradition here. Everyone must share their story, their experiences. Demengmeng, please commence your speech." Experiences? From childhood to the present? Ximeng was taken aback. Did the newcomers truly need to recount their stories? Was an attempt to know them thoroughly? This was merely an overthought on Ximeng's part, as Tang Zhe had casually suggested it, only for it to evolve into a custom thereafter. Indeed, Yi Qingyi affirmed. Chapter 80. Li Ling Ximeng gently pressed her crimson lips together, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. I was born in a rural area. My family was impoverished. While my father worked away, my mother eloped with a man from the city. My father fell into despair and passed away within a few years. I dropped out of high school and came to Hawaiian City to seek work. I found a job in a factory where my beauty afforded me certain advantages. Gradually, I learned to leverage my looks to achieve my goals. The factory owner's son was captivated by me. Whatever I desired, he would procure for me, much like his father. However, he overestimated his own worth and attempted to impose himself on me. In a moment of desperation, I dealt with him harshly and fled. It was then that I encountered Fu Qi, who was just about to get into his car when he stumbled upon my plea for help. Fu Qi came from a powerful family, and, at the time, he had a wife, yet he pursued me fervently. He even helped me settle matters with that father and son duo. I aspired to run my own company, and he paved the way for me, securing bank loans with ease. I was always the first to learn about new development projects. Eventually, he divorced, and his wife approached me, claiming he was impotent. To me, this was a piece of good news. Before long, we married, though we did not hold a wedding ceremony, merely obtaining the marriage certificate. My business began to flourish, and in order to avoid suspicion, he resigned. Thus, my life unfolded in this manner. Tang Zhe stroked his chin and looked at Sun Ting. "Why did you stop the car?" "I'm listening to the story. Otherwise, I might get distracted and cause an accident," Sun Ting replied, her eyes wide with innocence. Tang Zhe suddenly realized, turning to Ximeng, and exclaimed, "No wonder you seem so naive." Yi Qingyi seemed to catch an underlying meaning. "This is my first time, too." "Me as well. As if anyone else isn't a novice," Sun Ting scoffed. "I didn't even go when my big brother in the live stream invited me." Bai raised her hand timidly. "Actually, it's my first time, too." Tang Zhe erupted in laughter. "You women are quite amusing." "All right, then I suppose I'm a novice as well. We are all on equal footing here. Conversing with you all makes me feel out of place. Your banter is too risque for me, and I can hardly keep up with the pace of your conversation." His words prompted a chorus of playful boos from the four women. "We merely indulge in some light-hearted banter, while you are genuinely competitive. Master, what about your story?" Ximeng inquired, curious about Tang Zhe's past. Could he have once been a formidable person? The other three women hesitated to speculate, as his current demeanor starkly contrasted with what they imagined his past to be. "Xiao Yi, why don't you share?" Tang Zhe suggested generously. "It's just my dark history. Let's all have a laugh." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi eagerly delved into the gossip. "Our master was once an honest and straightforward boy." "Really? You're actually saying that? Well, you did ask me to share." Ye Vingi stammered, startlet. Seeing her face turn pale with fright, Tang Zhe burst into laughter. "I was just teasing you, continue." "Master you. All right. I won't say anything more." Yi Qingyi huffed, crossing her arms and casting an annoyed glance out the window, having just thought she was in for a scare. At this moment, it was Bai's turn to shine. "Xiao Bai, your turn." Indeed, our master was once the kind of person who could be easily bullied, enduring the oppressive atmosphere of the workplace, and even faced humiliation while pursuing a romantic interest. How pitiable. The gossip within Ximeng's heart ignited fervently. "Which young woman?" Dongsha chuckled. "Oh, the one whose surname is Bai, I believe." "BGN? Are they the ones you eliminated, master?" Ximeng suddenly recalled. "Indeed, they attempted to drug me for my resources, but ended up being outsmarted. The primary reason for visiting your neighborhood was to seek out this woman." Dongsha remarked. I do not wish to take lives, yet if I do not act, others will surely take mine. What choice do I have? Ximing sighed deeply. Everyone carries a history. However, Tang Zei is unlike other men. While they carefully conceal their pasts, he speaks of his without hesitation, even exuding a hint of self-deprecation. At times, he seems ruthless, yet at others, he resembles a child, merely a victim of the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world. Where are we headed now? Ximing inquired, observing the vehicle steering back towards the city with a hint of confusion. To find a celebrity. I am uncertain of the veracity of this endeavor. If it proves fruitless, we shall proceed directly to Yinhai City. A celebrity? Tang Zei affirmed, perhaps this great star is entangled in dire straits. As a man, I must extend my assistance. At this moment, the four women simultaneously rolled their eyes, for to receive aid from their master would undoubtedly be a torment of a different kind. Nevertheless, Tang Zei spoke a truth. This esteemed celebrity indeed found herself in a perilous situation. In the coastal garden, the most prestigious villa area in Huan City, each residence stands detached amidst an idyllic environment, with each priced around 200 million. Numerous affluent individuals and celebrities have made their homes here. Yet at this moment, these wealthy inhabitants regretted their choice to reside in such a wretched place. For the entire Shuangdong district had experienced a power outage a week prior, and the coastal garden was no exception. With the temperature plummeting, it was only a matter of time before one would succumb to the cold. Thankfully, some households possessed fireplaces, allowing them to burn books for warmth. Others had stockpiled resources, a testament to the wealthy's fear of mortality, hoarding provisions in anticipation of an apocalyptic scenario that had now, ironically, come to pass. However, some had not prepared or had done so only minimally. For instance, Li Ling'er's villa was nearly devoid of food. Seated beside the fireplace, enveloped in layers of blankets, Li Ling'er tore pages from a book, casting them into the flames. The flickering light illuminated her exceptional beauty, akin to the most resplendent blossom of spring, requiring no embellishment. Her natural allure was enough to captivate many. Her eyes, which once sparkled with vitality, now bore a trace of despair. Yet her brows resembled an exquisite stroke amidst mountains and waters, adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity. Regrettably, her warm smile had vanished, replaced only by the repetitive motion of tearing pages. Before the apocalypse, Li Ling'er was a rising star in the entertainment industry, captivating audiences with her profound acting skills showcased in a television drama. This performance catapulted her into a whirlwind of success, leading to brand endorsements, film roles, and even an appearance on last year's Spring Festival Gala, all at the tender age of 22, still yet to graduate from university. Initially, she had merely accepted a commercial performance and was arranged to rest at this location. However, that very evening, the skies opened up, trapping her as the rain poured down, and thus began an unforeseen predicament. What was thought to be a fleeting shower turned into a harrowing ordeal as the last morsels of food were consumed, leaving only half a bottle of water, with no end to the downpour in sight. The prospect of starvation loomed ominously. On one occasion, when the rain briefly ceased, a horde of individuals broke in, brandishing sticks and blades, instilling a profound sense of terror in her heart. Chapter 81. Indeed, someone answered the door. The iron gate outside was battered, yet fortunately, the door of the house remained sturdy and held firm against the assault. Otherwise, that band of marauders would undoubtedly have captured them. With the rain pouring down, those ruffians had retreated, but once the rain ceased, they would surely return. At times, one hoped for the rain to stop, while at other moments, one wished for it to continue. Regardless, the food had been completely consumed. Thus, one could only await death in silence, which was not a matter of great concern. After all, in 18 years, one would still be a fine man. Lost in such thoughts, Li Ling'er found herself amused by her own musings. Indeed, a smile could captivate a city. At the entrance of the coastal garden, Tang Zei stood under the rain, clad in protective gear alongside four women, presenting quite an unusual sight. How about we make a wager? Tang Zei proposed suddenly. Upon hearing his suggestion, the four women instinctively recoiled. Betting against their master could very well cost them their lives. Ambai understood this well, Gambling was perilous, and one should steer clear of it. What are you all doing? You're making me seem like a villain, Tang Ze remarked, to which the women's gazes conveyed their agreement. If we win, I'll reward you each with your favorite food. If we lose, you simply have to dance for me. What do you say? Are you in? The four women stepped forward in unison, relieved. You should have said that earlier. You nearly frightened us to death. How shall we wager? Mbai inquired curiously. We'll go door to door and bet on whether anyone will open for us. If they welcome us without ill intent, I will provide supplies, Tang Ze declared, curious to discover whether any good souls remained in these times. To date, he had not encountered a single one. Well, except for Luo Jun from the Mountain Lake community. That's why I have offered them opportunities repeatedly, yet nothing has changed. However, this was a villa, not just a community. They would be directly entering someone's home. Surely someone will open the door, Shimeng quickly asserted, as it was merely a matter of probability. After all, losing only required a dance. I concur, Sun Ting added. Dancing is merely our forte. We've done it before. Tang Ze glanced at Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, the latter nodding in agreement. Very well. I wager that no one will answer the door. If someone does take us in, without further ado, I shall provide supplies for at least a year. After having seized so many resources, I have no intention of giving them to any malefactor. Good people deserve to thrive. Master, how benevolent of you, Sun Ting teased. I am not inherently wicked. Have I forced you in any way? I think not. Indeed, we are all here of our own volition, they replied. Dongshi shrugged. Your reluctance is palpable. Kindly turn around and depart if you wish. I assure you, I will not pursue. With that, he strode into the interior. Oh dear, our master is upset. Wait, Xiao Bai. And Bai was quick to respond as the three women exchanged glances at the back door, with Sun Ting following suit. Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng sensed that this was an opportunity to escape, but how long could they survive without Tang Ze? Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to leave this city. There was little to deliberate. Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng joined them. See, this is your own choice. Observing Tang Ze's genuine expression, the four women burst into laughter. Perhaps this was the true essence of him. Upon reaching the first villa, they noticed that the iron gate had seemingly been violently forced open, indicating that even the affluent neighborhoods were not spared from robbery. Directly arriving at the door, he knocked. If Tang Ze were to announce, "Your delivery has arrived," it would surely evoke a scene from a horror film. The faint sound of footsteps seemed to approach the entrance. Tang Ze called out, "Is anyone there? May I stay for the night? Leave, or I shall slay you." The man inside peered through the peephole, spotting 5 peculiar figures outside, suspecting they might be attempting to deceive him into opening the door for a robbery. Tang Ze shrugged in resignation. This brother is quite irate. Come on, open the door. Suddenly, Mbai let out a delicate call, attempting to entice him with feminine charm. Get lost. Tang Ze shrugged again. Even the allure of Xiao Bai was ineffective. Clearly, wearing protective gear wouldn't suffice. Revealing one's appearance could perhaps persuade him to unlock the door. Of course, one couldn't fault others for their reluctance. Refusing entry was a normal reaction, while granting access would be the anomaly. Let South try another place, Tang Ze sighed, frustrated that he couldn't deliver supplies. Arriving at the second villa, the iron gate was wide open. This time, in their bid to gain entry, the four women nearly shed their protective suits. Hey, no cheating. Tang Ze immediately interjected, if you reveal your faces. Even the most cautious man would open the door. Brother, please let us in. It's so cold, they chimed in unison. Tang Ze felt a few strands of black lines appear on his forehead, goosebumps threatening to cascade down. However, a woman's voice from within responded, Get lost. Ha! Tang Ze erupted in laughter, realizing they had encountered the lady of the house. It was impossible for them to be allowed in to seduce her man. Let us move on. An hour later, Tang Ze wore a victorious smile, finally sensing a potential triumph. Since we are to dance, you must rehearse. It should be sultry and fiery, just like those Korean dance troupes. Tang Ze began to lay down his demands. This was indeed a post-apocalyptic girl group. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and remarked, We haven't lost yet. Stubborn. In this day and age, if anyone opens the door, I'll chop myself up, she added. Oh, please don't. We still need you, Shi Mengjiao laughed. Exactly, no chopping. Sun Ting chimed in. Tang Ze expressed that in the past, he had ignored them. But now they were cherished and protected, like something precious that one feared would melt away. Arriving at another villa, Tang Ze knocked gently. Is anyone there? Inside, Li Ling glanced toward the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting called out with a quiver in her voice. We are seeking refuge. May we stay for the night? We beseech you. Mbaya's slightly sweetened tone indeed held considerable charm. Hearing the girl's voice, Li Ling, still wrapped in a blanket, arose and donned a mask before approaching the door. Tang Ze, attuned to the weight of the footsteps, concluded that it must be a woman inside. They had unwittingly found themselves in a precarious situation. Yet breaking down the door was not in his nature. Strong-arming someone in broad daylight was not his style. Peering through the peephole, Li Ling observed 5 individuals clad in protective gear, resembling a rescue team. Where do you come from? Li Ling's voice echoed. Tang Ze secretly plotted mischief, only to discover that the perpetrator was a young girl. Surely, she wouldn't be so naive as to open the door out of an overflow of sympathy. Yi Qingyi hastily interjected. We escaped from the Shanhu community. Was your community besieged by villains? Shi Meng sensed intrigue. As the girl spoke softly, yes, my parents were murdered, and I truly have nowhere to go. There are only evildoers on the road. Her words resonated with Li Ling, leading them to believe that they were not malevolent beings. And thus they unlocked the locks one after another. Upon witnessing the slowly opening door, Tang Ze's brows quivered. It seemed that victory was slipping through his fingers. Chapter 82. Is there still a white moonlight in this era? For women beamed with smiles. Master, it seems your luck at gambling is rather unfortunate, they jested. Tang Ze was intrigued to discover what kind of woman possessed such audacity to open the door at this precarious moment, seemingly unafraid of peril. She appeared to be an innocent untouched by the harsh realities of life. Gazing at the woman before him, wrapped in a blanket and donning a mask, Tang Ze hesitated for a moment, noting the allure of her eyes. Yet, he thought to himself that he had not yet lost. Perhaps there were a few burly men lurking behind the door, ready to ambush him, which could turn the tide in his favor. Thank you. We shall only stay for a night, Mbai said, her tone endearing. Li Ling nodded in response. Then please come inside. Tang Ze's hand was already gripping his firearm, poised to fire. Little sister, your performance is rather lacking. Summon your accomplices. However, upon entering the room, he was met only by a chilling breeze, devoid of any other presence. Understanding dawned on him. They must be concealed in the bedroom, which explained the absence of footsteps. I apologize, but we've finished all the food. There's only half a bottle of water left. If you don't mind that I've already had some. Li Ling's words left the 5 of them momentarily stunned. Was it still acceptable to host guests in such a manner? Did she not realize the value of water in these times? Deng Shi chuckled inwardly. Suspecting that the water might be poisoned, he saw through her ruse at a glance. The 5 of them removed their protective gear, and Li Ling finally beheld the beauty of the 4 women, a sight that was indeed breathtaking. How remarkable that a boy was accompanied by such enchanting companions. Then we shall not be polite, Tang Ze remarked with a smile, thinking to himself that she would surely regret this. Yet, Li Ling retrieved the half bottle of Bai Sui Mountain water from the table and found 5 paper cups, pouring the water for them, as if she were entertaining guests in days of old. Tang Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, suspecting that she had spiked the water before they arrived. Upon receiving the paper cup, he swiftly produced a testing device, submerging it into the cup. To his surprise, it registered a green light. Safe? How could that be? Oh, now I understand. A ruse of half a bottle of water to garner goodwill. Such a grand villa must harbor even greater resources. I shall investigate further. I need to use the restroom. Where might it be? Tang Ze inquired with a grin. Just go straight and take a right, she replied. Thank you. With that, he feigned a trip to the restroom, seizing the opportunity to ascend the stairs while Li Ling was momentarily distracted. With a hint of amusement, Li Ling remarked, I apologize, it's a bit chilly in here. Come closer to the fire. Oh dear, the flames are dying down. She hurried to the fireplace, tearing up some paper. Allow me to assist you, and Bai cheerfully offered. scampering over to help. The three women at the back exchanged glances. Their initial thoughts upon entering the house mirrored Tang Zai's, sensing the air of conspiracy, while the Na-F remained blissfully unaware. As the fire blazed brighter, Li Linger exhaled a sigh of relief. Come closer to the fire, don't catch a cold. There's no medicine for colds these days. Little sister, do you live here alone? Shi Meng moved nearer to the fireplace, feeling much more comfortable. Li Linger responded with a resigned tone. Yes, I used to have electricity until last week when it suddenly went out. What about your parents? Ye Vink Inwit, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. As she spoke, Li Linger's eyes became misty with tears. They have been killed. What happened? Yi Qingyi inquired with concern. My parents live in a fifth-tier city. Initially, we kept in touch, but gradually my father said the neighborhood was unsafe, and my mother urged me not to go outside. After a few days, they stopped responding to me. I asked a neighbor, and she said my father resisted those people, and as a result, as she spoke, Li Linger began to weep. Such stories were all too familiar to Sun Ting and Bai and Yi Qingyi, with Yi Qingyi possessing a voice of authority. As her brother-in-law was a good man, yet, tragically, he received no reward for his goodness. Shi Meng sighed and offered comfort. Sister, do not be saddened. May you find solace. At this moment, I am already grateful to meet you and share a few words. Li Linger wiped her tears and removed her mask, revealing her countenance, which left the four women momentarily speechless. Yi Qingyi whispered, Sister, you resemble a celebrity. I think so too. It's strikingly similar, and Bai remarked, leaning closer to Li Linger and playfully pinching her cheek to confirm her authenticity. Sun Ting exclaimed, You are Li Linger, aren't you? Shi Meng felt that Tang Zai was indeed fortunate. Amidst countless doors that remained closed, only Li Linger's opened. Moreover, her appearance, enhanced by an aura reminiscent of stardom, was certainly not inferior to theirs, making her an object of desire for any man. If outsiders were to know that Li Linger resided here, this place would likely be besieged. Her survival thus far was due to her residence in this villa area, where the residents maintained distance. Had she lived in a community, she would have been thoroughly exploited. Li Linger sensed that Yi Qingyi and the others bore no ill intentions and faced them with composure. Could you give me your autograph? I am a huge fan of yours, Xiao Bai exclaimed joyfully, having only seen her on television before today. Shi Meng chuckled, pondering the need for an autograph when she was about to assume the role of the hostess. At that moment, Tang Zai was thoroughly searching the villa, and aside from food, he had yet to find even a single cockroach. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the fact that this girl was indeed a good person. It was truly astonishing. What are you all discussing? Tang Zai approached with a smile, but when he saw Li Linger glance back at him, he was left momentarily speechless. As a spirited young man, how could he not have come across her face on his phone, even having seen an AI rendition of her? Yet, he was struck by how the live version of Li Linger seemed less radiant than her images. It was as if she were malnourished, her skin lacking the luster displayed by Sun Ting and her companions, whose complexions were as delicate as porcelain. It seemed she had not enjoyed many nourishing meals, which explained her current state. Once she replenished her health, her beauty would rival theirs. You are Li Linger? Li Linger nodded in response, and the other four women cast envious glances at Tang Zai, as if to say he was fortunate beyond measure to encounter Li Linger, a veritable stroke of serendipity. Tang Zai had initially thought her merely a minor celebrity, never anticipating that she would be such a prominent star. Why do you not harm me? He mused. If you were to harm me, I would have a reason to guide you and help you find your way. With a resigned smile, Tang Zai moved aside and leaned against the sofa. Simultaneously, Shi Meng regarded him with a hint of bewilderment, pondering why he had yet to take action. This sentiment was shared among the three other women present. However, Tang Zai found it impossible to act against someone of good character, having opened that door for her. He felt compelled to reward her with a year's worth of provisions. Thank you. Are you all from the same community? Li Linger inquired with curiosity. It's truly delightful to have someone to converse with. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to despair. Chapter 83. Our team. She could not integrate Tang. Zai gestured towards Sun Ting and the three other women, then turned to Shi Meng and remarked, We belong to the same community. I ventured into her neighborhood, and chaos ensued. We managed to escape, but alas, many perished. My goodness, "You're truly remarkable to have escaped," Li Linger exclaimed in disbelief, finding it astonishing that Tang Zhe could lead 4 women to safety, especially considering his refined demeanor. Tang Zhe approached the fireplace, extending his hands with curiosity, and asked, "Why do you live here alone?" "I came to participate in a commercial event as a guest and was assigned to stay here for the night by the organizers, only to find myself trapped," Shi Meng replied. Tang Zhe responded with a simple "oh" and fell silent. Yi Qingyi exchanged a glance with Sun Ting, sensing that their host was behaving unusually. Could it be that he was intimidated by the presence of his ideal woman? Perhaps it was time for them to play the role of antagonists. "Where are you planning to go?" Li Linger inquired, warming her hands with her breath. "We intend to head to Yunhai City," Shi Meng replied. "Yunhai City? That's over 400 kilometers away. Are you walking or driving?" "Oh, wait. I suppose driving isn't an option at the moment." Suddenly, Tang Zhe stood up, interrupting the conversation. "Why don't we eat something first?" I have nothing to eat, truly," Li Linger hurriedly explained, thinking Tang Zhe was suggesting she retrieve some food. Seeing her pitiful expression, Tang Zhe smiled wryly and said, "I wasn't asking you to bring any food. I have provisions. I will go fetch the car." It would not do to perform any magic tricks, especially since he was not well acquainted with Li Linger. Yet, they had made a pact for a year's worth of supplies, and he intended to honor it. Li Linger was taken aback as she watched Tang Zhe don protective gear and step outside. Moments later, she spotted a formidable Maybach approaching. "My heavens!" Li Linger gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, feeling as though the vehicle had emerged from a science fiction film. Not only Li Linger, but the residents of the surrounding villas also gazed in awe and desire at the sight. If they could seize that car, they would no longer be trapped here. Due to its height, the car could not fit into the garage and had to be parked outside. "I'll go lend a hand," Li Linger said, moving to assist, but was halted by and by. Yi Qingyi chuckled. "No need for assistance. We girls cannot lift it." "That would be so embarrassing," Li Linger replied. "There's no need for embarrassment. Don't overthink it," Sun Ting reassured her, patting Li Linger's shoulder. It was rare to encounter such a girl nowadays, still retaining the innocence of a pre-apocalyptic world. Anyone who had experienced the trials of hell on earth would not be so naive. Tang Zhe lingered in the garage for a moment before entering the house, saying, "That should do. Let us see what we can have for lunch." When Li Linger arrived in the garage, her mouth fell open in disbelief. There were over 40 boxes of mineral water stacked to the side, accompanied by a plethora of food, ranging from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even red wine and skincare products. Rubbing her eyes, Li Linger struggled to comprehend the reality before her. But wait, could that car possibly hold all these items? "Are you not coming to choose?" Dong Shi scoffed, expressing his disdain as he remarked about the sweet master, oblivious to the notion of allowing the master to win a game for a moment of joy, demonstrating a lack of understanding. Shi Meng, pulling Li Linger along, chuckled, "Let us join in. Take whatever you desire. Consider this our lodging fee. Choose freely. Don't feel shy," she added. Tang Zhe uncorked a bottle of refreshing beverage, indulging in its comfort. After a moment's contemplation, Li Linger earnestly stated, "I shall prepare the meal. I cannot accept your hospitality without contributing." "Very well," Sun Ting gently interjected. "Allow me to assist you." No, you all should rest. Just let me know what you wish to eat, and I will see what I can prepare," Tang Zhe replied. He teasingly remarked, "Who would have thought our star is also a chef? If the meal is unpalatable, do not blame me." "That certainly won't happen," Tang Zhe chuckled, curious to see if Li Linger would entertain any ill intentions upon seeing the abundance of provisions. If she harbored even a hint of malice, he would be compelled to deliver justice. However, his hopes quickly waned. She remained as honest as ever, single-handedly preparing a delightful lunch, swiftly transformed into a little chef, presenting a beautifully arranged fruit platter. "Big Brother Tang, esteemed sisters, please enjoy some fruit." Clad in an apron, Li Linger appeared somewhat revitalized, devoid of any celebrity airs, resembling more of a servant catering to everyone's needs. Shi Meng observed Li Linger closely. Throughout the fruit preparation, she had not indulged in a single piece. Were it her, she would have sneaked a bite after such prolonged hunger. A girl like this seemed ill-suited for their group. Upon this realization, Xi Meng understood why Tang Zhe had suddenly quieted. He had arrived brimming with excitement, engaging in discussions about which celebrity it might be, only to find that Li Linger remained untainted by the apocalypse, leading him to reassess his thoughts. After all, these women had harbored a degree of selfishness, seeking to gain from Tang Zhe, but Li Linger appeared unaffected, perhaps still oblivious to the chaos outside. You should eat more. It's all rich in vitamins. Yi Qing advised with a smile, her warmth akin to that of a caring older sister, stirring deep emotions within Li Linger, who had not felt such concern for a long time. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Thank you. No need for such formality. Good deeds will be rewarded. Tang Zhe chuckled, feeling reassured that the world had not completely succumbed to despair, with individuals like Li Linger still existing. Yet, how long could such good souls endure? Li Linger took but a single slice of orange. I will go prepare the meal, but we have no electricity. There are self-heating rice packs among the supplies. Do seek them out, Tang Zhe instructed. All right, I understand, she replied. As Li Linger ventured to search, the four women cast curious glances at Tang Zhe, their expressions peculiar. What are you all staring at me for? Are your thoughts wandering again? Tang Zhe felt compelled to voice a stern admonishment. Xi Meng leaned closer, her breath fragrant, whispering, Master, should we not bring such a breathtaking beauty into our embrace? She is unlike you. She lacks a wicked streak and cannot assimilate, he replied. Yi Qingyi pouted her crimson lips and remarked, I am not at fault either. It is you, my master, who has plundered me. And yet you claim no wrongdoing? I saved you, and you merely turned your back and walked away. Where is the fairness in that? Xi Meng chuckled. This time, I stand with the master to condemn your ingratitude. Yi Qingyi could only concede. You all have valid points. I admit my error. But what about Li Linger, who has amassed so many resources? How shall she repay them? Xiao Bai inquired curiously. Tang Zhe promptly tapped in Bai's forehead. Are you foolish? She opened her door to us. It is our duty to repay her kindness. Besides, I have already stated that anyone who welcomes us without ill intent shall receive provisions. Master, Xiao Bai is becoming daft from your taps, Sun Ting teased. Indeed, the more you tap, the sillier she becomes. Like a naive little fool. Yi Qingyi added a final jab, leaving Xiao Bai so indignant that her mouth seemed ready to spill oil. Chapter 84. The unexpected kiss from Tang Zhe upon hearing the footsteps of Li Linger returning. The five individuals ceased their chatter. After approximately an hour and a half, Li Linger had prepared 7 dishes in a soup. Initially, Tang Zhe held no great expectations for the meal, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the presentation, particularly the braised pork ribs, which glistened with a rich, appetizing hue. The chicken stewed with mushrooms exuded a robust aroma, and the stir-fried beef with garlic sprouts was indeed indicative of a skilled culinary artist. I haven't cooked in quite some time, so might be a bit rusty. I apologize, Li Linger modestly remarked as she stood by, wiping her hands. You've done splendidly, Tang Zhe replied. Now please take a seat. There's no need for everyone to stand. This was a matter of etiquette, and it was Tang Zhe's duty to address it. In front of outsiders, please refrain from adopting a floor-sitting posture. Otherwise, I might be perceived as a peculiar individual. With that, he cast a warning glance, ensuring to maintain his composure even without Li Linger present. Sun Ting and Bai felt it had been ages since they last sat down for a meal, and they were somewhat unaccustomed to it. As the final bowl of soup was placed on the table, Li Linger inquired, Brother Tang, would you like something to drink? I can pour it for you. Don't bother. Just sit down and enjoy your meal, he replied. Yes, Linger, please come and eat. You've worked hard to prepare this, Sun Ting urged, gently pushing Li Linger into a chair, making her blush with shyness. Yi Qingyi stood up with a smile, saying, I'll go fetch a bottle of red wine. I'll go, Li Linger exclaimed immediately, but was once again restrained by Sun Ting. Tang Shi shined inwardly, pondering how such a delightful girl could be so innocent. A hint of mischief would not be amiss. Soon, Sun Ting returned with a bottle of red wine, pouring it for everyone. Cheers! Today, we finally meet the superstar in person. Tang Shi exclaimed cheerfully. I am no longer a superstar. Had I not encountered you all, I might have starved in a few days, Xi Meng joked. Dear sister, with these provisions, you could survive for 2 years by rationing, she added. Thank you, sister. Thank you all. I shall drink to that, Li Ling'er declared, downing her glass in one gulp. Sun Ting chuckled. Sister has a good tolerance for alcohol. I shall join you. I'll have one too, Xiaobai chimed in, eager to join the merriment. Tang Ze was exasperated. Everyone should drink less. I have no intention of playing the role of a rescuer. Are we not here to celebrate? Come, let us raise our glasses. A single bottle of red wine was evidently insufficient, prompting them to bring over an entire case, embodying the spirit of revelry. Meanwhile, Tang Ze abstained from drinking, finding the wine less palatable compared to a fizzy beverage. After several rounds, the girls were slightly tipsy, each more stunning than the last, and they eagerly pulled out their phones to take selfies. Sister, may I borrow your phone to make a call? Of course, Xi Ming replied, handing her the device. Li Ling'er attempted to call a neighbor from her hometown, but upon dialing, she was met with an automated response. The number you have dialed is not in service. Why can't I get through? Li Ling'er furrowed her brow, recalling that it had worked previously. Sun Ting commented, many regions have lost signal recently. It seems that communication will soon be entirely disrupted. Oh, I see. Li Ling'er returned the phone to Xi Ming. Xi Ming raised his glass once more and proclaimed, let us indulge in the present, for today we drink. How profound, indeed, to live in the moment. Tang Ze rose and downed a glass of red wine. The meal extended over 2 hours, with an hour and a half devoted to drinking. Observing the empty bottles scattered about, they began to stand on the sofa, singing and dancing. Even Li Ling'er joined in, as if releasing her pent-up emotions. Watching the 5 women frolicking in the living room, Tang Ze took out his phone and captured a photograph to commemorate the occasion. In this moment, he felt a long-lost joy, transcending the roles of master and servant, existing merely as friends. Yet, one cannot help but reflect that without the apocalypse, he would never find himself here, dining with these remarkable women, witnessing their amusing antics post-drinking. Come join us in the fun, Bai shouted towards Tang Ze. He shook his head, saying, you all enjoy, I shall pass. Come on, come on. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi insisted, dragging him over. You were anything but innocent when we were with you. However, Tang Ze soon realized that these women were mischievously pushing him closer to Li Ling'er, clearly not with the best of intentions, as even Li Ling'er appeared shy. Quite unlike these rowdy women. After tiring from their revelry, they gathered around the fireplace for warmth. It has been ages since I've felt this joyful, Yi Qingyi murmured, gazing into the fire. Me too, Sun Ting replied softly. Little Bai had already fallen asleep. Although Xi Ming remained silent, today was indeed extraordinary, largely due to the kind-hearted Li Ling'er, who had allowed everyone to lower their guard. Leaning against Xi Ming, Li Ling'er gazed into the flames, her beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound vibrancy, no longer appearing as fragile as before. What are you thinking about? Xi Ming inquired with curiosity. Noting, Li Ling'er replied softly. I'm genuinely happy today, but tomorrow I will be alone again. Xi Ming gently stroked her back, saying, speak your mind, do not keep it bottled up. Can I leave with you? Li Ling'er asked weakly, a hint of pleading in her voice. Before Xi Ming could respond, Tang Ze interjected with a smile. The supplies are sufficient for a year. Perhaps by then, the apocalypse will have passed, and order will be restored. I know my request is somewhat excessive, but I can cook for you, do laundry, and handle chores. I truly do not wish to remain here alone. As she spoke, her emotions began to overwhelm her, but fortunately, Xi Ming offered comfort. Tang Ze had never anticipated that after a meal and a lively round of drinks, she would wish to actively join their ranks. Our team may not be suitable for you. You would be more at ease here, Tang Ze advised, explaining that they needed to constantly replenish their energy, sometimes even acting as enforcers with a high workload. I am quite adaptable, she asserted. Tang Ze sighed and candidly replied, Li Ling'er, to be frank, we have eliminated numerous villains. It is not safe for you to accompany us. Do you understand? Evil individuals are destined for demise, and I yearn to exact vengeance upon them from my parents. What on earth is this celebrity under the influence of counterfeit spirits, insisting on meddling in my affairs? Noticing Tang Ze's silence, Li Ling'er abruptly stood and approached him. Brother Tang, take me away. I shall be yours. This perhaps is Li Ling'er's sole card to play, herself. It seems you have indulged a bit too much, Tang Ze remarked, furrowing his brow. I have not, she retorted, and, in an instant, she forced Tang Ze to the ground, her crimson lips claiming his. This spectacle left the three women nearby utterly astounded. Such audacity from a renowned star. Her master was being kissed forcefully. At that moment, Ambai gradually stirred awake, witnessing the scene before him. I must still be dreaming. Let me indulge in slumber a while longer. Chapter 85. The daring soul. It must be said that the sensation of being forcefully kissed by a renowned star is quite peculiar. However, Tang Ze firmly pushed Li Linger away, declaring, Are you out of your mind? I have no need for you to assume the role of my woman. No, you just responded to me, Li Linger retorted. That was merely a physiological reaction on a man's part. Do not make unreasonable demands. If you continue this way, you shall face my wrath. Tang Ze's expression turned decidedly colder. Simi quickly pulled Li Linger away, cautioning, Your actions will only serve to upset him further. Li Linger was taken aback by Tang Ze's demeanor, her tears cascading uncontrollably. She had already abandoned her pride to forcibly kiss him, even though it was her first kiss, pleading for him to take her away. Yet she was met with a heartless rejection. Did her body hold no value whatsoever? She had been given a glimmer of hope only to have it extinguished, and now she felt it would be better to await her demise in silence. Suddenly, Li Linger dashed towards the door, flinging it open and rushing out, clearly intent on taking her own life. Probably akin to your sentiments, Tang Ze remarked to Simi. This remark left Simi feeling ashamed, to die with dignity versus clinging to life. She had chosen the latter while still attempting to feign a desire for death. Reminiscing about that moment was indeed quite embarrassing. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting shared similar thoughts. Everyone contemplated death, yet when the moment arrived, fear held them back. Just as they assumed Li Linger would halt her reckless charge, she leapt into the rain. The onlookers inside the house stared in disbelief. She truly dared to jump. She accomplished what none of them had the courage to do. To not be Tang Ze's woman. She'd rather meet her end. Goodness, this cursed charm of his. With her eyes closed, Li Linger leapt into the downpour, feeling no pain, oblivious to the rain soaking her. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was still sheltered beneath the eaves. Hadn't she jumped outside? Is this truly how you wish to die? Wouldn't it be wiser to stay here and await rescue? Tang Ze, standing behind her and smoking, remarked, I am no saint. A good girl like you should not descend into such depravity. Li Linger bit her crimson lip and whispered, Have you ever lost your parents? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Tang Ze replied coolly, I am an orphan. Li Linger was taken aback, quietly stating, I lost my parents as well. As their daughter, I can only cower here, unable to exact revenge for them. Perhaps it would be better to reunite with them sooner than later. Huh, then why wait until now? Why not end it sooner? Li Linger glanced at the modified Maybach beside the garage, replying, Because of you, you have shown me that revenge is within reach. You can help my sister and the others escape. You must possess your own strategies and resources. This vehicle cannot possibly contain everything, and ordinary people cannot have protective gear like yours. You are quite astute. I had assumed you were merely a Na'vi girl, Tang Ze said. Li Linger turned to him, her expression earnest. I can play the foolish innocent as long as it leads to vengeance. Are you negotiating with me? Tang Ze raised an eyebrow, realizing that Li Linger harbored her own motives behind her intentions to rescue him and the others. Indeed, Tang Ze lifted his delicate chin and sighed. To be honest, you have left me somewhat disappointed. I'm no longer a prominent star, nor do I possess any influential backing. The only asset I have is this body. Whatever the older sisters can do, I can do as well. Have you noticed? When the sisters sit down to eat, they must look to you for approval. It feels less like a normal romantic relationship and more akin to a hierarchical one. Tang Ze chuckled, underestimating the perceptive capabilities of others, for she had nearly guessed correctly. Are you so certain that you can avenge your parents? What if you fail? Wouldn't that be a loss for this body? Better than waiting around for death. And in business, there are always gains and losses. Well said, he replied. Li Linger, her nails digging in her flesh, whispered, So have we reached an agreement? Without any verification, how can we consider a deal? I am quite clean. No one has touched me. Li Linger clenched her silver teeth, surprised that she could utter such bashful words. Dann sie laughed lightly, leaning closer to inspect. There is a slight odor. I prefer fragrant women. If this is how we verify, I shall return it. I wish to bathe as well, but there is no water. As she spoke, Li Linger's delicate neck flushed crimson. Who wouldn't he want to be a fragrant girl? Now that there is water, you may cleanse yourself. All right, I will go now. Wait for me in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. With that, Li Linger lowered her head and hurried into the room. She had just uttered the most embarrassing words of her life, yet for the sake of revenge. What did it matter? Watching her retreat, Tang Zhe flicked away his cigarette, but, realizing that from the moment he entered the room, others had been calculating their moves. Indeed, in this world, there are few who possess pure intentions, and even fewer who offer assistance without ulterior motives. Li Linger was no exception. The upside was having such a prominent star as Li Linger. The downside was also having her. Sigh, let us proceed with the verification. As he entered the room, Sun Ting greeted him with a deep bow. Congratulations, master. Yi Qingyi and Bai and Xi Ming followed suit, sweetly exclaiming, Congratulations, master. I truly suspect you are leading others astray. Tang Zhe mused, feeling that Li Linger had changed too swiftly, with no prior indication. We certainly are not. It is simply a pure congratulation for our master's acquisition of such exquisite beauty. Another one to share the burden. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe arrived at the master bedroom, finding Li Linger shivering under the covers. Don't you know how to turn on the air conditioning? Tang Zhe picked up the remote, activated the air conditioning, and set it to maximum heat while also turning on the lights. Is that electricity? Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Zhe shook his head, sitting at the edge of the bed, and replied calmly, I just tinkered with the generator. I hadn't intended to, as illuminating this villa would surely attract trouble from those nearby. Upon hearing Tang Zhe's words of concern, a warm sensation enveloped her heart. Yet she could not help but smile wryly. Your car parked there is already a bother. Once you leave, I doubt I shall last long. Are you blaming me? Li Linger slowly lowered her gaze. She then raised her head, her eyes meeting Tang Zhe's piercing gaze, her delicate face flushing a subtle crimson. Indeed, it was a visage of exquisite beauty, one that could barely garner admiration. As her fingers brushed against those soft, crimson lips, Tang Zhe remarked nonchalantly, You can come over and kiss me now. Ah, Li Linger exclaimed in surprise. Was it not typically the boys who took the initiative? Chapter 86. The Taste of Home. Ah, what is this? Am I to serve you? I apologize, I do not quite comprehend. It seems I must provide on-site instruction to the novice. An hour later, Tang Zhe descended the stairs, still yearning for more. The presence of a superstar indeed felt distinct. Yet he sensed a certain frailty that left him unsatisfied. The host showed no tenderness. Xi Ming jested, now seemingly aware of Tang Zhe's limits. At times, a little teasing added charm, but there were moments when jesting should be avoided. Even a novice understands this. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes dramatically. I at least taught for half an hour. You all should teach her well. The women burst into cheerful laughter, eager to playfully tease Li Linger when she came downstairs. I noticed the residents of the surrounding villas casting furtive glances our way. After the jest, Yi Qingyi cautioned, once this light is turned on, we become the center of attention. Suddenly, Tang Zhe swept Yi Qingyi into his arms. They can only envy us, and they should do so quietly. Otherwise, they face dire consequences. Yi Qingyi clung to Tang Zhe's neck, her admiration growing as she listened to his commanding words. Master. She lamented not having had her fill, just moments before, casually selecting a bedroom to enter, and by displaying cleverness, discreetly slipped inside after her. In the living room, Sun Ting and Xi Ming exchanged glances, pondering when it would be their turn amidst the growing company of women. As night fell, the entire Shuangdong district was enveloped in darkness, save for this villa, which radiated brilliant light, reminiscent of a mirage. Yet, it seemed to beckon, come and seize me. I possess electricity. The temperature had plummeted to -6, and the ground began to freeze. Everyone in Shuangdong district huddled beneath blankets, shivering, while Tang Zhe, clad only in shorts and a black tank top, performed push-ups in the living room. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi, and Xi Ming, meanwhile, practiced yoga in their alluring yoga pants. their long legs undeniably captivating. Occasional laughter echoed from the kitchen. Li Ling, injured yet determined, descended to prepare a meal for everyone, her cheeks flushed from playful teasing, wishing she could disappear into a crevice. However, within by rushing to assist, Li Ling found her burden somewhat alleviated, considering the meal was for 6 people. Tang Zhe mused to himself that he would leave things to fate. For now, his 5-fold speed was sufficient, and he was surprised to find Li Linger's energy reserves had risen to 74. This was quite unexpected, as he was on the verge of unlocking the 3-0 package, wondering what treasures it might hold. The 2-0 was already unmatched. Once the 3-0 package was opened, what chance would others have? Could you lower your voices? I can hear you speaking ill of me. Tang Zhe, doing push-ups, shouted towards the kitchen. Am I deaf? Bai poked her head out, spatula in hand, responding, Master, it was not me. Xiao Linger, don't learn bad habits from them. You must learn to be proper, Tang Zhe said earnestly, prompting the 3 women practicing yoga to stifle their laughter. The concept of propriety from him elicited mirth. Li Linger barely managed a faint response, her neck flushing crimson, and with Bai's relentless teasing, she nearly lost her balance. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served by Li Ling, with Tang Zhe seated at the head of the table, glancing at the kneeling Li Linger beside him. Bad habits are learned swiftly, while good ones take time. You dare to oppose me, do you? Let us all dine together. Otherwise, I shall appear quite peculiar. Sun Ting stated with utmost seriousness. Dining alongside the master is a breach of decorum. This is the most fundamental principle. I ask for your understanding, master. Without rules, there can be no order. It is essential for newcomers to recognize who holds authority here. Indeed, we must not offend the master's authority. As more newcomers arrive, establishing dominance during meals becomes imperative. Xu Ming's words garnered agreement from the women present. Henceforth, newcomers shall kneel at the back, for those at the front are unworthy of such privilege. Look, Tang Zhe, have become the villain. Fine, dining together once a week is a reasonable request, is it not? Once every half-month, Yi Qingyi interjected. Tang Zhe chuckled in frustration, wondering who had instigated such mischief. He would not hesitate to reprimand them. In truth, dining while seated evokes a sense of home. Yet Tang Zhe has dined alone since birth. Perhaps that midday meal had stirred something within him. After finishing dinner, Tang Zhe headed straight to the living room, hoping to delve into apocalyptic novels for further enlightenment, only to find that there was no internet. It felt as though communication was on the verge of complete breakdown. Bai suddenly exclaimed, Master, you haven't fed us yet. Feed you? Do you lack hands? Must the master serve you as well? What nonsense! Tang Zhe grumbled as he sank into the sofa, contemplating whether his recent leniency had emboldened them. It seemed he needed to toss them a few bones to restore order. One could be fed, but 5? That was quite the challenge. Ling, you've made the master angry, Bai whispered. Huh, have I? Indeed. The master remarked that your little canine teeth are rather sharp. Li Linger's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, Sister Bai, please teach me later. Certainly, just practice with a banana first. Yi Qingyi inquired with curiosity, What are you 2 whispering about while neglecting your meal? Nothing, just eating. Bai and Li Linger insisted, their heads shaking like rattles. Li Linger felt her face burning with embarrassment. After dinner, the group lounged on the sofa, idly snacking on fruit, with neither television nor internet to occupy their minds. Let us listen to a story from Little Linger, Tang Zhe suggested, prompting a new topic, the newcomer's self-introduction. Li Linger, holding a banana, snapped back to reality. I'm not very good at telling stories. Oh, the master means for you to share your experiences, from childhood to now, Bai encouraged, establishing a rapport with Li Linger, perhaps due to her status as a fan. After a brief silence, Li Linger began, I was born in a small city. Both my parents are teachers. Perhaps that is why they raised me with strict discipline, particularly forbidding early romantic relationships and urging me to focus on my studies. They believed that if I excelled academically, I would secure a good job. I did not disappoint them, having gained admission to a prestigious 985 university to study English, aspiring to become an English teacher. You study English? I assumed you pursued acting. How did you end up in that field? Sun Ting peeled the grapes with delicate fingers, promptly offering the naked fruit to Tang Zai's eagerly awaiting mouth, who now assumed the role of a passive participant, entirely reliant on being fed. On the opposite side, Yi Qing demonstrated her own cleverness, biting into a grape before presenting it to Tang Zai, taking advantage of the situation. Li Ling'er, witnessing this scene, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and shyly averted her gaze. When I was a freshman, I initially accompanied a friend to an audition, only to find myself selected. I approached it with a playful mindset, and here I am. Indeed, this indicates your remarkable talent, Xi Meng remarked, reflecting on how one can unexpectedly find success while merely indulging in play. Chapter 87. The rain ceases for the second time. In truth, there was little talent involved, merely a swift adaptability and a sense of amusement. Sun Ting sighed deeply, lamenting, "Why am I devoid of such fortune? I can only scrape by in the streaming room." Although she voiced her thoughts, it was evident that she had caught someone's eye, yet the conditions set forth by her boss were well understood by men. "Lingye, surely there is a powerful benefactor behind you," she mused. Xi Meng, peeling an orange, was not indulging herself, but rather showing constant concern for her master, knowing that such attentiveness would lead to future favor, especially given the esteemed company present. "Die Linie vorwiet hier Braus in Contemplation." "I don't think so. Have you not encountered any unspoken rules?" Yi Qingyi questioned incredulously, for someone of Li Ling'er's exquisite beauty would undoubtedly attract the wealthy elite. "Not at all. My master is well aware of this," Li Ling'er replied, her cheeks flushing as she avoided Tang Zai's gaze, resembling a bashful newlywed. Xi Meng exclaimed, "Ah, I see. It appears you have a man quietly devoted to you, though he has yet to step into your life, only to be interrupted by this apocalypse. Then he has become a bargain for me." Tang Zai jested in return. Bai chimed in, "The boss must be weeping in the restroom." Laughter erupted, save for Li Ling'er, whose face turned crimson. Desperate to clear the misunderstanding with Tang Zai, she stammered, "There's no boss, that's all nonsense." "Oh dear, you're all going to make someone weep." Tang Zai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Yi Qingyi sighed, "It's truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. I too once wept bitterly." "Master, your heart is as hard as stone. When Ling'er panics, you show concern." A chorus of playful hisses echoed, leaving Tang Zai in a state of bemused laughter, while Li Ling'er nervously fidgeted, her graceful neck flushing a deeper hue. Amid their chatter, they remained oblivious to the rain having ceased outside. This marked the second cessation of rain since the onset of the apocalypse, and such a pause heralded what? Bloodshed and plunder. "Well, since you've all said so, little Ling'er, come sit upon my lap. Let them envy you," Tang Zai declared. The four women erupted into a flurry of excitement, whistles piercing the air. "Go on, why are you still dawdling?" Xi Meng urged, playfully nudging the bashful Li Ling'er. With a voice as soft as a whisper, Li Ling'er acquiesced and moved beside Tang Zai. He grasped her delicate wrist, drawing her into his embrace. The uproar intensified, as if they might lift the very roof, prompting Li Ling'er to bury her face in Tang Zai's chest. "He's here, he's here." Bai stood atop the sofa, clapping and rallying the others. With Bai leading the charge, the remaining three women quickly joined in, stoking the playful flames. Tang Zai felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing they had become quite spirited lately. He would need to toss them a bone soon. Yet, as he gazed down at her exquisite visage, her large, glistening eyes slowly closing, and her rosy lips exuding an irresistible allure, he prepared to savor the moment. Just as Tang Zai was about to indulge in his meal, an unexpected knock at the door interrupted the moment, causing him to furrow his brow and look outside. Li Ling'er opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a hint of disappointment. It seemed they could no longer wait. Xi Meng's tone grew increasingly frosty, while Sun Ting had already taken out her firearm to inspect the ammunition. "Li Ling'er, taken abuk," exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of a gun. Tang Zai gently patted Li Ling'er on the head, prompting her to obediently sit aside, whispering, "Who could possibly come at this hour?" Yi Qingyi inserted the magazine with a nonchalant tone, "Because we are the only place still lit." "All right, everyone put on your pajamas," Tang Zai instructed, noting the warmth of the room and how lightly they were dressed. The girls complied, adjusting their hair to maintain their appearance. Li Ling is zugestit. Shall we wear masks? Shi Ming chuckled, patting Li Linger's fragrant shoulder. Why cover our beautiful faces? What if they kill us? Yi Qingyi replied indifferently. Sun Ting patted Li Linger on the head. Your first lesson is about to begin. In the midst of their conversation, Tang Zhe had already opened the door, and a rush of cold air swept into the room. Before him stood more than a dozen men clad in thick down jackets, shivering from the chill. Tang Zhe greeted them with his signature warm smile. Gentlemen, what brings you here at such a late hour? The men observed Tang Zhe, astonished that he was merely dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, with his feet wrapped in plastic bags. It dawned upon them that with electricity inside, there must be a generator. Hello, I am Zhuo Zhixian, residing in the villa across the street. You might have seen me on television, Zhuo Zhixian said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and striking a proud profile. Never seen you, Tang Zhe replied honestly. A young man behind Zhuo shouted, Dude, you're standing before the richest man in Hoarding City, and you don't recognize him? Or are you blind? Shut up. Zhuo Zhixian snapped at his son. Zui Yong rolled his eyes, appearing indifferent, his gaze drifting to the modified Maybach nearby, contemplating how to acquire such a cool vehicle. Apologies, my son is rather thoughtless. Please forgive us. It's quite all right. Tang Zhe maintained his humble demeanor. Yet to the men, this attitude translated to one simple notion: easy to bully. We have no ulterior motives. We just wanted to inquire how you have electricity here. Zhuo Zhixian smiled, though his teeth chattered as the temperature had plummeted to -10 C, with a biting wind howling around them. Tang Zhe responded with a prolonged "Oh, I purchased a diesel generator." I see. And that car is yours as well? Indeed, it is. The men could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such an abundance of resources. Some recalled that he had previously knocked on their door, dressed in peculiar protective gear. Observing the group of shivering men before him, Tang Zhe chuckled. Is there anything else you require? I am about to retire for the night. One of the men in the line called out, Hey there, could you possibly let us inside to warm ourselves? With a warm demeanor, Zhuo Zhixian interjected. It is indeed a challenging time for everyone. The temperature has plummeted dramatically over the past few days, and many homes are without power. Young man, might you allow us to rest inside for a brief moment? Rest assured, we shall depart shortly. Not a problem at all. Please come in. Witnessing Tang Zhe's unexpected generosity, those who had previously hesitated to open the door felt a pang of guilt. Upon entering the room, they were immediately enveloped by warmth from all directions, a sensation so comforting it resembled being cradled in a mother's embrace. Is that a fairy? One of them wondered. Could it be that the cold has conjured an illusion? Chapter 88. You are all good people. Zui Yong rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming the reality before him, he nearly drooled. Not only was Zui Yong astonished, but his father was equally captivated, while the men nearby stood frozen, as if they had never encountered such beauty in their lives. Tang Zhe had to concede that their allure was indeed significant, particularly on a psychological level. Some men inwardly lamented that had they known such stunning women were present, they would have opened their doors much earlier. Wait, that woman looks somewhat familiar. She resembles a celebrity. It was none other than Li Linger. How is it that no one knew she resided here? Zhuo Yong Aizul recognizit Li Linger, who was even more enchanting in person, radiating a rosy glow and exuding a captivating charm. The other woman beside her was equally stunning, and the ones on either side, my goodness. He found himself enamored with them all. Hello, beautiful ladies, I am Zui Yong, and this is my father, the wealthiest man in Hoarding City. Zui Yong boldly stepped forward to introduce himself, immediately inhaling an intoxicating fragrance that was utterly mesmerizing. President Shi? Zhuo Zhixian instantly recognized Shi Ming, utterly astonished to see her here. Shi Ming smiled. Mr. Zhuo, what a coincidence. What brings you here? I thought you resided in the Shanhuxiu district. Our community has become chaotic, so everyone has come here to seek refuge, Shi Ming replied casually, while the men could only behold her exquisite features and the alluring form concealed beneath her nightwear. Zhuo Zhixian sighed deeply, speaking in a somber tone. In times like these, it is the wealthy who suffer first. After a recent rainfall, a horde of robbers nearly invaded our home. Thankfully, the rain deterred them. leaving several drenched and disheveled in their retreat. Indeed, if we do not unite, we shall face robbery and even worse, Xi Meng remarked with resignation. Though it appeared the men were oblivious to her words, their gazes fixated on her face and the alluring curves accentuated by her attire. Zhuo Zhixian, adopting an elder statesman demeanor, sighed. Thus, we must band together. Only through unity can we hope for survival. Selfishness will surely lead to a swift demise. Mr. Zhuo is correct. I wholeheartedly agree, Xi Meng replied with a smile, though a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Zui Yong noticed that there was fruit on the coffee table in the living room. Goodness, you even have fruit to eat. Without waiting for dissent, he rushed over and grabbed a slice of watermelon, eagerly devouring it. As he munched, he exclaimed, Damn, I used to disdain watermelon, but now I find it extraordinarily sweet. Watermelon, you say? The other men, upon hearing this, also made their way to the living room, seizing the fruit without hesitation, as if it were their own. Tang Zhe observed with a smile, while Li Linger, somewhat anxious, leaned against him, gripping his hand tightly. For her, she had entrusted everything to Tang Zhe. He was her entire world. Should anything happen to him, these men might reduce her to a mere plaything. The men devoured the watermelon with remarkable speed, entirely disregarding their image. One must acknowledge that any man residing here is a boss. Watching the juice trickle down their chins and splatter on the invaluable carpet was infuriating for Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi, as that was to be their sleeping area for the night, necessitating a carpet change. These scoundrels! Xiao Bai Linger, please bring more watermelon for the bosses. The richest man hasn't even had a taste yet. Tang Zhe, however, was exceedingly generous, which pleased Zhuo Zhixian. This young man showed him great respect, even bordering on reverence. Xiao Bai, pulling the somewhat anxious Linger along, went to fetch more watermelon, while the men in the living room continued to munch on the fruit. Their greedy gazes fixated on Xiao Bai and Li Linger, particularly Zui Yong, whose malevolence was barely concealed by a smirk. As the watermelon was once again served by and by, the men who had previously missed out lunged for it frantically. Zhuo Zhixian refrained from joining the fray, mindful of the image of the wealthiest man, internally chastising his son for not bringing him a piece. Tang Zhe laughed, offering a slice to Zhuo. Give this a try. It's incredibly sweet. Thank you. Young brother, there are indeed some good people around. Isn't that the truth? All I seem to encounter are villains. Even the women are no exception. Tang Zhe's remark provoked discontent among the girls. What have we done wrong? That's utterly nonsensical. Zhuo Zhixian, momentarily perplexed by the implication, diverted the conversation while enjoying his watermelon. Even in winter, Huan City rarely dips to freezing. This cold weather is truly exasperating. Tang Zhe produced a pack of cigarettes, handing one to Zhuo Zhixian, who was astonished to find cigarettes available. Without hesitation, Zhuo Zhixian accepted the cigarette with one hand, placing it between his lips, yet lacking a flame. At that moment, Tang Zhe offered a lighter, and Zhuo Zhixian merely extended his head to ignite the cigarette, prompting Tang Zhe's smile to broaden. I've worked in Huan City for several years and have never encountered such frigid weather. I suppose only northerners can withstand it. Zhixian exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling, if the temperature drops any further, even northerners will struggle to cope. You scoundrel, you even have cigarettes. How inconsiderate. Xiao Yong approached boldly, dismissing Tang Shi entirely. Tang Zhe, feigning innocence, produced a pack of huazi, which Zui Yong snatched away. Tang Zhe anticipated Zhuo Zhixian's intervention, yet the father merely observed in silence. As Zui Yong leisurely approached Sun Ting, he provocatively blew a puff of smoke her way. Beautiful lady, dressed so scantily, why not strip entirely? Saying this, he audaciously reached for Sun Ting's nightgown. Sun Ting could barely contain her fury, tempted to draw a gun and put an end to this insolence. However, with the host still engaged in merriment, she suppressed her rage, retreating in alarm behind Tang Zhe. What are you doing? Zhuo Zhixian appeared to admonish. Yet his tone lacked severity. Zui Yong flicked the ash from a cigarette, allowing it to fall slowly onto the pristine floor, driving the cleanliness-obsessed Yi Qingyi to the brink of madness. It's just a joke, he remarked. Zui Yong sneered, Dad, why are you still pretending? I haven't been with a woman for nearly a month. The other men began to surround them, with two wandering about as if searching for supplies. Zwa, we need to take a break, Shi Ming said nonchalantly. So Xian extinguished his cigarette on the ground, and Yi Qingyi was on the verge of losing her composure. Damn, there are so many supplies in the garage. Suddenly, a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage, their eyes gleaming at the sight of a mountain of supplies. Beautiful women and provisions. This is the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Watching the men plunder, Li Linger couldn't help but exclaim, "Those are our supplies." However, her words fell on deaf ears, and the pleasing quality of her voice only intensified the men's greed. "You've got quite the means, kid. These supplies and the car must have been stolen," Zui Yong remarked, holding a salted chicken leg in one hand and a snowflake beer in the other, grinning widely. What a divine life this is. No wonder such beauties are around him. It's all for the supplies. Bai could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "You've eaten and taken enough. It's time to leave." Zhuo Zhixian chuckled at her words, unfazed as he settled onto the sofa. "Didn't I mention before that we should help one another? Yet, you want to drive us away. That's rather selfish." This statement amused the girls, who couldn't help but laugh at the irony of the richest man taking the moral high ground. Tang Zhe immediately chimed in, "What was said is right. I'll take them upstairs while you stay downstairs." "You little rascal. You want my dad to stay downstairs? Are you trying to get him killed?" Zui Yong pulled out a finely crafted Nepalese knife, and the other men followed suit, revealing knives hidden within their down jackets. Tang Zhe's expression changed dramatically, leaving the girls in shock, especially Li Linger, who thought that had she known him sooner, they could have put on show together. "What? Sir, what is this?" Tang Zhe stammered, his voice trembling in awe, realizing how badly he had been deceived. Zhu Feixin stood up and surprisingly drew a golden desert eagle from his waist, leaving Tang Zhe astonished, and the other men speechless as well. Initially intended as a collector's item, it now proved to be useful. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhixian fired a shot. The loud bang startled even Zui Yong. The girls immediately hid behind Tang Zhe, their delicate demeanor failing to evoke any sympathy from the man. Instead, it only heightened their impatience. The gun's muzzle slowly pointed at Tang Zhe. "Sir, you wouldn't actually kill me, would you? I've never taken a life. You're just letting me experience it. I will take good care of these women for you." "Dad, I want these too." Zui Yong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Ling. Zhuo Zhixian fixed his gaze on Tang Zhe and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slowly emerged from the gun's muzzle. Indeed, it moved slowly. "You all really lack a sense of fun." Chapter 89, Fire. As Tang Zhe spoke, a golden bullet clattered onto the tiled floor, its clear sound resonating in the hearts of all present. The men were not the only ones rendered speechless. Even the women stood in stunned silence. Was this the true power of a vampire? Such exaggeration, controlling the bullets that were fired. You, the wealthiest man in Hoenn City, would stoop to such despicable acts. It genuinely disappoints me. True sincerity, indeed, cannot be exchanged for sincerity. Tang Zhe lamented, believing there might be flaws in the rules of the apocalypse. But it seemed they had not deceived him. He must continue to remain an emotionless being. Zhuo Zhixian gazed incredulously at Tang Zhe, his mind racing with thoughts of why he had not perished. Was that mere illusion? A man near the door finally snapped back to reality and bolted for the exit. Bang! Bang! The man was struck in the legs, and Yi Qingyi's cold voice pierced through the air like the chill of winter. "Did you not wish to stay here? Why are you leaving? Did I give my consent?" The men stared at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hand, as if struck by lightning. She, too, possessed a firearm. "Father, what are you waiting for? Shoot!" Zui Yong bellowed. Zhuo Zhixian finally returned to his senses, attempting to pull the trigger, but his finger refused to comply. No matter how hard he pressed, Tang Zhe reached out and effortlessly seized the golden eagle from him. Truly deserving of its name, this golden eagle is indeed weighty. "Father, how could you?" "Mr. Zhuo, what are you doing?" The men gasped in astonishment, bewildered at being disarmed so easily. Zhuo Zhixian turned around, snarling, "I don't know either." Tang Zhe approached Zui Yong, who looked at him in terror, his pants gradually becoming soaked. Tang Zhe merely retrieved his pack of huazi from Zui Yong's down jacket. "You dare to snatch my cigarettes? Now, even wetting yourself will not save you." Upon hearing this, a wave of shame and anger surged within Zhuiyong. As Tang Ze turned away, Zhuiyong swung his Nepalese knife downwards. Bang! The Nepalese knife fell to the ground, and Zhuiyong clutched his bleeding right hand, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at Sun Ting, whose handgun was still smoking. 2 guns. Were they truly attempting to raid a bandit den? These women, who appeared so fragile, had proven to be remarkably adept with firearms. Their previous cowardice was merely an act. You wretched woman, you've injured me, Zhuiyong shouted, seemingly oblivious to his dire circumstances. Sun Ting had longed to do this, and she slowly advanced towards Zhuiyong, gun in hand. Kneel. I would rather die than kneel. Bang! So! Zhuiyong screamed in despair. Zhuiyong's eyes widened, a crimson mark forming on his forehead, as if his skull had been split open. He could hardly believe this woman had dared to pull the trigger. With reluctance, Zhuiyong collapsed to the ground. Yet his consciousness had not fully faded as he beheld Sun Ting's gun aimed at his head once more. You think you are worthy of undressing me? Bang! 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 The relentless gunfire echoed, emptying the magazine, a testament to Sun Ting's fury. As Li Linger witnessed the scene, her stomach began to churn. Tang Ze spoke in an indifferent tone, urging her to endure. Hearing his cold words, Li Linger envisioned a different Tang Ze, suppressing the urge to vomit. I will say this once more, Neil. Sun Ting surveyed all the men, and at that moment, their initial greed was replaced by overwhelming terror. The son of President Zhua had been brutally executed, and this woman was as merciless as a viper. Although they all thought this, their knees betrayed them, and they cast aside their weapons to kneel. Shi Meng-san coldly remarked, My master has graciously entertained you, providing fresh fruit, yet you repay him with such ingratitude. It is a disgrace to humanity. Upon hearing Shi Meng's address, Zhuiyong looked up in astonishment. She had called a master. We were blind to your stature. We shall not dare again. Brother, no, elder brother, it was all Zhuiyong's idea. We were merely misled. Indeed, it was he who suggested robbing you. We were unaware. Zhuiyong's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. You scoundrels! Now you cast all the blame upon me. May you meet a wretched end. Tang Ze took out a cigarette, lit it, and turned to Zhuiyong, saying, When someone offers you a light, you should at least extend your hand. This is the least form of respect, is it not? I was wrong. It won't happen again. Huh? You still want me to offer you a light? No, I will offer myself. Too late. After saying this, he beckoned to Yi Qingyi, who obediently placed the gun in Tang Ze's hand. Tang Ze then pulled Li Linger forward, stating, You are the newcomer. This is your first lesson. To kill. I. Li Linger trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably, daunted by the prospect of taking a life. Take it. Tang Ze presented the gun before her. Yet, Li Linger felt as though her strength had been drained. Even lifting her arm was a struggle, let alone wielding the weapon. I do not wish to repeat myself. Tang Ze's voice turned colder. Suddenly, Shi Meng pressed gently on Li Linger's shoulder, reassuring her, Linger, do not be afraid. You can do this. Sister Meng, Sun Ting interjected, if we were not stronger than them, what would our fate be? Consider that. Indeed, had it not been for our master's strength, we would have already been humiliated by these beasts, unaware of who our parents' enemies are. In that instant, Li Linger felt newfound strength surge through her arm. Gripping the gun firmly, her posture surprisingly proficient, for she had practiced during her acting days. Fire. Dong should commend it. At his words, the kneeling men were struck with terror. As one began to plead for mercy, the others followed suit, their foreheads bruising against the ground. Do not kill me. I have an elderly parent and young children. My wife just gave birth yesterday. I beg you, for the sake of my child, spare my life. Faced with such desperate pleas, Li Linger hesitated, unable to lower her hand, and by suddenly remarked, Such words have become the standard in this apocalyptic world. I have heard them many times before. Tang Ze squinted his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Do you not seek vengeance for your parents? Yet now, you hesitate to take a life. If the murderer were to kneel before you, confess, and plead for mercy, would you not grant it? No, I would not. Li Linger shouted vehemently. Then pull the trigger. Dong Shi urged. Li Ling'er tensed her arm, her finger poised on the trigger, yet she found herself unable to apply the necessary pressure. With a long sigh, Tang Ze extinguished his cigarette and gestured to Sun Ting, who handed the gun to him. What followed next left everyone in a state of bewilderment, watching in stunned silence. Tang Ze aimed the gun at Li Ling'er's temple. She could even feel the lingering warmth of the barrel, her complexion draining to an ashen hue. Chapter 90. This is a required course I have stated that she cannot assimilate. Are you all satisfied with this outcome? Tang Ze gazed at the four women, realizing that Li Ling'er's rapid transformation must have been prompted by their suggestions. Ultimately, it is no longer necessary to pursue the identity of the instigator. The four women remained silent, their thoughts fixated on urging Ling'er to fire. Once she did, there would be no turning back. Tang Ze's eyes met Li Ling'er's. What can tears possibly resolve? Our circles are disparate, and forcing an entry is futile. It would be best if you did not accompany us. Remain here instead. However, as the rain ceases, it is likely that others will soon arrive to seize you. Rather than risk humiliation, I could spare you the torment and grant you a swift passage to reunite with your parents. As Tang Ze's words faded, bang, Li Ling'er, with a piercing scream, frantically pulled the trigger. Each shot seemed to shatter the fragility within her, annihilating any sense of compassion. The men kneeling on the ground felt as though death was imminent. Yet as the gunfire ceased and they opened their eyes, they found themselves unscathed. A glance around revealed that everyone was unharmed. It was merely blind firing. Despite having emptied the magazine, Li Ling'er continued to pull the trigger. Change your magazine. Did you think that firing a gun would suffice? How naive! And I promptly stepped forward to replace the magazine, offering Li Ling'er an encouraging embrace. The men, believing the ordeal was over, were taken aback when they realized new ammunition had been loaded. Was this not unfair? Consider your parents, who were mercilessly slain by such people. As their daughter, reflect deeply on this. Bang! The first man on the left collapsed, his head blown apart. There was some accuracy. It appeared she had practiced, and given the distance of merely 5 or 6 meters, it was not surprising. However, the recoil caused Li Ling'er's arm to rise considerably. Tang Ze softly advised, maintain your center of gravity. Li Ling'er remained silent, firing once more. The second man fell. At that moment, her eyes hardened with determination, a stark contrast to her previous vulnerability. It was as though she had matured in that instant, adapting to the harsh reality of this apocalyptic world where it was either kill or be killed. There was no third option. Do not kill me. I can offer you money. I can provide you with my company. My worth exceeds 100 billion. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill. Left Ji Xian, witnessing one after another fall, could no longer concern himself with his title as a billionaire. His forehead was bloodied from the impact. Yet, the cold gaze of Li Ling'er remained fixed on him as she aimed the gun at Left Ji Xian and pulled the trigger. Left Ji Xian shut his eyes tightly. Only to hear a click, his bullets had run out. That moment had caused him to soil himself, having never felt death so closely. If time could be reversed, he would never have come here. This is no sheepfold. It is a den of fierce tigers. Tang Ze felt compelled to clarify. The tigers here are fierce, but of a different breed. Out of bullets, Li Ling'er's eyes appeared vacant, as if her very soul had been imprisoned by her own hand. Tang Ze took her gun. De Meng Meng, take her to rest. Understood. Shi Meng led Li Ling'er to the side, while Li Ling'er pointed at Zhuo Xian. Her expression dazed as she uttered, "There's another one. Another who hasn't been killed by me. Dear Ling'er, do not concern yourself with him. You must rest well now." "No, I cannot. Master will abandon me. Master will kill me." Li Ling'er appeared to be in a state of mental disarray, as if on the verge of collapse. Tang Ze naturally noticed, you should go as well. He had not anticipated that Li Ling'er would be driven to such a state. Dong Shishoint. It was an essential lesson for a woman to learn how to protect herself in this apocalyptic world. Approaching Zhuo Xian, who lifted his head in plea, "Please." Bang! Before he could finish, he was shot in the head by his own golden sand eagle. Tang Ze had no desire to engage in conversation with such a person. "You all clean this up? I will take a stroll, Tang Zhe said coolly as he stepped out of the blood-soaked living room, his good mood entirely extinguished by the arrival of this group. Exiting the door, he lifted his gaze to the night sky, feeling as though he had not seen such a bright, full moon in ages. The ground was illuminated by the moonlight. It was truly a night for killing. He crossed the middle of the road and arrived at the villa across, Swishishin's home. The door lock evidently could not withstand Tang Zhe's approach, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. A woman's voice echoed from the living room, filled with anticipation. "Darling, did you kill the people across? I heard many gunshots." Tang Zhe remained silent as he entered the living room, moonlight streaming through the glass, revealing a woman wrapped in a blanket, seemingly in her early 30s, a case of an older bull with younger grass. "Who are you?" "My husband has a gun." The woman, noticing the stranger, instinctively recoiled. "Is this the one you speak of?" Tang Zhe raised his hand, the moonlight glinting off the golden sand eagle, making it appear remarkably unique. The woman stared blankly at the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. "Sister-in-law, do not fear. Do not harm women." After a brief pause, a gunshot rang out from the villa, and Tang Zhe emerged, taking a deep breath as he walked back to Li Linger's villa. The corpse lay discarded on the lawn. Upon entering, Tang Zhe saw Sun Ting, ended by mopping the floor, while from upstairs, the sound of Li Linger's intense weeping echoed. Tang Zhe smiled softly. It was good to let it out. Soon, Xi Meng and Yi Qingyi descended the stairs, with Li Linger following closely behind, resembling a frightened little rabbit, her eyes swollen and red, evoking pity. "Everyone, please tidy up," Tang Zhe said indifferently without looking at Li Linger. Faced with Tang Zhe's disregard, Li Linger bit her red lips slightly and lowered her head in silence. Xi Meng gently reassured, "Go on, he won't blame you. He loves to scare people," Yi Qingyi added. Although Tang Zhe enjoyed frightening others, it was uncertain when he would become truly serious, which was the truly terrifying aspect. Li Linger took a deep breath and timidly approached Tang Zhe, but he still did not raise his head, softly saying, "First, attend to the cleaning. We will discuss the rest later." Large tears cascaded down her exquisite face as Li Linger choked out, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." What was wrong? The utterance left the other 4 women momentarily stunned. It seemed that these 3 words were once the domain of women. "I am timid, I cry easily." "Are you not renowned for your strong adaptability?" "I certainly do not wish to accompany a weeping woman on this journey." Li Linger swiftly wiped away her tears, her gesture reminiscent of a child. "The night ahead remains long, and your trials are far from over. This rain shows no sign of abating anytime soon." Tang Zhe gazed out at the eerie full moon, as if it were aware of the darkness it illuminated, inciting humanity to engage in bloody conflict. The girls glanced out the window. The previous rain had ceased after merely 10 minutes, yet this time it had persisted for over 20. It was likely that chaos had already ensued in the streets and alleys. Chapter 91. The apocalypse has just begun. I shall not disappoint you again, Li Linger respectfully declared. Tang Zhe gently patted her on the head, easing her previously tense disposition, which had been quite alarming. With a wave of his hand, 5 automatic rifles, specifically HK 416S, materialized on the coffee table. Alongside them lay an array of accessories: muzzles, scopes, grips, magazines, and more than a dozen boxes of 5.56 ammunition. After tidying up, each of you shall receive a rifle. The one with the highest kill count will be granted a wish. This incentive was undeniably enticing, prompting the 5 young women to hastily clean the floor, spritzing it with air freshener and even replacing the carpet. Before long, they settled beside the coffee table, each with an ammunition box at their side, eagerly loading bullets into the magazines. For Li Linger, and even for Xi Meng, the automatic rifle was a novel experience. Bai took on the role of instructing Li Linger, while Sun Ting guided Xi Meng, focusing on a few basic principles rather than comprehensive disassembly. It's best to attach the red dot sight, use this type of right-angle grip, and this longer muzzle for better accuracy, and Bai advised, resembling a seasoned veteran as she equipped Li Linger. Xiao Bai, how do you know so much? Li Linger inquired. And Bai, hands on her hips, replied with pride. Who says girls can't handle firearms? Besides, I adore our master. This remark elicited laughter from the other girls present, while Tang Zhe, polishing his machete, couldn't help but smile at their banter. Go outside and fire a few shots to acclimate to the recoil. We don't want you to embarrass yourselves later, Tang Ze cautioned. Previously, Bai and her companions had spent an entire day adjusting, but Li Ling and Xi Ming had not been afforded the same time as external threats loomed. Upon opening the door, Xi Ming and Li Ling raised their rifles, feeling the weight of the automatic weapons. Bang! The gunfire resonated uniquely in the night, causing nearby residents to panic, unsure whether they heard fireworks or gunshots. Experiencing the recoil of the automatic rifle for the first time left both Xi Ming and Li Ling astounded. The sound was entirely different from that of a handgun. Gripped tightly, and when firing consecutively, applied downward pressure to prevent the muzzle from rising, and Bai continued to coach, having set up a few corpses in the middle of the road as makeshift targets with Sun Ting. Bang, bang, bang. The series of shots echoed, scaring off would-be assailants, who assumed a fierce gunfight was erupting within the villa community. Considering their kitchen knives, they thought better of their intentions, realizing it would be akin to courting death. Across the entirety of Huan City, people had emerged from their homes, their first destination being supermarkets, convenience stores, and large shopping malls. Thus, these locations became the epicenters of fierce looting. The struggle for a single bottle of mineral water had already claimed the lives of 7 or 8 individuals, a grim reality. In contrast to the disorganized chaos, many neighborhoods had begun to form cooperative teams, which proved far more efficient than solitary wolves. However, when neighborhoods clashed, it resulted in unavoidable conflict. In the half hour since the rain ceased, the death toll in Huan City had already reached 3,000 to 4,000, a figure that continued to rise rapidly, poised to surpass 10,000 soon. The streets were strewn with corpses, while a group of emaciated individuals scavenged for sustenance among the remains, finding nothing. Driven by hunger, they resorted to cannibalism, creating a scene both grotesque and terrifying. Such occurrences were growing increasingly common, as not everyone possessed the strength to seize food. Confined at home for so long, many emerged too weak to fight. Those with frail constitutions fell and did not rise again. The apocalypse seemed to have truly arrived. In the vicinity of a residential community, a number of vehicles, reduced to mere wheels, lay abandoned, at least 30 in total. Yet, leading the procession was an elderly man's vehicle, ominously adorned with a bloody, severed head, evoking a profound sense of discomfort. Inside the community, a merciless slaughter was underway, with no survivors left behind. All, regardless of gender, were slain and their resources collected. The man at the forefront appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a black coat, his hair cropped neatly, and his expression devoid of emotion. In his right hand, he wielded a Tang sword, its sheath worn, indicating its age. The throng behind him brandished an array of cold weapons, including a Qinglong Yinyuan knife, which was used to swiftly decapitate a property owner, revealing the man's practiced stance, indicative of rigorous training. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I can be your woman. I will do anything you desire, pleaded a woman of approximately 25, kneeling in desperation. The man's gaze remained calm as he swiftly drew his sword and severed her head, which rolled to the ground. Leave not a single resource behind, commanded Luo Cheng, shaking the blood from his blade before sheathing it with an air of elegance. Yes, Teacher Luo, responded the group, comprised mainly of martial arts students, with a few instructors among them. After several days of fierce combat within the school, only these individuals had survived. They had anticipated starvation, yet when the rain ceased, they rushed into the city, killing indiscriminately. That elderly vehicle belonged to Luo Cheng, and the heads hanging from it were trophies of defeated foes, including 2 former colleagues. Let us keep a few women. After all, they are young and vigorous, but let us not overindulge, lest they become too weak, Luo Cheng remarked, casually kicking the woman's head aside as he ascended the stairs. Soon, the entire community fell silent, nearly all inhabitants exterminated, and their resources transported downstairs. Several young men tossed the women into the trunk. Old Luo, this hall is substantial, noted another instructor, Yu Tong, whose impressive grappling skills had helped them escape the school, where only the skilled had survived. Luo Cheng gazed at the full moon in the night sky. While the rain holds off, let us seize more. These women are still too few. The students expect at least one each. Luo Cheng's brow furrowed as he stated sternly. Those who practice martial arts should indulge sparingly in carnal pleasures. One for each is sufficient. Otherwise, let them perish upon the bellies of these women. After hearing Yu's words, everyone found themselves at a loss for what to say. While such sentiments might have held validity in the past, the present circumstances compelled a release of tension. At that moment, a stout boy suggested, Teacher Luo, Teacher Yu, let us raid the affluent neighborhood. I've heard the women there are quite lovely. Wouldn't you agree, classmates? Upon hearing this, the boys became invigorated, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Their earlier pursuit of martial arts now transformed into a matter of survival. Old Luo, allow the students a night of indulgence. Do not be so stringent. Luo Cheng glanced at Yu, who smiled and remarked, let us venture to the Shanhu community. It is also a residence for the wealthy of Huashan City. If we eliminate those inhabitants, we too could reside in that luxurious enclave. Then let us proceed. May the Shanhu community remain unclaimed by others. Luo Cheng sighed. At that moment, a man stumbled out in a frantic rush. Chapter 92, Within 5 Steps. I am invincible, still trying to flee? I shall sever your limbs. A bloodied classmate shouted as he pursued from behind. Luo Cheng waved his hand, signaling his companions to halt their chase. Yu Tong shook his head in resignation, and the confrontation commenced anew. You have been granted a chance at survival. Luo Cheng stated coolly as he approached the man. What? The man, engulfed in fear and rage, had just witnessed the brutal murder of his wife and child at the hands of these beasts. A knife was tossed before him. A duel. If you win, I perish. If I win, you die. The man's gaze fell upon the blade, still stained with the blood of his beloved, and gripped by fury, he seized it, allowing anger to eclipse his terror. Very well, the man declared, firmly grasping the knife, though his stance betrayed his inadequacy. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng's thumb slowly pushed the knife away as he gripped the hilt with his right hand. I forgot to mention, within 5 steps, I am invincible. As the words left his lips, a flash of silver gleamed. The man's head rolled away, his eyes wide in shock, while Luo Cheng affixed it to the rear of his vehicle. Let us depart for Shanhu community. He bellowed, and the convoy surged forward toward their destination. Such a formidable procession on the road instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Few dared to intervene unless they possessed a stronger force, which, at that moment, was conspicuously absent. The potential threats had been largely neutralized by my brother Zhe. Before long, the convoy arrived at Shanhu community, where Luo Cheng observed individuals spilling from the complex, retching as if they had encountered something grotesque. He halted the vehicle, prompting the others to do the same. Let us investigate, Luo Cheng remarked with a measured tone as they stepped into the community, only to see more individuals fleeing from the garage. Luo Cheng exchanged a glance with Yu Tong, who nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward the underground garage. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a pungent stench of blood and decay. Frowning, Luo Cheng and Yu Tong pressed on, soon confronted with a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Several classmates immediately succumbed to nausea, unable to bear the horrific sight, even after having committed murder themselves. Standing amidst the congealed blood, Luo Cheng scrutinized the spent shell casings scattered about. It seems someone has acted with great swiftness, Yu Tong remarked grimly. However, Luo Cheng held a different perspective. These individuals did not perish recently. It appears they met their fate yesterday. And with this plethora of shell casings, there must have been a significant arsenal present. Lao Luo, come quickly, Yu Tong suddenly called out, prompting Luo Cheng to rush over. His expression shifting as he observed the scene. Kneeling, he reached out to touch the wounds on a corpse. What a swift blade! The body has been cleaved in half with such force. This power is extraordinary. There are many more here, Yu Tong exclaimed in disbelief, noting that most of the victims have been bisected, showcasing immense strength. Luo Cheng recognized the grim reality. These individuals must have faced profound despair, as being cleaved in two does not lead to immediate death. they would witness their own demise in agonizing torment. A cruel method indeed. If you were to encounter this assailant, would you feel confident? Yutong inquired. At present, it appears that this individual possesses strength surpassing mine, yet lacks any discernible technique, merely resorting to wild slashes. As I have reiterated, within 5 paces, I am invincible. Luo Chung chose not to linger over the corpses, making his way outside, for the stench within was truly unbearable. Yutong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of reassurance and followed suit. This neighborhood seemed to have lost all its value. Nearby, 2 classmates gazed at the hole in the wall. What could have possibly created such an opening? A drill, perhaps? It bears no resemblance to one. To me, it appears akin to a blade. A knife? Insert one and let me see. After all, this is a cement wall. One classmate pointed at the 4 bodies at their feet. Observe these 4 corpses. All their wounds aligned perfectly. If my conjecture is correct, they must have stood in a row when the assailant suddenly thrust the knife, the blade piercing through their skulls and embedding itself into this wall. Upon hearing this, one boy slowly began to applaud. Perhaps you should consider writing novels. Your imagination is truly remarkable. What do you know? This is called deduction. Well then, take your time deducing amidst this heap of corpses. I can no longer tolerate this stench. The classmate, with no choice but to depart, couldn't resist glancing back at the hole in the wall. Surely, this feat was beyond human capability. Once outside, breathing in the fresh air felt akin to being reborn. What next? Are we continuing to loot the neighborhood? Yutong inquired, emphasizing the urgency of time. Luo Chung pondered deeply. Yes, let us continue our efforts. We must gather ample supplies, for I sense the weather will grow increasingly frigid. Without sufficient provisions, we risk freezing to death. Classmates, board the vehicle. We shall proceed to loot the neighborhood. Teacher, I have also heard of a wealthy enclave, where affluent individuals reside in villas. Luo Chung raised his hand to halt the discussion, speaking solemnly. Our primary mission is to collect supplies, if it aligns with our path. We may venture to the villa area. Inside the villa, Yi Qingli played an elegant melody on the piano, within 416 Hong Kong dollars resting upon its lid. An unusual juxtaposition of items. However, when accompanied by the screams from outside, the scene transformed dramatically. The looting in the villa district had commenced early. Due to its sheltered position, they had yet to reach this particular location. They had deliberately extinguished the lights, not wishing to attract attention from other affluent individuals. The open door allowed the enchanting piano notes to escape, and soon, others had taken notice. Brother, listen, came a voice from a nearby villa, where 7 or 8 men were scavenging for supplies, the homeowner's family having been brutally slain on the spot. The elder brother also heard this. Chuckling, the wealthy indulge in elegance. Brothers, let us go take a look. A group gathered supplies into their vehicle, and as they approached the source of the piano music, they soon arrived at the villa's entrance. Unlike others, the doors were inexplicably ajar, and on the lawn lay over a dozen corpses. Brother, this feels ominous. A younger member cautioned. The elder brother dismissed the concern. What else with the theatrics? Someone playing the piano while corpses lie outside. This is a film set, come along. With that, the elder brother boldly ascended the steps and entered the house. Just as he was about to step inside, a chilling sensation washed over his forehead. The elder brother's heart raced, and he slowly lifted his gaze towards the darkness. A gun, the barrel of a gun. He instinctively began to retreat. The figure in the shadows revealed their features, and upon seeing this visage, the elder brother seemed to forget his fear entirely. What a beautiful face it was, resembling that of a star from the television screen. Elder brother, what are you doing? The younger brother stood behind, watching in anxiety as he continued to back away. Li Ling'er had conquered her timidity by imagining herself in a performance. Today, she was cast as a merciless female assassin. Beautiful lady, is that a toy gun? The elder brother smiled, albeit somewhat strained. Then why not give it a try and see if it truly is a toy? Before he could respond, Li Ling'er pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Chapter 93. Yet another forceful kiss. The younger brothers stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, their leader's head having exploded from the shock. The day's subordinates had not yet begun to flee when Li Linger decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. As the last shot rang out, one bewildered brother remained motionless. Li Linger ejected the magazine and retrieved a fully loaded one from her waist. Bang! At that moment, Xi Meng appeared beside her, effortlessly resolving the situation. See, not too difficult, is it? Tang Zhe remarked, patting Li Linger gently on the shoulder. She loaded the bullet into the chamber, then suddenly turned and planted a kiss on Tang Zhe's lips, declaring, "I will not let you down." With that, she gracefully exited through the doorway. Tang Zhe stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by her newfound queenly demeanor. Xi Meng teased him, leaving a kiss mark on his cheek before following Li Linger out. The piano music within the room faded, and Yi Qing emerged, gun in hand, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. She rose on tiptoe and gave Tang Zhe a deep kiss, then elegantly followed suit. Tang Zhe's lips twitched. What was happening? Everyone seemed intent on showing off. Yet, he could not deny their charm. Sun Ting and Bai stood cheerfully on either side, rising on tiptoe to plant a quick kiss before scampering off with joyful laughter. Tang Zhe slowly retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with a hint of a smile. In under 10 minutes, headlights appeared, accompanied by sounds of complaints. Damn it, we're late. All these villas have been seized. I told you to come earlier. The wealthy are always the first targets. For vehicles approached, stopping intermittently. Is that a woman standing by the roadside? Exclaimed the man in the passenger seat. Xi Meng hurried over, panic in her eyes, while the men in the car were utterly captivated by her beauty. Miss, are you hitching a ride? They inquired, while their hands began searching for knives. Just as Xi Meng was about to respond, a gun unexpectedly slipped from her back, causing her to smile wryly. The men in the car, witnessing the ominous weapon, fell into a state of shock. Sorry, it wasn't secured properly, she said, raising the gun. Damn! The men inside the car scrambled for their knives, eager to charge out, but they were met with merciless bullets. Bang, bang, bang. They were all reduced to a honeycomb of chaos. A man from the second vehicle stepped out, ready to greet Xi Meng, only to see her aim and unleash a barrage into the car, leaving him frozen in place. Xi Meng smiled at him. What is the matter, still not running? The man snapped back to reality and turned to flee, but Xi Meng had already replaced her magazine. With a sharp bang, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 vehicles hastily reversed, their wheels spinning wildly in place. Don't rush off, gentlemen, Xi Meng called out. From a men's perspective, several stunning women emerged, but they wielded nightmares in their hands. No, please don't kill me. Charge out and eliminate them. Run them over. Instantly, chaos erupted within the vehicle, but the gunfire had already begun, leaving no room for reprieve. Tang Zhe sat on the steps, smoking, observing that they had adapted to the apocalyptic rhythm. Not only had they gained 5 warm beds, but they had also acquired 5 capable fighters, and even the timid Linger was beginning to acclimate. It seems I have not deceived myself. Indeed, this adaptability is rather formidable, with eyes that do not blink. In less than 2 minutes, the 5 girls resolved the robbery entirely, and Li Linger finally grasped the feeling of seizing her own destiny. Previously, she lived in constant fear, dreading the intrusion of someone who might bring harm. Now, she harbors no fear and has even achieved the ability to turn the tables, displaying remarkable courage to avenge her parents. Impressive, Linger. You've outdone me in the kill count, teased Sun Ting, playfully patting Li Linger on the shoulder. Li Linger, brimming with humility, responded, It's all thanks to Sister Ting's excellent teaching. Prepare yourselves. There will be more coming, Sun Ting remarked, glancing at the bright, full moon, which showed no signs of impending rain. Without rain, the bloodshed would not cease. Soon enough, headlights appeared, accompanied by the sounds of conversation. However, what followed was a barrage of gunfire and even grenades, utterly ruthless. While others wielded knives, they brandished firearms. The clash between cold steel and hot weapons was a sheer dimensional assault. Tang Zhe refrained from intervening, already experiencing the solitude that accompanies mastery. What once seemed improbable while watching television was now a palpable reality. I might as well grab a bite. It's late. Let us have some barbecue. He called out to the girls, and Bai, with an exuberant leap, came running after having dispatched a pleading man with a shot, eagerly grabbing a bottle of beer. Just don't get drunk. Tang Ze cautioned while grilling beef. Bai laughed heartily. A single beer won't bring me down. Only the master can do that. I need to learn from Sister Bai. Li Ling'er joined her, eagerly requesting to be taught, seeking to win the master's favor. Tang Ze cleared his throat. Do not emulate her. The more you learn, the worse you become. I intend to be bad, delightfully wicked, she declared. Sister Ming, come over for barbecue. The master is treating us. Tang Ze chuckled, realizing he had become the subject of their playful banter. As they savored grilled meat and sipped beer, gazing at the full moon, it felt like the perfect date, albeit it was merely Tang Ze spending time with 5 girls. What was routine for him was a dream for many others. Not long after, headlights illuminated the scene once more. The sounds indicated a considerable number of vehicles, perhaps 30 or 40. Everyone, take cover, Tang Ze instructed, eager to discern the nature of this group. The 5 girls dispersed into the surrounding villas, quietly awaiting their prey. Soon, they spotted the first vehicle, a dilapidated car, but what was that hanging behind it? As moonlight revealed the scene, the girls gasped. It was indeed a severed head. How grotesque! Tang Ze remained at the roadside, grilling as if it were an ordinary night, completely unfazed by the approaching vehicles. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, surveying the area. The ground was littered with corpses, and numerous cars were parked by the roadside, with their occupants seemingly lifeless. The vehicle came to a halt, and Luo Cheng leaped from the old man's car, his gaze fixated on Tang Ze in the distance. The air, thick with the scent of blood, was also infused with the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat, prompting an involuntary growl from his stomach. As Luo Cheng exited the vehicle, his classmates followed suit, one by one. Yu Tong approached Luo Cheng and remarked, "This place has been thoroughly ransacked. There's little of value left. Look over there." Is that a barbecue?" Yu Tong exclaimed in astonishment, casting a glance at Tang Ze. In the midst of chaos and carnage, it was bewildering to witness someone grilling meat. Luo Cheng surveyed the scene littered with corpses before turning his attention back to Tang Ze, sensing an inherent danger in this man, an unmistakable peril. "Classmates, we shall feast on barbecue tonight." Yu Tong bellowed with mirth, eliciting laughter from the group, all of whom had long been deprived of meat. Chapter 94. You are unfortunate to encounter me upon hearing this. The classmates erupted into cheers, disregarding Luo Cheng's attempts to intervene as they rushed towards Tang Ze. Weapons raised high. Meanwhile, Tang Ze took a sip of his sugar-free beverage, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and drew the broadsword leaning against the wall, advancing towards the oncoming throng of youths. Rather than feeling fear at the sight of Tang Ze wielding the broadsword, the students were filled with exhilaration, shouting as they charged at him. "Kill!" The young men murmured, their blood surging with adrenaline. With a swift downward strike, Tang Ze cleaved through the air, and the student who raised a sword to defend himself became rigid in an instant, his weapon severed by Tang Ze's might, rendering him utterly defenseless. The 3 boys charging alongside him were left utterly dumbfounded. Losing focus in a fight could be fatal. Tang Ze's broadsword fell mercilessly, and 4 bodies crumpled to the ground. Luo Cheng observed Tang Ze with a grave expression. "He is," Yu Tong spoke in a tone laced with fear. Luo Cheng took a deep breath, confirming his suspicions. Despite possessing immense strength, Tang Ze seemed to rely solely on brute force. "I will handle him," Luo Cheng stated calmly. "Be cautious. This person is formidable," Yu Tong warned, recalling the nightmare that the parking lot incident had instilled in him. Luo Cheng nodded, gripping his saber as he approached Tang Ze, his steps steady and his gaze sharp. The two halted 5 meters apart. "You possess great strength, yet lack technique," Luo Cheng began, adopting a tone reminiscent of a teacher. Tang Ze assessed Luo Cheng's attire and the weapon he wielded, replying nonchalantly, "You appear to possess some skill." "Indeed, just a bit, which is why I wish to challenge you," Luo Cheng retorted. "Huh, you're the first to challenge me. Should you triumph, I shall die. However, if I prevail, all of you shall perish," Tang Ze said, a benign smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that his own catchphrase had been turned against him. "Teacher Luo, kill him. How audacious to threaten our lives." The students shouted, directing their curses at Tang Ze. who stood as a godlike figure in their eyes, a master among masters. Raising his arm, Luo Cheng silenced the uproar. Very well, I accept, but I have a condition. Should I win, you shall not die. Instead, you will become my subordinate. Agreed, Tang Zhe replied readily. A friendly warning. Within 5 paces. I am invincible. Ha! I eagerly await your demonstration. Tang Zhe's smile widened. The duel was about to commence, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon the two combatants. The atmosphere thick with tension. Even the girls hidden within the villa felt a wave of anxiety, though they were aware of Tang Zhe's prowess. The fear of him being harmed gnawed at them. Luo Cheng recognized the formidable nature of the man before him, and resolved to give his all. His strength was potent, and if he could evade one strike, it could mean his survival. Wait for him to strike, Tang Zhe observed as Luo Cheng refrained from attacking, instead moving in peculiar circles around him. With a swift motion, he raised his sword to strike. Luo Cheng, sensing the moment had arrived, seized the opportunity. With a resonant clang, Luo Cheng evaded, while simultaneously drawing his blade, aiming a lethal strike at Tang Zhe's neck, harboring no intentions of sparing his underlings. This was merely a ruse to mislead his adversary into believing that a loss would bear no consequence. Suddenly, Luo Cheng felt a chill at his waist. How could he be collapsing? Why had his blade deviated so significantly, merely gliding along Tang Zhe's shoulder? A muffled thud echoed as Luo Cheng fell, his gaze fixated on his lower body, where intestines lay scattered. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. That strike should have been unstoppable, the momentum too great for a retraction. Yet, when he struck, it seemed as if Tang Zhe had halted, delivering a blow to his waist. How could he possibly have stopped? This defied the very laws of inertia. Why did he not adhere to them? Why was this happening? Why must I perish? There is a twinge of pain. Had he been faced with another, within a 5-step radius, he would have been invincible. Alas, he found himself matched against me. Tang Zhe looked down at the fading Luo Cheng, unaware of his name, yet recognizing a certain audacity in him. Upon hearing Tang Zhe's words, Luo Cheng succumbed to the inexplicable nature of his demise. The others, including Yutong, remained utterly bewildered. The sequence of events transpiring too swiftly for comprehension. Luo Cheng had been slain. The students stood in stunned silence. Their esteemed teacher, renowned for his prowess, had just been vanquished in an instant. The idol they held in their hearts had been obliterated, leaving them reeling as if their world had crumbled. As Tang Zhe approached, Yutong, rallying his courage, shouted to dispel his fear, his fingers curling into claws as he declared, "Allow me to experience your blade." Tang Zhe raised his broadsword once more, and with a graceful maneuver, Yutong seized Tang Zhe's wrist, a surge of triumph swelling within him. Yet, he soon realized that while he had captured the wrist, he could not budge it. It felt as if it were made of steel. Does he not even require his weapon? So, dismissive of me? Tang Zhe remarked coolly, turning to face Yutong. Yutong's heart raced, acutely aware of the deathly gaze from Tang Zhe, his pulse threatening to escape his throat. Before he could react, his wrist was seized. Yutong screamed in agony, his wrist crushed, exposing stark white bone. Tang Zhe swiftly grasped his other arm, tearing it away, and with a decisive kick, shattered his legs. Before the eyes of their classmates, the formidable Yu teacher, second only to Luo Cheng, was rendered limbless, ensnared by that man's grip on his throat. "I must fulfill my promise," Tang Zhe intoned solemnly. Bang, 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 bang. From the villas on either side, merciless bullets were unleashed, swiftly claiming half of their number. The remainder, cowering behind vehicles, trembled in fear. Indeed, they must have firearms. One student exclaimed, "What did I say? That hole was made by him." Even Luo teacher was no match. "It's over for us." After uttering these words and receiving no reply, the student turned to pat his friend beside him, only to find him staggering to the ground, 2 gunshot wounds etched across his face, terror etched in his eyes. When the student turned back, he beheld the raised broadsword. At that moment, realizing the striking resemblance between the blade and the marks upon the wall. Indeed, my intuition proved to be correct. Suddenly, I felt the world spinning around me as I witnessed my own body spouting blood. The girls in the villa swiftly emerged to clear the area. And when confronted by the young men rushing forward with cold weapons, their brows did not so much as quiver as they pulled the triggers without hesitation. Some resorted to throwing daggers, which initially startled the girls. However, they soon realized that the blades fell to the ground before reaching them. Undoubtedly a manifestation of their master's terrifying power, leaving no room for hesitation. Shell casings continuously clattered beneath their high heels, and these young men had no time to appreciate the exquisite legs before them, for with each step the girls took, they claimed 2 or 3 lives. Their delicate fingers had transformed into a harbinger of death, and their angelic visages seemed to morph into those of hellish sirens. Chapter 95. Departure into the sea of clouds. This was the sensation of wielding power over life and death. Xi Meng and Li Ling finally grasped this feeling, liberated from the concerns of others' opinions and the fear of men as threats, for they had become the threat themselves. As the final gunshot echoed, the spent shell fell, releasing a wisp of smoke upon the lifeless body. Tang Zhe, gripping his broadsword, was splattered with blood, his eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a merciless machine of slaughter. The girls gazed at Tang Zhe among the corpses, their beautiful eyes reflecting a strange fascination and admiration. In this apocalyptic world, having encountered various men, some noble, some selfish, some ruthless, he seemed to embody all these traits. Initially, they felt repulsed, constantly plotting their escape from his grasp. Yet now, they no longer wished to flee, yearning instead to remain by the side of this terrifying yet captivating man. Tang Zhe paid no heed to the girls' reactions, nor did he wish to delve into their thoughts. He plunged his broadsword into the nearby corpse and took out a cigarette, lighting it with nonchalance. A thin stream of smoke began to rise as he withdrew his weapon, faintly aware of more vehicles approaching. "It is not over yet," Tang Zhe remarked calmly. The girls snapped back to reality, starting to tally their ammunition. A new round of carnage was about to unfold, and soon the road was strewn with bodies, resembling a gateway to hell. The villa district was not devoid of intruders, and by the time Tang Zhe reached the villa entrance, blood had already flowed outside. No one dared to enter, for the sight of the corpses within foretold nothing good. Although fantasies of supplies and beautiful women lingered, they paled in comparison to the value of one's own life. Raiding elsewhere was just as viable. Thus, vehicles arrived at the villa entrance in succession, but upon seeing the bodies piled at the door, they promptly turned away. Tang Zhe and his group returned to the villa, still buzzing with exhilaration. "Who claimed the most kills?" Deng Shi inquired. "Shipping Vater." Li Ling eagerly reported. "I killed 109. Impressive. What about you all?" Xi Meng shyly admitted, "I lost count." "I forgot too," echoed Yi Qing. Looking towards Bai and Sun Ting, they merely shrugged, and Li Ling quickly understood. "Sisters, let me have a turn." "Then you must not disappoint their earnest intentions. Speak, what is your wish?" Tang Zhe was taken aback to find himself granting this opportunity to a newcomer, especially to someone as ambitious as Xi Meng. Li Ling had never contemplated winning first place and now felt a bit dazed. "Ling, hurry up and say it," Bai urged playfully, intrigued by Li Ling's desire, certain that Tang Zhe would fulfill it. I want Master to love me once more." Upon uttering these words, Li Ling wished to vanish into the pile of corpses, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The 4 girls were momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of teasing, exclaiming how adept Linger was at winning over their master, realizing they had underestimated her. Dongsha, equally surprised, wrapped his arm around Li Linger's slender waist. "Very well." Li Linger buried her head in Tang Zhe's chest, despite the crimson stains of blood. "This sensation was akin to descending into hell, yet I would accompany you into the abyss. Though we had only known each other for a day, it felt as if we had traversed the sands of time together. This was indeed a man who could alter the course of one's life." Encountering a girl like Li Ling genuinely pleased Tang Zhe, yet he understood the need for balance. That night, he expended 3 of his energy reserves, leaving the girls too exhausted to lift a finger. A beam of blinding sunlight caused Tang Zhe to furrow his brow, instinctively turning over. Moments latte. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar yet foreign bedroom and the sunlight streaming through the window. This sensation was reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, when he still had to rise to deliver meals. He raised his hand to touch the sunlight, finding it no different from before. Had the apocalypse truly passed so swiftly? A sudden gunshot startled Tang Zei. He got up and approached the window, witnessing a street littered with bodies and shadowy figures lurking around the villa. Sun Ting was firing her weapon, rubbing his slightly sore neck. Having hardly rested the previous night and only falling asleep around 7 in the morning, he noted that it was already 4 in the afternoon. Descending the stairs, Tang Zei found Li Ling cooking, Xiao Bai assisting with vegetable preparation, while Yi Qingyi and Xi Meng were loading magazines, each with clearly defined roles. "You all are up so early. Aren't you tired?" Dong Shitisht. The girls responded with playful glances, lamenting their unfortunate fates, certain that they would eventually collapse from overwork. At that moment, Sun Ting entered, a gust of icy air sweeping in, causing Tang Zei to shiver. Despite the sun outside, the cold felt more biting than the previous night. "What is the temperature now?" "Probably below 20 degrees, Sun Ting replied, exhaling visibly. "It's much warmer inside. Outside is freezing, and the wind is howling." Xi Meng remarked, "I suspect it will drop to -40 tonight. How can anyone survive such conditions?" Bai replied gloomily, noting his scant attire, a tank top leaving him half exposed. Yi Qingyi, who was silently loading magazines, wore a furrowed brow. Tang Zei understood her concern. He had originally intended to depart for Yunhai City today, and it seemed they were almost ready. "Let us prepare. We are heading to Yunhai City," he said, patting Yi Qingyi's head. "What I promise, I will deliver." Indeed, upon hearing Tang Zei's intent, Yi Qingyi finally smiled, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate a proactive thank you." She then leaped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and bestowing a sweet kiss upon him, which elicited teasing jeers from the other girls. Sun Ting exclaimed, "It seems Yi has found a new affection." This flustered Yi Qingyi, who playfully chased after her. With an increased number of companions, Tang Zei planned to switch to a more comfortable vehicle, ideally one equipped with a spacious bed. Before long, he settled on a motorhome. The vehicle, with its dual-layer design and apocalyptic aesthetics, boasts tracks and fully automated driving capabilities. Its interior is lavishly adorned. The first level serves as a living area, complete with an entertainment room, a tea lounge, and even a KTV. The second floor has been transformed by Tang Zei into a transparent bedroom, accommodating even 20 women effortlessly, a veritable fortress of the end times. When such a vehicle stands before her, Li Ling cannot help but wonder if Tang Zei possesses a pocket akin to that of Doryman, for it seems nothing short of miraculous. The other girls appear unfazed. After all, extraordinary events surrounding Tang Zei are hardly surprising. Nevertheless, the sight of this vehicle indeed leaves them in awe. As they board, the girls shed their down jackets, reveling in the warmth inside, and Bai promptly flops onto the plush carpet, rolling about as if on a vacation. Indeed, while others live their lives, we are living ours too, Sun Ting reflects, grateful that day for having knocked on Tang Zei's door. For it was as if fate had opened a door to salvation for her. Chapter 96. It snowed. If fate were to grant another chance, I would still choose to knock upon that door of salvation. It is not solely Sun Ting who harbors such sentiments, and Bai and Yi Qingyi share a similar intuition. Had it not been for Tang Zei, these exquisite young women might well have been unaware of their continued existence, perhaps even devoured by the chaos. Let us embark. With a resounding roar, the robust treads began to shift, ruthlessly crushing the remains beneath them. One would expect a jolt within the vehicle, yet it glided smoothly as if traversing a flat surface. The sheer weight of the machine far surpassed that of a mere golden Maybach, rivaling even that of a tank. As the ordinary concrete road cracked under the strain, in no time, the treads were smeared with flesh and blood, the bodies crushed into the ground, utterly immovable against this steel behemoth. Witnessing such a display, Tang Zei mused that it should have been unleashed long ago. It was far superior to a small vehicle, albeit a tad sluggish. With 2 streaks of crimson, they exited the villa district, disregarding the parked cars along the way, which were easily shoved aside. Wow, impressive. Xiao Bai clapped her hands in excitement, her innocence reminiscent of a child. Shi Meng was taken aback, realizing she was no match for Tang Zei. Thankfully, her beauty offered her some advantage. Without it, she would have been left without even a ticket. As they approached the highway, navigating through the city, the sight of such a colossal entity left onlookers in stunned silence. How could such a vehicle exist? One could faintly discern figures within. On the streets, numerous individuals pointed and gawked at Tang Zei's creation. Good heavens, is that a modified RV? How intimidating, exclaimed one observer. There seems to be a stunning woman inside. Her figure is remarkable. Of what use is that now? The disaster has passed. Indeed, it is merely a bit chilly at present. Rescue will arrive shortly. You killed 2 people last night. Surely, you will face justice and be executed. The man beside her appeared pale, realizing that the sun had risen today, and the grim reality of his actions weighed heavily upon him. Tang Zei reclined on a plush sofa, the renowned star Li Linger gently massaging his shoulders. While Bai served fresh fruit, with Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting seated beside them, now feeding him directly with their mouths rather than their hands. Each morsel was accompanied by a deep kiss, stirring emotions in Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting that were both delightful and tumultuous. Why is no one fighting anymore? What are they doing standing around? Bai inquired curiously as she set down the fruit platter. Shi Meng playfully tapped Tang Zei's leg and laughed. Perhaps they believe the apocalypse has passed. If they continue with their violence, they fear being apprehended. Indeed, just look at those men. They are devoid of the fervor they exhibited last night, each one looking ashen. Li Linger observed, glancing at the thugs lingering on the street, their weapons abandoned, their spirits seemingly dazed. Suddenly, the vehicle emitted a resounding thud. The screen shifted to camera mode, revealing someone hurling stones from the left rear of the car. Thud, thud, thud. Where there was one, there soon followed another. Not only stones were thrown, but anything within reach was seized and launched toward them. Deng Shi remarked nonchalantly. Jealousy can distort one's visage. Linger, please handle this. Understood. After speaking, she lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on Tang Zei, then turned to retrieve the firearm resting nearby. A man in his 30s attempted to jam a trash can beneath the vehicle's tracks, naively believing it would cause them to become immobilized. Suddenly, the rear door of the vehicle began to rise, momentarily stunning the men pursuing them. As a pair of white high-heeled shoes came into view, their lips curled into a smile, quickly followed by the appearance of long, slender, fair legs clad in a white bodycon skirt, exuding an overwhelming allure. However, when the muzzle of the gun came into sight, their excitement began to falter, only to be replaced by a spellbound expression upon seeing her face. Such a beautiful girl. She seemed oddly familiar. Glancing at the enormous poster nearby, the girl depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to her. It was Li Ling. My goodness, it truly is Li Ling. Quickly, apprehend her. Of course, Li Linger heard them. Initially, she intended to fire a warning shot to deter them, but she was astonished to discover these men were now intent on pursuing her. A bunch of scoundrels. Without hesitation, Li Linger raised her weapon and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, the men chasing the vehicle were all gunned down, and those around who had been causing chaos halted their actions, stunned by the presence of a firearm, an automatic rifle, no less. Such a remarkable vehicle in this apocalyptic world was indeed extraordinary, and everyone instantly fell silent. Li Linger cast a cold glance at the people surrounding her. I have no desire to take lives, but do not provoke me. As the vehicle's door descended, the onlookers by the roadside exhaled in relief. TCH, with so many casualties, they would undoubtedly face severe consequences later. Indeed, we should report them when the time comes. Just then, the sun began to fade, and a dark cloud drifted ominously overhead. Some despondent men looked up at the sky, their hollow eyes gradually regaining color. Suddenly, one man erupted into maniacal laughter. Excellent. The apocalypse is far from over, ha ha ha. I shall not be held accountable. Just moments ago, I threatened you, and now I shall strike you down. Brother, brother, don't. In an instant, the city, which had seemed to be recovering, plunged back into chaos, with some individuals immediately fleeing to their homes. Observing the scene, Tang Zhe felt a sense of numbness wash over him as a vehicle charged towards him, seemingly intent on forcing him to a halt, a mere egg against a rock. Just before the impact, the driver adeptly leapt from the vehicle, but it was crushed beneath the relentless wheels, far more formidable than a tank. However, more and more cars began to encircle them. These people understood that if they could seize this vehicle, survival was assured. Yet, all their efforts appeared futile, as the only way to halt the advance of this apocalyptic motorhome would be to eliminate the path ahead. Suddenly, a snowflake drifted down upon the glass. "It was snowing," murmured Shimeng. "Ah!" The streets were suddenly filled with piercing cries, as those who had just moments ago been lively were now ensnared by the snowflakes, convulsing and collapsing lifelessly. And I looked around at the fallen and murmured, "I told you. How could it possibly be over so soon? Alas, it has only just begun." Sighed Sun Tsing. A series of urgent knocks echoed, drawing the attention of those within the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, they observe a group of 3 or 4 young women, undeterred by the swirling snow, racing towards the car door. One could not help but acknowledge the instinct for survival that had awakened within them. "Open the door. Let us in," they implored. "Please, we beg you. Take us with you. Don't abandon me. I am willing to do anything." Yet, the voices of desperation fell on deaf ears within the car, their frantic gestures visible but their words unheard. Tang Zhe regarded them with indifference. To board the vehicle? He mused. Such an endeavor requires a stringent criterion. One must possess beauty akin to that of Li Ling. Regrettably, aside from your youth, you possess little else of merit. Chapter 97. Yunhai University. A few young girls understood that if they missed this vehicle, despair awaited them, and death would be a more merciful fate than lingering in hopelessness. They were acutely aware that they were mere commodities, objects of desire for men. Yet, this time, their gamble was misplaced. Not all men would graciously open their doors. As the first girl stumbled and inadvertently brought down those behind her, the relentless tracks of the vehicle crushed their bodies, rather than being painfully suffocated by the snowflakes. This death was swifter. Tang Zhe glanced at the girls and remarked coolly, "If you wish to show kindness, you may simply disembark and exchange places." Only a fool would attempt such a thing, yet it was evident that the recent look in their eyes had displeased him. They hastily endeavored to appease their master. This encounter had replenished his energy by 1. The vehicle approached the entrance to the expressway, yet it was too wide and too tall. Furthermore, the entrance was congested with vehicles fleeing for their lives, their occupants lifeless within. How could they possibly pass? Ambai lay against Tang Zhe's chest, drawing circles, while Yi Qingyi leaned on the other side, effectively monopolizing him. Rising to his feet, Tang Zhe smiled. "Allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Here we go again. However, this time, you must close your eyes and refrain from peeking." The girls obediently shut their beautiful eyes, though curiosity compelled them to sneak glances, eager to discover what would unfold. "Cheaters, turn around," they protested, their voices reminiscent of 5 playful kittens. In the face of Tang Zhe's stern demeanor, they ultimately complied and turned away. Tang Zhe's gaze fell upon the toll booth, which began to tremble before collapsing in an instant. Once completed, he plopped down onto the sofa, feeling dizzy, while a telekinetic was undeniably powerful. Such grand feats were still quite taxing. "Master, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Tang Zhe's sudden weakness, the girls grew anxious, fearing for his well-being. Their own lives would be forfeit should anything happen to him. Seeing their worried faces, Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm not dead yet. Why the long faces? You scared us," Yi Qingyi exclaimed, playfully slapping him, while the others clutched their chests, having seen Tang Zhe's pale countenance earlier. However, when they turned to gaze at the ruins of the toll booth, their mouths formed perfect O's in astonishment. "What kind of magic is this? Where's the toll booth? This is astonishingly powerful, so powerful it threatens the existence of others." Women are naturally drawn to the strong, and at this moment, their admiration for Tang Zhe solidified. Anyone who dared to harm him will be courting their wrath. "Master, you appear quite weak. Would you like to draw on my blood for sustenance?" Ambai offered, her heart aching for him, ready to offer herself for his benefit. "We could do that now." Gazing at the 5 exquisite faces before him, Tang Ze teased. What? Have you all fallen in love with me? The girls froze for a moment, their cheeks tinged with blush. Master, you truly are vain. Such vanity. Listening to the incessant chatter, Tang Ze felt this was what it truly meant to be alive. In the past, he had accompanied solitude, but now, with their presence, life seemed far less bleak, though he needed to reprimand himself for the jesting nature he exhibited. As the apocalypse-stricken RV crushed vehicles beneath it, it sped onto the highway, reaching a maximum velocity of 60. The distance from Huan City to Yunhai City stretched over 512 kilometers. Ordinarily, one would arrive in 5 to 6 hours, but at this pace, it would take at least an additional 3 hours. Furthermore, with occasional traffic jams on the highway, Tang Ze estimated they would reach Yunhai City in no less than 10 hours. It was now 7 in the evening, the earth blanketed in white snow, and they anticipated arriving at their destination around 6 or 7 in the morning. As they refreshed their energy reserves, the group gathered to play cards, enjoying a live rendition of Li Linger's melodious voice. However, Tang Ze opined that her voice was most enchanting when she sang from her bed, stirring the very soul. It's your turn to draw a card, reminded Ximeng. Ye ying yuripid, appearing somehat distracted. Sun Ting played a 5-dot card, saying, Yesterday the rain ceased, and several areas became hotspots for looting, with the university being one of them. Although there are no supplies, it is filled with young, beautiful women. Indeed, those brutes have a penchant for that, Ximeng scoffed, expressing her disdain for men who preyed on women. What? Are you suggesting Tang Ze is one of them? Ximeng inquired, to which Tang Ze retorted that his charm was what attracted them, and everyone present was there willingly. Tang Ze drew a card, saying, Do not frighten her. If such a situation were to arise, there would be little one could do. Yi Qing Yi's eyes instantly became misty. Ximeng and Sun Ting exchanged glances with Tang Ze, realizing he had indeed frightened someone to tears. Tang Ze genti pated ye ving yi sehand, asurinher. Do not cry. As long as your niece is alive, I shall ensure her safety. Yes, Yu is surely still alive. She is very clever, Yi Qing affirmed. And quite beautiful, too, and Bai chimed in with a mischievous grin. Ximeng flicked her finger at her, saying, Little Bai, you're not planning to drive again, are you? Oh, no way. I'm not an experienced driver. Master, I want some milk, and Bai replied. Tang Ze rolled his eyes. Go get it yourself. It's in the cupboard. I don't want a little straw. I want a big one. An exclamation of laughter erupted from Sun Ting, causing Li Linger to miss a note, resulting in a chorus of giggles. And Bai, hands on her hips, protested, What are you all laughing at? It's really annoying. Master, you're laughing too. Suddenly, Tang Ze sensed the RV's speed diminishing. Looking ahead, he saw a haphazard blockade of vehicles. At this rate, they would likely not reach Yunhai City by morning. It seemed he needed to modify the front of the vehicle, installing a triangular shovel to clear the path without reducing speed. Hold on, I'm going to attach something, he announced. Although not afraid of the snow, Tang Ze donned protective gear. The girls watched curiously from the vehicle, unsure of what their master intended to install. When they finally saw the imposing triangular shovel at the front of the RV, they understood the impressive nature of his capabilities. Equipped with this contraption, one can indeed unleash a mode of unbridled speed. Not even the thickest blanket of snow can impede the progress of an apocalyptic RV. To encapsulate this experience in 3 words, utterly impressive. At this juncture, the temperature has plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees. A veritable death sentence for those hailing from the southern regions. While some areas still manage to retain power, it is merely a matter of time before they succumb. As night descends, the temperature is likely to plunge to a staggering -40 degrees. Yuhai University, a prestigious institution recognized among the elite 985 universities, ranks prominently across the nation. Graduates from this esteemed establishment often secure their dream jobs, ensuring that Southern students who gain admission to Yuhai University need not worry about their basic needs. Yet, the current students at Yuhai University find themselves grappling with hunger and uncertainty. Chapter 98. Teacher Chu in the beginning. The teachers at the school organized the students to face the inclement weather in an orderly fashion. However, as food supplies dwindled day by day and water became increasingly scarce, patience waned, and a sense of anxiety permeated among the students. The catalyst for the impending chaos was a single remark from a girl. "Why aren't you boys going out to find supplies? Are you expecting us girls to forage for food? Are you not men at all, lacking even a shred of courage?" This statement ignited a fierce reaction among the boys, who retaliated with violence, leaving the girls silent in fear. As the boys observed the girls' trepidation and dependence on them, their audacity grew, particularly towards those they once admired, leading to a gradual deterioration of the situation. Nonetheless, their behavior remained more civilized than in some other communities. They were still ensnared by the temptation of food, not yet resorting to overt acts of aggression, though many girls clandestinely engaged in transactions with the boys. However, with a sudden drop in temperature and the cessation of rain, many outside rushed into the school to seize the younger girls. The boys, unwilling to stand idle, faced a grim confrontation. The toll was severe, with many boys injured and numerous girls taken, exacerbated by the lethal weather, leaving everyone feeling as if they might perish in their youth. The subtle allure of food had ceased to be covert, and demands were now made openly. Yet, not all boys had crossed moral boundaries. A few remained steadfast in their principles, vowing to protect the girls from harm. Unfortunately, such boys were few. The leader among them was a sophomore named Su Fu. Hailing from a rural background, he was known for his honesty and kindness, enduring the trials of this new world with unwavering resolve. Discontented with the behavior of some boys, he had parted ways with them, retreating from the library to the indoor basketball court, fortunate that the power had not yet gone out, allowing them some respite from a cold. "Su Fu, that group led by Gao Shantan will inevitably come for us. Our numbers are dwindling," spoke Jiang Shan, a brother from Su Fu's dormitory. The other two members of their dorm had already been killed when the rain had stopped. Once a group of 100, they were now reduced to just over 30 boys, with more than 20 injured, tasked with the protection of over 100 girls. Su Fu, with his dark complexion and calloused hands from years of laboring in the fields, possessed strength far exceeding that of his peers. Jiang Shan, hailing from Huasher City, was also well built due to his passion for fitness. Together, they formed the core of their group. Su Fu glanced toward the girls tending to the injured, their spirits visibly low, yet they persevered, clinging to the hope of rescue. Yet after so many days, the notion of a rescue team seemed but a figment of their imagination. "Teacher Chu, I can no longer drink water. It's too late for me." A sudden voice called out, prompting Su Fu and Jiang Shan to rush over. A boy had lost his arm, the severed limb bound with the girl's undergarments to staunch the bleeding. At that moment, the boy's face was pale, clearly suffering from significant blood loss. Beside them, Teacher Chu, the most beautiful instructor in the hearts of the boys from Yunhai, exuded an elegant aura and possessed a gentle disposition. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, and her skin remained fair as ever. "What foolishness are you uttering? You must survive," Chu Lu admonished sternly. Yet the boy gazed at her with a faint smile before slowly closing his eyes. Gripping the bottle of mineral water tightly, Chu Lu felt the surrounding girls begin to weep. "Teacher Chu, there are plenty of mats in the warehouse at the back. We can move them." Xia Mingyue rushed over, but upon seeing the boy had already passed away, her previously cheerful demeanor became rigid. Taking a deep breath, Chu Lu rose and commanded, "Ladies, come here and help move the items." The girls, unwilling to be complicit with Gao Xingtian, held on to their dignity and principles, rising to assist. They understood that the boys needed to rest to safeguard them, and by allowing the boys to recuperate, they ensured everyone's safety. Thus, the girls could engage in supportive tasks. "Teacher Chu, we are here to help you," Su Fu declared. Chu Lu shook her head. "No need. We girls should also contribute. We cannot always be a burden. Indeed, we have hands and feet. You all should rest well," Xia Mingyue boldly asserted, being the beloved school beauty among the boys, favored over the aloof ones. Su Fu remained silent, recognizing that the boys indeed needed rest after a day of battle. "Apologies for the trouble, Teacher Chu," he murmured. Suddenly, Xia Mingyue shouted to the girls, "Sisters, we can wield weapons and fight those beasts. We cannot always rely on the boys for protection." The girls paused, pondering inwardly, thinking how could they possibly contend with those men, as if they were merely children facing a formidable opponent. Many had come merely to enjoy the spectacle. Yet here she was, stepping forward as a hero. At that moment, at least 30 girls shared this sentiment, though a dozen did step up to support Xian Mingyue, while others claimed they could care for the injured, with one peculiarly asserting she had twisted her ankle. "All right, we are all volunteers. No one is forced," Chu Lu interjected, aware that infighting could not be tolerated at such a critical juncture. The group heeded Chu Lu's words, as she was their sole teacher. In a quieter moment, she gently addressed Xian Mingyue. "What you said earlier may have been off-putting to the boys." "Huh, I intended to assist them," Xian Mingyue quickly explained, bewildered as to how her words could be unwelcomed. "But after you spoke, what was the reaction of those girls?" Their expressions reflected in the boys' eyes. "What their sacrifices yesterday. Human emotions are complex." Listening to teacher Chu's wisdom, Xian Mingyue realized her well-meaning intentions had inadvertently caused harm. "I apologize. I did not think it through," she admitted. "Yet you are correct. The girls indeed must take up arms." Chu Lu's gentle gaze deepened with understanding. At this stage, she recognized that only by being fiercer than men could they hope to survive. Xian Mingyue nodded slightly, retrieving her phone, which now displayed no signal. How was her aunt faring at this moment? Was she well? Was she still alive? And what of her parents? Were they all right? Hadn't her aunt mentioned that her uncle would come to rescue her? Why had no one appeared even after the rain had ceased? Chu Lu, aware of Xian Mingyue's circumstances, felt that her aunt's fate was grim. Especially after the rain had stopped yesterday, her conviction only deepened. Those wretched beings, in their desperation to seize women, had not hesitated to storm into the university, their brutality beyond comprehension. Chapter 99. The cold and distant school flower teacher Chu. "When can we return to the past?" murmured Xian Mingyue, her gaze cast downward. At times, she fell on the brink of collapse, wishing to rush into the snow and rain, as living felt more burdensome than death itself. Chu Lu revealed a gentle smile, placing her hand on Xian Mingyue's delicate shoulder. "It won't be long." Encouraged by her teacher's smile, Xian Mingyue nodded, wiping the corners of her eyes before moving to fetch some mats. With a soft sigh, Chu Lu questioned herself. Can we truly return to the way things were? It felt